This is a compilation of the most disturbing crimes committed in various communities, and we're about to begin with the gooning community. I think you get what I mean. And yes, I'm serious. It's July 2024, and the Arkansas State Medical Board receives a report about a doctor allegedly engaging in inappropriate intimate conduct with both staff members and patients. Attached to the report is CCTV footage showing the doctor, identified as David Define, walking around in his private clinic with nothing on except a baseball cap. And he could be seen going down the hallway passing several wards where patients could see him, before appearing in what looks like an office area. He then starts doing things to himself and eventually ejects substances on one of the women in the room, who was working as a lab technician and also happened to be one of David's patients. The report would also accuse David of using his position of power and promise of salary increases to take advantage of both employees and patients into performing repulsive intimate acts, all within the clinic during business hours. After examining both the footage and its accompanying claims, the medical board would release a statement saying, "The pervasive behavior leads to concerns about an intimate compulsive disorder or paraphilia, which may in fact cross boundaries with his delivery of medical care. Simply the interaction with his office staff suggests an entanglement in his medical practice. Given these additional concerns, I would recommend that he have a more professional evaluation for safety to practice." But when David was actually interviewed by the board, he denied it, saying, "I don't know anything about that at all. I would have to see those things to have an idea what you're talking about." But this wasn't the first time he would be facing a disciplinary hearing. Back in January of 2024, the Arkansas Medical Board launched an investigation into his online activities after receiving a complaint that he was posting explicit pictures on Instagram under the username Naked Dr. Dave. David would then send a letter to the board claiming he's a well-known naturist and that his content was aimed at promoting acceptance and body positivity. "We do not shame, fear, or negatively stigmatize the unclothed body, and there's no crossover whatsoever with my professionalism while practicing medicine and my naturist activities." And this defense actually seemed to change the minds of the board members, as by June, when the investigation was wrapped up, they decided to not take any actions against him and instead just added the complaint to his file. The strange part is, David actually has a long history of escaping such consequences. Back in 2011, he was investigated for alleged illegal distribution of pain medication, but ended up entering into a deferred prosecution agreement, and so the charges were actually dropped, and David simply agreed not to practice medicine in Missouri for 3 years. He would then later find himself in the spotlight again in 2017, after he was accused of allegedly describing excessive amounts of controlled substances, and this would lead to his license only getting temporarily suspended before the charges were dropped again due to a lack of evidence. But this time it was different. The story had already gone viral, which means millions of people were waiting to see what kinds of punishment David would receive for his actions. And on August 8th, 2025, he decided to have an extensive interview with an Arkansas-based news outlet called NEA Report, addressing all the allegations against him. Because according to David, the only thing true about all the allegations was the fact that he would always walk around the clinic without clothes on, as seen in the leaked video, which he also believed was released by his ex-fiancée, Allegra Milzitz, out of spite. David claims that he and Allegra had broken up in February of 2023, only for her to return over a year later trying to get back with him. But when he refused, she decided to expose his horrible behavior behind the scenes. Now, while the report was filed anonymously, David claims he was able to decode where it came from. But if David's intention with this interview was to switch the public's perception in his favor or sway the decision of the medical board, it unfortunately didn't work, as he would end up receiving a much harder punishment than in the previous cases. In October of 2024, the Arkansas State Medical Board issued an emergency order of suspension, charging him with violations of the Medical Practices Act and board regulations, and accusing him of having inappropriate relations with his patients and staff members. The board described David as an ongoing danger to the public in his continued practice of medicine. And the case would finally come to its conclusion in August of 2025, when the medical board voted unanimously to revoke David's medical license for 5 years, which means he'll be free to practice again by 2030. But what comes next is even more disturbing, since the suspect almost got away with it in public.
Court documents show this mother and daughter were victimized by the suspect, and they say this latest incident has them reliving their trauma.
Back in July of 2024, a bizarre video suddenly appeared on social media, showing a woman chasing a strange man out of a Dollar Tree store located in southwest Philly. The video, which was recorded about a month earlier, shows the woman, who we'll call Grace, crying and accusing a man of releasing fluids on her leg inside the store. The same day the video was posted online, the police would release CCTV images showing the man's face clearly and asking for the public's help in identifying him. And according to the statement, store employees have reported that the man is known to frequent the Snyder Plaza and the nearby Interstate 95 underpass, where he may park a vehicle. The suspect is described as a black male, aged 25 to 30, with a dark complexion, standing 6 feet tall, of stocky build, with a short receding hairline, a full beard, and wearing black t-shirt, gray shorts, and black sneakers. This case would also gain the attention of Philly rapper Meek Mill, who decided to drop a bounty on the subject. Let's play manhunt with him today in Philly, some community service. I got 2 bands for his location, Meek Mill posted on his Twitter account. With both the authorities and the internet looking for him, it didn't actually take long before his identity was revealed as 35-year-old Gary Miles. But before anyone could find him, Gary would actually turn himself in to the police that evening. And his long list of charges included indecent attack, indecent exposure, open lewdness, and harassment. And the Philadelphia Police Department would also release a statement thanking the community for their assistance in locating Gary, while promising to take the case as seriously as possible. But while it appeared that the story had reached a conclusion, there was still one question left unanswered. The incident happened in June, so why didn't the police do anything about it until Grace posted the video about a month later? Grace's mother also raised this point when she spoke to news reporters about the incident, emphasizing that she wasn't pleased with how the Philadelphia police handled their investigation. They didn't take this case seriously in the beginning. They didn't take the case seriously until my daughter posted her video. It's traumatizing for her. It's hard for everyone in my house. But this wasn't the first time the police would fumble a case involving Gary. As it turns out, he's actually a repeat offender. Days after his arrest, a woman named Serena Daniels and her daughter, Deidre Coleman, would come out to recount their own disturbing encounter with Gary from over a decade ago, detailing how he broke into their house several times and exposed himself to Serena, who was pregnant at the time. The name popped out, and then when I looked at the mugshot, I was like, that's him. Apparently, Gary had taken a plea deal at the time, saving him from proper prison time and allowing him to keep terrorizing other women. And considering how long ago this particular incident happened, it appears Gary never stopped being a creep. According to court documents, he's also been arrested several times after that, including a 2011 incident in Montgomery and Clinton counties in Pennsylvania, with similar charges of indecent exposure, open lewdness, and disorderly conduct. In many of these cases, Gary received the minimum punishment, probation, psychological evaluation, and a 1-year sentence. Gary's trial is still pending. What comes next, however, is another public offense that turned very disturbing.
It was hard for them to watch Johnson sit on the side. He'd watch these women and pull up next to them before going underneath their cars. One of these women telling police she's been having nightmares about the incident.
On August 29, 2024, a woman simply identified as Chanel drove into the Superstar Wash in Gilbert, Arizona, while taking her son to school. As soon as she was vacuuming her vehicle, a strange man, later identified as 28-year-old Jesse Michael Johnson, would pull into the parking spot right next to Chanel, get out of his vehicle, and sneak under her car to peek at her feet. This would go on for several minutes before Jesse would return to his car and pretend to be cleaning his tires. And they both eventually leave. But a couple of hours later, Jesse would return to the car wash and do the exact same thing to another woman, while she was also vacuuming her car, before leaving again and returning a third time the same day with the same mission. Each of these women had one thing in common. They were all wearing flip-flops, leaving their feet exposed. At this point, the staff at the car wash started to notice Jesse's pattern of behavior, and after checking the CCTV footage, they realized they had to file a report with the police concerning the creepy incident. And so about a month later, on September 24th, Jesse was actually arrested and charged with 3 counts of voyeurism and 3 counts of disorderly conduct. But the disturbing part of the story was that this wasn't Jesse's first offense, as it was later revealed that he'd been arrested multiple times in Nebraska back in 2016 for hiding under women's cars and grabbing their ankles without their consent. At the time, he was only charged with breaching the peace and sentenced to 2 years of probation, in addition to a fine of $150 and a mandatory psychological evaluation. But he didn't seem to learn his lesson. During his interrogation, Jesse would reveal that he was intimately attracted to women's feet and he couldn't control his desires, which is why he would sneak under their car to watch them without their consent. While talking to the press after Jesse was arrested, Chanel revealed that the incident deeply affected her, saying she felt taken advantage of and had been having nightmares ever since. Going to the community and doing this to women is absolutely disgusting, and I don't think he realizes what it's doing to us as the victims. I couldn't believe that I was in that situation. I just had a baby 2 weeks prior to this. I have 2 other. It was a very scary situation, especially with my little boy with me when it happened. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office would eventually refer Jesse's case to prosecutors for misdemeanor prosecution, and his bond was set at $10,000, and a court date was issued. However, the rest of his trial was held behind closed doors, and no information was revealed to the public. But the next case is even more unsettling, because it involves a government official committing a crime in plain sight.
A member of the Brazilian parliament was filmed in parliament during a full session, in other words, in public and working for the nation. He was filmed watching.
It's May 2015. João Rodrigues, a Brazilian politician representing the state of Santa Catarina under the Social Democratic Party, is doom-scrolling on his phone during a plenary session of the House of Representatives, unaware that the press was about to expose his deepest, darkest secrets. While the rest of the Chamber of Deputies debate on electoral reform, João was busy flicking through pictures and videos of scantily dressed women and very obscene content on his phone. And although he actually tried to hide the phone under the desk, one of the journalists present at the meeting noticed what he was doing and started recording. At some point in the video, João could even be seen showing the images to his colleagues as they crowded around him, while some even peeked over his shoulder to catch a glance of the explicit content he was fully engrossed in. This video would end up going viral online, putting João at the center of a massive controversy. But in his defense, João claimed that he was just fiddling with his phone when the pictures were sent to one of the WhatsApp groups he was in, and that he immediately deleted the pictures and blocked the person who sent them after finding out that they were explicit in nature. I have over 70 groups with governors and bar buddies. It's hard to control what I receive in them. I asked them to stop them because the group isn't just made up of men. We have women and families there. And when questioned about why he was on his phone fiddling during official meetings, João defended himself by pointing out the fact that almost all the other 200 deputies were also on their phones at the time, especially since nothing serious was going on. And his defense actually seemed to work, since he never faced any sort of disciplinary sanctions from the Chamber's Ethics Committee, although it would become a point of criticism by his colleagues every time he engaged in a debate regarding morality. Unlike him though, this next offender didn't just get caught on the job, he almost caused a mass murder.
A police officer is off the job after he crashed his patrol car while watching, let's just say, things he definitely should not have been watching at that time.
Lake County Police Deputy Tristan McComer's job description was simple. He was a deputy at the Lake County Sheriff's Office, and so he had to protect the community, fight for justice, and follow the very laws he swore to defend. But in late 2024, Tristan would make a choice that shattered that promise, completely ruined his career, and nearly cost several innocent people their lives. It begins on November 6th. Tristan is behind the wheel of his patrol car, driving southbound on County Road 435 in Sorrento. In front of him is a woman driving a Toyota, and just ahead of them in the opposite lane, a school bus comes to a stop, its warning lights flashing, signaling that now either boarding or getting off. The Toyota driver slams on the brakes to give the school bus the right way, but Tristan is actually busy scrolling through his phone instead of paying attention to the road, and just seconds later he would plow straight into the Toyota, rear-ending the driver and almost causing a serious accident. The impact was strong enough to deploy the steering wheel airbag in the patrol vehicle, but both Tristan and the victim escaped without any injuries. But as soon as Tristan realized what just happened, he gets down from the patrol car, walks over to the woman and starts apologizing. Other officers soon arrive at the scene and began questioning Tristan about the situation, but instead of taking responsibility for the crash, Tristan would actually push the blame on the lady he rear-ended. He claimed that he didn't realize she'd stopped and insisted that his brakes had suddenly locked up, leaving him no time or space to swerve out the way. He even went a step further, telling officers that the patrol car's speedometer had recently been recalibrated and that the anti-lock braking system light had been on ever since. All the while, Tristan knew the truth. The accident was entirely his fault, but he was willing to say anything to avoid punishment. For a while, everyone simply accepted Tristan's version of the story, but that all changed when the Lake County Sheriff's Office launched a deeper investigation into what really happened that day. And once they examined Tristan's body cam footage, one detail would emerge, flipping the case completely upside down. It turns out Tristan had been actually watching explicit content on his phone at least 15 seconds before the crash, and when confronted with the footage, Tristan simply pushed back. He insisted he wasn't looking at anything inappropriate, claiming he just finished a phone call with another deputy and was merely scrolling through messages in a group chat with 3 fellow officers. However, when the detectives investigating the case examined the group chat, they found no pictures or videos posted on the day of the crash. And the very next day, Tristan was called in for a formal interview, and this time, with the lies falling apart around him, he finally came clean, admitting that he was looking at inappropriate photos and explicit material on his phone while driving. By the time the investigation was concluded, Tristan would be charged with 3 violations: departure from the truth in giving testimony or in connection with any official duties, misusing electronic handheld devices while in the line of duty, and failure to use a seatbelt. With his credibility destroyed and his future in law enforcement completely shattered, Tristan quietly resigned, and to this day it remains unclear whether he faced any further consequences for his conduct. What comes next, however, is a case so bizarre that even the cops were creeped out.
Literally just touching himself to us, making eye contact with us. Everyone in the store sees it.
Miami Beach, Florida, March 11, 2022. Alyssa DeMaria is out getting coffee at the Starbucks, located on Collins Avenue and 29th Street. It's 9:30 a.m. on a Friday, and the cafe is packed. But what Alyssa doesn't know is that she's about to witness one of the most shocking things to ever happen inside a Starbucks. Just moments later, a 27-year-old homeless man identified as Blake Rain would walk into the coffee shop, head straight to the American flag in the corner, pull down his pants, and start doing what he did in front of everyone.
It's disgusting!
and she pulls out the phone to record, yelling for him to stop, but Blake simply doesn't care. He doesn't even act like she's there. And what's even more disturbing is that Alyssa seems to be the only one bothered by what Blake is doing. Everyone else could be seen going about their business, and you could even hear the baristas calling out names of customers to come pick up their orders. Despite getting filmed and yelled at, Blake would continue doing what he did for the next 10 minutes before someone would eventually call 911. But as soon as the cops arrived, Blake would take off running. The officers ordered him to stop, but he wouldn't listen, so they actually shot him with a dart-firing stun gun, hoping to slow him down. This didn't work, however, as Blake would simply pull out the darts out of his body and take off again. It would eventually take 8 shots of the dart to fully knock him out, so the cops could catch up. And when they did, they made sure to deliver a couple of blows and kicks to his lower back. The rest was so violent that one of the officers even walked away with a small injury. But as for Blake, he would be transported to the Mount Sinai Medical Center for treatment, before he was then moved to a correctional center and charged with lewd behavior, disorderly conduct in an establishment, and resisting an officer without violence. His bond was set at $700. Starbucks would also later release a statement addressing the situation, saying, "Once alerted to the customer's behavior, our partners took action and local authorities were immediately called. We want our stores to be a welcoming environment, and our partners are empowered to address any behavior that doesn't meet our third place policy." This next one, however, involves an individual who took this to a dangerous level nobody ever thought possible.
Prosecutors say 32-year-old Calvin Jones told police he touches himself in public because he likes the thrill of being caught.
Calvin Jones was an adult content creator who became known for constantly recording his content in public, doing stuff to himself inappropriately where people could actually see him. But in 2023, that behavior caught up to him. He was arrested and charged with public indecency. His bond was set at $3,000, which was posted so he could remain free while the trial moved forward. But the most disturbing part of this case happened on September 4, 2024, when Calvin would escalate his immoral conduct to a criminal charge. It begins with a 911 call from a business near 19th and Wells in Milwaukee, near the Marquette University campus, after Calvin was seen on surveillance video exposing himself and doing stuff to himself outside the business. But the moment he actually saw an officer coming, Calvin got into his vehicle and waited for the squad car to pull up behind him. And just as the officer activates his lights and siren, Calvin would turn on his car and accelerate towards West Wisconsin Avenue. It was clear that Calvin was looking for a chase, and for a brief moment he got exactly what he wanted, with Calvin driving at around 70 miles per hour, weaving through the neighborhood like a maniac. And it wouldn't take long before the officer actually lost sight of him, bringing the chase to an end. But that was just the beginning. October 2nd, 2024, officers of the Milwaukee Police Department spot Calvin, who had now been declared a fugitive, driving his white 2007 Buick LaCrosse. They try to stop him, but he again flees, driving recklessly through several streets. But when one of the officers sees that the chase could get dangerous, he decides to terminate the pursuit before somebody gets hurt. And while conducting surveillance on Calvin later that evening, officers spot his vehicle again, traveling south on North 22nd Street, before stopping in front of his house. And they try to arrest him again, but he actually manages to escape. Fast forward to December 24th, and the Milwaukee police would respond to a distress call from an address near 20th and Kilburn. The woman on the other end informs the officer about a suspicious male in a white sedan who'd walked past her residence with nothing underneath. But before the officers could arrive at the scene, Calvin once again disappeared. His luck would eventually run out on January 17th, though, when the police finally arrested him during a traffic stop. But when asked about the previous incidents, Calvin revealed that he rides around and stops at certain places to expose himself, because there are usually people walking around, and that he enjoys the thrill of getting caught by people while recording his adult content. At the end of the day, Calvin was charged with 2 counts of operating a motor vehicle to flee or in an attempt to elude an officer, and 2 counts of lewd and lascivious behavior. A criminal complaint was later filed against him on January 24th, but it's not clear whether he's been sentenced or not. However, this next case involves an offender whose criminal history was so terrible he had to be removed from society altogether.
Prompted by an incident last year at a Plano apartment complex where he worked, authorities say they found 47 other invasive videos on his phone.
It's August 24th, 2022. Officers from the Plano Police Department, Texas, are responding to an emergency call from an apartment complex after a woman caught her maintenance technician filming her without consent. For the sake of the story, we'll call her Jennifer. And the man whose identity was later revealed was 45-year-old Darius Bradford, and he'd been in the home earlier that day to fix some damage. And according to court documents, Darian was a maintenance worker for the apartment complex in which he and Jennifer lived. His duties as a maintenance worker included the repair of air conditioning units. On multiple occasions, he entered Jennifer's apartment in response to requests for repairs to her air conditioning unit. But then Jennifer would later notice that nearly every time he visited to make repairs, Darius would leave his tool bag in the bathroom, explaining that the air conditioning motor was located there. She also noticed that he would leave his phone in the tool bag, which seemed weird because generally one would keep your phone close. On one such visit, Darius asked to borrow Jennifer's key because he didn't have a copy, and she asked him to text her when he completed the repair so she could retrieve her key from him. But instead, Darius sent her text messages asking her if she was happily married and asking how he could find a woman like you, beautiful and sweet. Jennifer wouldn't respond to the texts, but Darius kept being persistent assistant. And so on the day everything happened, on August 24th, 2022, Darius once again arrived at the apartment in response to another request to repair the air conditioning unit. Jennifer informed Darius that she needed to take a shower and get ready for work. And as he had done on previous occasions, Darius asked Jennifer if he could leave his tool bag in her bathroom. And when she went to the bathroom, Jennifer noticed a box in the tool bag, prompting her to examine the contents. And she quickly discovered that his phone was inside the box, believing it to be recording her. Scared that Darius was still in the house with her, Jennifer would pack the toolbox into a shopping bag and discreetly leave the apartment. And she would drive to the apartment management office to make a report. And after calming her down, the manager would pick up the phone, only to find out that Darius had already been remotely erasing the content on it. But fortunately, Darius wasn't fast enough, as the manager would eventually find actual videos of him setting up the camera in Jennifer's bathroom and immediately notify the Plano Police Department. Upon their arrival, the cops would also find 47 videos of other victims. Darius had discreetly recorded inside various stores and apartment complexes in the community, including one that showed the 15-year-old daughter of his ex-girlfriend. Darius' browsing history also revealed that he'd been conducting online searches for spy cameras, and after placing him under arrest, detectives found and seized additional phones and cameras that he'd used to record people without their consent. And in addition to all of that, Darius also had a large ring of keys on it, several of which were labeled as belonging to the apartment complex, and according to the property manager, he had no permission to have those keys in his possession. Like many of the other offenders, Darius was also a repeat offender. As a matter of fact, the first time he would be arrested for a similar offense was in 2008, when he spent 30 days in a Dallas County jail after recording a woman without her consent at a Ross department store. Then in 2010, Darius would be arrested again for filming another woman at the Galleria Mall, although he was never prosecuted. But he wasn't going to get away with it this time. Following his arrest, Darius was charged with burglary, enhanced to a first-degree felon, which could potentially earn him a sentence of between 5 to 99 years in prison, or even a life sentence, because according to the cops, the burglary is committed with the intent to commit a felony other than theft. Darius would eventually plead guilty to the burglary with the intent of secretly filming someone in June 2023, and after careful consideration, the jury decided to recommend the maximum penalty. This perpetrator infringed on the privacy of 23 different women on 47 different occasions by secretly recording upskirt and undressing videos. He used his job to gain access and his manipulative personality to gain their trust, definitely earning him a life sentence. Later in 2024, Darius would attempt to appeal the sentence, claiming that the charges were wrong because they provided two separate paragraphs for the jury to choose from in assessing his punishment, instead of one paragraph which increased the risk that the jury would only consider life confinement instead of the full range of punishment. He also argued that by placing the life option first, the charges unfairly drew the jury's attention to it. However, the record is clear. The trial court instructed the jury that it must decide whether to sentence appel. However, the appeal was overturned, and Darius soon found himself back behind bars, forced to finish his life sentence. This next one though is even more disturbing, since the offender would end up leaving this earth altogether.
Sir, you need to leave. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
It's January 7th, 2025, and 27-year-old Nautica Malone pulls into a Bikini Beans coffee drive-thru in Tempe, Arizona, a shop known for its bikini-clad baristas. And this time, Nautica isn't wearing pants or underwear, and judging by the grin on his face, it's pretty clear he's after something else entirely. But what he doesn't realize is that the employee talking to him had been filming the whole thing, and that single video was about to destroy his life forever. Nautica manages to escape before the cops are called, but he couldn't run away from the consequences of his actions. The following day, the video appears in a local Facebook group called Arizona Moms Helping Other Moms, with the caption, "Alright y'all, be careful. This happened while my sister was at work. She works at Bikini Bean in Tempe. This man had himself exposed as if it was okay. Like absolutely disgusting. If you see him, stay away." It was from this group that the infamous clip would then spread across several social media platforms, going mega viral and exposing Nautica as a creepy individual. Since his face was clearly shown in the video, it didn't take long for the internet to dig out his personal information, including the fact that Nautica was actually married and had a But while Nautica was getting criticized and ridiculed online, the original poster of the video would come out with a disturbing update, revealing a plot twist that no one saw coming. "So I had posted this just yesterday. We were able to get the name of the guy who did this. I had spoken with his wife to let her know the situation and that the video was going viral, and she informed me he unalived himself." According to the police report, just 24 hours after the video was online, Nautica decided that he would leave this earth with the shame of what he'd done. So he took his car to an empty parking lot, called his brother to say goodbye, and left this realm. He also left a note for his wife saying, "I apologize. I love you, Queen. I made a mistake and I don't think I'll be able to face you and the babies. I don't know why I drove through like that. My mental has been messed up. I am not a monster. Please forgive me. I apologize and I love you forever. If I'm in a critical condition, please pull the plug. To all my family and friends, I love you. And I'm sorry. I love my and family." The police would then later release the bodycam footage showing Nautica's car in the parking lot with him inside. And while everybody agreed that Nautica's death was kind of his own doing, his mom saw the situation a little differently. In a statement posted on Facebook, she would accuse the barista who recorded the video of being responsible for his son's ultimate passing, promising to fight for justice for Nautica. However, what comes next is even more unsettling, since it involved younger people.
Please, don't do this to me. Are you serious?
It's July 1st, 2021, and a woman named Sarah Moss is just relaxing on the beach with her family near the 2nd Street crossover in Georgia when she suddenly notices something strange in the distance. Sitting just a few feet away from Grace was another woman who appeared to be using certain toys in a not so appropriate manner. And just as Sarah brings out her phone to record, the woman in the distance would also start to make noises. And about 5 minutes later, she would pack up her belongings and leave the area. Grace immediately calls the police to report the incident, and it didn't take long before the 3 officers arrived at the scene, locating the woman in question sitting at a nearby restaurant, wearing a green one-piece suit and carrying a backpack. And the conversation that followed is nothing short of disturbing. After identifying her as 34-year-old Christina Rebels-Glick, the police start asking questions about the incident, and at first she seems genuinely confused about what was going on.
What were you doing on the beach? Like, prior to coming here? Prior to coming here? Were you at the beach at some point in time?
Okay, I don't understand.
The officer then informs her that she was actually reported by witnesses who saw her doing stuff on the public beach, and it's at this point that she starts to get defensive.
So apparently you're on the beach.
Who saw that?
I mean, a couple people.
No, they didn't. That's not true.
Seeing how the situation was escalating, Christina becomes visibly embarrassed and tries to play it off as a simple mistake being blown out of proportion before finally admitting that she did what she did on the beach, just not in the way she was being accused of.
It's my vibrator, but I just put it in I was sitting on the beach, and I just. Okay. Do I get a ticket?
In her defense, Christina claims that the witness couldn't have possibly seen her since she was there for only 20 seconds. She also added that the reason she decided to do that in public was because she was stressed from all the drama going on in her life. But that wouldn't stop her from getting arrested and charged with indecent exposure and disorderly conduct. As she was being placed in handcuffs, Christina would break down crying, pleading with the officers before being forced to make the walk of shame out of the restaurant. She was eventually released on bail, but while awaiting trial, Christina's story would take a much darker turn. In November of 2024, 2 years after the incident, the body cam footage of Christina's arrest would suddenly appear on the internet. On one side, there were people who outright condemned her actions, but on the flip side, a lot of people also argued that the case was taken too far, since it was just a misdemeanor. But while the debate was going on, more information started coming out about the aftermath of the arrest. It turns out that Christina actually left this earth on her own on the 31st of March 2022, after slowly spiraling into depression. However, according to her family, her death didn't have anything to do with the arrest or the consequences that followed. In an interview with Daily Mail, Christina's family revealed that she actually had a good life, drove a BMW, and lived in a nice house before her life went downhill. She also had 2 sons, a 19-year-old from one relationship and a 15-year-old from a marriage that ended in divorce in 2015. But then she started getting into trouble, went to prison in Florida, came back, and fell in with the wrong crowd. And this is when her struggle with illicit substances and alcohol started, before she eventually cut off everyone she loved. Not surprisingly, Christina also had multiple encounters with the law, even before the 2021 arrest. One was in 2018, when she was declared a fugitive from justice in Georgia, and Florida after she was accused of stealing a car. She would also get arrested on more than one occasion that same year, in addition to a citation for public drunkenness. Other court records in Georgia also reveal several civil filings against her, including charges of unpaid rent, damage to property, and stolen property. Unfortunately, her story would end in tragedy, not just because of the nature of her death, but the circumstances surrounding it. Because while Christina passed away in March 2022, her remains weren't actually discovered until about 30 days later, when her landlady visited her apartment in Georgia to demand the rent for the past month. After forcing the door open, she found Christina's body in a pool of blood and immediately called the police. The report by the police department reveals that a pistol was found lying on the master bedroom bed, and directly above the bed was a hole in the roof. The officers also found Christina's body on the opposite side of the hallway, but strangely there was a large amount of blood on the living room floor, along with 2 separate blood trails leading in both directions in the hallway. Blood was also observed in a guest bedroom, on a chair, desk, and a computer, which means that Christina didn't pass away immediately, but unfortunately was probably crawling around the house trying to get help. She was eventually transported back to her hometown, where she was cremated. This next case, however, involves the unsettling story of a public figure who took advantage of the people under her and paid dearly for it.
And said, "Can I ask you something?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Can I, in front of you in your dressing room?"
Louis C.K. is a famous comedian, known for his edgy and candid humor, mixed with constant references to intimate relations and self-pleasure. Jokes about doing stuff to oneself were extremely common in every Louis C.K. stand-up show, leading to rumors about how these comedic stories may have actually been inspired by his personal experiences.
Like, now I know when I see a guy in the West Side Highway off in plain daylight, that's not a homeless guy, that's a married man right there. He's got nowhere to go.
In one bit, he explains about not being able to find a private place in his house to do stuff without getting interrupted, so he would decide to do it in the streets where people could see him. Other times, he would call himself a prisoner of his own perversions. For many years, his fans believed that Louis couldn't possibly be as perverted as the jokes he actually told. But in November of 2017, the New York Times released an article proving that Louis was exactly the man he portrayed on stage. The story begins in 2002. Dana Min Goodman and Julia Wolof, a comedy duo from Chicago, had just landed the biggest opportunity of their career, a chance to perform at the United States Comedy Arts Festival in Aspen, Colorado, and Lewis was also at the event. And after the show was over, he would invite them to hang out in his hotel room. Considering that he was a comedian both Dana and Julia had admired for a long time, they immediately accepted the invitation without hesitation. But as soon as they sat down in his room, still dressed in their winter jackets and hats, Lewis would ask if he could take out his stuff and do stuff to him in front of them. Believing he was joking, Dana and Julia laughed it off. But then Lewis proceeded to take off all of his clothes and start doing stuff to himself. The two women claimed they were so horrified that they held onto each other, screaming and laughing in shock, before immediately exiting the room after he was done. Dana and Julia would later consider reporting Lewis to the police, but eventually decided against it since they didn't know whether his actions were criminal or not. But the most important part is that Dana and Julia aren't the only ones with this kind of story. Back in 2003, actress and comedian Abby Schachner reached out to Lewis with an invitation to one of her shows. But while they were talking on the phone, Abby claims that Lewis would slowly shift the conversation from professional to personal, telling her that he'd seen photos of her on her boyfriend's desk and showering her with compliments. But he wouldn't stop there. According to Abby, Lewis would suddenly start talking about his intimate fantasies, breathing heavily and speaking softly. And it was at that point that she realized he was doing stuff to himself on the other end of the phone. Later in 2005, Lewis would also approach another comedian named Rebecca Corey while filming a television pilot, asking if she could follow her to his dressing room so he could do stuff in front of her. Angry and completely shocked, Rebecca would obviously decline the invitation, reminding Lewis that he had a daughter and a pregnant wife at home. Stories of the incident were spread around the set in whispers, and Rebecca reported Lewis to the producers, who offered her the chance to shut down the shooting and end the show right here, but she decided not to, so the case was just swept under the rug. The New York Times article also details the story of another victim who chose to remain anonymous, this time in the late 90s, and the fifth victim, who we'll call Courtney, is working in production at the Chris Rock show where Lewis was a writer and producer. And just like he did with other women, Lewis would repeatedly ask her to watch him do stuff to himself in the office during work hours. But before these 5 women even decided to call him out, Lewis seemed to have recognized the gravity of his actions, because in 2009, 6 years after his infamous call with Abby, he would send her an apology note on Facebook saying, "Last time I talked to you ended in sordid fashion. That was a bad time in my life, and I'm sorry. I remember thinking what a repulsive person I was being by responding the way that I did." Although no screenshot of the text was provided, the New York Times confirmed it was real, and Abby would even accept the apology. Rebecca Corey would receive her own apology in 2015. It was an email from Lewis saying he owed her a very late apology. But just because he apologized privately wouldn't mean that all of the victims were willing to let it go. As soon as the article was released, Lewis' career would take a complete dive. Other comedians would start to distance themselves from him, and his new film, I Love You Daddy, would get cancelled. And Netflix would also put out a statement announcing that they would no longer be producing a second stand-up special. This was in addition to losing his deal with HBO and FX Productions. In the midst of the backlash, Lewis would release a statement through the New York Times, acknowledging that all the stories about him were actually true, while also offering his sincere apologies. "At the time, I said to myself what I did was okay, because I never showed a woman my stuff without asking first, which is also true. But what I learned later in life, too late, is that when you have the power over another person, asking them to look at stuff isn't a question. I've been remorseful of my actions, and I've tried to learn from them and run from them. Now I'm aware of the extent of the impact of my actions. I learned yesterday about the extent to which I left these women, who admired me, feeling bad about themselves and cautious around other men, who would have never put them in that position. I wish I had reacted to their admiration of me by being a good example to them as a man, and giving them some guidance as a comedian, including because I admired their work. I've spent my long and lucky career talking and saying anything I want. I will now step back and take a long time to listen." Unlike most other celebrities who got exposed during the #MeToo movement, Lewis appears to have bounced back from the whole controversy and would go on to build an even more successful career than he had before the drama. What comes next, however, is an explosive scandal involving almost every single female celebrity in Hollywood.
Hackers broke into their accounts, stole nude pictures, and then leaked them onto the internet.
It's August 31st, 2014. 36-year-old Ryan Collins is sitting in front of his computer inside his home in Lancaster, Philadelphia, staring at thousands of explicit pictures of some of the most famous celebrities in the world. Rihanna, Jennifer Lawrence, Hilary Duff, and more. This was a project he's been working on for over 2 years, and it was now time to unleash one of the biggest celebrity leaks in internet history. The story begins in 2012. Ryan, a computer technician and IT support specialist, would create fake password reset emails designed to look like it came from legitimate internet service providers, using spoofed servers like email.protection308@icloud.com and more. He would then spend the next 2 years sending these phishing emails to thousands of victims, warning them that their Apple or Google accounts had been compromised, and asking them to provide their usernames and passwords on a fake landing page, which are then forwarded to his personal database. Once he's able to log into these email and iCloud accounts, he immediately gains access to the victim's private information, which included explicit pictures and videos. Through this carefully planned scheme, Ryan managed to infiltrate 50 iCloud accounts and 72 Gmail accounts, most of which belonged to female celebrities. While Ryan's working on his own pet project, former high school teacher Christopher Brandon from Virginia was also crafting phishing emails similar to Ryan's. First, he tested out on a couple of students and teachers, and they fall for it, giving him the confidence to proceed with the plan. Phase 1. Forward the phishing email to a database of email addresses he'd acquired over the dark web. Phase 2. Correct the security questions by simply going through the social media accounts of the victims, where they've most likely mentioned the name of their first dog, their first teacher, or their first nickname. And just like that, access granted. Christopher was able to creep into the email addresses of over 200 victims using this same method, stealing private information and sensitive photographs that were never supposed to see the light of day. Then there's Edward Mayajic, the 28-year-old from Chicago with little to no professional hacking skills, who also managed to illegally infiltrate over 300 Apple iCloud and Gmail accounts using the same exact phishing method. And between April of 2013 to August of 2014, two other hackers from Chicago, 32-year-old Emilio Herrera and 26-year-old George Carafano, were also sending the same kind of phishing emails to the same demographic of female celebrities, obtaining their usernames and passwords to illegally access their iCloud and Gmail accounts. Neither of these 5 hackers ever met in real life. They never communicated, and none of them even knew the other person existed. But coincidentally, they all came up with the same plan at the same time: hack into the phones and computers of female celebrities and obtain as many explicit pictures of them as possible. The hackers also exploited a vulnerability in Apple's Find My Phone system, which allowed them to repeatedly try different passwords in a targeted brute force attack. This way, they could easily avoid triggering the security system designed to lock users out after entering multiple wrong passwords. And at this point, all the hackers were doing was stockpiling these illegally obtained pictures and videos. That was until one of them decided to take things to a whole new level. On August 26, 2014, a post appears on the 4chan's image board and an IB, which is a forum for leaked explicit content, claiming that users had obtained high-value videos and pictures. And later that day, another user on the board would announce that he was trading celebrity pictures and ripping iClouds. This was basically a dog whistle for anyone interested in buying these hacked photographs. But while this user was cashing in on his loot, one of the other hackers would decide to post it for free. On August 31st, a 4chan user would release explicit photographs of over 100 female celebrities on the forum. This included big names like Jennifer Lawrence, Kate Upton, Rihanna, Kim Kardashian, Selena Gomez, Vanessa Hudgens, and Victoria Justice. And a few hours later, Jennifer Lawrence and Kate Upton's private pictures would appear in their individual subreddits, while Kirsten Dunst was posted in the r/celebrity subreddit, to which a user named Exilion Mean Street then comments saying, "I have dubbed this leak the Fappening." Not long after, a redditor named John SmackJohn would create a subreddit for the leak, asking members to submit any of the pictures found in the wild. The subreddit The Fappening would end up gaining over 50,000 members within the first 10 hours, making it the fastest growing subreddit at the time. A group of 4chan users also launched the hashtag Leak4JLaw on Twitter, encouraging female users to post topless pictures of themselves in solidarity with Jennifer Lawrence. And surprisingly, some internet users actually fell for it. On the other hand, the reaction from the celebrities was varied. While some came out to condemn the incident, others actually completely denied the authenticity of the pictures being shared. Jennifer Lawrence would issue a statement through her spokesperson, calling the leak a flagrant violation of privacy and threatening to prosecute anyone who spreads the images online. Her lawyers would also send letters to several adult sites, demanding that they take down the pictures or face legal consequences. Reacting to her own leaks, Mary Winstead would post 2 tweets, blaming both the hackers responsible for stealing the pictures and the people distributing them on the internet. "To those of you looking at the pictures I took with my husband years ago in the privacy of our home, hope you feel great about yourselves. Knowing those pictures were deleted long ago, I can only imagine the creepy effort that went into this. Feeling for everyone who got hacked." Olympic gymnast Michaela Maroney also posted a tweet claiming that any leaked pictures of them were fake. But following the day, her lawyer would put out a statement confirming that not only were the leaks real, but they were actually taken when she wasn't 18 yet, meaning anyone who downloaded the pictures had just committed a felony. After seeing the amount of negative attention the subreddit was receiving online, members decided to donate to the Prostate Cancer Foundation as a token of gratitude to Jennifer Lawrence, since the actress had donated to prostate cancer research in the past. And in just 24 hours, the subreddit The Fappening would become the top donor of the foundation, and even the Prostate Cancer Foundation would release an official statement on September 2nd saying, "A Reddit user directed other Reddit users to make a donation to the Prostate Cancer Foundation without the foundation's knowledge. We would never condone raising funds for cancer research in this manner. Out of respect for everyone involved and in keeping with our own standards, we are returning all donations that resulted from this post." They also tried to donate to water.org, an organization dedicated to providing aid to developing countries with poor access to safe drinking water and sanitation. But a Business Insider report on September 3rd would reveal that water.org also shut down the charity page so the Redditors couldn't donate. And about a week after the Fappening was created, Reddit would finally decide to ban it after the pressure from the public, which immediately resulted in a massive backlash from users, forcing Reddit admin Alien to release a long statement on r/announcements, explaining the rationale behind the ban. "A very scummy thing happened this past Sunday. A number of very private and personal photos were stolen and spread across the internet. The fact that these photos belong to celebrities increased the interest in them by orders of magnitude, but that in no way means that they were any less harmful or deplorable. If the same thing happened to anyone you hold dear, it would make you sick to your stomach with grief and anger. When the photos went out, they inevitably got linked to on Reddit. As more people became aware of them, we started getting a huge amount of traffic, which broke the site in several ways. The same afternoon, we held an internal emergency meeting to figure out what we were going to do about the situation. Things were going pretty crazy in the moment, with many folks out for the weekend and the site struggling to stay afloat. We had some immediate issues we had to address. First, the amount of traffic hitting this content was breaking the site in various ways. Second, we were already getting DMCA and takedown notices by the owners of these photos. Third, if we were to remove anything on the site, whether it be for technical, legal, or ethical obligations, it would likely result in a backlash where things kept getting posted over and over again, thwarting our efforts and possibly making the situation worse. Alien also revealed that the traffic on r/fappening was so overwhelming he had to break the subreddit a few times to prevent the site from total collapse, leading to the creation of more splinter subreddits. But when they found out that some of the pictures showed of Michaela Maroni when she was not of age, they had no choice but to bring down the entire subreddit. But while all of this was happening, some 4chan users would start spreading the rumors that a software engineer named Brian Hamade was the hacker behind the leak after he tried to sell pictures of Jennifer Lawrence for $100 in Bitcoin. Brian had previously claimed that he was in possession of 13 pictures of Jennifer, 4 of which were explicit in nature. But after realizing how much trouble he'd gotten himself into, he immediately backtracked, revealing that he was only trying to make a quick buck off the controversy and that the pictures he was trying to sell weren't real. As for the actual hackers, the FBI would immediately kickstart an investigation into the leak. And since most of the pictures were taken from the victims' iCloud accounts, Apple would also announce that it had been investigating whether there was an actual security breach of the iCloud service or if it was simply a phishing campaign. And Apple would later come out with a statement saying, after more than 40 hours of investigation, discovered that certain celebrity accounts were compromised by a very targeted attack on usernames, passwords, and security questions. None of the cases we've investigated has resulted from any breach in any of the Apple systems, including iCloud or Find My iPhone. By October 2014, the FBI was able to crack the source of the hacking attack to an IP address linked to Emilio Herrera's home in Chicago. He was the first of the 5 hackers to be arrested, and it would take another 2 years before the rest were found. March 15, 2016, Ryan Collins is arrested in his home in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The following day, he agrees to plead guilty to 1 count of unauthorized access to a protected computer to obtain information. Although he's been charged in Los Angeles, the parties involved in the case would agree to transfer the case to Harrisburg in the Middle District of Pennsylvania for his guilty plea and sentencing. But even though court documents showed that investigators couldn't uncover any evidence linking Ryan to any actual leaks or that he shared or uploaded information he obtained, he was still sentenced to 18 months in prison in October of 2016. Then there's Edward, who also pleaded guilty to a felony violation to the Computer Fraud Act in August of 2016. And although Edward was also charged in Los Angeles, his case would be transferred to the Northern District of Illinois. On January 24, 2017, he would receive a sentence of 9 months in prison, in addition to a $5,700 restitution to cover the therapy services of one of his victims. Emilio Herrera would also plead guilty to the same charges in October 2017, although he never leaked or shared any of the pictures and videos he obtained. A bit less than a year later, Emilio was sentenced to 16 months in prison, with George Garofano also entering a guilty plea deal the following month. He was sentenced to 8 months in prison in August 2018. By October, Christopher Brannon would become the 5th and final suspect to be convicted in relation to the fappening incident. And just like the others, Christopher pleaded guilty to aggravated identity theft and unauthorized access to over 200 protected computers, which included his celebrity victims, his sister-in-law, who wasn't of age, teachers, and students at the school where he previously worked for before he was exposed. And he was sentenced to 34 months in prison. But as horrifying as this was, the next one is even more unsettling since the victims weren't of age at all.
The sole motivation was to inflict pain on another, and the journey to that. It was all about the complete and total power and control over another person.
Born in Manchester, England, to an upper middle-class family, Matthew Falder enjoyed a privileged upbringing in the small town of Knutsford, Cheshire. As a child, he was considered exceptionally brilliant and would go on to obtain both master's and doctoral degrees in seismic oceanography at the University of Cambridge. He was well-liked, extroverted, and generally considered a good person. But behind this mask, Matthew was hiding a secret that would eventually earn him the title the most prolific offender in Britain. It's 2007, Cambridge University. Matthew begins a streak of criminal activities by setting up secret cameras in the bathroom he shared with his fellow students, recording their vulnerable moments without their consent. Although Matthew didn't get caught at the time, he would decide to confess this crime to one of the female housemates. But instead of reporting him to the authorities, she simply laughed it off, indirectly giving him the confidence to take his depraved actions even further. And so later in 2009, Matthew would begin posing as a female artist called Liz on Facebook and Gumtree, targeting young people, advertising babysitting and pet sitting services. And he would offer these innocent people advertising their services up to £4,000 for their explicit pictures, claiming that it was part of his therapy to sketch people in charcoal. But as soon as he had those pictures, Matthew would start blackmailing these victims, forcing them to film themselves doing the most humiliating tasks imaginable, while threatening to send the pictures to their friends and families if they refused. One of these victims was just at the time, and they would end up sending 200 pictures out of fear that he was going to send them to her mother if she didn't comply. Matthew would also infiltrate online spaces dedicated to younger people suffering from eating disorders, posing as a teenage girl, and he actually tricked a vulnerable 15-year-old into becoming his girlfriend. Later, in a disturbing confession he posted, Matthew would describe how badly he planned to hurt the girl, saying, "I'm thinking of just betraying her as harshly as I can to see how much I can mentally mess her up. I think there's even a bit of chance of her leaving this earth." Matthew's plan was to be as cruel as possible, pushing his victim to the brink of mental collapse collapsed. It got so bad that 4 of the people he talked to tried to self-check out, including a girl in foster care who was told her disabled brother would be taken away from her if she didn't keep sending him pictures. One time Matthew even forced her to pose with a sign that said, "I look after my disabled brother and I'm now being forced to do other stuff." Other victims were forced to record themselves licking the floors of public bathrooms, drinking toilet water, eating sanitary products, or whatever sadistic demands Matthew wanted. And whenever any of the victims threatened to leave this earth, Matthew would inform them that he would simply release all of their explicit images all over the internet. He would also upload this kind of stuff on hardcore websites, a forum for other people like himself. And Matthew was so prolific on the site that he even earned a VIP status due to the sheer amount of content he distributed under the username 66devil and Evil Mind. Aside from the pictures and videos he received from his own victims, Matthew would also post disturbing images of smaller humans being tortured, and in one instance he would pressure one of his victims into doing non-consensual and inappropriate things to a 2-year-old. He also shared a tutorial video on how to engage in inappropriate relations with these protected groups, as well as step-by-step instructions on how to do other disturbing things. Another disturbing post from Matthew contains a story about how he met one of his blackmail victims for intimacy in a remote location and told the person to tie themselves to a tree, lock the bindings, and throw away the key to ensure that they would pass away in a painful death. He also suggested a twisted game in which a curling iron would be used and only turned off if they answered a question correctly. Matthew managed to stay under the radar for many years, and he would constantly taunt his victims about how he would never be exposed, thanks to his encrypted email addresses based in Russia, sophisticated Tor software which rendered his internet traffic completely anonymous, allowing him to access the dark web freely. But his downfall would begin in April of 2015, where he made a post on a forum asking for ideas on how to hurt his daughter during a period he described as Hell Week. This post alone would trigger an international manhunt involving several agencies like the National Crime Agency, the US Department of Homeland Security, Europol, Australian Federal Police, New Zealand Police, and the Israeli Police. And the intelligence gathered by these agencies would eventually lead to a flat in Birmingham where Fowler lived alone. To confirm he was really the one behind the accounts, undercover cops followed him around, recording him with secret cameras and gathering even more evidence. And then on July 21st, 2017, NCA officers raided his office at the Birmingham University where he worked as a researcher and lecturer, and placed him under arrest for the harassment and exploitation of several individuals through intimidation and manipulation. Matthew would try to act confused as the investigators interrogated him, as he genuinely believed he would never be caught.
The offences that I've arrested you on suspicion of being involved in were blackmail, causing or inciting to engage in activity, possessing indecent images of...
Sounds like the rap sheet from hell.
After executing a search warrant at his apartment, the officers seized all of his devices, where they found details of between 45 to 200 victims, many of whom weren't adults, and all of whom had been practically enslaved to him for years.
You sent pictures of your blackmail victims to the parents?
It took over 30 minutes to read out all of his charges at the Birmingham Crown Court, which even he described as a rap sheet from hell. Fast forward to October 16, 2017, and Matthew would plead guilty to 137 offenses committed against 46 victims. And by February of 2018, he was finally sentenced to 32 years in prison, in addition to 6 years on an extended license after his release. While speaking to the press after Matthew's conviction, Matt Sutton, one of the officers in charge of the investigation, would make this remark, saying, "In more than 30 years of law enforcement, I've never come across an offender whose sole motivation was to inflict such profound anguish and pain. Matthew Fowler reveled in it. I've also never known such an extremely complex investigation with an offender who was technologically savvy and was able to stay hidden in the darkest recesses of the dark web. This investigation represents a watershed moment. Fowler is not alone, so we will continue to develop and deliver our capabilities nationally for the whole law enforcement system to stop offenders like him from wrecking innocent lives." Birmingham University would also later release a statement denouncing Matthew, while Cambridge University announced they were considering revoking his master's and doctorate degrees. As for the victims, they were never publicly identified, although many of them spoke to the media about how their experience with Matthew had completely damaged their lives in ways that cannot be reversed. "It was really hard. I didn't want to go to school then. I didn't want to stay at home because they knew where I lived. At school I wasn't talking to my friends or thinking about what they were saying. I was just checking my phone to see if there was another message. I couldn't concentrate on anything. I couldn't talk to my family because I felt ashamed of what I was doing. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to go out with my friends because he might be there. I didn't feel safe anywhere. Even if he was standing next to me in the street, I wouldn't recognize him. That's what was scary, not knowing who it was or when they might get bored, and send pictures to all of my friends anyway." But even after he was locked behind bars, Matthew kept fighting to reduce the sentence, and surprisingly, he succeeded. On October 16, 2018, the Court of Appeal reduced the sentence to 25 years and an extended license of 8 years. But what comes next is a case so horrifying, it shook an entire country to its core.
They call everything or data and equate the people who feed them their as heroes.
It's July 2019. Two student journalists, Won Eun-ji and Park Ji-han, are working on a school project for the Korea Internet Journalism Contest, an annual event organized by the Korean Press Foundation to test the investigative skills of young journalists by undertaking projects focused on social issues. Under the codename Team Flame, the two decide to investigate the rising spy cam epidemic in South Korea, where women of all ages had their privacy violated by people who plant hidden cameras in public bathrooms, motels, and changing rooms, filming these women without their consent. What they didn't know, however, was that they were about to uncover one of the most disturbing cases of exploitation in the history of South Korea, all taking place on a platform known as the Nth Room.
We found the Nth Room through AV Snoop on Google. It was a blog run by a user called Watchman, where we found the link to the Gotham Room.
It all starts in February of 2019, when two friends, 24-year-old Moon Young-hook, a student of architecture at Hankyoung University in Ansong, who also goes by God, and 25-year-old An Sin-jing, create 8 Telegram rooms of horror known as the Nth Room, where younger people were being tortured and taken advantage of to entertain the members. Each room contained 3 to 4 victims, and between 300 to 700 members, each of whom had paid God an access fee of 10,000 won, which is about $6. To locate new victims, God scoured several social media platforms, specifically Twitter, where many of his potential targets often posted explicit pictures of themselves or specific body parts without showing their face. He would then send them a DM saying, "Hey, I think your picture was uploaded on this site, you should report it." But once the victim clicked on this malicious link, it would open a pop-up window where they would be required to enter their Twitter username and password along with some other private information, which would then be forwarded to God. Once this was done, God would then proceed to the second phase of the operation, telling the girls that he's actually a police officer, investigating them for sharing illegal content, since those kinds of pictures are practically illegal in South Korea. However, if the victims wanted to stop the investigation, all they had to do was send him more explicit pictures of themselves, but with their face showing along with other private information. At this point, many of them would refuse to comply, and in response, God would threaten to release the explicit pictures on the internet and forward them to their friends, families, and employers, all of whom he'd now identified after getting access to their social media profiles. Out of fear of public shame, most of the girls would then comply, and from that moment on, they would become his slaves, each assigned to a specific group where they would be subject to every horror imaginable by both God and the members of this community. Around the same period, another 38-year-old man known as Junmo or Watchman also created a Telegram chat room known as Gotham. This was sort of a marketplace where operators of online torture chambers like the Nth Room could advertise their communities. And with over 4,000 members, the Gotham Room had everything from explicit content involving younger people to recordings of forced intimacy and even content involving women being maltreated, although no content was uploaded in the Gotham Room itself. It was here that most of the Nth Room members discovered the community. Once inside, the paying members could force the victims to perform any disturbing tasks they desired, from doing stuff to themselves while looking into the camera to drinking from the toilet in the men's room. For an extra fee, God would also give out the addresses of these girls so the Nth Room members could visit them in real life and do stuff to them, often recording the whole thing so they could post it on the platform again. But by July of 2019, information about the Nth Room would start leaking to the public, leading to the investigation by the team of student journalists I mentioned earlier. Working hand in hand with the Hankyoreh, one of the largest newspapers in Korea, Team Flame infiltrated the Nth Rooms, witnessing firsthand the horrific treatment the victims were being subjected to, and immediately reporting the group to Telegram. But once God actually found out that the chat had been infiltrated, he would instantly shut it down moving the members and victims to a new room where the torture could then continue. And God seemed unstoppable, especially since none of the victims were willing to come forward out of fear that he would release their humiliating private videos to the public. But this wouldn't last forever. On August 2019, God would make a post in the Gotham Room containing 2 major announcements that completely changed the course of the story. The first one was that all the 8 rooms were now free to access, as God was no longer interested in the 10,000 won fee. And secondly, he would be retiring soon and shutting down all the rooms, except for one which would be handed over to one of the Nth Room operators named Kelly. And then God mysteriously just disappeared. Kelly would try to keep the community alive, but by September 2019, the police actually finally caught up with him, and a quick search of his computer revealed nearly 10,000 pieces of illegal explicit content, many of which included younger people. And Kelly also made over $20,000 from selling 2,500 images. However, the shocking part of the story was that Kelly was sentenced to just 1 year in jail, in addition to hours of offender training and a 3-year ban from public employment. The police claimed that the reason he received such a light sentence was that he cooperated with them, revealing vital information about the inner workings of the Nth Room. And with Kelly out of the picture, the Watchman also decided to shut down the Gotham Room altogether. But it didn't take long for the police to identify and arrest him as well. His trial began in October 2019, when he was charged with operating an illegal site and distributing over 10,000 pieces of illegal explicit material. At first, the prosecution demanded a sentence of 3 years and 6 months in prison, but with the level of public outrage surrounding the case, they would eventually increase the recommended sentence to 10 years and 6 months. And fast forward to November 16, 2020, and Watchman would be sentenced to 7 years in prison, in addition to 120 hours of intimate violent treatment programs and a 10-year ban from working in facilities related to younger people and disabled individuals. But he actually didn't go down without a fight. Watchman actually filed for an appeal on the ground of factual error and unfair sentence. But despite that, his sentence would be upheld. As for God himself, he would stay under the radar for a while, until May 9th, 2020, when he would be finally caught. For privacy reasons, the police actually decided to not reveal his identity to the public. But after a petition demanding his public shaming gained over 2 million signatures, they had no choice but to unmask the real face behind God, identifying him as Moon Young-wook. For those who knew him personally, this revelation was extremely shocking, as they described him as a very quiet student who was almost an outsider because he didn't participate in any extracurricular activities and didn't have any close friends. But while God was gone from the internet in August 2019, another degenerate individual would be inspired to continue his legacy, creating a whole new Telegram chat room that completely surpassed the Nth both in cruelty and fame.
So other very extremely graphic videos which really took away the dignity of human life.
It begins in July 2019, a month before God shut down the NTH room. 25-year-old Cho Ji-bin had been lurking within the Telegram chat rooms for months, fascinated by God's horrific treatment of his victims. On the outside, Cho Ji-bin was considered a well-adjusted individual who served in the military, volunteered at a rehabilitation center for disabled smaller humans, and was always trying to give back to the community. But on the side, he was a sadistic psychopath, dreaming of wielding the same power God had on his victims. But while God was wholly motivated by the sick pleasure he received from the torture and humiliation, Cho Ji-bin knew he could make a lot of money from selling the type of content God forced his victims to make. So he decided to create his own Telegram chat rooms called the Doctor's Room. To gather his own set of victims, Cho Ji-bin would post high-value part-time job ads on Twitter, targeting vulnerable teenagers and young adults going through financial struggles. But before they could apply to the job, Cho Ji-bin would ask the victims for their resident registration card, account number, and contact information. This would then be used to gather every other information Cho Ji-bin could use to blackmail his victims: personal addresses, names, and phone numbers of their friends and families, and even details about their school or jobs. The next phase would be introducing the victim to Foxspam, a fake online persona Cho Ji-bin created to initiate the applicants into the exploitation process. He would start with a simple request, asking them to send 5 pictures of their body with their face shown and 10 photos if they don't want to show their face. At this point, the applicants aren't yet victims. So to convince them to send explicit pictures, Cho Ji-bin would offer them 1.6 million won, or about $1,600, which he claims he would immediately deposit into their bank account as soon as they sent the pictures. But he wouldn't stop there. After receiving these kinds of pictures, Cho Ji-bin would begin to demand more and more from the victims, asking them to take pictures in seductive poses, turn their eyes to the back of their heads, or in some extreme cases, he would even go as far as forcing them to drink toilet water, take pictures of themselves urinating, or do stuff like lick the toilet drain. And because he had so much information about them and could simply send all of these pictures to their families and friends, for example, he was able to pressure his victims even more. For example, he was able to convince them into writing the word slave on their bodies permanently, without a pen, if you get what I'm saying, as a mark of their ownership. And again, when any of the victims refused, he would simply threaten to expose the explicit and degrading content to their families. Many of the victims were too scared to leave, but for those who deleted their accounts and attempted to disappear from his radar, the consequences were even more severe, as Cho Ji-bin would then release their location to his 3 rooms, encouraging his members to locate the victims and commit mass violence on them. Because many of the victims were now involved in what was basically commercial intimacy, which is illegal in Korea, they couldn't simply go to the authorities for help either. And in the words of one of those victims, "I can't talk, even if I go to the police station. I've never been investigated, but I don't know where to start and how to speak. That kind of part-time job is not a legal job, so I'm afraid of that too. I can't catch the culprit, and I think it will be only more popular because the work gets bigger." Cho Ji-bin would end up accumulating a list of 74 victims. 16 of them weren't even adults, but were all still convinced to make all kinds of degrading content for the pleasure of his community. The price of joining the Doctor's Room wasn't cheap either, as some rooms would cost up to 1 million won, or $845, eventually rising to 1.5 million won, or $1,200 in November of 2019, as the demand for this kind of content continued to increase. By the time Cho Ji-bin would be exposed, the Doctor's Room had a combined total of 15,000 paying members, all managed by 13 different operators. However, his reign of terror would eventually come to an end in March of 2020, when the Korean police finally located the man behind the infamous Doctor's Room, and after searching his apartment, investigators found around $106,000, which he earned from trading these extremely disturbing videos. He was immediately placed under arrest, bringing an end to this once and for all. At first, the plan was to actually keep his identity hidden from the public, but after over 2.6 million people signed a petition for him to be named and shamed, the Doctor would finally be brought out on March 23rd, where he would utter a very chilling statement, thanking the police for putting a break to the life of a devil that couldn't be stopped. On November 20th, 2020, Cho Ji-bin was sentenced to 40 years in prison for violating laws protecting smaller humans from exploitation and operating a criminal ring to profit from producing and selling videos depicting violence against women and people not of age. But the story simply doesn't end here either. In October of 2022, Cho Ji-bin would be indicated again with charges of exploiting a younger person and forcing her to film it. Cho Ji-bin would actually deny these allegations, claiming that he and the victim were in a relationship at the time, but the court simply wouldn't buy it. And after this new case concluded in June of 2025, Cho Ji-bin would end up walking back to prison with an extra 5 years added to his sentence. Now let's talk about crimes that happen on reality TV. Cheaters is a reality TV show built on confrontation. Each episode promises explosive revelations, emotional breakdowns, and sometimes violence. Hosted by Joey Greco, the show thrives on exposing infidelity and capturing raw, unpredictable reactions. In the mid-2000s, during one particularly tense episode, the conflict crossed a dangerous line, one that shook the viewer's very foundation and raised serious questions about the price of reality TV drama. It begins with a pregnant 21-year-old woman named Renee Trudgett, who was weighed down by growing suspicion after boyfriend Mitchell Goldstein started staying out late, insisting he was working overtime to support their future. But the extra financial support Mitchell promised never materialized, and his explanations felt increasingly empty. Their relationship grew strained, especially after Renee discovered she was pregnant, and Mitchell urging her to end it, insisting they weren't ready to raise it. But Renee refused, and that single divide deepened into resentment, and their arguments became more volatile with each passing week. And as the tension mounted, Renee found herself increasingly isolated, and so desperate for answers, Renee turned to Cheaters for help. For 12 days, Cheaters investigators closely monitored Mitchell's movements. The first 2 days were uneventful, but on day 3, they finally caught sight of him leaving his home, and the team observed him speaking on his cell phone as they followed at a safe distance to not draw any attention. And then Mitchell made an unexpected stop at an unknown address. Within minutes, a woman appeared, later identified as Cassandra Terrazas. Mitchell opened the passenger door for her, and together they drove to a nearby restaurant, and the two of them walked hand in hand into the establishment, really more than friends. Investigators kept their focus, aware that the case was heating up. Mitchell would then completely disappear from home for the next couple of days. That was until day 7, when he was seen again at Cassandra's home, and the two again left together, heading out for the evening. The cameras tracked them to a local sports bar, where they spent the evening together before leaving side by side. By day 12, Cheaters had pinpointed Mitchell's whereabouts once more. He'd returned to Cassandra's house, where they spent uninterrupted time together before leaving for a ride. And throughout the whole investigation, recorded phone calls revealed Mitchell's deceptive behavior, as it appears he was playing games with both women involved. With the evidence mounting, Cheaters prepared to end the charade and confront Mitchell, bringing the truth directly to Renee. The confrontation was set to take place on a boat, anchored on a quiet lake. Joey Greco and the crew navigated the waters, closing in on Mitchell and Cassandra. And when the confrontation unfolded, Mitchell actually denied any wrongdoing, insisting that Cassandra was his girl and that she makes me happy, just for right now. However, Cassandra was also confronted and asked if she knew Mitchell had a girlfriend, and she claimed she didn't. And despite his denials, Renee had video evidence, a clear, undeniable proof of Mitchell's secret relationship. And of course, the tension continued to escalate. Mitchell refused to accept responsibility for Renee or their unborn child, and his defensiveness and anger grew volatile as he repeatedly demanded that everyone get off his boat. And suddenly, Mitchell pulled out a knife and decided to stab Joey Greco, the host of the show, who'd stepped in during the heated confrontation. Crew members quickly sprang into action, rushing to restrain Mitchell and rescue Joey, who sustained a 3-inch stab wound to his lower left abdomen. And once they managed to get Mitchell under control, the crew immediately called for emergency assistance. And paramedics fortunately arrived to the scene rather quickly, administering first aid to Joey before rushing him to a nearby hospital. His injuries were serious, but not life-threatening, and he was stabilized after emergency treatment. This violent episode sparked intense debate about the ethics and safety of reality TV. Mitchell Goldstein was arrested and charged, brought to Rowlett police station, and spending time behind bars for his role in the stabbing. For Renee and Joey, the ordeal left lasting scars. But while many viewers were relieved the host survived, others sensed something was off. A nagging suspicion that the episode wasn't what it seemed. And that doubt caught the attention of Matt Meager, the chief investigative correspondent for the famous news magazine program Inside Edition, who launched a deep dive into the incident. He reached out directly to one of the women involved in the episode, securing an interview that would become the first time she publicly revealed the truth about what really happened. So none of it was true? Matt asked Cassandra Terrazas. No, she replied. Cassandra, who turned out to be a Dallas hotel receptionist, revealed she was simply paid $350 to play the role of a woman caught in an affair, and the entire situation was actually staged at a Dallas lake, where boats were rented to create the illusion of an unexpected confrontation. But while the episode shows the police arresting Mitchell after Joey was attacked, authorities in Texas later confirmed that no arrests were made for such a crime during that period. And Cassandra even admitted that the ambulance was rented and that the blood was fake, and even the moment of someone falling off the boat was planned. You're positive he wasn't stabbed? Absolutely, he wasn't harmed at all. Matt then took the story further, questioning Joey Greco and Bobby Goldstein, an executive producer for the show. And while Joey declined to confirm any key details, Bobby maintained that the episode was 100% real. And so this episode kind of blurred truth and fiction with stage drama. But this next show truly showed something far more personal and brutal.
Across just 7 short years, her life would fall apart in real time.
Tanya Kooley first appeared on television in 2002 as a cast member of The Real World Chicago, and by 2009 she was a regular competitor on the Challenge franchise, known for her parties she threw and her openness about her struggle with substance abuse. But while filming in Phuket, Thailand, Tanya had an experience that completely changed the trajectory of her life. But it wasn't until nearly 4 years later, actually, in October of 2011, that the full story came to light with the filing of a lawsuit. By then, most viewers had already forgotten the season of Challenge, but Tanya hadn't. According to her complaint, what happened in that house wasn't just reality show chaos. It was something far more unsettling. She described an environment where alcohol flowed endlessly, not as courtesy, but as a tactic. Cast members drank because producers encouraged it, and so nights blurred into early mornings. And since arguments and hookups made good television, the cameras, of course, never stopped rolling either. Tonya said that on one of those nights, after hours of drinking, she suddenly blacked out, completely unconscious and unaware of what was happening around her. And while she was on the floor, two male cast members, Kenneth Santucci and Evan Starkman, took another contestant's toothbrush, and the item was used to invade her, rubbing the toothbrush against certain parts, and even went further. She wasn't awake at the moment, which meant she couldn't consent, but what she described happened next was even more disturbing. Tonya claimed that the unwanted physical contact was so severe that she woke up the following morning with pain and visible lacerations in her areas. She also claimed that production was not only aware of what happened, but they actually intervened in the worst way possible by simply quietly removing the toothbrush and replacing it with a new one to eliminate evidence, to keep the show running smoothly. For days, she didn't actually know what happened while she was unconscious, so she continued filming and interacting with the same cast members, joking on camera and following orders from production. It wasn't until another female cast member pulled her aside and told her the truth. From that moment on, Tonya said she felt betrayed, not only by the people she lived with, but by the entire machine behind the show. The environment she trusted had become something, and the blurred chaos of reality TV had now crossed into criminal territory. But her lawsuit wasn't actually just about what happened that night. It was about the entire culture that allowed it, the silence and the alcohol, and the producers who allegedly protected the show at the expense of a cast member's safety. And for Tonya, this was only the beginning of a long and painful attempt to reclaim what was taken from her. In her complaint, Tonya accused the production company Bunham/Murray Productions and parent company MTV Viacom of intimate violation, negligence, and wrongful termination. She argued that female contestants on the show were regularly stripped of their swimsuits, and male cast members were encouraged to touch women in intimate areas. The producers, however, rejected the claims, stating that Tonya's statements were completely baseless, and they basically just told Tonya to just deal with it when it was brought to their attention during the show. Over the next year, both sides disputed the fine details. Tonya's legal papers detailed the harsh conditions for alcohol consumption, long nights, and intoxication, and the absence of protective oversight. And also an academic analysis of the case noted that the contract given to the participants allowed for the relinquishment of certain rights, but it didn't absolve the production of the duty of care. And so in October of 2012, the lawsuit was settled out of court, but the exact terms, of course, remained undisclosed. But while for Tonya this case was closed, the impact it had went far beyond a private settlement. The reaction by the media was actually immediate, and the entertainment industry also took note, and so they introduced new alcohol policies on sets, and psychological screenings also became more common. This next case, however, turned a secret crush reveal into something fatal.
Man, my sister has a good discount, man.
It's the 1990s, and daytime talk shows are built on spectacles, secrets, and confessions, and especially confrontations filled television screens across America. And it was around this period that the Jenny Jones Show would go from light daytime talk show about cooking, fashion, and celebrity gossip to talking about more sensational topics, such as secret crushes and emotional betrayals, something that kept audiences glued to their screens. But one episode of the Jenny Jones Show would turn that formula into tragedy. In March of 1995, an episode of the show was released titled Same Secret Crushes. The premise was easy to understand. Unsuspecting guests would be brought on stage to hear that someone they knew, a friend, a neighbor, or even a co-worker, secretly had romantic feelings for them. And among the guests was 32-year-old Scott Amador from Michigan. Friends described him as outgoing and kind-hearted, someone who didn't mind being the center of attention. Scott also had a playful sense of humor and was open about his sexuality. And through mutual friends, he'd met Jonathan Schmitz, a 24-year-old acquaintance who was polite, soft-spoken, and by all accounts, straight. But despite that fact, Scott developed a harmless crush on Jonathan and confided this to a mutual friend, Donna Riley. And when producers from the Jenny Jones Show learned about that, they decided to call Scott with an offer. He could reveal his secret crush on national television, and the producers promised that it would be a lighthearted surprise. And so Scott agreed. But when the show actually contacted Jonathan, they carefully avoided telling him the full truth. Instead, they just told him someone he knew had a crush on him. So naturally, Jonathan assumed it was a woman, and so he agreed to appear, unaware of the setup waiting for him. And so on March 6, 1995, the taping began in Chicago. The studio was bright and loud and filled with an audience ready to react. Scott sat on stage next to Donna, laughing nervously, and when Jenny asked him to describe his crush, Scott grinned and called him a tiny little cute thing, drawing laughter from the crowd.
Oh, he's just a tiny little cute thing. He's gorgeous.
Moments later, Jonathan was then brought on stage. At first, he smiled, expecting a flirtatious surprise, but then he suddenly saw Scott, and the confusion on his face was immediate, followed by embarrassment. The audience laughed louder, while Jenny teased him, asking if he was surprised, but Jonathan tried to stay composed and replied that he was actually heterosexual.
Well, you know, it's flattering, but I am definitely heterosexual.
The segment moved on, but Jonathan's discomfort was still visible, and after the taping, all three, Scott, Jonathan, and Donna, returned to Michigan. Back there, Jonathan then told friends and acquaintances that he was quite embarrassed and humiliated by the experience, and had developed a drinking problem because of that. Now, the episode was scheduled to air later that month, but just 3 days later, on March 9th, 1995, the story took a deadly turn. That morning, Jonathan found a suggestive note on his front door from Scott, and so he decided to drive to his local bank, withdraw money from his savings, and purchase a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, plus some ammunition. After that, he drove to Scott's home, and when Scott opened the door, Jonathan confronted him about the note he'd left earlier. But instead of responding defensively, Scott simply smiled, unaware of the anger beneath Jonathan's calm tone. Jonathan said he needed to step outside to turn off his car, but that wasn't the real reason. In reality, he walked back to his vehicle, retrieved the 12-gauge shotgun he'd purchased, and returned to the trailer. And moments later, he raised the gun and fired twice. Scott Amador was struck in the chest and died almost immediately. Jonathan then immediately drove away from the scene, but later called 911 to report himself, telling the operator the murder sent shockwaves across the country. The actual episode hadn't been aired yet, but news of the killing spread quickly, and footage from the taping was soon released as evidence, giving the public a glimpse of humiliation that preceded the tragedy. In 1996, the case then went to trial, and defense attorneys argued that Jonathan Schmitz had been provoked, manipulated by producers who knew his mental state was fragile, especially since he'd been diagnosed with manic depression and was taking prescribed medication. They claimed that the surprise reveal, combined with nationwide embarrassment, pushed him into a psychological breakdown, but the prosecutors countered that the killing wasn't an impulsive act, but a calculated one. Jonathan had taken out cash, purchased a shotgun, and driven directly to confront Scott, and so these deliberate choices demonstrated premeditation. At the end of the trial, the jury ultimately sided with the prosecution, and so Jonathan Schmitz was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 25 to 50 years in prison. Now, Scott Amador's family, overwhelmed by grief, later filed a civil lawsuit against the Jenny Jones show, its producers, and parent company Warner Bros. They accused the network of negligence, arguing that the Amber-style setup created a foreseeable risk of emotional harm and tragedy. And in 1999, a Michigan jury agreed and awarded $25 million in damages to the Amador family, but that decision was later actually overturned on appeal, as the court ruled that the show couldn't have foreseen Jonathan's violent reaction, and that holding producers legally responsible for a guest criminal act would set a dangerous precedent for the media. But despite that, in the years that followed, talk shows quietly changed their practices. Psychological screenings became more common, and surprise segments were limited or heavily supervised. For Jonathan himself, he served 22 years in prison before being released on parole in 2017, and has lived a private life ever since, and he hasn't spoken publicly about the case. As for the Jenny Jones show, it continued airing for several more years, but never actually escaped the shadow of Scott Amador's death. Jenny herself expressed sympathy but denied responsibility, saying that the tragedy was fundamentally wrong and it was unfair to blame the show itself. This next story, however, is about a tragic romance gone horribly wrong.
What he has done to Jasmine is unspeakable.
It begins with a 28-year-old model named Jasmine Fior, known for her work in promotional events and fitness competitions. Jasmine traveled constantly and kept a tight circle of friends, and for those who knew her, described her as someone approachable and sincere, in a way that stood out in an industry built on appearances rather than authenticity. Ryan Jenkins was a contestant on Megan Once a Millionaire, an American reality TV series on VH1, where Megan Hauserman had 17 wealthy single men to compete for her. Charming and confident, Ryan sought fame and was determined to stand out among the other contestants, and he actually also made it all the way to finals. After the show wrapped up, Ryan's path crossed with Jasmine in Las Vegas. Their connection was instant, and just 2 days later, on March 18, 2009, they married at the Little White Wedding Chapel on the Las Vegas Strip. However, beyond the public eye, the charm quickly faded. While filming another reality show, I Love Money 3, Ryan's jealousy and suspicion had already begun to take hold. Mark Cronin, one of the show's producers, later recalled how those feelings quickly shifted from amusing to alarming. He was very jealous and very suspicious of her. He then added, "It was funny until it wasn't funny at all." Ryan's insecurity also became impossible to ignore. He constantly demanded updates on Jasmine's whereabouts and explanations for everyday actions. According to Mark, he would ask her, "Where were you last night?" because he's in Mexico shooting the show and she lives in Las Vegas. It was a question that sounded casual on the surface, but the repetition revealed something darker building underneath. There were witnesses who saw bruises, and there were nights when Jasmine confided to people she trusted that the relationship had started to feel suffocated, that Ryan's behavior edged past concern and straight into control. One friend also recalled her admitting that it just didn't work anymore, and these signs weren't just whispers between friends. On one occasion, her former fiancé told people that he watched Ryan punch her hard enough to knock her into a pool, an incident serious enough that Ryan was charged with a misdemeanor domestic violence count, with a court date already scheduled for December that year. On the night of August 13th, the couple checked into the L'Auberge Del Mar resort in San Diego, and they were seen arguing in the lobby again, loud enough to draw attention, but not loud enough for anyone to intervene. And hours later, they left a poker event together. That was the last time Jasmine was seen alive. The next morning on Saturday, August 15th at 7:10 a.m., the police were dispatched to an apartment complex after a maintenance worker reported something unusual near the dumpsters. But nothing about the call suggested the horrors waiting for officers. When the police arrived on the scene, they approached a large gray suitcase, stained heavy and slightly torn at the seams. And as soon as they unzipped it, the smell of blood filled the air. Inside was a woman, folded unnaturally, as if someone had tried to force her in with no regard for dignity or life. She'd been beaten so severely that her face was unrecognizable, and every one of her fingers had been cut off, and every tooth had been pulled or broken out. Whoever did did this wasn't just trying to unalive her, they were trying to erase her. No fingerprints and no dental records. No easy path to identification. But what the killer didn't consider was that forensic science goes farther than just fingerprints and dental charts. Investigators had one remaining option. One Ryan couldn't cut out or destroy. A medical examiner explained it plainly.
If you have something surgically implanted in you by a surgeon, that is going to have a serial number, and that serial number will be recorded.
And Jasmine did happen to have these implants, and so those numbers gave detectives exactly what they needed. They traced it back to its manufacturer, then to the clinic, and then finally to the patient. The victim, of course, was Jasmine Fior. As news broke out, investigators immediately looked at Ryan, not because of the television show, but because he'd vanished too. He had checked out of the hotel early and drove across state lines, disappearing before police could question him, and by the time a warrant was issued, he was already out of reach. Only his family had brief contact with him, and they said they were worried about it, describing Ryan as somewhat normal, but deeply distraught over his wife's death, so Jasmine. His sister also recalled a conversation where he expressed how much he loved his wife, and how very upset he was, and he actually said that he would be clearing his name, and the sister also insisted that Ryan couldn't possibly do this, and further pushed that he was innocent, but in reality, Ryan had already crossed into Canada on his own and was hiding in Thunderbird Motel on the outskirts of Hope in Vancouver, trying to stay ahead of the investigation closing in on it. But 3 days later, a housekeeper unlocked the room and found Ryan not alive anymore by his own cause. Now inside the room, investigators found a 1.5-page note on his laptop, which police later described as a strange mix of devotion and accusation. He wrote that he truly loved Jasmine, yet in the same breath he shifted the blame onto her, insisting that their marriage had been the source of his pain and framing himself as the victim. Sergeant Bill Kohanek, one of the officers involved in the case, explained it plainly.
Placing blame on her in the relationship, quite a few accusations. It was kind of a love/hate letter.
Ryan also apologized to his family for the chaos. He also apologized for the embarrassment, but not once did he apologize to Jasmine. For the investigators, the story ended abruptly. For Jasmine's family, however, it never stopped. They lost a daughter to a man who was allowed to charm his way onto national television, despite a history of violence. And what followed changed the industry. VH1 cancelled the show, and networks scrambled to rethink the way they screen contestants. But the damage was already done. And while one victim's story shocked millions worldwide, this next story shows a man whose darkness was hidden in plain sight, right on national television.
İki karısını öldüren 62 yaşındaki şahıs evlilik programına katılarak yeniden evlenmek istediğini söyledi.
It was the year 2014, and Luck of Draw was preparing another routine episode. It was a Turkish dating program where strangers spent life on stage, hoping to find love in front of millions of viewers. But for one contestant, the cameras would capture far more than just their search for romance. His name was Sefer Kanala, and before he stepped onto Turkey's popular dating show, he'd already left a trail of violence that stretched back decades. And while the producers believed they were just bringing in another contestant with a complicated past, what they didn't know was that they were about to broadcast a haunting confession. As soon as the interview began, Sefer was asked about his past, as well as his reason for seeking love and a fresh start. And with settling unease, he began recounting his story, starting with his first marriage. He talked about his first wife, Fadim, a woman he claimed nagged too much. But before he revealed how the marriage ended, the host pressed him to explain how it began. He smiled faintly and leaned back.
First, I married my uncle's daughter,
he said. What he meant by uncle's daughter wasn't a direct cousin, but a distant relative. His grandfather's brother's. Still, she was a relative. Sefer then claimed he was only
a young boy,
as he put it, and the marriage hadn't been arranged, no family consent and no plan, but simply an impulse.
I didn't even love her,
he confessed.
I just took her, ran away with her.
The host froze for a moment, visibly taken aback, as Sefer kinda admitted he'd kidnapped someone, a person he admitted he didn't even love. When the host asked why, Sefer shrugged, claiming someone else was supposed to marry his first wife, but he didn't want that, so he took her away and ruined her life. For a few months, they lived under the same roof as his family. There was no official ceremony, and he wasn't even of legal age, but in his mind, it was done.
We were fine in about 5 months,
he recalled.
Then she started doing things I couldn't accept. I got angry.
And then the tone shifted. He lowered his voice.
Sonucu kader kurbanı olarak cezaevine düştüm, cezasını yaptım.
The host pushed further, asking,
did you get rid of your wife?
Instead of admitting what he'd done, Sefer insisted it was fate. He described it as jealousy, claiming that her behavior provoked him and that he acted out when he shouldn't have. He framed it as a moment of lost control, a sudden burst of anger, which he regretted, or so he said. To Sefer, fate was a shield and not an admission, even though he literally just said that he murdered his wife, but he simply framed it as something that just happened to him, rather than something he chose. But the studio fell silent long before he finished speaking. Sefer explained that he was sentenced to prison for nearly 14 years for a debt, but released early due to amnesty laws. The host tried to keep the conversation moving, but his calmness turned every word into something darker. Sefer then moved on to another relationship he'd had with another woman he met after he got out of prison. She was already married when they began seeing each other, but promised to leave her husband for him. And when she went back on her word and their fights escalated, and in what he described as self-defense, he said he accidentally took her life when she swung an axe. After his incident with his second wife, he served another 6 years in prison before being released once again, benefiting from a national amnesty. And when confronted, Sefer acknowledged, despite his attempts to downplay the circumstances as accidental, the pattern of violence was undeniable. And by then, the atmosphere in the studio had shifted fully. audience members were no longer smiling, and the host exchanged looks with the producers, an unspoken understanding that something was very wrong. But despite that, Safford continued talking, still wearing that unsettling calm. Past had already caught up to him. The moment he confessed to 2 separate killings on live television, the dating show was no longer a dating show. It turned into something like a crime scene, and so the host made the decision to remove him immediately before the taping continued. But after hearing a killer speak so casually of his past, the next case reveals how private torment and public fame collided with devastating consequences.
How did we know that Chris Benoit would turn into a monster?
It's June 25th, 2007. Inside a quiet upper-middle-class neighborhood in Fayetteville, Georgia, police officers enter a 2-story brick home belonging to one of WWE's most respected athletes, Chris Benoit. And what they find inside will send shockwaves through the world of professional wrestling and destroy the legacy of a man known as a favorite among WWE fans for his unbelievable wrestling ability. The story, however, doesn't start here. It begins 40 years earlier in Montreal, Quebec, where Chris Benoit was born on May 22nd, 1967. Raised in Edmonton, Alberta, he grew up idolizing wrestling legends like the Dynamite Kid and bred the Hitman Hart, and so at 18 he joined Stampede Wrestling, a Canadian professional wrestling promotion based in Calgary, Alberta, under promoter Stu Hart, making his debut on November 22nd, 1985. By 1988, Chris briefly joined Extreme Champion Wrestling, or ECW, in the US, where a match gone wrong fractured another wrestler's neck, leading fans to dub him the Crippler. This nickname would stick, both as a brand and later a haunting symbol, and after years of slow recognition, finally becoming the WCW World Heavyweight Champion in January of 2000, he gained his first major world title. During this journey, Chris also met Nancy Toffaloni, known to fans as Woman, who was managing wrestlers as part of an ongoing storyline. Their on-screen partnership soon became real, leading to Nancy's separation from her then husband, Kevin Sullivan, another professional wrestler at the time. And so on November 23rd, 2000, Chris and Nancy were married. To the public, it looked like a perfect union born out of the business they both loved. Beneath the facade, however, their life together was complicated, marked by demanding travel schedules and mounting injuries, not to mention the pressures of actual fame. But the couple, despite that, had a son, Daniel, who was unfortunately born with Fragile X syndrome, a rare genetic developmental disorder often associated with learning disabilities and traits of autism. According to WWE attorney Jerry McDevitt, the condition had become a source of tension in the household, with Chris and Nancy reportedly arguing over whether he should stay home more to care for their son. That same year, Chris signed with the World Wrestling Federation, WWF, that later rebranded as WWE, and over the next 7 years, he would establish himself as one of the most technically gifted and disciplined performers in the industry. Chris won the Royal Rumble, where he defeated Triple H and Shawn Michaels to become World Heavyweight Champion. It was supposed to be the peak of his career. The crowd chanted his name, and Eddie Guerrero, his best friend, joined him in tears inside the ring. For Chris, it was the ultimate validation after 2 decades of sacrifice. But underneath the stoic expression and disciplined persona, something darker was forming. He had years of concussions, chronic pain, and actually a dependence on painkillers and steroids just to get through each match. And this substance abuse was actually widespread in professional wrestling. It was a dangerous norm that eventually sparked public scandal and federal scrutiny across the industry. And then in November of 2005, his closest friend, Eddie Guerrero, suddenly died of heart failure caused by years of substance abuse. And those close to Chris said he was never the same again.
When Eddie died, he was a totally changed person.
He became withdrawn and paranoid, fixated on guilt and control, but most importantly, religion. And if we fast forward to Friday, June 22nd, 2007, Chris was scheduled to perform at a WWE event in Texas, Vengeance Night of Champions, a professional wrestling pay-per-view episode, but instead he called management, claiming he had personal issues to attend to, though it was never specified what they were. And although it was announced that Chris wouldn't appear, fans in attendance still chanted his name throughout the show, demanding his presence.
SmackDown Raw, you need to get out. You want to be the top dog. And who's going to be the...
But behind it all, something far more sinister was already unfolding. The very same night, Chris brutally attacked his wife, Nancy, bounding her with a rope and beating her up before strangling her, ending her life. And then a Bible was placed behind her. The next morning, June 23rd, Chris also took the lives of their son, Daniel, and the autopsy later revealed high levels of Xanax in their son, a medication that treats anxiety but was actually used to sedate him before his death. Another Bible was placed beside him. After taking the lives of Nancy and Daniel across the weekend, Chris sat down at his computer and searched for passages about the prophet Elijah from the Bible, specifically a story where Elijah resurrects a young man in the Old Testament. And not long after, he searched for the quickest and most painless way to break a neck. That detail would later become hauntingly significant. On June 24th, Chris brought a half-empty bottle of wine with him into his home gym. There, he adjusted the weights of his sled pull-down machine to 240 pounds and left this earth on his own too. A Bible was found near Chris, just like the ones left beside Nancy and Daniel. Inside was a handwritten note that read,
"I am preparing to leave this earth."
Whatever unfolded inside this house, it was clear that Chris had been planning it for a long time before anyone actually realized. And when he failed to appear at the WWE's pay-per-view event that evening, friends and fellow wrestlers grew suspicious.
My name is Dennis Fagan. I run the security for World Wrestling, and one of our wrestlers that lives down there is missing.
And what's his name?
Chris Benoit. It's out of character for him.
And so the police were actually dispatched for a welfare check. And according to reports, WWE stated on its website that the company had contacted authorities after receiving several curious text messages from Chris early Sunday morning. The original post has since been removed, but multiple news outlets at the time documented its contents. It was never revealed, however, what Chris' text messages actually said, only that they raised enough concern for WWE to contact authorities. And upon entering the house, the officers found 3 bodies: Chris, Nancy, and their son Daniel. Initially, WWE believed it was a tragic accident, and so that night they aired a 3-hour tribute show replaying Chris's greatest moments, filled with tears and emotional testimonials. But within hours, investigators confirmed that it was a double fatal incident and one self-inflicted act. That man, the man who had millions of fans and was admired as a hero, wiped out his own family. Inside the house, police found dozens of prescription bottles, steroids, painkillers, anti-anxiety medication, all drugs he had for himself. And tests later also showed that Chris' testosterone levels were 10 times higher than normal. Now the media immediately blamed roid rage, but neurologists actually disagreed. This wasn't a moment of rage, it was a calculated act spread over days. And when scientists later examined Chris's brain, the findings were catastrophic. He was suffering from chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE, a degenerative brain disease caused by repeated head trauma. His brain, according to doctors, looked like that of an 85-year-old Alzheimer's patient. Years of concussions and unprotected chair shots had destroyed his impulse control and emotional stability, and so WWE distanced itself immediately. Within 24 hours, every mention of Chris, every match, every photo and video was erased from his website and broadcast. His name was scrubbed from record books and storylines, and even tribute reels. In the aftermath, the wrestling world was forced to face questions it had ignored for years about concussions and steroid abuse. And so new concussion protocols were introduced, chair shots to the head were banned, and drug testing became mandatory. But the damage was already done. To this day, this story remains one of the most disturbing crimes in sports and entertainment history. But just as this story is now closed, this next story about Robert Durst's life is about to take an even darker and more disturbing turn.
He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for murdering a friend who'd been asking too many questions about the mysterious disappearance of Durst's former wife.
In March of 2015, police arrested an elderly man in a small New Orleans hotel. He was quiet and polite, but was traveling under the false name Everett Ward. And inside his room, investigators found disguises, fake identities, $40,000 in cash, and a revolver. To most, he looked like another fugitive running from something, but to the authorities, he was the end of a mystery that haunted America for more than 30 years. Robert Allen Durst was born on April 12, 1943. He was the eldest son of Seymour and Bernice Durst, heirs to one of New York's largest real estate empires, the Durst Organization. So it's safe to say he grew up in a world of privilege, surrounded by money and power. As he grew older, Robert originally planned to follow in his father's footsteps, studying economics and business to prepare to inherit the family's fortune. But his relationship with his father became strained, and so Robert then tried working in the family business to reassure his father he wasn't rejecting the legacy. But after spending a couple of years in the company, he quickly realized that the corporate world simply wasn't for him. His younger brother, Douglas, eventually replaced him as their heir to the family empire. In 1971, he then met Kathy McCormack, a 19-year-old dental hygienist from Long Island, New York. She was warm, ambitious, and dreamed of becoming a doctor. And it worked. They moved together in January of 1972 and got married on April 12, 1973, a little over a year after they first met. And soon after, he quit the family estate business completely, and the couple moved to Vermont to open All Good Things, a small health food store. In private, Kathy's life with Robert was far from picture perfect. In her diary, she began writing about Robert's mistreatment, with entries describing arguments and her growing sense that something was very wrong. But it wasn't just Kathy who saw the cracks. Her family witnessed the abuse firsthand. Kathy's brother, Jim McCormack, recalled a family party where Robert wanted to leave early, but Kathy took her time.
He turned around and walked over and grabbed her by the hair and pretty much yanked her off the couch,
Jim said. And by 1982, after years of control and violence, she actually decided to end the marriage and start over. Around the same time, she was then accepted into medical school and began planning her future without him. But then on January 31st, 1982, she vanished. The same evening, Kathy was last seen by someone other than Robert. She appeared unexpectedly at a dinner party hosted by her friend Gilberte Najami in Newtown, Connecticut. Gilberte noticed Kathy seemed upset and wore red sweatpants, unusual for her public appearances. Kathy then received a phone call from her husband, after which she left the party early and headed to her cottage in South Salem, New York. Kathy and Gilberte were scheduled to meet the next day at a Manhattan pub, but when Kathy didn't show up and failed to respond to calls or messages, Gilberte's concern grew. Over the next several days, Gilberte repeatedly contacted the police, reporting Kathy's unusual disappearance. And later that day, Robert officially reported his wife missing, prompting police to launch an investigation. Officials began questioning those closest to her, including her husband. And during interviews, Robert told the police he dropped her off at Cantona train station that night, claiming she was headed back to their apartment in Manhattan. He also claimed he spoke to her later by phone. But investigators never found a single witness who saw Kathy arrive in the city. They believed Kathy might have left this earth on her own, but there was no body, no weapon, and no physical evidence. So the case went cold, and Robert walked away untouched. It was the first time he escaped suspicion, but it wouldn't be the last. Nearly 20 years after Kathleen Durst disappeared, Robert had already left New York. York, moving across the country where he could live quietly under the radar. And while he completely cut ties with most of his family, there was one person who stayed close to him, someone he knew more than anyone else. Her name was Susan Berman. Susan was a writer and journalist, known in Hollywood for her sharp wit and mobster family background. Her father, Davy Berman, had once been a Las Vegas crime figure. She and Robert met in college in UCLA and bonded instantly. And when Kathy vanished in 1982, Susan defended Robert without hesitation. She spoke to reporters on Robert's behalf, becoming his unofficial spokesperson, and Susan often managed how the public perceived her, helping to steer attention away from Kathy's disappearance. And in doing so, she helped keep suspicion off Robert for years. On December 24th, 2000, a neighbor noticed Susan's dog running loose outside her home. Concerned, they contacted police to report an open door and no response from inside. And when police officers arrived, they simply entered through the unlocked entrance and found Susan's body on the floor. She'd been shot once in the back of the head. There were no signs of forced entry, which meant that whoever ended her life, she had let them in. Days later, a letter arrived at the Beverly Hills Police Department. It contained Susan's address, a single word, and a misspelled name. It read,
cadaver.
Police had one dead wife, one dead friend, and one suspect. But before they could arrest him, Robert Durst simply vanished. For months, no one knew where he was, until police traced him to a coastal town nearly 1,600 miles away. He was now living in Texas, under the name Dorothy Siner, disguised as a mute woman. He wore a wig and large glasses to avoid recognition. Dorothy kept to herself, communicated through handwritten notes, and paid rent in cash, carefully avoiding any attention. Next door lived a 71-year-old retiree named Morris Black, short-tempered and quite outspoken. Robert would later claim that the two had become close friends, even calling Morris his best buddy, but no one in the building ever saw them actually together. On September 28, 2001, Robert returned to his apartment and found Morris inside without permission. Morris had a spare key to the unit and was sitting on the couch, watching television, and moments later, the situation spiraled. Robert saw Morris became agitated over an eviction letter addressed to him and suddenly fired a gun at him. He then lunged for the barrel, and the two men struggled. During the fight, the gun went off, ending Morris's life instantly in what he describes as self-defense. Panicked and unsure of what to do next, he decided to get rid of the evidence, so he placed Morris's body in a garbage bag and dumped it into a nearby bay, hoping the water would wash the whole thing away. But 2 days later, a group of young people discovered a torso floating in Galveston Bay. Nearby, several trash bags were also drifting in the water. Inside those bags were human remains, arms, legs, but no head. And police were quickly alerted and began an investigation to identify the victim. The body wasn't identified through physical means at first. Instead, investigators found a piece of newspaper inside one of the trash bags with a delivery sticker showing a Galveston address. Police then traced the label to a small apartment building where the victim, Morris, was one of the only 4 people living there. And because the apartment next to the victim was rented under the name of Dorothy Siner, the police did immediately connect the case to Robert. It was only after searching the communal trash behind the building that police found a receipt with the name Robert Durst. This discovery led them to realize that Dorothy was an alias used by him, further linking him to the crime. And the gun used to shoot Morris was also a pistol registered under Robert's name. And so police searched Robert's apartment, and they found blood spattered all over the kitchen, as well as other tools used to dismember a body, while the leased name was under the name Dorothy Siner. But even though the name wasn't familiar, the handwriting was unmistakable. This was Robert Durst hiding in plain sight. He was arrested a week later while stealing a sandwich at a grocery store in Pennsylvania, and in his car, investigators found $37,000 in cash, 2 loaded guns, marijuana, and Morris Black's driver's license. And despite admitting to getting rid of and dismembering Morris Black, the jury accepted his claim of self-defense, since without the victim's head, prosecutors couldn't prove otherwise. Against all the odds, Robert Durst walked free, and by the early 2010s, Robert faded into near obscurity. He was a free man, older and mostly forgotten, but in 2015, that changed. A documentary crew from HBO began investigating the 3 deaths that followed him for decades. It was called The Jinx, The Life and Deaths of Robert Durst. To the filmmakers, it was a rare chance to hear Robert's story in his own words, and to Robert, it was something else, an opportunity to control the narrative one last time. Throughout the interviews, he was calm, and it seemed like he had everything in check. But as the cameras kept rolling, cracks began to show. Evidence that had remained buried for decades later revealed that Robert's story about Kathy's disappearance was never consistent. He once claimed to have spoken to her after dropping her off at the train station. One call supposedly made from their Salem house, another from a restaurant payphone, and one more from a public phone outside while walking his dog. Yet phone records and witness statements contradicted all of those claims, and files discovered from the Durst organization showed that the family had quietly hired a private investigator after Kathy vanished and had noted the same inconsistencies. At first, the doorman said he saw Kathy enter the building that night, but upon re-interview, he admitted he wasn't sure she ever did. Then came the biggest discovery. When investigators revisited the anonymous cadaver letter that had arrived shortly after Susan's passing, they decided to compare it to a letter Robert had written years before, and when the director placed the two side by side, the handwriting was identical. For the first time, Robert Durst had no answers. He blinked, shifted in his chair, and stared at the letter in silence, and when asked which one he had written, he couldn't tell. Moments later, the interview was over. He excused himself and walked into the bathroom, still however wearing his stiff microphone, and began mumbling to himself, thinking that nobody could hear.
There it is. You're caught. What the hell did I do? Kill them all. Of course.
The words that Robert Durst had spent a lifetime avoiding were finally spoken. Not to police, not to a judge, but to himself in a bathroom. This episode aired in March of 2015, and within 24 hours after broadcast, the FBI arrested him in New Orleans, inside his hotel room, and they found disguises, $40,000 in cash, and a revolver. He'd been planning to flee once again. After years of speculation, the evidence had finally caught up, and in 2021, a California jury convicted him of taking the life of Susan Berman. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Robert never stood trial for the disappearance of his wife, however, Kathy. He eventually died in January of 2022 in a hospital cell at the age of 78. You know the game Minecraft, right? Well, they have some pretty disturbing stuff too. It was going to be a normal Monday for thousands of children in England on March 19, 2018, until multiple schools throughout the country received one particular email that caused them to evacuate the school campuses and send all of the children back to their homes. The email that the schools received went like this.
This is a message to everyone. We've sent in a student with a bomb. The bomb is set to go off in 3 hours time. If you do not send $5,000 USD to payments at veldpvp.com. If you do not send the money, we will blow up the device. Our site has all the information needed. veldpvp.com. If you try to call the cops, we will blow up the device on the spot. Any attempt at defusing it yourself will cause it to explode.
The other part of this message, which was written in Arabic, made it seem like an impending large-scale terrorist attack. And considering the fact that over 400 schools were sent this email, it was easy to guess the amount of panic that would be caused. In many schools, immediate plans of evacuation were implemented, and the police and other authorities started looking into the evidence. The first thing everyone jumped on was the website mentioned in the email, veldpvp, which was actually a Minecraft domain that hosted servers where players could battle each other. And when their name appeared in the email, everyone was confused as to what such a site could gain from doing something like this. And the answer was nothing. So it was pretty clear that veldpvp wasn't the actual culprit behind this email. And the very next day, the company itself put out a tweet denouncing the incident, saying,
"We have nothing to do with the bomb threats that were sent out to the 400 plus UK schools. We've been being harassed by a group of cyber criminals that are trying to harass us in any way possible. We're extremely sorry for anyone who had to deal with this, but just know it's fake."
And when Carlson Cal, the founder of the server, was asked who might be behind this kind of rude prank, he said,
"Every now and then we have a little rebel who will try to do something bad like this. We've had stuff like this happen before, but nothing this extreme."
Another piece of information the investigators stumbled across was a tweet by an account named Apophis Squad.
"We hope everyone in the UK enjoyed our email. Thanks to all who participated."
But now that it was proven that veldpvp had nothing to do with this, the authorities were faced with the challenge of finding out the real identity of the individuals behind this Apophis Squad. And so the UK National Crime Agency paired up with the Federal Bureau of Investigation to actually look into these crimes. And after analyzing other tweets from that account, officials found out that whoever was behind the account took immense pleasure in performing DDoS, or distributed denial of service attacks. These were cyber attacks in which a hacker floods a website with an immense number of commands so that it fails to perform what it should. And the Apophis Squad was performing such things regularly. But the most important tip regarding who might be behind this account came from Proton Mail, the mail service that the perpetrators actually used to send those bomb threats. Employees of Proton Mail took a few months to figure out who was the owner of the actual email account, and then sent the name to the UK police in August of 2018. The suspect was George Duke Cohen, a 19-year-old computer student. But even after getting this crucial information, the National Crime Agency didn't immediately arrest him, because they first wanted to verify it on their own. However, in this span of time, George would commit another cyber crime, this time by calling San Francisco Airport and claiming that there was a bomb planted on one of those flights. This caused the security staff to conduct a thorough search of the flight, thereby leading to considerable delays for the passengers. And of course, this too was a fake threat. This would be the last crime committed by George, as on August 31st, he would get arrested by the NCA at his home in Watford. But only after his arrest did the police realize that George was already under investigation for orchestrating similar DDoS attacks against business websites. And on top of this, he wasn't the only one behind the Apophis persona. He had a friend in the US who was also helping him. His name was Timothy Dalton Vaughn, a 20-year-old from North Carolina who was arrested later in 2019. The charges to Duo face ranged from disabling websites with DDoS attacks to threatening schools and institutions with fake bomb threats. And naturally, no jury would be willing to let them go unpunished. And so on February 8, 2019, a grand jury charged them with 11 crimes, which meant that each faced a prospect of spending more than 50 years in prison if the charges were confirmed. But in 2020, this prospect actually got changed. Timothy accepted a plea deal and as a result was sent to federal prison for only 8 years, while George was sentenced to 3 years in the UK. In George's case, you can be sure that he did something wrong, but the fault isn't very clear in the next very strange case.
К развязке. Только что обвиняемому Никите Уварову суд огласил приговор 5 лет колонии и штраф 30 тысяч рублей за прохождение обучения в целях осуществления террористической деятельности.
Minecraft is a game filled with boundless possibilities, where you can build or destroy anything. But in 2020, a few teenagers in Russia found out that sometimes even this can lead to serious consequences. It all started when the Federal Security Service of Russia, FSB, arrested 3 15-year-old boys for distributing pamphlets against the government in Kansk. These pamphlets were a part of an ongoing protest against the arrest of a political activist, Azad Miftakov. The names of the 3 arrested boys were Bogdan Andreev, Denis Mikhailenko, and Nikita Uvarov. While these 3 were detained, the police seized their smartphones as part of the investigation, and for some reason stumbled upon some Minecraft gameplay videos they made. And on the surface, this seemed like nothing significant, but for the Russian authorities, it was extremely crucial. This was because in one of these videos, the boys built a replica of the FSB building in Minecraft, which they then blew up using TFT. While it can be argued that this was just some kids playing around, the FSB took offense. They immediately linked the boys' actions to terrorism, arrested them, and put them in jail. And all of them were forced to plead guilty, except for Nikita, who refused to do so despite being forced to. Nikita's stay in jail was extended because of this, and the case would become even more complicated after it was revealed that the boys were conducting experiments with homemade explosives in their backyard. And with this newly discovered evidence, all three boys were found guilty of organizing a terrorist group and sentenced to 10 years in prison. But this charge would actually be dropped in 2021. Yet in the same year, all three would stand trial in a military court instead of a civilian one. This time, Dennis and Bogdan would be released with suspended sentences due to their guilty plea and cooperation with the officials, while Nikita, who was 16, would be sentenced to 5 years in prison. But this would actually go on to be reviewed by the Supreme Court of Russia in 2023, which actually decided to continue Nikita's punishment, so he's still in prison. But while this was happening in Russia, something far more controversial was unfolding in Florida.
It means Clark will be held in a juvenile facility and he'll get education and transition services, which will prepare him for a productive life after he serves his time. And he knows if he violates his probation, he'll face a 10-year sentence in adult prison.
In the early morning of July 31st, 2020, the quiet neighborhood of Northdale, Florida, was illuminated with the red and blue lights of multiple police patrol cars. And since this was a rare sight, people thought it was either a burglary or a domestic issue. However, in reality, the police were there to arrest an individual who hacked into one of the largest social media platforms in the world. Graham Evan Clark was 10 when he started playing Minecraft. His parents divorced each other when he was just 7, and Minecraft allowed him to escape from the harsh reality of his family life. But over time, Minecraft slowly stopped being just a game for Graham, as he would transform it into a means to scam other people. Graham was part of a broader collective of cheaters who played in hardcore factions, a competitive Minecraft server where players engage in PvP by forming teams. And by PvP, I of course mean player versus player, a type of in-game fighting between two users. On this server, Graham would promise to sell rare and interesting in-game usernames to other people, but once they actually paid him, Graham would simply just block them, and this led to him being banned multiple times, but he just kept returning to the game. Now, as a result of his actions, a lot of people started confronting him openly, but even then, Graham would simply manage to find a way out. Like this one time when he was exposed while trying to find out the IP address of a staff member.
Let me ask you this, why would you want a staff member's IP? Just tell me.
Who said I wanted his IP?
Well, why are you searching on MC Resolve then?
Who said that? What if I want to see a skin?
He went by the username Open and even opened a YouTube channel. At one point, Graham was infamous in the hardcore factions community, and he got in repeated fights with other members. There was even a time a player posted a 6-minute long diss track on Graham, and since he wasn't trusted on Minecraft anymore, Graham simply moved his attention to cryptocurrency. And so when he was around 16, Graham managed to steal around $856,000 by scamming 160 bitcoins from a Seattle-based investor, Greg Bennett. He did this by a method known as SIM swapping, in which the hacker redirects all the messages and calls from the victim to his own mobile number.
In this particular day, they were successfully able to liquidate all of my non-Bitcoin assets. And then because I had a 100 Bitcoin limit in this specific account with Bittrex, they were able to transfer 100 Bitcoin out of Bittrex into their controlled accounts. And I was out 100 Bitcoin.
However, Graham wasn't arrested or prosecuted for this crime, mostly because he was still a minor, but also due to the fact that the authorities managed to get around 100 Bitcoins back to Greg. But while he actually had the money, Graham did what any teenager would. He bought designer stuff, watches, and showed them off on his Instagram. But not everything was going well behind the scenes. To pull off such a cryptocurrency scam, Graham teamed up with other hackers. Yet when it was time to split the money, he went back on his word. He stopped contacting them and kept all the money to himself.
Graham decided to keep all the money and he didn't split it with the other people,
which led to the hackers threatening to expose him to the authorities if he didn't actually give them the money.
So I mean, as you know, a lot of people didn't like him because of some of the choices he made. So obviously that's going to come with some backlash. They got his family's personal info. They were just constantly harassing him. Someone sent people to Graham's house to scare him or even rob him at one point.
Well, they were planning his robbery. They wanted to have him like tortured, like a lot of dark things done.
But sadly, nothing came out of this, as the Secret Service actually couldn't arrest him because he was still too young, and so he managed to escape consequences this time. But in the coming months, Graham would do something so shocking that his age wouldn't stop anyone from arresting him. On July 15, 2020, employees at Twitter started panicking because something unprecedented had happened. Accounts of famous people like Elon Musk and Bill Gates got hacked. The hackers posted tweets through their accounts, and the message read,
"I'm feeling generous because of COVID-19. I'll double any Bitcoin payments sent to my Bitcoin address for the next hour. Good luck and stay safe. out there.
Security agents immediately went on a wild hunt to uncover the person behind these attacks, and it would later turn out that this was the work of none other than Graham, who masterminded the hack with the help of a young partner. Now, due to legal reasons, the identity of his partner wasn't revealed, but let's call him John. Graham and John conducted the whole operation through the same method he used on Greg, SIM swapping. This time, however, the victims were Twitter employees. Graham went through a huge amount of data to arrive at the phone numbers of the admins of Twitter, and once he obtained access to the admin side, Graham could sell all the rare usernames he could find. But on July 15th, 2020, word got out among his buyers that these usernames were obtained through hacking, and they thought that if the hack ever got discovered, they would be at a loss, so they actually stopped buying from Graham. At this point, Graham could have done anything he wanted, since he had access to so many accounts, but instead he decided to start a money doubling scam through these celebrity accounts. It was almost like he was asking to be arrested, but before people actually got wind of the scheme, Graham and John had already made about $118,000. For the officials, it was pretty easy to track down Graham, thanks to the multiple loopholes he kept open. For example, the fact that he immediately put bids to sell usernames he just hacked aroused immediate suspicions in keen observers, and so he was arrested and held with a $750,000 bond, and served the prospect of serving 210 years in prison, showing how serious the situation really was. But after the main trial, Graham got a plea deal, which drastically reduced the sentence to only 6 years in juvenile prison, and it's rumored that once he gets out, he still has a good amount of money to be waiting for him. But no such privilege exists for the next guy, whose crime basically involved several nations.
We have some breaking news coming in right now. A grand jury has just indicted Jack Teixeira on federal charges for allegedly leaking Pentagon secrets.
In 2022, the most important topic of discussion in the world was the war between Russia and Ukraine, and the fact that only these countries were involved did mean that the US government had nothing to do with it. In reality, the US sided with Ukraine and was offering support throughout the war, but no one would have thought that the most crucial and devastating aspect of the United States' role in the war would be related to Minecraft. This all started when in March 2023, some top secret documents appeared randomly in a Discord server of the YouTuber Wow Mao. The documents seemed to consist of drawings of maps and graphs related to the US action in the Russian-Ukraine war. Apart from these, there was other info regarding politics and activities in other countries like South Korea and China, and these documents might have been in circulation online previously, but they gained widespread attention only after being posted on WoW's server. Even more eyes would then fall on those documents a few days later when they were reposted on a Minecraft server named Minecraft Earthman. From there, the documents spread like wildfire and started appearing on pro-Russian Telegram and 4chan servers. At first, some believed that the documents were probably fake, but it was around this point that it became clear that these were actual classified military documents, since very shortly after, the New York Times released a news article about this, making it a national issue. Both investigative journalists and military officials were trying to trace the actual source of these documents, and that's when they found out that originally they were posted in a separate channel on the server called Thug Shaker Central by a user named OG. OG was a regular uploader in the Thug Shaker server, and he openly claimed that he was working at a military facility and had no problem sending and explaining classified documents. And over the course of weeks, OG would continue to share these documents with the confidence that no one will repost them on any other server. But of course, the opposite had happened, and now that the secret was out, the FBI was on a hunt for it. Following minute details like the background in those photographs of the documents, journalists were able to trace the images and the OG account to Jack Teixeira, a 22-year-old airman in the Massachusetts Air National Guard. Jack, thanks to his job, had access to multiple top secret documents, which he decided to simply post online. And just as his identity was revealed, the FBI easily found out Jack's billing address from Discord and searched for his mother's home on April 13th, 2023. And finally, a few hours later, the military arrested Jack in a very dramatic manner. He was charged with handling classified documents and spreading them online, and then sentenced to 15 years in prison in 2023 by a federal grand jury. Until now, we only dealt with unknown figures in the Minecraft community, but in the next cases, some very famous Minecraft members will shock you with the severity of their crimes.
Left, sir.
You had a lot of what?
See something gross.
That alcohol, I'm guessing?
Pat Julianelle began making YouTube videos in 2012. The videos he posted at the time were mainly gameplays of then famous role-playing games like RuneScape and Dragoness. Broadly, these games were categorized as massively multiplayer online role-playing games, or MMORPGs for short. So Pat named his channel Popular MMOs, since he was mainly focused on those types of games. But while his channel name remained constant, his content changed drastically. In those days, it was fashionable for practically every gaming YouTuber to at least once dabble in Minecraft, and it wouldn't take long before Pat himself hopped on the trend and started uploading Minecraft gameplay videos. Over time, the number of Minecraft videos he was uploading steadily increased, while he totally stopped playing the other game. This might have been because playing Minecraft seemed more commercially successful to him, but even after making this switch, his channel barely got any views, and by 2014, he was just getting by. But that fact changed when Pat introduced a new member to the channel, Jennifer Flack. Jen and Pat met while they were working at an animal shelter in high school, and eventually the two hit it off, and were seriously dating by the time Pat started making his Minecraft videos. As Pat started getting more views thanks to his new mod review series, where he would review Minecraft mod packages, Jen also started appearing in his videos beside him, and soon, Jen actually married Pat, and their on-screen collaboration was an instant hit, as people loved watching them play Minecraft as a couple. But despite that fact, it took them quite a while to actually get 1 million subscribers. The rise to 10 million would actually be much quicker, since they achieved that by the end of 2016, and they also racked over 250 million views per month. And Jen was one of the most important reasons for this. This placed Pat at the head of the Minecraft community and at the peak of his career. But despite that, Pat still had troubles in his relationship. On May 26, 2019, 4 years into their marriage, Pat posted a video that dealt a very heavy blow to many fans. In that video, he and Jen go over the reasons they made their decision to break up, revealing that Jen wanted kids, whereas Pat didn't. And while their decision seemed mature, a lot of the fans were heartbroken and expressed this in the comment section of that video.
I feel like my YouTube parents just got a divorce.
Even though they broke up, Pat and Jen continued making videos together, as if trying to make everything seem normal. But this obviously didn't last long, as Pat would soon introduce another woman into his life. This was Eleni, with whom he first uploaded a video with on the 19th of December 2019. Many people thought this was Pat's attempt to replace Jen, so he had to clarify in the comments that Jen will continue playing with him and that Eleni was just a friend.
Playing with another friend today. Don't worry, nobody's replacing Jen. Jen just isn't always available to record, and I would rather make more videos than this. Please be nice to her.
But people still kept reacting negatively to Eleni, sometimes even labeling her as a gold digger, and the situation got so noisy that Pat had to express his displeasure at what was happening and even got Jen to talk about Eleni herself. But over the course of the next year, Eleni and Pat would eventually begin dating, and in May of 2020, he would upload a video featuring both Eleni and Jen titled Minecraft Bed Wars with Eleni and Ex-Wife Jen vs Me, which triggered a wave of hate towards Eleni as fans began blaming her for trying to distance Pat from Jen. The comment section clearly showed the awkwardness that was present throughout the video. The following day, Pat posted a video with Eleni talking about how she was getting undeserved hate, but the hate didn't actually subside, and Eleni and Pat continued to ignore this. Unfortunately, their relationship wasn't able to withstand the stress, and eventually the two decided to separate in a friendly manner. Yet for some reason, Eleni was angry with Pat. She took to Instagram and started commenting badly about Pat, even claiming that they were never in a relationship to begin with. Now, Pat ignored her as much as he could, but eventually he also posted a video in which he showed a lot of evidence that the two were indeed in a relationship. And when Pat confronted her with those photos and texts, she simply continued saying that they never dated. All in all, everyone seemed to favor Pat because he could show evidence for his innocence, and he of course had a lot of goodwill in the community. Even though everyone would have expected Pat to slow down and recover before going into another relationship, Pat got a new girlfriend sooner than expected, and her name was Elizabeth. He made their relationship public on May 7th, 2021, and it didn't take long for his subscribers to actually start liking this.
Pat literally is a father figure to us, and you all can't deny it. I'm so proud of him. He looks so happy, and I have a good feeling about this.
However, things would take a turn for the worst when a few days later, news broke out that Pat and Liz had been arrested for trying to injure each other when they were drunk. But because there was no proper witnesses and evidence, both of them were simply placed in jail with a bond of $2,500. But back on Twitter, people were shocked by this recent development, and multiple accusations against Pat started flying around. One such accusation was that Pat frequently hit women, and while this was a bold accusation, it didn't really gain a lot of attention until a certain person liked the tweet. This person was none other than Jen, and not surprisingly, this caused an uproar so massive that Jen had to clarify that she had actually liked the tweet by accident.
I do not use Twitter regularly. When I was messaged all about this drama, I went on to see what was being said. By accident, I liked a tweet that is now being seen in a poor manner. Pat never, in the 10 years we were together, laid a hand on me.
And while all of this was going on, Eleni would make a special entry into the drama by leaking Pat's address in a now deleted tweet. And in return, Pat didn't shy away from returning the favor. Eleni then took this even further by using his mugshot as a display picture on her YouTube channel. Although Pat's personal life was returning to normal before all of this started, the whole saga took its toll on his mind, as shown in the fight with Liz. Pat apparently had a tendency for alcoholism, and all this drama was doing was pushing him closer to the point of no return. And this is what happened on May 2nd, 2022. All the details are from the police report.
On that day, Pat got heavily drunk at a party, prompting Liz to suggest that they get back home. On the way back in the car, however, Pat started punching Liz, and then upon reaching their home, Liz locked Pat out of the house, which led him to slash the car tires with a knife in a fit of rage.
One thing led to another, and Liz came out of the house only for Pat to start chasing her with the knife. Because of this, he was arrested for possessing a dangerous weapon without the intent to kill, and was held with a bond of $25,000. And after he actually paid the bond and got out of jail, everything seemed to slowly return to normal. However, Liz again caused controversy by posting a TikTok where she accused Pat of hitting her and getting her pregnant. As usual, the internet erupted, and Pat disappeared for a while, but after some time elapsed, he made a community post clarifying things.
I want everyone to know I'm fine. I'm happily living with my girlfriend Liz. Things have been a bit crazy, as seen over social media, but that is also part of things being blown out of proportion because of having a job over social media. I'd be lying if I said things have been perfect, but we're happy and I do have good friends in spite of what has been said over the news. I have to wait on talking about everything because of the corrupt legal system where I live, but I'm fine. I live with Liz and Cloud, and we're all okay. Life can be a bit crazy sometimes, and because of that, I need to wait to talk about everything. I just want to assure everyone that we're happy, and small things can easily get blown out of proportion with social media.
But the string of arrests Pat had started didn't end here. The same year, Pat was arrested at an NFL game, where his friend Ethan ran onto the field, thereby interrupting the game. And when Ethan eventually got held up by the police, Pat was searched, and the authorities found drugs on him and arrested him too. Everyone on the internet only found this out after Pat's court video went viral. And after this, Pat said he was trying to stay sober, and also announced that he was marrying Liz. Again, people fell into an illusion that everything was going to be normal. But in 2024, Pat got arrested in a very tragic way. A woman called 911 after she noticed Pat sleeping on a footpath, and when police checked up on him, he was evidently high and disoriented. Upon searching his backpack, they found cannabis. But as they tried to handcuff him, he attempted an escape, leading to a fight. He would eventually be arrested and charged, and during the trial, the court specifically ordered him to seek help with his substance abuse. But in 2025, for the same sentence, he was found guilty of not obeying probation and was again sent to jail. And after all these hardships, Pat seemed to be doing good for his audience, and he even posted a video of him talking about how alcohol destroyed his life. In that video, he revealed that he'd been sober for 4 months and that things were looking good. And in another video, he sat with his friend Mike to discuss everything that had happened to him in recent times and went over his arrests and hardships. But while he appeared to be getting better, a community post he wrote on September 28, 2025 would leave fans happy and sad at the same time.
I relapsed very badly. I'm going to get into treatment. I want you to know you're not alone.
And while there's still hope for Pat, there was never any to begin with in the next case.
For acting in a deliberate manner toward the victim, he was just when their interactions began.
In 2015, only a few names were very well known in the Minecraft community, and one such name was that of Team Crafted, a gaming collective that included the popular YouTuber Adam Dahlberg, aka Sky Does Minecraft, who'd already amassed over 10 million subscribers. But one more relatively unknown YouTuber would also go on to become popular, but this time for the wrong reasons. This was Starlight Zhao, better known as Jin Bob. Initially, Jin posted pretty normal, unremarkable vlogs, which are unavailable now, and he would have kept posting these kinds of videos if he wasn't friends with Minecraft YouTuber Sky Does Minecraft. And seeing Adam's immense success in his field led Jin to believe he too might have a chance. And in 2013, he started his very own YouTube channel with a Minecraft gameplay video. Even though Jin was actually consistent, his channel's growth was very moderate. This was mainly due to the large number of Minecraft creators on YouTube and how Jin's content didn't have anything noteworthy. But this would all change after Adam detached himself from Team Crafted and started his own company, Sky Media. And one of the first creators to join hands with Adam was none other than Jin. This gradually resulted in 2 collaboration videos, which brought Jin to the notice of many people. Slowly, they started collaborating more and more. And since those were very successful, Jin was made an official member of Sky Media and even moved in with Adam. From that point, Jin's rise was inevitable. But behind all this, it seemed like something else was going on. As a content creator, it was natural for Jin to interact with his fans. But in some cases, it could be debated whether it was normal or not. For example, by the time Sky Media had a couple of members, one of them, Tim.tv, tweeted about Jin in 2022.
Jim used to be at the office as late as me, and I was always wondering what he was up to. I checked and he was talking to fans on Skype, which I thought was pretty weird because they were literal smaller humans. I brought this up to management and I was told to mind my own business and edit.
While these complaints were ignored, Jin continued making videos before actually leaving Sky Media in 2016 to make content independently. But this proved harder than anticipated, as Jin had to now stop relying on Sky's fame to garner views. But while his videos were just the same, his fan base was kinda dwindling because of that fact. And his videos got barely any views compared to his collaborations with Sky. And this would escalate to a point where Jin suddenly disappeared from YouTube completely in August of 2016. But this was like the calm before the storm, because in the following months, a whole new persona of this typical YouTuber would be revealed to the world. In 2015, Jin actually befriended a young fan, whom we will be calling Lisa, and he started talking to her. At that point in time, Jin was 23, and nonetheless, Lisa began helping Jin with producing videos for his channel, and their relationship grew closer. But while Lisa believed that she was getting close to a famous YouTuber, she was actually slowly falling into a trap laid by a dangerous individual. Over the course of their friendship, Jin would start asking her to send inappropriate pictures of herself, wearing all kinds of clothes, which he forced her to buy. And the really disturbing part was, Jin knew her age, and continued demanding such things. Slowly, her parents started noticing the changes in her behavior, and how she was buying clothes that weren't inappropriate for her age. They even found a chain in her bedroom that had Jin's photo in the locket, and this led to them to take a drastic step and record all of her calls when she was talking with Jin. And to their horror, they found out that Jin was asking their daughter to remove clothes for him. And on top of this, he also talked in detail about all the things he would do to her. And this was when they decided to start contacting the police. But unaware of these developments, in the background, Jin even convinces her to come with him to Florida. Now slowly the plans change, and Jin starts talking to her about his plans to permanently move her with him to Washington. And this was when the FBI got involved. They started reviewing the evidence and confirmed that Jin really was engaged in illegal stuff. And with this, they issued a subpoena, which means they could now arrest him. And so while Jin was on his way to Michigan to meet Lisa, the police ambushed him and brought him into custody. But the news only broke out when some niche anime websites published the story. And with that, Jin was put in jail, and his past friends like Adam were quick to distance themselves from him.
What happened to Jin Bob? See, I don't know. Me and Jin stopped talking ages ago. The only things I know about the entire situation is that he was arrested for some pretty
Court documents available to us show us that on August of 23rd, 2016, a grand jury found Jin Bob guilty on 4 counts. Yet Jin's defense team managed to remove 3 of those counts. And Jin, at the end, was sentenced a year later in 2017 to 96 months or 8 years in prison. During that trial, Jin had attempted to reduce his punishment multiple times, but it never actually worked out. Eventually though, his pleas would be accepted and he was released from prison in 2022, yet he never appeared online ever again. And while Jin's crimes mostly unfolded in his YouTube career, the next YouTuber's crimes had to be dug out from the past.
said it was the victim! I never said it was the victim! I never once said it was the victim! And I'm sick and tired of being called a I'm tired of it all!
Brandon Dylan Asher was another friend of Sky Does Everything, who went by the name Bashaverse. But unlike Jin Bob, Brandon didn't need to ride on Sky's popularity to gain an audience. Brandon's first break came when his Minecraft series, The Legend of Hobo, went wildly popular. In this series, Brandon parodied the Lord of the Rings in the Minecraft world, and some of the comments under the videos clearly illustrate how influential the series was.
Back when I was 11, this video is like Hollywood quality for Minecraft.
Over time, Brandon started posting more and more videos of himself playing Minecraft, and his popularity actually brought him closer to two other popular Minecraft creators, like I mentioned, Sky and Captain Sparkles. Even his personal life, things were looking good. Brandon accidentally met a fan named Clara Swan, with whom he quickly struck up a romantic relationship, and she was actually an adult. And he even flew her from her home state of Tennessee to his residence in Seattle in 2014. In 2015, Clara and Brandon, along with other YouTubers, started then living in the same house and started a YouTube channel called The BAM Lounge. On this channel, they mostly posted their daily activities and content like pranks and challenges. However, a can of worms was waiting to be opened. And like in the coming cases, it all started with the YouTuber Keemstar, who ran the YouTube drama channel Drama Alert. In 2015, Keem personally received a tip from an anonymous source that Brandon had committed a serious offense in his past. And as any controversial YouTuber would do, Keem immediately took up the news and broadcasted it on his Twitter. Shockingly, the crime Brandon was arrested for was due to an unlawful interaction with a younger person. This was a great blow to many of his fans, and Brandon had to respond fast to save his career. And a few days later, Brandon posted a video where he went into detail about the whole saga. Apparently, he was at his lowest mentally after being cheated on by his girlfriend at the time, and he met his friend's younger sister, who we'll be calling Lana. Lana was very young, and Brandon was 19 when they both first met, and Brandon slowly got closer to Lana because she was very supportive and helped him move on. But his relationship morphed into something else when Brandon and Lana started developing feelings for each other. And when Lana's parents noticed that something was going on, they decided to hire a private detective to see who Lana was talking to. And that's of course when they came across some inappropriate texts between Lana and Brandon. Naturally, because Lana was very young, Brandon got arrested and charged, but he would narrowly escape jail as the court would advise him to seek mental therapy instead. In the wake of this video, Brandon got immense support from his fans, who seemed willing to forgive and forget his past actions. In contrast, however, a minority of people weren't satisfied with his response, and the head of this pack, Keemstar, posted a video accusing Brandon of evading responsibility by making himself the victim. But surprisingly, the people still stood behind Brandon after this video.
I admit, Basher is at fault for his actions, but you need to stop acting like he's a monster on the loose. The event happened 10 freaking years ago, and he's got a girlfriend who he is loyal to. You think a loyal man would run after some smaller humans, with the only evidence being that he fell in love with a younger person after being cheated on?
But the harm was really done. Brandon's reputation was kind of stained now, and he couldn't handle people continuously calling him a young person lover. And so at one point, Brandon was so fed up that he decided to quit YouTube altogether and posted a goodbye video. This particular video showed that Brandon was just tired of everything, and the way he expressed his anger made this video a famous internet monument. On top of this, Basher and Keemstar started an online fight that originated from Brandon's past, but soon changed into something else entirely. To show how bad the harassment was, Basher would post a video where he went into detail about how Keem was annoying and constantly calling him out online, while also revealing that Keem had been swatting his mother and even doxed her.
Keemstar even doxed my mother. My mom is turning 60 this year, and she was swatted over and over again with people pointing guns at her face.
Now at this point, Brandon deleted his YouTube channel and disappeared from YouTube, but he would then suddenly appear on Drama Alert when Keem actually posted a video interviewing Brandon, but also behind the scenes. Even his personal life was taking a hit, as Clara would allegedly start distancing herself from Brandon's controversy. Now due to that fact, a lot of his audience started accusing Clara of being a gold digger who was only with Brandon because of what she could gain from him, but Brandon wasn't having it. He made a separate video clarifying that Clara wasn't the kind of person they painted her to be.
I want to address this. Clara is not a gold digger. She is the sweetest, most wonderful person in the universe, and she never once did anything that resembled what a gold digger would do.
And after this video, everything seemed to calm down a bit. This was when Keem released his already mentioned interview, where he showed Brandon some pictures, which made Brandon suspicious that Clara could be cheating on him with Garrett, another member of the BAM Lounge. As a result of this, Clara and Brandon started staying away from each other, while Brandon returned to Seattle. Meanwhile, Garrett posted a video on his channel, clearing the air about the accusation. At the end of the video, Brandon would also clarify that nothing had happened between Garrett and Clara.
What's going on? Like, tell me really quickly. Are we cool?
We are cool. He did not do anything with Clara.
Did not have with that woman.
No, he didn't.
And as soon as that dust settled, Clara moved back with Brandon, and the two even posted a video together. But still, Brandon's video lacked their past glory and came off more as awkward. However, the final blow would be delivered when the allegations resurfaced not long after the drama was put to rest. Only this time, Brandon didn't take it so well, and fans became especially worried after Clara put out a tweet that read,
"If I pass away in the next few weeks, you guys know who it is."
She would also post a picture alongside that showing holes in her door. And when the allegations of this kind of relationship arose, Clara and Brandon both reacted defensively, with Brandon saying that he only punched the door door because of all the allegations. Nevertheless, people knew that Brandon's mental state was deteriorating, and a few weeks later, he once again deleted his YouTube channel and completely disappeared without a trace. But then, after some time, he decided to make another comeback, this time as Toasty. Fans were happy to see Brandon recover from his past and be normal again, but unfortunately, this wouldn't last long, as Brandon got COVID-19 and passed on from this world in 2021. Now, this next YouTuber matched Brandon's popularity, but exceeded his crimes by tenfold.
When Lionmaker was hitting on this 15-year-old girl known as Paige the Panda.
December 21st, 2015 started as another regular day for the Minecraft community, but behind the scenes, a famous Minecraft YouTuber was gearing up to put out a tweet that would stun the entire fandom and forever change the way everyone viewed the game. The creator was Marcus Wilson, a 27-year-old Belgian guy who created the channel Lionmaker Studios in 2013. And just like everyone else at the time period, Marcus was leveraging the popularity of Minecraft to kickstart his career on YouTube. His videos mainly focused on Minecraft Let's Plays, which as expected helped him immensely in generating a fan base of his own, and by 2015 he had 200,000 subscribers. This community of course was mainly made up of young users, with whom Marcus interacted frequently via Skype, and this was where the problem arose. While Marcus was all cheerful and happy in his videos, it was reported that on Skype he was being too emotional and was interacting in an absolutely inappropriate manner with the young fans. It happened on June 12, 2015. Marcus was talking to a young fan named Chantel Weisman. Susie, Chantel's mother, was perfectly aware that her daughter was talking to a famous YouTuber. In fact, she was the one who gave her permission to talk to him. After Chantel asked her mother if she actually could, she thought that they would just talk normal stuff. But that night, it was something more than that. In the midst of an apparently normal conversation, Marcus, or someone who was in control of his account, would ask the young fan for inappropriate pictures. As a concerned mother, Susie immediately alerted the police. But the very next day, Marcus messaged Chantel again, this time claiming that he wasn't the one they were talking to the night before, and that he was locked up in jail for the night. This didn't sit well with Susie, who kept doubting Marcus, even though the Swedish police admitted they couldn't do anything. And sadly, Susie's fears were totally reasonable. On the same day, June 12th, Marcus contacted yet another young fan, Steven Cheeks, who was very young too. Marcus and Steven were acquainted with each other, and fully aware that Steven was very young, Marcus didn't shy away from saying that he would come to his house and do stuff to Steven. And even though he was weirded out by it, Steven didn't think much of it and brushed it aside, thinking it was just friendly banter. But in reality, Marcus was serious, and this was made very clear when Marcus asked Steven to send him pictures too, claiming that he would pay him $500 if he did. Steven didn't agree to send his pictures, but not before Marcus already PayPal'd him $500. This transaction would later be brought up by a PayPal employee as evidence that Marcus had unlawful interactions with these people, but Marcus tried to escape accountability using the same excuse he gave Chantel. Here he claimed that the screenshot of the PayPal invoice was in fact Photoshop, and nothing of the sort had happened. Now the most surprising part was that people actually gave Marcus the benefit of the doubt, and he continued to make more videos and amass more subscribers. But Susie wasn't going to give up. Even though Marcus blocked Chantel from Skype and all other platforms, making it impossible for Susie to contact him, she wanted to get the truth out, and so she reached out to Keemstar. This turned out to be a turning point in the story. On September 16th, Keemstar posted a video where Susie herself narrated what happened between Lionmaker and her daughter, and the response was immediate. People started calling out Marcus left and right, while Marcus continued denying the allegations, claiming that he couldn't have done anything like that since he was in jail at the time, and since many of his fans still kind of believed him, Lionmaker kept attending fan meetups like any other creator. And this is where he met another young fan by the name of Panda the Page. While many of the specific details of their relationship were in the dark, one tweet brought everything to light. Due to the constant criticism he faced on Twitter, thanks to Drama Alert's video on him, Marcus did something extreme. He came clean. On December 21st, he put out a tweet that at first seemed very unreal.
I fooled all of you and have made plenty of money while doing it. Ed Keemstar was right all along, and I'm a pervert that should just leave this earth. Since Ed Panda the Page was her and I have had several inappropriate exchanges on Skype.
After that specific tweet, Lionmaker went completely crazy and started tweeting out things that were incredibly incriminating to himself.
I'm an offender that should just leave this earth.
And then he did something that completely ended his whole career. He posted inappropriate pictures of Panda for the whole world to see. And although Twitter quickly removed those pictures, Panda herself found them and tweeted out saying that it was her, as if not understanding what he'd just done. And then Marcus said something that made the whole situation even more disturbing.
One retweet and I'll share more. I'll share more at Panda the Page.
In the ensuing chaos, Marcus again backtracked by saying that his account got hacked that night, and he made a video to clear his name. In that video, he recited a poem, which was obviously directed at Panda, but no one was really trusting him now. And as he knew it, he disappeared from YouTube. And in real life, he was actually put in a mental institution in Belgium. Other than this fact, nothing was known, and he was considered as good as gone. But the same old story was still brewing when one Redditor uploaded Marcus's stream on the H3 Discord server.
I am putting this out as a warning that this dangerous offender is lurking in our community and cannot be trusted at all. Especially those in the community who aren't of age need to be aware of this. Please be careful who you interact with in private and what you post. I love this community and have made many good friends via the Discord and Reddit, and I want it to be a safe place for everyone.
In this stream, Marcus really admitted to liking younger fans.
The first time I ever talked to her, she was 4.
I'm out. And you were 25?
No. So this is what you got to understand is that like it wasn't intimate at all. It's just that we were doing the whole YouTube thing and I was doing my videos.
thing or
No.
What's the whole YouTube thing?
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
And it's unknown what happened to him after this, but one thing was clear. The prospect of Marcus ever returning to YouTube has been buried for good. But far more sinister is an almost unknown case of David Bukowski. David Bukowski was 18 when he first met his victim, whom the court documents refer to as SM, but we'll be calling her Sarah. David had been an avid gamer since a young age, and he knew how to effectively deal with the ups and downs of the internet, and this made him appear like a very reliable adult to Sarah, who was very young when she first met David in some online chat room dedicated to Minecraft. At that point in time, David also ran a company called Quantum Booter, which basically sold software that can be used to perpetuate DDoS attacks like in the Vel PvP case, and which would later be taken down by the FBI. And slowly, David started doing things to make himself more important in Sarah's life. He would help her play Minecraft and also teach her about computer software. Sarah liked David too, and a close friendship started forming between the two. But they grew even closer when David had to be admitted to the hospital after he suffered a stroke. During this time, Sarah was one of the few friends who constantly asked him how he was and expressed concern. Following his recovery in 2016, David and Sarah then started their romantic relationship that same year. And David met Sarah for the first time in real life at a gaming convention, and he would go on to meet her twice in Ottawa, where she actually lived. But the relationship itself quickly turned sour, with David being controlling and very rude to Sarah. And fed up with him, Sarah quietly moved on from a relationship and started dating a co-worker of hers, whom we will be calling Jacob. Now, even though Sarah didn't reveal this to David, he started growing suspicious of her. And when he finally found out about the relationship, he was furious. And he did what someone like him would do. He doxed Sarah. And this was made easier by the fact that during the early phase of the relationship, Sarah had blindly entrusted all of her passwords to David. And now she had to bear the consequences of this decision. But then he actually pretended like he regretted his actions and texted Sarah.
I have now become a non-abuser, and I will never return back to my old ways of hurting or demeaning people. I thank you for that. I know you lied about not being with someone because you were scared I was going to hurt you or him, but all I was searching for was the truth.
But in reality, David was far from satisfied. His quest for revenge would take him to dark depths. In the month of January 2018, multiple people known to Sarah started receiving inappropriate pictures of her in their emails, which also accused Sarah of manipulating men online and deceiving them. David also sent emails to Sarah's mother and her workplace, accusing Martha, her mom, of having affairs with other men. He even once sent a thread making it seem like it was sent by Jacob, leading to Jacob being arrested and detained by the police for 5 hours. But what was happening on the computer screen also moved into real life. In February of 2018, David met Gavin Kasdorf online. Gavin was also a very young person, and he was manipulated by David into firebombing Sarah's house, and the fire set by him damaged the building and the vehicle, but fortunately no one was actually injured. Immediately after this, David and Gavin were finally arrested and put on trial for a number of crimes. Due to the lack of proper evidence, the charges of arson and attempted murder were dropped. This was because while Gavin admitted it was David who first approached him with the plan, there wasn't proper evidence. So in 2020, David was simply sentenced to 5 years in prison on the count of criminal harassment and distribution of Sarah's images. This next individual is also serving time, but for a far more sinister crime.
In 2017, Devin Arthurs was a psychotic young killer with a head full of hate and a hair trigger.
Controversial opinions and discussions can be sprout anywhere on the internet, even in games like Minecraft, and more specifically /in/craft, a Minecraft server where members played as countries and political organizations on a map that was very similar to the real world. This was the perfect server for geopolitical enthusiasts who wanted all the drama present in the real world to be reenacted in Minecraft. And one of the most popular groups in the server was Striker Gang, and while the group was filled with people trying to escape from the real world, there was a user by the name of Wolf Devin who took his ideologies a bit too far. Devin Arthurs was living with his divorced dad, Alan, in a middle-class gated community in Florida, where he slowly began drifting towards extreme ideologies. This didn't go totally unnoticed by Alan, who on multiple occasions tried to divert his son's attention from those topics. But slowly, the effect of the material Arthur was consuming was very visible in his behavior. One of his online friends recounted an incident that happened when he was on a call with Devin.
I was in a Skype call with him once, and he put his mom in a freaking chokehold, called her a fat freak who was trying to take away his computer.
Another time, Alan also came across a book Devin had ordered, which was Mein Kampf, the book and autobiography of one of the most hated men on the planet. And when confronted, Devin physically challenged Alan, leading to the police being called and him getting kicked out from his father's house. And eventually, he would also drop out of high school completely. Homeless and jobless, Devin moved in with Jeremy Himmelman, Andrew Oneshuk, and Brandon Russell in an apartment in Tampa. And all his roommates shared Devin's explosive ideologies and continued to consume far-right material together. They even had manuals and guides on how to make guns and bombs. And on one drawer, they even had a framed photograph of Timothy McVeigh, who was responsible for the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995. But while his roommates continued being loyal to their ideologies, Devin faced a dilemma. He started embracing Islam more and more, and also felt a connection to the organization ISIS. For Devin, Islam started being a priority, and he started preaching the goods of jihadism, or Islamic terrorism. Naturally, he tried to rub his ideology on his roommates, but they weren't really pleased with it. And so things started to get tense, with Jeremy, Andrew, and Brandon following one ideology, and Devin preaching a completely opposite one. And this tension would finally result in a tragedy on May 19th, 2017. Devin was cleaning his AK-47 when Jeremy ridiculed Islam and joked about throwing Devin's copy of the Quran at him. But before this was actually done, loud bangs resounded across the room as Devin shot Jeremy multiple times. The rampage still didn't end, as Andrew, who was in the flat at the time, was also shot by Devin. Devin then dropped the rifle and took up a semi-automatic pistol, and with the two bodies now lying there, Devin called his dad and said,
"I love you, Dad. You won't be hearing from me again. He thinks it's a joke. My mother tells me to put the gun down immediately.
He then went to a nearby leasing office and, brandishing his gun, announced that he had killed 2 people. And this was when a woman finally called 911, which prompted the police to arrive not long after and arrest him. And when the police visited the flat, they found Brandon, who was still out until then, crying in a military uniform beside the corpses of Jeremy and Andrew. After being arrested, Devin was questioned about his motives by detectives. And in that interview, Devin reveals that his roommates were planning to unalive a lot of people by planting bombs. So he had to interrupt them to save people's lives, which of course could be a possibility, but most likely simply isn't. He would later be diagnosed with a mental illness upon evaluation by a forensic psychiatrist. And so in 2023, Devin finally pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 45 years in prison. Now let's take a look at the lolcow community, essentially internet degenerates that were documented online. Swag Ryan Mario 64 was a TikTok creator who managed to build a steadily growing audience of nearly 10,000 followers in 2024. He became known for his short skits where he played different characters, most notably from the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, in humorous and exaggerated scenarios. Over time, this allowed him to become recognized by people on the platform, though often for the wrong reasons. He was frequently ridiculed and made fun of for his eccentric personality and the uniquely expressive way he presented himself in his videos. And while he was initially seen as just a strange creator with very peculiar behavior, it wouldn't take long before his dark side started to emerge. In July of 2024, as his online popularity continued to grow, Ryan decided to lean into the chaos. He created a new Discord server called Swag Squad and began inviting people to join, including a couple of trolls, who he deliberately brought in to mess with him, all in hopes of generating even more attention. And every once in a while, Ryan would hop on a call with members of his community, and it was during one of those calls, with roughly 50 people watching, that Ryan recorded himself drinking hand sanitizer live. During this time period, he would also be seen saying extremely hateful things to his own mother after she interrupted him while he was on another call.
I will you in your sleep, woman! Go make me a sandwich! Now!
Shortly after this incident, a young individual named Triple, who was also part of his server at the time, received a call from Ryan himself. And during the call, Ryan spent nearly an hour yelling and venting about the trolls targeting him. However, towards the end of the conversation, Ryan began flipping through his notebook, and to Triple's surprise, he suddenly made an inappropriate remark, despite being very aware of Ryan's age, which was clearly stated in his bio. Just a few days later, however, Ryan would be exposed for something far more disturbing than anything he'd done before. On August 6, 2024, Ryan's friend, who we'll call Wag, would confront him about a certain rumor that had begun spreading around.
Ryan, did you engage in inappropriate activities online? I'm confused.
And to Wag's terrible shock, Ryan replied with,
I was tricked. It was a dare. Okay, there, I said it. I didn't want to, but they forced me to this. Blitz and Joker dared me. If I didn't score at basketball and they didn't know that she was... I was tricked. I tell you, tricked. I'm in the right. Help me.
As it turned out, Ryan had participated in explicit activities with a girl on VR chat. And to make the situation even worse, around this period, Triple found out that Ryan had also been interacting inappropriately with other younger users on his server. A young ball who we'll call LR, along with his younger girlfriend who we'll refer to as Jamie, were often invited by Ryan to play Fortnite. And during one of their conversations, Jamie would tell Ryan,
you have more fat than meat.
To which Ryan then replies with,
oh my god, she's hot.
Despite being aware of LR's and Jamie's age, since they also stated that in their bios. And Ryan would also send explicit material to LR, saying,
this is what I like, hahaha.
But it didn't stop there. During a call with LR, Ryan also had the guts to share his intentions of wanting to do explicit activities with both him and his girlfriend.
Chica, do you want to have a...
Yes.
With who? Me and who are moms.
And before long, Triple would finally call him out for this type of behavior in front of the many people on his server.
How old were they, Ryan?
Triple. I didn't know!
Little boys, that's what you're attracted to, Ryan?
And as soon as this was posted online, other incidents began to surface as well. These included conversations where he would repeatedly tell people he was chatting with that he would attempt to leave this earth for no reason at all, along with a clip of him talking to a group of young individuals in a Fortnite lobby about the size of his stuff. And while he hasn't faced any legal consequences yet, and with his real age and name still remaining unknown, more and more creators across various social media platforms have continued to bring awareness about him by posting videos exposing him and his actions, hoping that he'll eventually pay for his crimes. But unlike Ryan, this next person showed his freakish obsessions in front of multiple young people.
One of the most hated figures on every social media platform that he frequents.
On June 24th, 2022, an 18-year-old relatively unknown content creator named Nova Online, otherwise known as Gabriel Gage, posted a Wingstop review on TikTok that would end up going extremely viral. This video, along with many other food reviews that followed, would garner him over 300,000 followers on the platform in just a couple of months. But not because people genuinely liked his content, but because his awkward personality and stereotypical Discord moderator appearance made him a running joke online, and most people followed just to make fun of him. But despite this ridicule, Nova's viewership only continued to grow, though people again just watched watched to laugh at him. At first, his followers were actually mainly concerned about his health, as he appeared to be very obese. But soon, they would discover something far more disturbing. Nova was following a large number of accounts belonging to young people. And after that very discovery, another incident surfaced that completely destroyed what little dignity he had. A video recording began circulating of Nova, where he was seen singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to a girl who wasn't of age, who we'll refer to as Jessica. And aside from that, he would also be seen exposing his lower body to a young person in his Discord server, while wearing nothing but diapers. And not long after, yet another clip of him suddenly emerged, where he allegedly asked another individual how often they engaged in inappropriate things.
But how often do you...
As more and more of these clips began circulating, Nova would start receiving heavy backlash across his platforms. And because of this, Nova was left with no choice but to defend himself against the mounting evidence exposing him. In one Discord conversation with a user named Program, who confronted him about his messages to Jessica, Nova had this to say.
Yeah, taken out of context how you wanted to sleep in VC with someone much younger and asked her how often she does stuff to herself. They were being intimate towards me and you was being it back. They did it more.
Following this exchange, Nova went on to say,
"It's not my fault I'm attracted to smaller humans."
And shortly after this confrontation, Nova went live to address the allegations, claiming that everything was actually Photoshop, while not mentioning the numerous video evidence of this disgusting behavior around small humans. And because of this very interesting behavior, it was also discovered that during this time, Nova was into age regression, which is basically wanting to revert to an earlier age to find comfort and manage stress. And just when it seemed like things couldn't get any worse for him, photos began circulating online, showing Nova sucking on a pacifier and cuddling a stuffed unicorn, along with screenshots of him posting pictures of himself in a diaper on Discord, saying,
"Hoping for a wet night again."
With the way the allegations started to surface one after another, Nova made an attempt to build a case in a server to clear his name, saying,
"They need proof of me being inappropriate towards a little human for me to get arrested. I need all the evidence I can get that proves I'm not a... DM me all the evidence you can."
However, instead, he was confronted by server members about his inappropriate actions with Jessica, but some of them actually took his side by saying,
"He didn't know she was... It's not even that young either. He's 18, so they act like she was..."
This brought him even more backlash because of how he responded to these accusations, which would allegedly lead to his TikTok account being hacked by some of the people outraged by his actions.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill. My main account just got hacked.
But instead of giving up, he would just make a new account named the Novine Universe, where he would post his old viral content and videos of his workout journey, eventually gaining over 49,000 followers again. And once he gained enough popularity on this account, people who knew him in person began to take notice. And as soon as they discovered all the things he'd allegedly done to numerous people online in the past, they actually decided to report him to his own church.
"Hi, I'm texting you about one of your members, Gage or Nova, whatever his name is."
But to this person's surprise, the church's representative would reply saying,
"We've been talking to local authorities for weeks now. Thank you for your concern. It's being handled with the police and our head of security. If you have evidence of something illegal, you should report it to the local authorities as well."
They already knew about it, and this would ultimately get Nova banned from the church itself. And the moment he found out, he did a live stream responding to the situation, visibly lashing out.
"I'm at my breaking point. You're effing trolls who have nothing else better to do!"
And after this incident, Nova's alleged ex-girlfriend publicly called him out on his server, accusing him again of having questionable interactions with individuals of protected age brackets.
"Nova, screw you for treating me like literal crap for so long. You never cared about me, and you clearly only care about smaller humans, more than your own girlfriend. When you come back to this, you'll say I was a troll, but sadly I wasn't. Screw you every time you told me you were too busy to talk to me, every time you told me to send my mom to jail."
And while he still chooses to make content as of today, and even though most of these claims are just allegations, it goes to show that he's definitely not someone who should be near young people at all. This next case, however, involves someone who took his indecent fantasies to real life.
You may think you know the story behind what he has done. No one knew the truth.
Earl Dupe, also known online as the White Bowser, was a 30-year-old man living in Shelby Township, Michigan. And while not much is known about his childhood, he would go on to start his own YouTube channel during his time in college under the name Moniker. On it, he posted a variety of content, from his own music to videos about My Little Pony. Considering himself as a fan of his franchise, he even attended BronyCon in 2017, the very one attended by Chris Chan, one of the most infamous figures in the local community. Up until this point, Earl was just a small-time creator who wanted to share his interests online, and while only a few would know of him, this was soon about to change for all the wrong reasons. In late 2023, a YouTuber by the name of Nick Nobody would hold an interview with two fellow creators, Kiwi Tapes and Smokey MC, discussing Earl's concerning behavior in their Discord servers. And when asked how they met him in the first place, this is what they said.
"First found out about Bowser when people were like hitting me up saying like, yo, there's this dude telling people to like off themselves and all this bad stuff. The guy was like always saying this creepy And then when people pressed him on it and when he got kicked out, that's when all the news about what he was into and like what kind of he watched, because I think someone asked him about that.
As it turned out, Earl would frequently spend his time arguing with anyone he could find in their service, most often Smokies, especially those who disagreed with his sickening opinions about fictional young characters. In one instance, someone in a voice chat would ask Earl about the kind of explicit content he would consume, and without much thought at all, he would list 2 anime series with the titles of Freezing and Tawawa on Monday. Now you have to know that the first one, Freezing, is an anime about genetically modified young women that have their upper body parts 4 times their normal size, while the second is about a young girl that was repeatedly taken advantage of by a businessman in his late 20s. And even with several people in the call telling Earl how disgusting it was to view such content involving these kinds of individuals for his own pleasure, this is how he responded.
That's because they're cartoons.
So that has nothing to do with it. They're still underage.
They're cartoons.
Holding on to his belief that underage fictional characters being depicted inappropriately should be normalized because they're just cartoons. And he even went out of his way to justify himself, claiming that they'd be completely different from real people.
I do not believe that fictional cartoons that do not exist in the real world can be granted humanitarian rights because they do not exist and because matter cannot be created from nothing, you idiots.
Not only that, but just a couple of days later, Earl would even tell a veteran in Smokey's server to leave this earth after the veteran opened up to other members about the struggles he'd been facing after returning home from deployment.
Yeah, remember when you told an actual veteran who was crying about his friends committing that you supported veterans right to his face?
I do not support veterans.
You said that you did, Bowser.
This also immediately infuriated everyone, and it wouldn't take long before the mods banned him from the server completely. But instead of reflecting on his actions, he took the situation to Twitter instead, tagging Smokey and claiming that his mods had banned him for no reason at all. Meanwhile, members of Smokey's server took the opportunity to dig into Earl's history, and while doing so, they found something absolutely horrifying. It turned out that when they located Earl's Reddit account, they came across a post he'd written back in November 9th, 2021, titled "The Day My Life Turned Into an Anime." In it, he described an incident that happened at his job, where he inappropriately touched one of his co-workers, who we'll call Catherine. And to make things even worse, it was later discovered that Catherine wasn't yet an adult. And what made this increasingly unsettling was the way he detailed what happened.
One night, I was working behind the popcorn counter and was called over by my boss for a nightly meeting. I walked over there and so did all my other co-workers. My boss talked to everyone what jobs were left for the day and how to work together to get everything done faster. At the end of the day, one of my best friends at the movie theater, who I absolutely had a man crush on, put his hands in the middle of the crowd. He always did this, and everyone was expecting to do the same. However, one girl in the group didn't want to do it, and she began walking away before everyone had a chance to put their hands in the middle. Not knowing what was going on in her head or why, as she was walking away, I instinctively swung my arm around and grabbed her shoulder from the back. She turned around faster than lightning and said, "You better hustle." And yes, I'm not even sure that's what she said, because I don't remember. Also, when she turned around at breakneck speed, my hand moved from grabbing the back of her shoulder to the front of her chest. And yes, this all happened within the span of 5 seconds. When she stormed off, I was just standing in shock with all my co-workers behind me, and they were all looking at me. And all I could say was, I should not have done that. The rest of the night went off awkwardly. I started cleaning my station and I couldn't find the girl I touched anywhere. A few minutes later, my boss told me to go home, so I drove home saying in my head what just happened. What did I just do? It was really hard working at the movie theater after that. I did not have the courage to walk up to the woman I inappropriately did stuff to and apologize.
And shortly after, he stated that his boss, who we'll refer to as Jack, made it clear that an investigation would be conducted to find out if other women at the theater felt that Earl had treated them inappropriately as well. And Earl agreed, saying that he wasn't afraid of what Jack might find, claiming that all the women there actually liked him instead. 2 weeks later, Earl was called back into Jack's office, where he was told that most of the women who'd been interviewed admitted that they felt uncomfortable with the way Earl had treated them or spoken to them. With all of this information coming to light, the number of people on the internet bashing Earl grew more and more every day. And amidst all the outrage against him, Kiwi also appeared in another interview with Nick to reveal more things about Earl. Earl's situation was spiraled even further. Just a day after his last stream on his channel, he would send a text to Kiwi, informing him of his plans to start a weekly podcast called 110 Autism. And for some reason, Earl believed Kiwi was on his side. And needless to say, Kiwi took Earl up on his offer. On the first episode of the podcast, Kiwi would get Smokey on the call to confront Earl about all the horrible things he'd done and present it to his audience.
You laugh at people who are going through hard times, like, you think like God looks at that and goes, "That's cool, Earl." Like, yeah, bro, I'm down with that.
And after getting called out by Smokey, Kiwi would actually tell Earl that people paid to come on the podcast and talk to him. So he had to sit and listen to everything they had to say, which pretty much prevented him from leaving, despite being shamed for his actions in front of all of these people. And the moment he reluctantly agreed, another guest named the Cow Wrangler showed up to rip Earl's public reputation even more. And while Earl was starting to freak out during the podcast, Wrangler went even further by revealing that Earl had inappropriately fantasized about Ai-chan, the young female protagonist from Tawawa on Monday. Aside from all of these weird things he'd done up to this point, it would also be revealed that he called his friend named Ricky the N-word after Ricky tried to give him some advice about the situation he'd gotten himself into. And as if that wasn't enough, not long after the first episode was released, it was revealed that a few weeks before its publication, someone had actually left a comment on one of Earl's YouTube videos, telling him to not return to the movie theater where he used to work. And after seeing this comment, Earl somehow managed to interpret this as a bomb threat and immediately drove to the theater, telling everyone they needed to get out because they were in grave danger. And as soon as the police had arrived, they evacuated everyone and cleared the theater of any threats, with their police report being, when police interviewed a man named Mike Sadel, who was a staff member at the theater,
he explained that there had never been any threat. He also stated that Earl was a former employee who'd been terminated over a year earlier for inappropriately touching Catherine, his female co-worker.
Mike further explained that Earl approached him and other staff members, claiming the theater could be shot up or bombed, referencing a YouTube comment as a source. However, Mike noted that the comment didn't even mention the theater. It was actually a reference to an early 2000s animated TV show named Homestar Runner, in which a character, King of Town, is referenced. Right after that, the police went on to interview Earl at the scene, and after explaining the reason he'd done all of this, he decided it was a brilliant idea to tell the officer about the incident that happened between him and Catherine. And so the police report would continue with,
Earl then directly jumped to the situation between him and the employee from over a year ago, which caused him to be terminated, saying he accidentally touched her chest, and it was for 10 seconds.
A few days would pass after this, and after Kiwi found out about this information, he would actually manage to get Earl on a second episode of the podcast to inform him that he never wanted to talk to him ever again.
I just want you to know, I do not like you. You are everything that these people call you. I'm never talking to you again. This podcast is never getting another episode.
This interaction between the two of them only proved further that Earl didn't care about what he'd done and was only concerned about getting paid from the podcast. But unsurprisingly, a couple of days after the episode aired, another horrifying discovery about Earl came to light. It turned out that Earl had his own anime Discord server filled with younger individuals, and this server was rumored to have people as young as 15 years old, and the admins on the server were known to be inappropriate. Nick investigated all of this and soon found out that under the screen name Daddy Butcher, Earl was doing some very inappropriate things with his members. Another thing Earl did was use a young member as bait to lure in potential predators within his server. In one instance, he told the young person,
"If you're wondering why I mentioned your age in my Discord server, it's because I wanted to see if I could bait out and catch bad actors. Remember, I'm a smart man, 110 IQ for a reason. DM me if anyone in the server takes advantage of you or otherwise." Upon seeing this, Kiwi and Smokey would once again insult Earl on their podcast for exposing explicit material to young individuals in his server. And after Earl left midway through the call, while being ripped to shreds in front of everyone watching, he sent a message to Kiwi saying, "Hello Kiwi, as of today I am blocking you on Discord and the podcast is ending. I was visited today by a private investigator who had to take a report about how you and the trolls are trying your best to criminalize me. The investigator assured me I did nothing wrong. You harassed me. That's one thing. You harassed the state and the law. That's another thing. Now the police took a statement from me on the whole situation. If you trolls continue to harass the police, they will open a case against you and Smokey and you will be prosecuted, especially Smokey. I am not a PDF. I'm not the one who preys on younger people. And now that the police are involved because of the trolls, this will be the end of our communication forever. The trolls officially ruined it, Kiwi, and the law is involved now. The case will be reopened if the police keep getting harassed. Then you and Smokey can kiss your YouTube careers goodbye." And from then on, Earl would avoid interacting with Kiwi and Smokey completely and would instead explain the situation to other people in an attempt to prove his innocence. One of these people was another person named Froggy Donut. He first reached out to Earl, claiming he was an online reporter who wanted to know about Earl's situation. But during their exchange, Froggy discovered even more terrifying things about him, and this is their conversation.
Were there in your server? So
And I said yes, there were.
All right.
There are allegations I'm seeing a lot of that you streamed in this server. What's that about? Did you do this?
Only once.
Not only did Earl expose himself by admitting that he'd shown extremely inappropriate material to younger people in his server, but also revealed that there were occasions where the mods in his community were caught taking advantage of these members, and nothing was done about it. And after their conversation was published online, Earl once again became the subject of intense public outrage. Some people even managed to find his home address and began sending various things to his house just to get a reaction out of him. And when Earl started receiving mysterious boxes repeatedly, he was seen taping makeshift signs out of his house that read, "This house has been targeted by cyberbullies and internet criminals. Please leave me alone. I have a disabled mother I'm trying to take care of. I'm leaving the internet." However, this wouldn't stop the harassment from getting even worse. On one occasion, someone sent a clown for his birthday who livestreamed the entire encounter, and upon knocking at the door, Earl's mother, who we'll refer to as Cynthia, answered and immediately shut it in the clown's face. All of this would cause Earl to unblock both Kiwi and Smokey and sent them a message before blocking them once again. "Your people are coming to my house now. People or strangers with face paint and worse, coming to my house and harassing my mother. This is no longer funny, and
Real people are in danger here. I don't think you want blood on your hands. You are internet trolls clearly, but you don't want people unalived, do you? My mother was lucky enough that they only had a cell phone on them this time. Next time they could have a gun or knife on them. Next time my mother might have her life put in danger when they are at the front door. This is a warning, so listen closely. I've told the police to make frequent checks at my house crossroads. If people show up at my door again just to scare me, then they will be arrested and prosecuted. And if you are found to be in league with them, then you will be punished severely. Now, I've made mistakes. I touched a woman inappropriately by accident. I showed explicit content to people. Yeah, I know it's messed up. You can call me a degenerate all you want for that. But once my mother's life is put in danger, you cross the line.
And shortly after making this message known, Earl, now desperate to do just about anything to stop people from coming after him, would make his infamous apology video about all his wrongdoings. In one of the segments of his video, he went to further explain the incident involving Catherine. And if he couldn't have explained it any worse than this, he said that his hands just slipped and described the entire interaction as an anime moment for him.
My hand slipped and it touched her chest. That's all I can say. It truly was an anime-esque moment.
On top of that, he even compared Catherine to her twin sister, who we'll name Ellie, saying that her upper body was larger compared to Catherine. Several days after posting this video, someone started investigating him, who we'll name Zach, and he actually decided to get in contact with Catherine herself to get her side of the story, since Earl had now revealed her identity to the entire internet. While talking to Zach, Catherine disclosed the fact that she was still not of age at the time of the movie theater incident, and up until this point, nobody knew about those facts. And so as soon as this piece of information got out, Earl pleaded with Kiwi and Smokey to let him come back on their podcast so he could explain himself out of the situation. After claiming he didn't know Catherine and Ellie weren't of age, they were joined by returning guest Wrangler, who made Earl expose himself even more. Once again, he confirmed yet another allegation against him, that he allowed the daddies in the server to have their way in talking inappropriately to their other members. This caused even more backlash across multiple communities that had witnessed his exposure. And a few weeks later, Earl would go on to delete every single video on his channel. And for a while, the only updates his follower would receive were the posts from his community tab.
Is it right for me to be bullied off the internet? Yes, actually it is. I just had a screaming and crying fit of a mental breakdown in my bed that lasted over an hour. Oh my god, that felt so good. I spent almost an hour inappropriately doing stuff with my stuff while watching Tawawa on Monday.
Eventually, Earl would delete his channel altogether and would make one last appearance where he was exposed talking to an unknown person in a Discord server about his new job, working with mentally challenged younger people. However, fortunately, he would end up getting the job after the same person revealed everything he'd done to his employer, and he confirmed that on his own public post, saying,
"It was revealed to me that I did not get a new job due to an undisclosed person operating as a middleman and buddy troll. I am still unemployed, and I'm thankfully making money from my unemployment checks. This will be the last win the lolcow community gets on me. I have scheduled the last of my social media accounts for deletion 2 weeks from now. All my Discord data will be destroyed. I do have a burner account on YouTube and Reddit, but I cannot use them for interaction, only for lurking and spying. I know I cannot post any activity on my LinkedIn account, because these people are spying on that social media page. The only way I can update my career status is through a personal resume attached file sent to employers. Playing video games online is a no-go. I have to do it all offline in solo mode. I cannot make friends with anyone on the internet. 50% of the way I communicate and make friends in the world is gone. I cannot talk online without being discovered. Real world interactions is all I have now. And in 2023, with the power of the internet, this is pretty sad."
And soon after, with all of these horrible actions now finally catching up to him, Earl completely disappeared from the internet and has been on it ever since. The next person, however, is even worse.
He admitted to some of the worst crimes humanly possible.
It's December 24th, 2017. Corbin Panel, otherwise known as Jupiter the Hybrid, a 25-year-old man from Nampa, Idaho, with over 46,000 followers on TikTok, just launched his own YouTube channel called Jupiter Paranormal. But Jupiter isn't your typical guy. He takes on the persona of a werewolf, vampire, human hybrid, and is known for his bizarre antics online. While he decided to make a YouTube account at the time to further make his name and content known, he had initially become somewhat popular due to the majority of his TikTok videos showing him arguing with a version of himself from another timeline, which he believes is trying to steal his identity. What seems particularly strange though is that his TikTok bio says,
"My other account got banned, but it's okay. I have this one and I still love Abby."
The person Jupiter is referring to, Abby, is a girl he brings up on multiple occasions. At one point, Jupiter even revealed that he'd proposed to her despite talking to other girls. But during an interview on the YouTube channel Siwa Moon, Abby would expose some pretty shocking things about her relationship with Jupiter.
Again, you were when y'all met, like in person?
Yeah.
That's scary to me because that means he was 18, which is illegal.
After revealing he was 18 and she wasn't when they first met each other in person, she goes on to address something even worse than what had already been discovered.
Has Jupiter ever tried to lay hands on you?
Yes, when I was
in violence or?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
From here, everyone who watched the interview was left even more shocked by what they just heard. His YouTube and TikTok channels would soon stop growing altogether. And after a while, he was asked directly about the situation. And this is what he said.
"I didn't know such thing, and she knows. I didn't know
A few years would pass, and despite constantly denying ever doing any of this, it turns out that Abby wasn't the only individual who has been preyed on by Jupiter. Linda Binda is a YouTuber who's been playing a satirical persona as a decoy in order to lure Jupiter into exposing himself and catch him in his predatory acts altogether. And in one of her videos, posted on May 12th of 2023, Jupiter is seen showcasing his method of contacting women on the internet. He would also make the whole situation worse by telling the story of how he once turned off his censorship and started talking dirty to Abby, who was of course a different age than him at the time, after she sent him pictures of herself. Apart from that, Linda would also talk about another instance where Jupiter requested suggestive pictures from her, despite knowing her age. And when Linda called him out for doing these kinds of things, he would change the topic in a frantic way, saying,
"Let's not just rewind time and think about that.
Okay.
Focus on what's happening in the present, not in the past."
In the other videos recorded by Linda, Jupiter also delves into his delusions by claiming to have a wife named Shirotora, who's actually a My Little Pony doll. As their call progresses, Linda asks whether Jupiter had with his proclaimed wife, and unsurprisingly, Jupiter goes into disturbing detail about this.
You've had with her?
Yeah, but I made her promise no more after like our last set of triplets. I told her no more. I was done.
To give more context about where his unsettling behavior could have stemmed from, it's important to dive deeper into his family's criminal history. His younger brother, Shane Panel, was actually arrested for physically hurting a smaller human and is scheduled to be released in 2027. His older brother, Duke, who's currently about 40 years old, was arrested when he was 32 and charged for engaging in indecent conduct with a girl we'll call Carol, who was also a younger individual who babysat his own little humans. And it was later revealed that he'd actually gotten her pregnant. The detectives found out and had Carol call him while recording the conversation, during which he told her she had two options. She could keep the baby and let him take care of it, or she could terminate the pregnancy. To protect his reputation and stay out of trouble, Duke asked Carol to lie about the pregnancy, saying she'd been taken advantage of after getting drunk at a party, so she didn't actually know who the father was. But of course that didn't work, as Duke would end up getting arrested, charged, and sent to prison. He's since been released though, and is now married again. Jupiter's sister, on the other hand, who we'll refer to as Madeline, actually appears in an interview with Linda, and this is what she says about her family.
I mean, I've been talking with my biological father, and he does say that a lot of the men, specifically the men in my family, my biological family, are predators.
To escalate even further, Madeline also reveals that she has an ongoing restraining order against her brother, Jupiter. This proves that Jupiter wasn't just displaying his twisted behavior towards people he met online, but also towards his own family as well. His aggressive nature can also be seen in another interview he did with Linda, where she asked him what his deepest, darkest fantasy was.
What's your deepest, darkest fantasy?
My darkest fantasy is to watch all those who wronged me die by my hand.
And aside from his violent threats towards people he claimed had wronged him, there was another equally disturbing side to his behavior. In one call, a certain individual, who we'll call Jasmine, asked if she can still send him pictures despite her age, and he would simply agree. And on top of that, another leaked video shows Jupiter talking to a person he believed wasn't quite mature yet, who we'll refer to as Christine, and asking her if she wants to make inappropriate content with him in order to make some money. And Jupiter is also seen messaging individuals on Discord, and in one particular conversation, he makes it clear that he wants to have with a user we'll refer to as Debbie.
If you feel like you're mature enough to make babies, then you're old enough to do so. So you would breed me if I'm... Yes.
And much like all of his other social media platforms, he also uses his YouTube channel as a means to target these individuals. In one of his live streams, for example, titled "Hey, is Jupiter here?", he appears to be talking to another individual in a protected age group named Kirsten, and their conversation starts off with him asking her,
Kristen, I'm gonna ask, you male or female?
After which Kirsten replies saying,
I'm a woman.
Jupiter then responds with,
Kristen, you crushing on me?
And then Kirsten says,
maybe a little.
And suddenly Jupiter asks if she wants to get his number.
I love you. What's your number?
Is what Kirsten says. And without any hesitation, he would give out his phone number on his own live stream in an attempt to get in contact with her. During this interaction though, there seems to be another person whose messages were deleted, as Jupiter goes on to say that she and Kirsten can both get his number. And Kirsten would reply with,
I'm younger too.
And to much to their surprise, Jupiter says he's okay with that. And even when Kirsten doubles down by saying,
Did you see how old we are though? Are you okay with that?
But Jupiter would simply ignore the question. Instead, he would proceed to give out more of his social media accounts to the two fans. It's unclear whether Jupiter actually contacted the two individuals he was reportedly targeting on his livestream. But what's even more disturbing is that on January 19th, 2024, he appeared in an interview with the YouTuber Smokey MC we already mentioned to discuss his brother's past crimes. And rather than condemning their actions, Jupiter defended them instead. On one occasion, he would also be tricked into believing that the infamous hacker group Anonymous is attempting to make his imaginary Jupiter powers, and that he would lose them if he didn't repent and apologize for being a... And this will lead to him publishing a video in front of the entire internet, admitting that he indeed was a predator and begging for the world's forgiveness for taking advantage of users.
It is with a humble heart that I, Jupiter, aka Corbin Pinnell, was and am hated for those crimes.
The whole situation would later be explained further by an individual named Joey Tovar, who claims to be one of the people responsible for getting Jupiter to expose himself.
He wasn't swayed by Anonymous, but rather a group of individuals, including myself, who had to manipulate him into thinking we were divine beings that controlled his powers. I posed as the eternal father and told him that if he did not apologize, I would strip him of his powers. This man only apologized because he's so far deep in his fantasy world that he feared that over actually being remorseful over these users. That's why he doesn't deserve to be a Jupiter. I told him he wasn't allowed to wear the Jupiter name unless he repented.
But unfortunately, this story doesn't end here. Even after posting his apology video, he would admit to still inappropriately interacting with users, and that he's actually only playing along with this group until he finds a way to get them off his back. With how he seems to be giving absolutely no care for his actions and feels no remorse at all, Madeline, in another interview with Linda, reveals that this also comes from his mother, excusing his actions by saying that he isn't in the right state of mind.
Mom would say things like, he's autistic, he doesn't know what he's doing.
And that reason, the one his mom has used to justify his actions, is now the very thing he uses to excuse himself from his situation.
You're with a old-minded man.
For a moment, it seemed like he might actually get away with the things he's done. But then the situation would take an unforeseen event after the Nampa Police Department issued a statement on Facebook announcing new developments on the case.
Nampa police detectives executed a search warrant at a residence at Redacted, involving internet crimes against small humans. While the investigation is ongoing, no one has been charged yet, and we have no details of the case to release. We wanted to take this opportunity to remind parents that social media platforms can be useful but are often breeding grounds for. Please make sure that you always monitor your little one's social media accounts and report any suspicious activities.
And this would instantly set off a wave of speculations across the platform. And when some began to question whether this was connected to Jupiter, since it's the same city he lives in, he would surprisingly confirm this himself in the same interview with Smokey on February 19th. And as soon as the police entered his house, they began questioning him about his online activity, and soon after would seize his devices for the investigation. Now that the police were investigating Jupiter for the many things he's done publicly, Smokey would also discover in this interview that Jupiter had actually been dating one of these users the entire time. Smokey's co-host, Kiwi Tapes, would immediately confront him about it, right after he just claimed that he no longer did these things.
You know, what's with the your old girlfriend, Jupiter? Like, I thought you weren't doing these things anymore.
Even going by the age of consent in England, the girlfriend in question would still be considered pretty much illegal. And as more of his actions were being exposed, he would begin to freak out, eventually slipping up and admitting to committing federal crimes against these people on Discord.
So you do not deny sending these pictures to underage people?
I had no idea it was happening. It all happened under my nose.
And immediately after saying this, he would make yet another apology, seemingly in an attempt to avoid legal consequences, despite the fact that he's indeed dating somebody illegal.
Yes, I was wrongfully hurting that I shouldn't have. Yes, I was and I've changed that now, and I'm changed. And I want all the families I ruined to know that I'm changed now. I will come and literally apologize to all of you face to face if I have to.
And while he hasn't faced any official repercussions yet, but still he is yet to face any legal consequences. This next case, however, involves someone who committed extremely disturbing acts and did not get away with it.
Cyrax is somebody who constantly gets exposed for being one of the worst people on the internet.
I swear to God, I will hunt you down and beat your within an inch of your life. And that's not a joke!
Those are the unsettling words of Cyrax, a 35-year-old man from Akron, Ohio, who's become one of the internet's most controversial figures. Originally known as Patrick Smith and later changing his name to Chance James Finsty Wilskin, he spent years building a reputation that's drawn both ridicule and concern from nearly everyone who's crossed paths with him. He claims he was born at just 26 weeks with a single kidney, 1.5 lungs, and a blind lazy eye. His family background also plays a major role in explaining why his life is surrounded by disturbing events. While his mother, Connie Lobdell, was said to have her own development challenges, his father, Rupel Mark Smith, was a completely different story. On July 26, 1994, a young girl we'll refer to as KS was taken advantage of by a man who chased her off a bike path for about 50 feet before kidnapping her and dragging her into the woods. Based on her description, investigators created a sketch of the subject to help identify it, and just 2 days later, Rupel Mark Smith, Cyrax's father, saw the sketch printed in a local newspaper and called the police, claiming he looked almost identical to the man in the drawing, but insisting he wasn't responsible and had an alibi. When officers came to question him, they noticed a blue 10 speed bike at his home, the same one described by the victim, and Rupel's responses quickly turned incriminating, and eventually he confessed to dragging the victim across the road and doing extremely vile things. He was arrested soon after and later convicted of kidnapping and engaging in harmful behavior towards a protected group. With Rupel out of Cyrax's life and Connie unable to take care of him due to her disability, Cyrax was pretty much raised by his grandmother, Sally, who moved him from Alaska to her small home in Akron, Ohio, where she gave him her husband's last name, Wilkins, the same name he still uses today. Several years would pass before Cyrax would be heard from again, but on February 14th, 2012, a case of domestic violence was reported at Sally's house, where Cyrix attacked her by choking and punching her in the back after she told him he couldn't walk to Kansas from Ohio to live with an unknown person who was later revealed to be a catfish. Fortunately, Sally's partner at the time, Ed, managed to stop Cyrix, which led him to flee from the house before finally being apprehended. Shortly after, he was charged with a first-degree misdemeanor domestic violence charge under the city of Akron, but later pled guilty to a reduced charge of fourth-degree misdemeanor disorderly conduct. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail, with 28 days suspended, giving 2 days of credit for time served, in order to undergo an assessment at Portage Path before being released. He then went on to create his YouTube channel named Chance Wilkins on April 2nd, just weeks after hurting Sally. Around this time, he posted music videos hoping to get his name known, and also adopted numerous aliases like DJ Shallowblade, and most famously, of course, Cyrix, which were later discovered to be stolen from an actual musician named Eric Scroballo, who signed him to a label named Killer Clown Sounds out of pity. But in 2013, things would only get more disturbing. Once he entered high school, Cyrix began spending most of his time with a small group of friends, one of whom was a legally blind student named Billy Seiler, who he described as his closest friend. However, just when it seemed like his social life was starting to go well, Cyrix made an unexpected claim about Billy.
Unfortunately, when I was years old around that time period, I was actually by one of my best friends from high school. Now at the time, I didn't know that he was gay.
What made this even more suspicious was that he said his family had spoken to the school about what Billy seemingly did to him, and that the school's response was to kick him out instead, supposedly so it wouldn't happen again. Since it seemed unlikely that the victim of such a situation would actually be the one getting kicked out of school, Cyrix later added that when this happened, Billy wasn't an adult, while he was already of age at the time. Viewers who heard his claims began to question whether any of this was true, and because Cyrix had already given out Billy's name, they decided to look deeper into it, and it didn't take long before they found Billy's Facebook and reached out to him, informing him of what Cyrix had said happened back in high school. And once contact was made, they got into a call with Billy, and the real story actually became public.
So we were up in my room, it was late at night, probably 12, 1 o'clock on a weekday. When it gets hot, guys tend to take off their shirts and everything. I was either on my belly on the floor, or I think I was searching for something, and the next thing I know is and at this point, I had never given any type of consent whatsoever.
And just like that, Cyrix ended up being exposed that in his adult years, he crossed serious boundaries with a disabled young man. And on top of that, he even threw himself off the roof of a school after claiming that the other student dared him to do it, which left him with a broken arm. And upon recovering, Cyrix actually filed a false police report claiming that he'd actually been pushed. And all of these incidents led to him being expelled from the school. And from there, he began focusing most of his time to the online world. Now, over the years, Cyrix would spend most of his time roaming the internet. Then in 2018, he developed romantic feelings for someone named Cannell Smith. But as quickly as he fell for her, their relationship ended when Cannell cut off contact after he confessed his feelings for her. And when it seemed like Cannell had no business left with him, things took a darker turn. In January 2019, she came out to reveal that Cyrix had been stalking, doxing, and harassing her online. And it got so bad that she had to fake her own death in order to escape from it. This incident led to Cyrix gaining most of his notoriety online, sometime around August of 2019, who got backlash from the Juggalo community, a group of fans centered around the lifestyle and music of Insane Clown Posse, a rap duo known for pioneering a subgenre in hip-hop called horrorcore that both he and Cannell were involved in. And because of this, he became an even bigger target of ridicule. During this period, however, he managed to get him a girlfriend named Heather Kraut, who had seemingly abandoned her wife and kid to live with him in person. And not long after that, in October of 2019, one person would later become Cyrix's most persistent troll, Music Biz Marty, who discovered him through the community and began organizing troll campaigns against him. As the months went by, Cyrix continued pursuing his music career, though every attempt only fueled more mockery due to his lack of talent. And as those unfortunate situations kept happening more and more, things between him and Heather began to fall apart as well. And so on May 15th, 2020, she would decide to break up with him after he displayed toxic behavior during an unknown incident, threatening to stab himself in the stomach with a knife to emotionally manipulate her, although the attempt ultimately failed. Now, months after the breakup, in early November of 2020, Cyrix found himself in another online relationship. He began talking to a woman named Caitlin, who was one of the few people who actually seemed to fall for him too. But despite that, he would actually immediately cheat on her with someone named Jasmine for some reason. But unfortunately for him, Jasmine later turned out to be Marty, using a fake account. When Marty revealed that he was behind the catfish account, Cyrix reacted in the way he always did, throwing radical and homophobic slurs at him during a live panel. And after being exposed, he tried to shift the blame by accusing Marty of murder, claiming he made a exotic performer leave this earth, all in hopes that Caitlin would believe his lie and take a side. Marty then reached out to Caitlin's family and told them everything about Cyrix, which sent them into a fit of rage. And before long, Caitlin broke up with him too, which led to Cyrix immediately spiraling, posting videos crying over her while still talking about his ex, Heather. Shortly after, Marty interviewed Caitlin, Caitlyn about her experience with Cyrix, where she revealed all the details most people already suspected, including that he lied to her and mistreated her throughout their short relationship. But even during the call, Caitlyn started acting strangely, making bizarre claims out of nowhere, like how she sent a man into a coma with a single punch. And when Cyrix saw the interview, he lashed out again, accusing Caitlyn of ending her father's life, even though he had actually passed away from a heart attack. From there, his behavior only drew more attention, and by early 2021, he became the target of a small group of trolls pretending to be women interested in him. Among them were 3 accounts: Strawberry Sunshine, Tangerine Cat, and one called Katrina Luna, who posed as a disabled trans woman named Cindy Lou. Soon enough, these 3 managed to bait Cyrix into sending explicit videos of himself, inserting a stylus into body parts and licking it clean, before the video was eventually shared with Marty. And things would only continue to get worse, because on February 15th, during one of his usual live streams where he'd been ranting about his trolls, Cyrix once again took things too far. At first, the stream went as normal, with him complaining about Marty and another troll named Schmeckelcat, demanding they stop harassing him and instead target another lol cow named Tony the Black Dragon, who was a disabled man in a wheelchair.
You and Schmeckelcat and Tyler need to stop, Marty. Bro, go after Tony, who's a... Go after him.
But right after claiming that what his trolls were doing was far beyond illegal, he did something very unexpected. He pulled out what he called a 22 custom bolt action sniper and threatened to off anyone who went near Tangerine, the woman he claimed was his girlfriend, even saying he'd put a bullet in Schmeckel and his girlfriend's heads. He then started waving it around, fiddling with the bolt and pointing it at the screen before dry firing the weapon while daring his trolls to come find it. Luckily, he apparently didn't have any bullets in it, but despite openly threatening to shoot people on his livestream, he never faced any legal consequences for this incident. But a couple of months later, on April 11th, Cyrix joined a livestream hosted by Marty, alongside the same trolls who'd been pretending to date him. And as soon as that conversation started, he got confronted for cheating on all of them at once, which led Cyrix to explode in anger, shouting, swearing, and denying everything. But when Marty mentioned Cindy Lou, something in him snapped. He stormed off camera, then came back holding a blade-like object to his neck, threatening to leave this earth on stream. Now Marty and the trolls began to panic and tried to stop him, even calling Sally to make a wellness check on him. But after several tense minutes, Cyrix would actually admit that it was just a pen the entire time. And even after the incident, Cyrix would go on to repeat the same stunt on 2 more occasions, each time hoping for sympathy but getting nothing but ridicule. And this increasingly erratic behavior eventually drew the attention of people beyond his usual trolls. And in late April of 2021, an investigator named Kate Peters from Masshole Reports, a predator catching YouTube channel, began posing as a girl to expose Cyrix's predatory behavior. And for nearly 2 months, she kept in contact with him while recording every interaction. And in one instance, he even sent an unsolicited picture of his stuff to Kate.
Promise me you won't show anyone. Wow, your stuff is big. By the way, I'll be in May. I'm not too young at all, and it's all yours, smiley face. Your turn, cutie. What do I do? Should I take a picture of my stuff or my other stuff? Anything you want.
Kate eventually went live in early June, revealing the entire sting in front of a live audience, and viewers watched as Cyrix realized what was happening in real time, breaking down in tears on stream. And during this time, Kate explained that she'd actually reported him to local police already, but since the operation wasn't conducted in coordination with law enforcement, no charges were actually filed, leaving Cyrix unscathed by the law once again. After this stream, Cyrix disappeared from the internet, remaining silent for weeks, and when he actually finally responded, he called the investigation fake, claiming that there was no proof, but the damage was already done. This expose spread across the internet, and his name became permanently tied to this incident. In one last attempt to escape the backlash against him, Cyrix started another livestream, crying and begging for people to leave him alone. However, it was already too late. By then, the entire community had already seen what he was capable of. But what truly set him apart in terms of hypocrisy was that even after being publicly condemned as a predator, he still didn't learn his lesson. In October of 2021, Cyrix would meet a trans woman named Trisha through Facebook. Some time would pass, and what started as a short online fling would turn into a 2-week disappearance from the internet, something his trolls started calling his exile. But when he came back, he made the mistake of doing the one thing he should have already figured out not to, making their relationship public. He began posting videos about her, defending her online, and sharing clips of their conversations. But soon after, rumors began to spread that Trisha wasn't actually a woman, and Cyrix would respond with multiple videos where Trisha shouted into the camera through a distorted mic, insisting that she was. Yet what seemed like nothing out of the ordinary for Cyrix would quickly turn into something far more disturbing, as Marty soon found out that Trisha wasn't really the same age bracket as him. Instead, she was in a protected age group with an intellectual disability who couldn't even consent to being in a relationship with someone like Cyrix, a man in his mid-30s who already had a history of this kind of behavior. Once that information surfaced, Marty and the rest of the trolls stepped in and got her banned from her accounts, so she couldn't possibly contact him again. And eventually, she disappeared from the internet entirely. But even after that happened, Cyrix's situation only kept getting worse. On June 13, 2023, he revealed that his household was facing eviction, claiming that one of Marty's trolls had sent someone to their house and ripped down their fence, followed by a plea for financial help so they could keep their home.
But right now, I am asking for money. I am asking for for help. I am asking for you guys to help my family get a lawyer that isn't a total piece of
And not long after that, one of his trolls decided to visit him in person, but the encounter quickly turned violent when Cyrex grabbed a bat and attacked the man outside his house. He was arrested soon after, though he was released on bond. Now skipping a couple of years. On June 20th, 2025, Cyrex's behavior spiraled into another violent confrontation. Around 3 in the morning, he went live again, doing karaoke in his room while Sally tried to sleep. When she walked in to ask him to turn it down, he refused, and an argument quickly broke out. And moments later, Ed entered the room, already furious about the noise, which prompted the shouting to intensify even further, with objects soon being thrown across the room. Distressed, Sally attempted to calm everyone down, but the chaos continued in front of the viewers on a stream. As they watched how the altercation grew more and more out of control, it became clear that this wasn't just another meltdown from Cyrex. People in the chat began contacting adult protective services, and police were even called to check on the house. And when they arrived, Sally actually tried to cover for her grandson, insisting everything was fine, but her reassurance did little to convince anyone. The following day, Cyrex's aunt, Dale Lynn, came to the house to check on Sally herself, and once Cyrex learned what happened, he became visibly angry, accusing Dale of trying to steal Sally's inheritance and threatening to hurt her. Now, despite everything that happened, Cyrex hasn't faced any serious consequence, despite his decade-long history online. But this next person is someone who ruined his life through a series of outrageously sickening acts, despite having been given a lot of chances.
An attempt to catch a person they say tried to meet up with a 15-year-old in Bakersfield.
Bryant Moreland, also known as EDP445, began his YouTube career in 2010. Over the next decade, he became known for passionate sports rants, chaotic live streams, cooking videos, gaming, and pretty much gross humor. From the beginning, he was known as a controversial figure due to his offensive jokes and frequent use of slurs, but that only fueled his rise to fame. Clips of his meltdowns went viral, and soon he was appearing in interviews, interacting with other creators, and even catching the attention of NFL players who recognized his name. By 2019, he had built a dedicated following, numbering in over 1 million, cementing himself as more than just a niche sports commentator, but a recognizable online persona. But with fame came ridicule. His impulsive live streams, bizarre food-related rants, and frequent emotional outbursts turned him into a stable target for internet trolls. Entire communities began tracking his every move, clipping his most embarrassing rants and mocking his missteps. His unpredictability and big personality made him a textbook example of a lolcat. But in 2020, he would go from controversial figure to something much worse. On July 9th, 2020, disturbing messages were leaked from Brian's Instagram, revealing that he'd been having inappropriate conversations with multiple people, the first of whom was a girl Will referred to as Trixie. In this exchange, Trixie had initially asked Brian to wish her boyfriend, whom Will called Mark, a happy birthday, but instead, Brian simply responded by requesting explicit photos from her.
You better show me some I don't give a like, talking about you want me to wish happy birthday, you better show me some or some shit.
And when Mark confronted him, Brian replied with a shocking and vulgar statement, saying he didn't care and she could have been any age. Around this same period, multiple screenshots began surfacing, showing him reacting with kiss emojis to several protected users, as well as separate conversations where he made his predatory intentions clear to a girl Will called Mia, saying,
"You deserve someone that's gonna adore and cherish you. Who would that be? Hopefully me in a few more years. LOL."
But just when it seemed like he couldn't stop preying on these protected groups, yet another conversation was discovered, this time involving a person Will referred to as Smiley, where Bryant once again acknowledged her age, but continued interacting with her anyways.
"Talk to you later. Be safe, babes." Kiss emoji. Being is mad though. All of the responsibilities. Taking med classes, you're a genius. Yeah, I'm 16, haha.
As these allegations gained traction, Bryant uploaded a video titled "These Accusations," where he admitted to sending the messages to several users, but claimed they were nothing more than jokes, blaming his behavior on a messed up sense of humor.
Now, was that my voice in the voice clips? Yeah. Am I a no. Do I have a sense of humor? Yeah.
And while many of his fans actually accepted his explanation, and some even dismissed the situation entirely, others were put off by it and began questioning his behavior. One of them was a YouTuber named Cold Raven, who took it upon himself to investigate the issue further, as he uncovered more about Brian's disgusting actions behind the scenes, by bringing forward new evidence exposing him to the entire internet. On July 11th, just 3 days after the public became aware of the recent allegations against Brian, Raven uploaded a video titled EDP405 Accusations Evidence, where he presented leaked messages from Brian interactions with a person we'll refer to as Ayesha. Their Instagram chat began with Ayesha asking Brian his age, to which he replied that he was 29. She then told him she was a revelation that appeared to surprise Brian. Shortly after, he sent an acquired photo of her to his group chat while making inappropriate comments about her appearance, saying,
"I'd have this girl's body moving on me. That girl's got a huge personality."
However, this image turned out to have been leaked by an unknown person just a few days prior to this video, and once Brian saw this, he went on to say even more indecent things about her. Now, a week later, he claimed he didn't know her age and had never seen a picture of her at all.
Age? I don't know. I didn't know her age. I never even seen a picture of this.
This blatant lie further damaged Brian's credibility and made his behavior appear even more suspicious, as the statements only incriminated him further. Because of this, during one of Brian's live streams a few weeks later, a viewer donated a message mid-stream urging him to address the allegations, saying,
"Stop ignoring the PDF accusations that were thrown at you. Either own up to your mistakes or prove your innocence, because we're waiting for your side."
But instead of taking the opportunity to explain his side of the situation, he instead abruptly ended the stream after reading it. Now, although he began laying low during this time, the allegations resurfaced once again on October 14th, 2020, when Raven uploaded another video revealing that Brian had recently been following and texting multiple people on Instagram, who again were protected individuals. Raven also showed a conversation between himself and Brian, in which Raven posed as a protected human, and Brian said some unspeakable things towards him.
"I didn't mean to laugh. I'm sorry, babe. It's okay. How can I make it up to you? Well, if you want, help me complete something. Next time, I'm fantasizing. LOL. Sorry if that's weird."
On November 17th, the situation eventually caught the attention of Keemstar, host of Drama Alert, who went on to interview Raven and attempted to set up a debate between him and Brian, but he of course refused to participate. Instead, Raven presented all the evidence he'd gathered from his earlier videos, which only brought even more attention to Brian's allegations, and caused his once loyal fanbase to slowly turn on him. However, the following year, his downfall would be sealed by what would later become known as the Cupcake Incident, an encounter that would cost him everything. On April 18th, 2021, two YouTubers known for exposing online predators, Alex Rosen, host of the channel Chet Goldstein, formerly known as Poachers, and CC Unit, met up with Brian for a confrontation they'd been planning for weeks. It turned out that Alex had quietly begun investigating Brian's behavior off the radar, and despite being a controversial figure himself, known for sting operations that eventually got his channel banned, Alex and his team laid out the groundwork for what would become a moment of absolute destruction for Brian's career and reputation. He collaborated with a female decoy, posing as a person who will name Sophie, and once she got in contact with Brian, his messages only dropped into depravity as their conversation progressed. In the early parts of their chats together, Brian was seen to be already aware that Sophie was, and as the days went by, he would start to be the one initiating conversations with her, saying,
"Hey there. Hey, how are you? I'm good. Just thinking about you. I had to clean up my place and went live earlier. You okay?"
As time would pass even further, he would start calling her sweet names, and eventually he even agreed to get intimate with Sophie per her request. And once he took the chance to establish a romantic connection with her, he would start to make even more blatant advances.
"You're so cute, LOL. Can't wait to kiss you. You're making me feel all types of ways. Should I come kiss and hold your hand and force it out of you? Wait, back up. How would you force it out of me? Just keep kissing you and nibbling on you until you say it. I know the perfect spot too."
And more stuff that I won't read out. It didn't stop there though. Under the assumption that he was successfully exploiting Sophie into accepting his predatory actions, he would say even more sickening things.
"What's brewing in that little mind right now? I can't wait to feel stuff. My stuff is really hard. I want to grab you and stuff it."
Unable to wait any longer to satisfy his indecent desires, Brian told Sophie his plan of wanting to meet her in person.
"You're at the Pine Ridge apartment. It's literally across town from. Can't wait to see you. I already have it planned out. First, I'll give you the biggest damn hug ever and slowly do stuff."
But while planning to meet her in her apartment, he would express his concern of getting discovered by her parents.
"I'm excited to see you tomorrow, but a little nervous. I don't want people looking at me weird. Like, what if your mom and grandma comes home early? Oh, my mom works tomorrow late and my grandma's running errands." I understand.
And when the day finally came for him to meet her, he nervously warned that she might be trying to set him up.
"I'll see you at 4. I don't mean to scare you or anything, but I swear on my life, if this is a setup on some backdoor troll or if police are waiting, it won't be pretty. You'll have to promise me this isn't a damn setup. If something goes wrong here, my butt is on the line. You there?"
Brian then still proceeded to go to her location right away, and upon arriving at the supposed meetup place that he planned for, he met two people who would confront him about this entire situation on camera. And while I can't show you the full exact video of the sting operation, since some people who shared additional footage had their videos taken down, it's reassuring to know that later on, this very video will lead to the demise of Brian's career. Immediately after, Alex's team gathered all the evidence, and then posted an image of Brian in the channel's Instagram account, followed by a live stream, where a female member of the group read through the entire chat logs between Brian and Sophie. From there, many of Brian's fans realized that the person they'd been following all this time was a monster preying on certain people. And what's even more bone-chilling than that is that they found one screenshot in the chat logs among the rest where Brian acknowledged the gravity of his actions, saying,
"If we were to do that and somehow I got out, I'm not saying you would say anything. Your mom can find out, dad and family members. I'm screwed. Not only do I lose my YouTube channel, I go to jail. My reputation is ruined. My life would be completely in shambles."
It showed that Brian was fully aware of how serious his behavior was. Yet despite understanding the consequences, he chose to continue anyways. And just 2 days later, on April 20th, the group uploaded the full 50-minute confrontation video, and within hours it spread across the internet, drawing millions of views and turning EDP405 from a once beloved YouTuber and meme icon into a public disgrace. The fallout was both immediate and irreversible, as Brian's subscriber count began to plummet, dropping below the 2 million mark he once celebrated, before he eventually chose to private every video on his channel in an attempt to contain the damage. By April 27th, YouTube decided to step in, permanently terminating Brian's main channel along with his backup, effectively erasing nearly every trace of his presence from the internet. And Alex's channel was actually also terminated by YouTube, although the exact reasons remain unclear. It was banned the same time as Brian's, possibly due to the nature off his content. However, as shocking as this was, this didn't completely mark the end of the story. In fact, Brian's downfall had only just begun. Despite being banned across nearly every platform, a few of his side channels managed to stay online, including Chaotic Kitchen 405 and EDP Gaming. And after losing just about everything, Brian tried to rebuild his career. In June of 2021, he made an attempt at a comeback, returning to YouTube under a new name, EDP_445. But about a year later, after uploading a few videos in hopes of bringing back his viewership, the channel would be taken down too. And to add to this overwhelming downfall, people from his town even started posting flyers with his own face on them, warning residents that he was a danger to protected age groups. In response, Brian simply threatened to take legal actions against whoever posted them.
Yep, keep it coming. I've got the police keeping an eye out on your butts for defamation of character and standard.
Knowing that he was now heinously known in his area, he left his town in Bakersfield, California, and moved to Henderson, Nevada. There he picked up work as a Lyft driver, trying to stay under the radar. But of course, his appearance made him instantly recognizable, and it didn't take long before the company let him go too. At this point, finding work or housing had become nearly impossible for Brian. He even tried to legally change his name, hoping to escape his reputation, which was shockingly successful, although it didn't take long before his new identity was exposed. These constant failures led to emotional breakdowns on Instagram, where Brian would lash out at anyone he felt was still targeting him, and his financial situation got so bad he began selling off valuables, including his original 100,000 subscriber YouTube plaque.
I'm also selling my original YouTube plaque from back up in the day.
But just as he was beginning to face the consequences of what he rightfully deserved, Brian brought himself into another life-ruining situation that only dismantled him even further. In August of 2023, Brian, who was 32 at the time, was revealed to have an affair with a girl named Kayla, who definitely wasn't 32, while also simultaneously engaging in a long-distance relationship with a 19-year-old named Michaela for over 4 months. And when YouTube creator Master at Work later interviewed Michaela and her boyfriend on his channel, it was revealed that the entire relationship had been a setup. Brian had actually been speaking to her boyfriend, pretending to be her, regularly sending him videos of himself inappropriately doing stuff, and even responding to a photo of Michaela in a swimsuit with a clip of himself doing stuff again. Kayla, on the other hand, would post a video on August 27th exposing Brian with all of the chat logs in their conversation, detailing the lengths he went in conveying his twisted behavior.
And EDP first started talking to me when I was... He messaged me first and I told him my age and he didn't block me.
Just a few days after the conversation first started, Brian would begin to reveal his real intentions.
Ever since you told me you were interested in me, I've kinda had this fantasy of pinning you on the bed and doing stuff. You sitting, me being handcuffed with my hands behind my back, and you're on top of me, picking you up and flipping you over.
All other type of wild crap. On top of that, he even had the audacity of threatening to off her if she ever tried to set him up for the authorities, telling her that she only belonged to him.
But I'm telling you right now, if you f me over, if this goes wrong in any way, shape, or form, give your soul to the Lord, because your belongs to me.
And this video too quickly caught the attention of millions, and before you knew it, others eager to expose his misdeeds to the entire internet began taking action too. On September 3rd, 2023, a YouTuber named Gideon, who's widely known for catching online predators, and fellow creator Skeeter Jean, who produced similar content, posted a video confronting Brian at a dialysis center. The two had discovered Kayla's situation, and after gathering chat logs and other evidence, they arranged something Brian was very similar with at this point, a sting operation. The resulting video was eventually removed by YouTube, but shortly after the story spread, Brian completely lost it on Twitter, writing,
"We live in a day and age where little skank can go around purposely trying to set up fellas. Get a life and get off the internet."
Adding even more fuel to the ongoing controversy, Brian uploaded a video venting about being exposed yet again. Now a few months would pass, and just like nothing happened, in July of 2024, he returned to YouTube with another channel under a new name, the infamous EDP. And a month later, he uploaded a video titled "Mistakes Were Made," where he ranted about his personal struggles and claimed he'd been in a dark place during the cupcake incident. He also brushed off 2 other instances where he'd been caught, as it was nothing more than just a mistake. As of 2025, Brian's new channel was eventually terminated too, one of several at this point, though he's since returned once again under a new name, Brian Moreland 445, where he continues to post content. Now I'm going to talk about the DeviantArt community. It's 2011, a time when Simpson fans were flooding the internet with memes and creative redesigns of the show's characters. But on DeviantArt, one user stood out for all the wrong reasons. Known online as Solid Mario, he filled his entire gallery with drawings of Bart Simpson, not in fun or harmless reinterpretations, but in ways that were deeply questionable and unsettling. One of the pictures in this gallery shows Bart sleeping with his pajama pants down, while another depicts Fry from the animated series Futurama tickling Bart. And more disturbingly, Solid Mario drew Fry rubbing Bart's belly and attached a weird dialogue that read,
"Doesn't it feel good, Bart? Oh yeah, I love it when you rub my belly, Fry. Thanks, Bart. I love doing it for you. After all, it's a beautiful belly. Aw, thanks, Fry."
And things soon went from weird to creepy, after Solid Mario entered his own comment section to ask,
"They're both so cute in their pose together. Just out of curiosity, which of them do you think is cuter?"
A user then responded saying he would prefer Milhouse, another Simpsons character. While Solid Mario had a different opinion, as he chose Bart instead, saying he has a childish charm. And the comment section went silent for weeks, until Solid Mario came back to say
Bart is the cutest cartoon kid ever,
even though nobody actually responded to his initial comment. While this was a little strange, it was nothing compared to what Solid Mario did next, as he would show his obsession for Bart by making random posts saying he could hug and kiss Bart all day, and a few users noticed his excessive love for Bart and expressed their concern. But Solid Mario then replied saying he didn't do nothing extreme or weird, because he'd seen Bart presented similarly on the show. And soon after defending himself, more DeviantArt users would question him for his obsession and weird representation of Bart. But instead of addressing the actual issue, Solid Mario just deleted his account and created a new one under the username CrimsonTuba1069. And right after, he became active again, and he made a post that would eventually attract other users' attention by hinting about his past.
I'm a man of many interests. I have a troubled past that I have no desire to talk about, but will not hesitate to say what's on my mind, if need be. I've been diagnosed with autism and Asperger's syndrome since I was at a young age. Do I use this as an excuse for things? Sometimes yes. Am I a bad person? No. Well, at times I may seem that way, but I'm really not all that bad once you get to know me. Unless you do something that upsets me. That's when I'm not so good. I get offended very easily. I actually used to make art on my first account here. It didn't end well. Don't ask about it though. I do not want to be asked about my past.
This would make other users suspicious that Solid Mario was behind the account, and in no time he would actually confirm their suspicions by posting more bizarre stuff about Bart. And his case got only more attention after some DeviantArt users made YouTube videos about it, but he couldn't cave in. Instead, he went under these videos to drop negative comments and threaten the YouTubers. In one of the comment sections, for example, he called the creator a stalker and responded to himself saying he got carried away for a while. And a few seconds later, Solid Mario would use a YouTube account he created under his name Bart Simpson to kickstart a conversation with himself, saying,
Okay, bring it down. Hang on, let's think about this for a minute. I did draw you without clothes, a lot, but did I ever touch you? No, you never touched or hurt me. You were always kind and generous. It's really my fault though. If I had never shown my doodle, this never would have happened. So are we cool now, Bart? Yeah, we're cool, man. Friends? Yeah, friends. See you for movie night this weekend, Bart. Your place this time.
And Solid Mario genuinely thought this would stop everyone from coming after, but instead he just faced more backlash from the community, so much so that he had to delete his new account and create another one with the name Solid Mario V2. And he then made a post announcing his return and making a promise saying,
I deactivated my Solid Mario account, but came back with a promise to the world and myself. As of now, I am no longer a redacted and will destroy my nasty urges and thoughts of Bart Simpson. I shall stick to being normal and upload photographs of normal things, like dioramas and stuff. I am a changed man.
But Solid Mario wouldn't keep his promise, as he almost immediately started to post cringy arts of Bart again. And this time he caught the attention of a well-known YouTuber and commentator known as Blackbuster Critic. This YouTuber was known for making commentary videos about fandoms and calling out weird users on different platforms, especially DeviantArt. Blackbuster questioned Solid Mario on DeviantArt about the disturbing art he makes and why he just wouldn't stop. And Solid Mario simply responded saying he didn't consider the art weird because he watched an episode of The Simpsons where they showed Bart's private part while he was skateboarding. And Solid Mario's response made Blackbuster so furious he decided to make a video about it.
The internet is a dark and terrible place, especially because sickos like Solid Mario version 1, 2, or 3, or Fun Lover 2012, whatever name he goes by now, he's a terrible person. He's a and he wants to have with Bart Simpson.
Now Solid Mario wasn't actually happy about this and responded to Blackbuster with threats of violence, saying he was going to take Blackbuster's life in his sleep. But of course he didn't budge, so Solid Mario instead targeted the video itself, using his account and many other alt accounts to report the video. And the beef actually dragged on for a couple of years, but eventually in 2014 the video would actually be taken down and Solid Mario would appear for a while. Now in Solid Mario's absence, a DeviantArt user, Alan Pardew, made a Kiwi Farms thread calling him out, and a lot of other users also gave their opinion about his case. Now this thread would also eventually go silent until 2016, when everyone who commented started receiving replies under their comments. Solid Mario was back, and this time with even more alt accounts to send threats and defend himself with comments like,
can't believe the bad person from Kiwi Farms is continuing his work by making an ED page on Poor Solid. How can people do this to such a sweet guy? He didn't do anything wrong. Why do people hate that he cares about Bart so much? He doesn't deserve this. That bio of him that Emperor Luke Solo wrote that was put on pastement by someone is truer than anything that any troll would ever say about it. From the happy beginnings to the sad tragedy of his life being torn apart by Blackbuster Critic and other internet meanies. All of it, it's all true.
And from there, Solid Mario started demanding the thread to be taken down by sending negative reviews with multiple accounts. And when the original poster commented about the reviews, Solid Mario simply replied by saying,
remove the thread and the attacks will cease. Those are the demands.
Solid Mario would terrorize the DeviantArt community some more, harassing other users until he disappeared again in 2016. And at first, everyone was relieved to see him go, but that feeling didn't last long, because on July 19, 2017, an account named Solid Mario V4 would post this journal titled, I'm back. And in it he wrote,
I've decided to come back back to DeviantArt. I'm done running. I'm not going to let Ouija bully me and my friends. He's already chased off 3 of them today and is looking to do more. I can't let that happen. I don't care. Ouija.
And although Solid Mario promised to stay this time, his posts on the account were last seen on October 5th, 2017. And he actually tried to come back under another account named Crimson Tuba, but this one also got deactivated within 4 days. After this deactivation, he went back to focus on his YouTube channel, where he makes vlogs to this day. Despite his controversial past, Solid Mario is comfortable on YouTube these days, because he made sure no one would be able to put his face on a video, as every callout video that did in the past was taken down actually. And it appears he's finally forgotten about DeviantArt, unlike this next user who created over 100 accounts just to remain on the platform.
One of the most hated users in DeviantArt history. One user even referred to him as a cyber terrorist.
In January of 2017, a YouTube channel called Deviant Cringe, with over 100,000 subscribers, known for making commentary on weird art in the DeviantArt community, suddenly got hacked and deleted. This came as a shock to both fans and Deviant Cringe himself, who took the news to DeviantArt to share with his followers. But then a user named 23Everal commented, saying,
"I wonder who hacked you."
And before he could get a response, other users started accusing him of hacking Deviant Cringe's account, believing it was revenge against Deviant Cringe for mocking other people's art on his channel. But soon another user named Shikes5 turned the tides by commenting,
"I did, lol,"
and immediately followed it up with,
"I have morals."
And moments later, a user who knew Shikes' real identity confronted him for also hacking the YouTube channel of another user named the Pirate Coveman, and Shikes didn't deny it. Instead, he doubled down by saying,
"I've ruined cyberbullies' lives. It's fun."
And Deviant Cringe actually did some research about the loss of his channel and soon realized that Shikes was indeed behind the incident and wasn't afraid to boast about it. However, immediately after making the confession, Shikes deleted his DeviantArt account, and with his YouTube channel gone, Deviant Cringe created a new one called Cyber Rampage and made a video with his girlfriend Baby Blue Bones about the situation. In the video, Baby Blue Bones mentioned that before Shikes deleted his account on DeviantArt, he said 3 things about the hack.
1. I hacked Deviant Cringe. 2. I didn't hack Deviant Cringe. I just wanted to test his fan base. I am just an attention. And 3, I believe that he was talking about how Deviant Cringe deserved it.
Shakes hacking his channel felt more like a betrayal because he once actually made a video to defend him. For context, in December 2016, Deviant Cringe received a private message from a DeviantArt user named Emily Draws, who sent him a warning about another user named Leo the Wolf, which turned out to be one of Shakes' accounts. And for clarity, Shakes will now be referred to as Leo for the rest of the video.
"So yeah, I'm having a problem. Could you please send it to as many people as possible? It doesn't matter who it is or what, but send it to everyone to warn them about this guy, and also report. If you could make a journal, then I would be happy, since people will ban him, but he also makes accounts to prevent bans, so let everyone notice this. He's also an annoying boy. He's that annoying that he needs to be banned. He's posting pictures that are offensive and downright disgusting, harassing other users on DeviantArt, bullying a bunch of Christians, and he's always coming back to go on where he started. And the worst thing is that this account that he has now is probably his 100th or something. Please ban this guy because he's an eyesore to some people. I told him to stop, but he goes on and on."
She then ended the message by revealing Leo the Wolfie's personal information, including his name, address, age, and even his phone number. Deviant Cringe then posted the text on Twitter with the caption,
"You won't believe what happened. Some R-word literally messaged me on DeviantArt, wanting me to spread someone's docs. You gotta be kidding me."
Deviant Cringe claimed that he saw Emily's move as pure dox, ignoring everything else she said about Leo, and he and his girlfriend then went ahead to make a video criticizing Emily and calling her out for putting Leo's safety at risk. Unfortunately, that video has been completely wiped off the internet, along with his channel, but that would change in 2017, when one of Baby Blue Bone's friends, Mimi, reached out to her to reveal that Leo the Wolfie had been stalking and harassing her online, and that was the moment Baby Blue Bones and Deviant Cringe realized they attacked the wrong person. Baby Blue Bones had mentioned that she got on a hangout chat with Leo, asking him to stop harassing Mimi, but instead of complying, Leo simply told Baby Blue Bones that Mimi deserves to leave this world. It turns out Leo wasn't really easy to deal with, and this wasn't the first time he would harass other users. DeviantArt would also make a reference to a 2016 case, where a user called the Fandom Menace started a petition on DeviantArt for weird interest-related contents to be removed from the general feed to the mature category, and because Leo posted this kind of content, he wasn't very happy about the petition, so he actually harassed the Fandom Menace until the petition was taken down completely. And then in 2017, Leo hacked Deviant's Cringe YouTube account, his Twitter, and his DeviantArt account unprovoked. And after Deviant Cringe found out it was Leo who hacked his account, he researched the name Leo the Wolfie and found another account named Tori the Wolfie, which is connected to the same user. And more digging revealed that Leo had a bunch of accounts with which he harassed other people. Among these accounts was one named Sumcut, which had actually been called out many years ago by a user named Mario Lightfire.
"Y'all remember this person acting like he's some gangster? Yeah, he's violent to smaller humans. Not to mention, I'm waiting for him to reactivate his account and start spamming again. Right now, I think that he deactivated his account just to avoid getting banned."
Mario added a screenshot that shows Leo spamming him with threats on DeviantArt and ended the post by saying,
"Hey Sumcut, if you think the N-word is racist, then why do you say it, Tori? Real nice that he used a voice modulator pathetically and being racist and assuming everyone's race and gender. I know this was a year ago. If he comes back, get ready."
And it's not clear what really happened between them, as this was the only available screenshot concerning the situation. However, the post confirmed the harassment allegations from other users. And so in May of 2017, another DeviantArt user named CJ Fairfield posted a screenshot of Leo admitting to sending threats to people people on one of his other accounts, saying,
"Remember, I can blame you for self-attacking, and you will go to jail for cyberbullying. Getting my ED article removed took 500 threats to life, threats to be intimately violent, and threats of family harm."
CJ then captioned it,
"Wow, good job revealing what you did to ED by forcing your actions to get that ED page off. You're actually the cyber criminal, Brandon. We need to do something about Tori the Wolfie."
For context, ED means Encyclopedia Dramatica, a satirical parody of Wikipedia, where internet culture, online memes, and internet drama are documented. Apparently, Leo had an ED article that exposes bad deeds, and so he threatened the poster to remove it. A lot of DeviantArt members in CJ's comment section also attested to Leo being guilty of everything he was being accused of, and agreed that he needed to be kicked off the platform. And after the drama went silent, Leo actually disappeared from DeviantArt, as confirmed by a part of this now deleted ED article.
To be honest, I was going to wait for a week until I posted this final update, but my friend gave me the go-ahead, and I did make a promise to y'all. But as of today, Tori the Wolfie, or Brandon, is officially gone from DeviantArt.
However, according to Wikitubia, on September 13, 2018, Leo the Wolfie came back and threatened Deviant Cringe again, and he did this a few times before apparently going to jail in 2019, and it's really not clear why or when he was arrested. But while Leo's legal drama remains a mystery, it's not as disturbing as this next case, which involves a person with possible severe mental disorders.
It is me, Alessandro, at 44 years old on the 15th of January 2021, after being spanked by mum for 48 hours.
In 2023, a YouTuber known as the Internet Investigator, who makes videos about internet mysteries and disturbing content, got a concerning comment from one of her followers, saying,
"Can you look into DeviantArt account Magazine 7? I just stumbled upon the account today, and it's two adults posting graphic descriptions and images of how they maltreat their 40-year-old son living with them. I reported a few of their worst pictures, so you might need to look into it before they get removed or deleted by DeviantArt staff."
And out of concern, the Internet Investigator looked up the Magazine 7 profile on DeviantArt, and what she found was all shades of disturbing. The earliest image on the profile was a selfie uploaded on September 27, 2020 by a man who later revealed his name to be Alessandro and his age being 44. This followed by more selfies and abstract art, with captions that were both confusing and disturbing at the same time. However, on September 29, 2020, this account would post an unsettling picture that took everything to a whole new level. It was a full body mirror selfie of Alessandro without his underwear or clothing, which has now been deleted. On his stomach were bruises that Alessandro explained in the caption, later described by the Internet Investigator.
"During these last months, my height in my stomach/chest did grow very much. My mummy daily strikes me by causing bruises on my tummy, my legs, my chest, etc."
Unfortunately, this particular post is too disturbing to be even shown in the video. However, on September 29, 2020, Alessandro posted another image that shows him and a woman that looks like she's in her 60s, titled,
"It's me in the hands of mommy and daddy."
In the caption, Alessandro wrote,
"Mommy restored the bedtime for me after 18 years, in which I was free to go to bed whenever. I'm a very tall and very chubby grown man from Italy, Milan City. I like a lot of topics in my existence, but my parents increasingly tightened them."
And just like the commentator who brought attention to this account, other DeviantArt members were concerned about Alessandro, as it seemed like his parents might be maltreating him. However, in May 2020, the Magazine 7 account took a more serious turn when Alessandro's mother seemingly took over and posted,
"Good afternoon, I'm Christina, Alessandro's mom. This morning my 46-year-old son has suffered a lot of beatings on his skin because I'm not fulfilled by his artistic message, where he offers his artworks for ethical/democratic goals. He could explain much better. Now I stopped smacking him because of lunchtime. Alessandro does need a girlfriend. He still hates love topic. On the contrary, he needs to be improved, perfected by us, who are his senior parents."
She also posted a now deleted throwback picture of Alessandro and detailed more torture inflicted on him.
"You're welcome. It is me, Christina, and my son Alessandro in 2017, when his age was 41. I spanked him very little at the time. The serious daily and very long punishments due to tiny mistakes of my son began at the end of 2020. But since January 2022, we senior parents changed fully our educative system. Our guy Alessandro has improved very much during the summer, then crisis and autumn. But from December 2020, our big boy situation is improving very much. He's becoming increasingly insensitive, cold, sneaky, false, smiling. We parents see our Alessandro who begins to smile in a cunning way. That light smile that means the great empowerment of his soul, thanks to our daily long punishments directly on his naked skin. We senior parents have also improved our health condition. My son has become so smooth, tender, sweet, fluffy. In the last month of December, that for us senior parents is much better than a medicine, punishing a son like ours. We relax and improve our health by tormenting his skin and scolding him hardly for very light reasons. We've improved our 46-year-old guy by daily humiliating him for many hours, because of his very light tiny mistakes. Our punishment have just begun since January 2022. Maria Christina, artist Alessandro, senior mom."
And soon after that post, Alessandro's dad also posted on the account, saying,
"It is my artist son, Alessandro. During bedtime at 9 p.m. in May 2022, we compel our son, Alessandro, to go to bed after having his dinner at 7 p.m. and showering him at 8 p.m. Tonight we authorize him to stay awake so that he can upload his contemporary art on DeviantArt. Our big boy is 46 years old young. Comment on my son's art if you like. Good night."
The following day, Christina revealed more details about the maltreatment, and this time she went as far as saying Alessandro was in a mental ward in an Italian hospital after he stole his father's car and drove it for hours. She also mentioned he was giving a strong sedative, which is different from their type of sedative that includes elements of torture. This was then followed by a couple of incoherent sentences that looked like they were written by someone not in the right state of mind. For context, a part of it says,
if a 20-year-old boy suffers a non-severe problem, a lot of people as teachers, parents, friends, doctors, online friends seriously wish to support, comfort, cuddle him. Support what? If it was not a humiliating huge disaster made of fully inequalities, that would be almost ridiculous too. Differently, the death of 90-year-old senior woman is a problem for nobody, or almost nobody. The age of people was a little important topic till 1999. Since 2000, the age of a boy and the comparison between his birthday age and his true age has become the question most important of almost all.
But while the long post sounds bizarre, the idea behind it was how society only cares for a specific demographic of men, ignoring everyone else. And this raised the possibility that Alessandro does not feel love, and he blames his age for it. And to make the situation even more complicated, his father posted a picture of an adult holding the hand of a kid and captioned it,
"My 46-year-old grown Alice is cuddling, encouraging, loving his mother Christina with the small hands that are still growing after being showered by her earlier than his evening bedtime. We have no problem in rearing, improving, beating our guy for tiny mistakes, thanks to some part of his body, like his hands for example, that are still very small."
At this point, the whole personality of this account got muddled up, but things would get even more complicated after another post surfaced talking about how the 46-year-old Alessandro was hit by puberty acne, a condition that is usually associated with teenagers. His mom wrote about how they're trying to block and suppress puberty, leaving other users even more confused, considering Alessandro's age. Digging more into the Magazine 7 account reveals Alessandro has only posted a picture of his mom, but had never posted one of his dad. And there was also another picture where he could be seen playing with a doll. And while most users just concluded that Alessandro was probably suffering from a mental illness, others were genuinely concerned that he may actually be getting maltreated for real, especially because of other disturbing posts on his account. For example, the page also had a picture of legs with exaggerated green veins that were said to be a result of spanking. This picture and others like it were later reported, leading to the account getting terminated in 2023, and the story would have ended with the deletion of the account. But recently, Alessandro has reappeared on DeviantArt with an entirely different username, Galleria Ro Fiera. The profile picture is Alessandro's selfie, and the profile page is nothing different from the Magazine 7 account. Alessandro still posts bizarre art and selfies of himself, but this time he posts more pictures of legs with captions like,
"It is 4:40 in the night. I'm his father. My wife is Maria Cristina Cebancho. 65-year-old is soaping the legs of our young boy Alessandro without washing his skin with water, so the soap will be absorbed by his leg's flesh. This is the kind of cuddles and punishment decided by us parents tonight. A lot of soap on our boy Alessandro's skin is so relaxing and calm. It will render him increasingly calm, sweet, insensitive, and obedient. His father, Giorgio."
Now, most of his posts didn't get a lot of attention from DeviantArt users, except this picture of his mom and a picture of someone else's legs, which he captioned,
"On 2025, August 28, my son Alessandro, 46-year-old, was undergone to spanking birthday. His naked legs, as anyone can look at, were harshly spanked for 3 hours during a car travel drive by my husband Giorgio. I'm his mommy, Maria Cristina Cebancho, 65 years old, August 2025, Venice town."
In the comment section, some argued with Christina that those legs don't belong to a 46-year-old man, but she insisted that these legs belong to Alessandro because she and his father have been spanking him. Now, in the internet investigators' words, it seems like Alessandro is only writing out his fantasies, and none of these characters truly exist, or maybe they do exist, but they're not actually aware that somebody's posting them on DeviantArt. And while this is a very disturbing story, what comes next is even more troubling, since it involves a real-time stalker.
At the peak of her career, she would experience one of the greatest downfalls in YouTube history.
In the age of cancel culture, one wrong move or perhaps one viral call-out video from a trusted source can end a long-standing career. And one of these trusted sources was Creepshow Art, a YouTuber with over 500,000 subscribers, known for his storytime series and commentary videos about internet drama and DeviantArt community controversies. This YouTuber, whose real name is Shannon Campbell, started posting content back in 2016 by drawing and telling stories simultaneously. Initially, she told stories about herself and her own personal struggles, but soon actually switched to a different type of content after she called out an animator named Chris Talley for taking advantage of smaller humans in 2019. And months later, Chris Talley would actually be arrested, and Shannon would earn widespread praise and a large following for using her influence to seek justice. Now, because of this, she decided to stick to making similar videos.
And I got a notification that Shane Dawson tweeted something. It was a retweet of Tana Mojo's latest stupid decision,
which her audience enjoyed. However, around April of 2020, Shannon's positive image would start to fade after she got wrapped up in a drama involving another YouTuber named Jake He Once, who posts drag race content. He was accused of being intimately violent towards other people, engaging in bestiality, and soliciting images from smaller humans. The gross messages Jake sent to a younger person also got leaked, and many others came out to say horrible things about him. But even with all of this evidence, Shannon decided to make a video in support of Jake He Once, which of course brought a lot of negative attention to her channel. But still, Shannon didn't budge. The attention only fueled her to make more commentary videos. Her next target was Jason Hill, a famous beauty influencer who currently has over 5 million subscribers. Shannon accused Jason of being a fraud and a liar because she got a lot of negative reviews on a particular product that allegedly contained metal sharp, which are small, sharp pieces of of metal that have broken off from a large object. This video garnered a lot of attention too because of how famous Jason was and the level of aggression Shannon expressed while addressing the situation. But while many treated it as one of Shannon's commentary videos, a particular YouTuber named Toby believed Shannon crossed the line and decided to point out her flaws in a video titled The Faults of Creep Show Art. In the video, Toby mentioned how Shannon went too far by dragging Jason Hill's father into the drama, alleging that he formed a cult under the guise of being an evangelist.
This man is the man who put his hoo-ha into someone else to make Jacqueline. So I guess we know where she learned how to boldface lie online.
Toby also spoke about how another YouTuber, whose name she didn't reveal, tried to reach out to Shannon about how she went too far in the Jason Hill video. Allegedly, Shannon did not admit that she was wrong, but instead yelled at the YouTuber. Unknown to Toby, this information would eventually lead to a major drama in the DeviantArt community. It began in 2019 when an artist known as Hopeless Peaches was inspired by Shannon's craft and decided to create similar content on YouTube. Somehow her videos reached Shannon, who was very happy to see that she actually inspired someone, and she then proceeded to give a shout out to Peaches in one of her videos. And from there, they became good friends. Everything went well until December of 2020 when Shannon decided to drop a tweet hinting at a fallout between herself and another creator.
Before I hit 100k, I was friends with another creator. This creator later spread lies about me, told people I was psychotic and I screamed at her, and basically poisoned potential friendships with other people in the art community.
And while most fans were trying to figure out who she was talking about, Shannon dropped another tweet and directly name dropped the creator.
This tweet was about Hopeless Peaches, finding out that she told multiple creators who she knew I admired that I screamed at her and attacked her when I viewed her as a little sister sucked.
Initially, Peaches responded to this tweet asking Shannon to show evidence of her allegations, but she simply didn't get a response, so she went silent for a while. This silence led to the harassment from Peaches' fans, forcing her to make a tweet saying,
I keep having people comment on my channel how I should address a video lumping me in with quite serious allegations of racism and being friends with the YouTuber I quite frankly dislike. Honestly, I don't think this will help me get better as this month is gonna be rough.
But even after the tweet, the hateful comments wouldn't stop, forcing Peaches to make a very shocking announcement on Twitter.
I think I'm just done. Goodbye.
To make the situation worse, another YouTuber in the community and a friend of Shannon, known as Prison Mate Luke, also made a video about Peaches, calling her a manipulator and a liar, majorly because of what Shannon, Toby, and two other creators, Omnia and Kai, said about her. He then referenced Peaches' tweet where she said goodbye as being manipulative, insinuating Peaches only tweeted that to get sympathy from her fans after she was harassed in the comments. After Luke's video, Peaches' channel would start to bleed subscribers, which made her tweet a lengthy apology post admitting she was wrong, although she only addressed it to Omnia and Kai. Shannon also made a video about the situation, claiming that the issue actually started off after she made the Jason Hill video, and Peaches subtweeted, insinuating that she was a bully for talking about Jason the way she did.
I won't lie, I have been quite disappointed by a few people I looked up to a lot online lately, and now I physically feel kinda sick. May take a break from social media for a while. It's like a broken heart right now.
Peaches followed up that post with more tweets saying that she muted some people for the sake of her mental health, and would also like to create something entirely different from Shannon's content, as a lot of people constantly refer to her as Creep Show Art's clone. In Shannon's video, she then referenced Toby's video, where she accused Shannon of screaming at a content creator who tried to talk about the Jason situation, and Shannon claimed that she knew the creator in question was Peaches. Later in a tweet, she also expressed her displeasure about Peaches trying to change her content style, even though she helped Peaches when she just started creating content. And after all of that happened, Peaches simply responded to Shannon via a text message to resolve the issue, saying,
I can understand you're upset with us not talking anymore, but you also painted me as kind of a bad person, saying I was ranting and raving about you and how I was spreading private information about you to manipulate content creators.
Among other issues, she also addressed the Toby situation.
I've not been spreading private information about you, nor have I been bad-mouthing you to other creators. Toby became a close friend, and she had her own grievances. I rejected going in a video against you, and I rejected giving any DMs for her to go and use. I also kept asking her if she wants to do it, to be nice, because as I said, I sing your praises too.
Peaches admitted that she blocked Shannon for a while, but denied that her style change had something to do with their fallout. Toby also made a post later to clarify that Peaches was not involved with the video she made regarding Shannon, but also revealing that she'd clarified that to Shannon in her DM. But at that time, it was already too late, because several YouTubers had already made videos hitting Peaches with several allegations, and so Peaches faced severe online harassment, so much so that she went silent for a while before coming back online in 2021 to make a response video about the situation. In this video, Peaches addressed Luke's claim point by point, explaining the misinterpretation around her goodbye tweet, and also debunked Shannon's claims. Hearing Peaches' side of the story changed everything, as creators and fans who turned against her started to take her side. One of them was Gritus, Shannon's former friend who once wrote a document against Peaches. He later made a video titled "You Are Wrong About Hopeless Peaches" to clear her name. In the description box, Gritus also attached a document that details evidence that shows Peaches wasn't as bad as she was painted, and in the conclusion he wrote,
"This drama was built on a terrible foundation by Luke, and it seems it was decided that Peaches was a completely vile person and took every single thing said about her at face value, with Luke's dishonest claims being backed up by Shannon and Camilla. Peaches was ruled 100% in the wrong, with no further digging into the situation or nuance, and we do feel that this is completely unfair. Peaches has her flaws, but we do believe that she's not the terrible person she's been painted as, especially when many people said about her are provably untrue or backed by weak evidence."
But with everything going on, Shannon simply doubled down, claiming that she was right about Peaches regardless. And although more people showed support for Peaches now, her channel would simply not recover from the damage Shannon and other creators' allegations have done, and so eventually she deleted her account and disappeared from the internet. And with Peaches gone, Shannon resumed her usual content without getting involved in any drama until June 2021, when the tables turned and Shannon became the subject of a series serious scandal. Around the time, rumors began circulating about Shannon being a member of the internet gossip forum lolcow.farm. For context, lolcow is an online forum where anonymous users discuss, mock, and gossip about online creators, influencers, artists, and communities. Online personalities aren't expected to be a member of anonymous gossip websites, because engaging in one paints them often as manipulative or insecure about criticism. But Shannon did not only join lolcow, she actually broke the site's rules by advertising and defending herself, among other things. And once the forum's admin found out, he decided to revoke Shannon's anonymity and obtained all of her posts through her IP address. And to escalate the situation even further, the admin posted a link that exposed Shannon's conversations on the website, revealing how she spoke negatively about other creators who were considered her friends. In one of her posts, she wrote about D'Angelo Waller, a creator who was a friend, saying,
D'Angelo is the type of guy that everyone pretends to like, but no one really does. He tried to get in touch with a lot of them, and because he talked about drama and made Holly look like a tool, they befriended him for safety. I think Holly sucks, but before the hot video came out, no one in the community said anything. Then she decided to rebrand and delete, and is pretty much at zero still. They're all scared of them.
D'Angelo then saw the post and took to Twitter to say,
whoever posts my tweets on lolcow, hurry up, I'm bored, I want to see the response.
And to that, Shannon responded on lolcow again, inserting her name this time.
He's worse than Creepshow. At least she had the ability to grow and is doing something completely different than what she started with. He's doing the same thing on repeat, acting like he's doing something big, and now admits to creeping on lolcow.
And even before she was fully exposed on lolcow, users had long suspected Shannon was a member, because she made videos about topics discussed on lolcow. Some members called her out, but she never admitted that she was on the forum, and instead of addressing the issue, she simply stopped posting anything related to lolcow dramas. And while that was going on, Shannon anonymously made a whole argument about herself, saying,
like I said, she's spastic. She can't even stay on topic for like a minute and is constantly talking around. It's annoying. She does love drama though. Like she thinks it's funny when people go wrong, but she loses interest in like 10 minutes. She's actually a disaster. I don't know how she's successful, because she puts out horrible content in 2 hours and barely edits them.
But these weren't the only posts Shannon made. In total, she made 292 posts within 3 years of being a member of the forum, but none of them caused as much stir as the one where she dogs her sister after claiming she treated her badly.
I didn't save it, but the gist was that Shannon's sister is in the hospital for something. We don't know what, and she put her as her emergency contact. However, when Shannon reached out to her to try to figure out what was going on, her sister blocked her and said that she was invading her privacy. She also said something along the lines that her family was neglecting her, even though Shannon had reached out. It's really weird. A couple of years ago, I found her sister's Twitter because she talked about it in a story time, and she's definitely insane.
But before that post was a Reddit post that Shannon has made about her sister, saying,
my sister, without a doubt, she's incredibly selfish and entitled, and doesn't like when there are consequences to her actions at all. When we were younger, she was the good kid, because she was super smart and knew how to do well in school. She also ran track and cross country, and was really successful in things that she would do. So our parents never really got mad at her, even when they probably should have, which is why I'm tough as nails, and she freaks out when there are consequences to her actions. She's a lesbian, and I'm bi, and when I was growing up, told me I wasn't gay enough to be in the LGBT, and that I was hetero passing. So essentially, I didn't have a right to complain about anything. She would also try to get me to date my platonic straight friends, to the point where it made them uncomfortable because she was literally forcing something on them they didn't want. She also messed with my body image, telling me I had no chest or and was shaped like an ant when I was growing up, which contributed to my ED.
Now, every leaked post would increasingly put Shannon in a bad light, but the expose wouldn't get much attention on lolcow until June 4, 2021, when it became a full-blown issue after it got posted on Twitter. And the next day, Shannon responded with a tweet saying her device got hacked. Most people didn't seem to believe her, so the next day, she dropped a long post denying the accusations and claiming that she'd been framed by her longtime stalker named Amy. She claimed that Amy spoofed her IP address to hurt her, but eventually they reconciled and became friends. And she then ended the post on a note that would soon be relevant, saying,
she's gone back to doing what she's always done, which is trying to hurt me, to try to turn the people in my life against me, and salivate at the idea of me losing everything. She did this for years, even when I didn't have anything, to the point where when I was dating my husband, she sent him text messages telling him I was a terrible person and he should leave me. She made fake Facebook accounts to tell people about what a terrible person I was, and she just spent years messing with me.
But her denial was debunked by lolcow's admins, who responded with a statement that read,
her explanation only proves that she can't deny our legitimacy. The implication that nearly 300 posts over the span of 2.5 years all came from one single spoofed IP is ridiculous. Shannon hasn't pointed out which singular IP she's confirming as her post history, because she's too stupid to realize that she just implicitly confirmed her entire post history. At the same time, she expects us to believe that one IP was spoofed to frame her. Is she going to claim that all the other IPs in her post history as spoofed too? She knows she messed up, otherwise her defense wouldn't be, it was my device information and my IP, but somehow I was framed.
And after this post, most people stopped trusting Shannon, which led to a rapid decline in her YouTube subscribers. And she then went on Instagram to say that she was taking legal steps and would love to stay silent until she proved her innocence. But what Shannon didn't know was that a single tweet would soon take her controversy from 0 to 100. On June 8, 2021, another creator, Emily Artful, would drop a tweet that says,
I am currently shaking and crying because Creepshow Art is finally being exposed for the absolute terrible person she is. I have known Shannon for many years, even years before she started her YouTube channel. She's copied, stalked, harassed, and threatened me and my life. She's used revenge explicit videos against me, tried to use my substance addiction against me. She's literally gotten me fired from multiple jobs, causing me to be homeless. This person has pushed me to the brink of leaving this earth multiple times, and then tried to blame it on a mutual friend when I finally caught her red-handed by tracing her IP. Shannon, you are Amy. All the things you claim Amy did to you are are the things you did to me. Receipts to come. I've got years worth of them.
And this made people dig up Shannon's post on lolcall all over again. And indeed, they found a 2019 post where she was talking about Emily being a cam girl and how she struggles with addiction. On June 12, 2021, Emily, who was promised to provide evidence, would release a 2-hour-long video titled "Creepshow Art Has Always Been This Way." In the video, she detailed about how she met her ex-boyfriend, Anthony Parker, who's now Shannon's husband, in music school back in 2010. She mentioned how Anthony had anger issues and would get mad over the most trivial things. She also cited an example where he was so angry that he wouldn't talk to her all day because she left a flirtatious comment on a gay friend's selfie. And to resolve the issue, Emily drove down to Anthony's workplace, where she met Shannon, who was his co-worker at the time. Shannon informed her that Anthony hadn't come to work that day, and Emily then tried to reach Anthony, but every effort proved futile, which made her believe that the relationship was over. And so Emily moved on with her life. But in 2013, Anthony would pop up again, proposing that rekindle was left of their spark. According to Emily, she realized Anthony had not changed his old ways, so she decided to limit the relationship to just a friendship. Still, Anthony kept in touch with Emily because she actually helped him out with his band. Now, one day he sent Emily a demo of a song he was working on, and the track had female vocals on. And upon listening to the song, Emily discovered that the voice actually belonged to Shannon. And out of jealousy, Emily told Anthony that the voice was too weak, so it wouldn't sound good on the track. And with Anthony's consent, Emily recorded new vocals for the final version, an action believed to have kickstarted Shannon's hatred for Emily. Shortly after, Emily started to receive strange Facebook requests, which contained malicious links. And not knowing better, she clicked on them, leading to her Facebook account getting hacked. And the so-called hackers were able to download explicit images of Emily, including pictures of her as a smaller human, which were then used to harass her online. Some of these pictures were sent to the company, where she worked as a receptionist, which got her fired. Hackers also left negative reviews on her makeup site, which was her site, costing her the loss of many clients. And with nothing left to do, Emily actually became homeless and had to travel out of town to get another job. And there, Emily started piecing her life together by starting a YouTube channel where she posted art and told stories. And soon, one of her videos titled "You're Not an Artist" gained over 200,000 views and boosted her subscriber count. But while she was celebrating her win silently, Anthony created a new Twitter account to harass her, saying,
"Buying 100k views for $100 isn't viral, just FYI."
And not long after that brief exchange between them, Emily would start to get comments under her post about a Twitter channel named Creepshow Art, using her art and the name of her series to make videos. At the time, Emily didn't know who was behind the channel, so she messaged the owner to talk to her about changing her series name at least. And Shannon simply responded that she didn't mean any harm and mentioned that other creators also used the name, just like fashion YouTubers use "Get Ready With Me." From there, the two became associates. But still, Emily didn't know Creepshow Art's real identity. But one day, Shannon actually blew her cover by posting Anthony's art on Instagram, and Emily, becoming suspicious, decided to find out who was behind the Creepshow Art's YouTube channel. And soon enough, she actually found out that it was Shannon Campbell, her ex's co-worker, who was now married to him. Emily then decided to make a video about the issue of the same name series, without mentioning Shannon's name or her brand. And this video actually earned Emily a lot of hate comments. But in response, Shannon would send her a DM, appreciating Emily for keeping her anonymous and apologizing for the relentless fans who kept dropping hateful comments on her video. But Emily, who now knew that it was Shannon and Anthony behind this, traced the IP addresses of the fake accounts harassing her to where the couple lived, and decided to confront them, saying,
"Are you the one that's been stalking me, or is it Anthony? We can be candid now, because I know it's one of you."
She ended the long message with a plea for peace, saying,
"All I asked is to be left alone by you and your boyfriend. It's been 8 years.
Shannon simply denied the allegation, and they moved on from the issue. However, 4 months later, she made a video about the so-called Amy, who she claimed had been stalking her for 8 years, although she couldn't show any evidence proving that Amy actually existed. And even though Emily now knew that it was Shannon and Anthony stalking her online, she simply couldn't do anything about it until Shannon got exposed in 2021. 2 days after Emily exposed Shannon on Twitter, an account named Britta Filter would DM her, claiming to have identified her stalker. However, the anonymous user would also threaten Emily not to release a video about Shannon. But Emily released the video anyway, and it gained over 4 million views within a very short amount of time. And this opened the floodgates of testimonies against Shannon, with a lot of people sharing their personal experiences with her. And one of the most significant was Loki Coulter, who claimed she attended college with Shannon back in 2011. She shared a lot about her relationship with Shannon, but the part that really stood out was where she wrote,
"Shannon began to cyberstalk Emily, first starting by finding her YouTube page. She shared videos with me, and I naively thought that was harmless, and it would go no further. But Shannon started to look for her home address, her phone number, or any other info she could find. Shannon told me how she had plans to harass Emily, either by sending her letters or prank calling her home, how she planned to leave hate messages on her videos or DM her from burner accounts to spread hate. And this is when I began to distance myself from Shannon."
And under the post, a user made a comment expressing concern for Shannon's sister, saying,
"Has anyone bothered to reach out to the sister of Creepshow Art and let them know they've been doxxed?"
Now, surprisingly, Shannon's sister replied to the comment and also testified that Shannon had indeed been stalking and harassing Emily over the years. Now, Shannon would in turn get harassed online for the whole year, as friends and fans turned against her to support Emily. And one of her friends, Repzilla, made a 32-minute video about the situation, entitled it "Creepshow Art Lied to My Face." In the video, he talked about how he confronted Shannon and how she chose to lie to him instead of telling the truth. And 1 year later, she made an expose video titled "The Lies of Emily, Artful," with evidence. In this video, Shannon would read out a 90-page document she prepared, detailing Emily's past life and mistakes from as far back as when she was in middle school. Shannon focused on Emily's drug addiction and the time she was an online performer as a smaller human. Apparently, Shannon had little or nothing to say to debunk Emily's claims though, which is why she focused on Emily's past instead. She also dedicated 3 pages of the document to claim that Amy was in fact a real person and had no connection to Emily. At the start of the document, she wrote,
"If you're seeing this video, it means one of two things has happened. Either my lawyers negotiated with Emily Artful's lawyers and we reached a private settlement which resulted in some retraction, or I took Emily to court for defamation information and came out on the other side.
And on February 9th, 2022, Emily uploaded her final response titled "I'm done, Shannon," where she addressed the legal aspect of Shannon's document among other issues.
Neither of these things have happened. It's a flat out lie. I have no idea why she chose to leave this in, but I'm kind of glad she did.
Once again, Shannon's lie was debunked, and every comeback she tried to make proved unsuccessful. And after Emily's video, there was silence from both sides. Eventually, on August 13, 2023, Shannon's YouTube channel was deleted at approximately 289,000 subscribers. And while the DeviantArt community finally sent a stalker off to space, this next member was sent to a place of no return.
The most disgusting creatures to ever exist.
DeviantArt may be famous for its cringe and chaotic creativity, but no one expected the community to house a predator hiding behind the mask of an art lover. Yet that's exactly what people encountered, with far too many younger humans paying the price. It all started on November 6, 2015, when a DeviantArt user named Zhengzhu Jishu posted a journal titled "Manglen, Serious Offender, Please Read." The first few paragraphs of the journal details how Zheng and some deviants were labeled as offender defenders because they spoke up against Mardik Sandro, a self-acclaimed offender hunter who himself was caught engaging in a very weird interest. And the more people spoke against Mardik, the longer the list of offenders defenders got. To fight off Mardik, the users on the list came together to create a group on DeviantArt where they talked about chasing him off the platform. And soon Mardik went silent, and so did the group. But one day, out of boredom, one of the users on the group named Disappoint Ghastly decided to scroll the list to check out everyone's profile. And while she expected to only get familiar with other users and their arts, what she found would eventually set a new course for the group. Ghastly found an account named Manglet, which looked normal at first, but things would start to look very weird once you started checking out Manglet's gallery, which contained a stamp that said, "I love pink panties." And to worsen the situation, two of his favorite stamps read, "Female smaller humans, X monsters," and "Make awkward explicit advances, not war." These stamps were weird, but none were as weird as Manglet's picture, which shows he was an adult who was probably in his 50s. And upon seeing this, Ghastly alerted the other group members, who immediately started to research about Manglen. And surprisingly, some of the users claimed to have had encounters with Manglen in the past. One of them was Wolf with Kid, which had a screenshot of her past conversation with them, but asked that it would not be publicized. According to Zheng, the author of the journal, the screenshot contains really disturbing details, most importantly the fact that Manglen was 59 and Wolf with Kid was a smaller human. Another user, Shattered Glass, also known as Jessica, came forward with screenshot evidence where Manglen could be seen telling her how pretty she looked and overall being inappropriate with her. And while Jessica didn't have any issue with compliments, she was soon weirded out when she found out about Manglen's age.
Wait, you're 59 years old? Yes, how old are you? I can't say.
Jessica stopped responding to him and informed some users who started to call him out every chance they got. And this got Manglen so angry that he decided to send Jessica a lengthy message saying,
"I just went to your page and now I remember seeing you doing roleplay, and everyone including you was talking about you being attractive and you look like an adult to me and you wanted to roleplay and you watched me. I don't remember who watched who first, but you clicked my watch button and I just met you. So what is the problem? Plus, I read on the very same page that you were doing adult roleplay."
He also asked her if he did anything wrong throughout their interactions, saying,
"You surely knew I was an adult, right? I mean, you watched me and saw my picture, right? Did I do anything you said not to do? Because obviously you're in contact with the people who are making my life miserable right now. And I never sent you any notes, never asked you to go anywhere private."
The craziest part was, Jessica and Wolf with Kid weren't the only younger humans who Manglen got inappropriate with. But before his other victims would speak of their experience, another user, Unusual Kitten, would also confront him to tell him he was being creepy. But instead of taking accountability, Manglen simply got mad again, sending her profanities. However, Kitten didn't let him off the hook easily, as she responded saying,
"It is creepy. You look over 50 and you're hitting on someone who's 19 and has a boyfriend. I don't care if she's married and not an adult. It's none of your business. You understand me? You should get out of here while you're still in one piece."
After much back and forth between the two, Manglen threatened to block Kitten, and the argument got even more heated.
Wow, dude. What? I only said it was creepy that you were hitting on a 19-year-old with a boyfriend. I never said anything else besides that. Now you want to start a war with me? I don't care what you think. 19 is an adult. She's good looking and I wouldn't mind dating her. I like spicy chicks.
Although Manglen was constantly trying to end the conversation, Kitten simply wouldn't stop talking until he threatened to spread a false narrative about her doing adult work. And after that threat, Kitten let him be. But that wasn't the end of Manglen's confrontation. The next user who posted about him was Dylan, who also accused him of being weird around younger humans. However, Manglen would respond to Dylan, claiming that he had no proof to back up his allegations. Ghastly then responded under the post, saying Manglen was only in denial, but he doubled down, claiming he'd done everything openly and that no one ever had reported to him. However, it turned out this wasn't the first time he would be exposed for such a thing. In 2015, two users, Spinning Lines and Tootsie Royce, called Manglen out on DeviantArt for the same kind of allegations, to which Manglen simply responded,
"Thank you for removing my name from the journal accusing me of vile actions, but I do want you to know you've caused further permanent damage to me, just piled on top of all the other permanent damage my life has been. I'd begun to feel welcomed and at home here at DeviantArt, but now I don't even want to stay here anymore. I do know I've been able to be a positive part of some hurting people's lives, so I do plan to stay right where I am, because it is not about me, it is about them. Nor am I seeing you're bad for what you've done, and I myself have been guilty of flinging unfounded accusations at people. It is good if we learn from our mistakes and improve our game."
But now that he's been called out again, he reached out to Zheng, trying to justify all of his his deeds. But Zheng told him that he also found his stamps creepy and that he didn't want to get too involved because he had just come out of his personal online drama which lasted for 10 months. But Manglin replied saying,
I would love to speak with you, but I cannot stand the word creepy. It gives me the creeps.
To which Zheng simply responded by telling him that he was creepy for the 3rd time. The conversation then took an interesting turn when Zheng decided to be explicit,
calling her attractive, kissing her, holding her. She's a little human and very not of age.
Referencing the situation with Jessica.
Simple roleplay are you talking about or what? Is she? I tried to find her age out. She won't tell me. I saw an adult roleplay on her page when I got there, and every comment on the page was that she was attractive. Are you aware of that? She doesn't want her age known on the site. But let's say she's at least 3 years younger than being an adult. No, I did not, because I don't see that anywhere. Links, please?
Manglin then sent a link to the comment section where he was explaining how he met Jessica and how she refused to tell him her age. And in this comment, he also called another user, Kitty Love Passion, ugly, stating he only told women they're pretty because his compliments boost their self-confidence. He also said if he should deactivate. Kitty Love Passion would then go back to 0 favorites because he was actually the only person who had her post on favorite and complimented her. And this got Zheng so annoyed that he lashed out in his response, saying,
honestly, you are a disgusting person. I thought you were nice, but seeing you lash out and how immature you are, I realized I was wrong. You're a childish old man who needs to grow up. Attacking young humans and threatening to attack them. That's just pathetic. Honestly, if they're spamming you, which they aren't, then be a man and ignore them. You need some help. You're a real piece of work.
After this response, Manglin decided to block Zheng and updated his page multiple times. He eventually uploaded this avatar, which gave the impression that he was probably deactivated. For a good while, no one heard from him, until a few weeks later, when he resurfaced on his main account. Manglin would continue chatting inappropriately with smaller humans without getting caught. But that was until one of his victims found out that he was cheating on her with another smaller human. It all started when a user named Cuddlebeast reached out to one of these smaller humans, known as Sloan Griffin's Love, to ask about her relationship with Manglin.
Are you and Glenn dating? Yes. Why? Are you Glenny's friend? You could say I'm familiar with him. May I ask how old you are, Lois? I'm not of age. Please don't kill me for that. That is a good age to pick up drawing talent.
After Lois's age was confirmed, Cuddlebeast would send the evidence to Zheng, who then added it to his journal. And Zheng's journal would reach a lot of DeviantArt users, including the other younger humans who we will call Clara because of her anonymity. Clara decided to speak to Zheng about her experience with Manglin and shared with him the many disturbing messages that Manglin had sent to her while they were dating. Manglin even went as far as asking these people to show inappropriate parts of their bodies, and he also showed them his. Most of Clara's messages were blocked out because she actually reciprocated Manglin's energy without knowing who he was, and therefore doesn't want them displayed. And so after a bunch of DeviantArt users saw how disturbing these chats are, they started posting about Manglin and his accounts, warning others to be careful around him. And because of the sheer amount of backlash she received, Manglin would again deactivate his account for a while. But that wasn't the end of it. Before the other users could actually breathe a breath of relief, he was already back, like he never left, on 2 accounts named Selfish Bastard and Wounded Lion Heart. It wouldn't take long for these accounts to be identified as belonging to him, leading to another round of backlash. And when he couldn't bear it anymore, Manglin once again deactivated his accounts and went silent for a while. But on April 3rd, 2016, a user posted a journal about a registered offender who'd been chased off the platform, but recently came back under the name So That's What's Up. The journal details how he used pictures of female younger humans to hide his depravity and deceive everyone. And a part of his journal says,
we didn't know that he'd return to the internet. I expected the local police to arrest Glenn and put him in prison for several years, or someone paid to get Glenn out of jail, or he was a great lucky boy when he got out of trouble.
This not only confirmed that the said offender was Manglin, but also that he was reported to the police. Unfortunately, they did nothing about it. And as always, once the truth came out, Manglin would disappear. But for the umpteenth time, he showed up again, this time as Peter Griffin's Love. Shortly after his return, more evidence of his inappropriate conduct started to pop up, which led to some users to create an online petition against him. Now eventually the petition received close to 200 supporters, which led to his deactivation in 2017. But again, Manglin's disappearance and reappearance kept happening until 2018, where he showed up again as Tennessee Tomcat. And the news of his comeback began circulating with his journal that read,
it turns out that a registered offender came back on the internet under the name Tennessee Tomcat. I'm trying to avoid tagging him. If he finds this, he has to search this entry.
And on April 9th, 2018, another DeviantArt user, username 91, posted about the same account saying,
yes, you heard it. Glenn is back. I thought the police already took care of him. Unfortunately, he's back. I just get information that one of the biggest offenders on the internet has returned. His name is Glenn, who's over 50 years old. He's obsessed with younger humans, mostly females. My advice is to report it to the local police or FBI government if possible. Do not attack him. Block him. Report him and his activities to the administration, and they will take care of it.
Again, Manglin was in the process of losing another account, as the other users reported it constantly. But while Manglin thought losing the Tennessee Tomcat was the worst thing to happen to him, something more serious was brewing in the background. On April 24th, 2018, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office received a report from a DeviantArt user identified as Samantha Tavares about the account Tennessee Tomcat. According to Samantha, she's read a journal that detailed how Manglin roleplayed with another user named No Life Lady, who's a smaller human. Samantha also alleged that the journal contains screenshots of Manglin sending photos of his parts to No Life Lady and also requesting the same. The detectives immediately began investigating the report and called Manglin in for an interview, and it was later revealed in the court documents that Manglin, whose real name is Glenn Fred Glatz, is a registered offender, was initially arrested in May of 2005 for having inappropriate contact with smaller humans and sentenced to 20 years in prison for his crimes. However, Manglin was released ahead of his time because he was able to accrue enough good conduct sentence credits, but it didn't take long for him to have another run-in with the law. And so in 2017, he was indicted on an attempt to lure a smaller human and contributing to delinquency of a younger person. However, he got away with minimal punishment for the lack of substantial evidence. Because of his record with the law, Manglin was supposed to submit every username, phone number, and even email he uses so he could be tracked. But Manglin didn't submit it all, especially his DeviantArt details. And so once the police started an actual actual investigation into his case, Manglin would be invited for an interrogation. Initially, he lied about using DeviantArt, but later admitted that he used it a few times before shutting it down. And when asked about the Tennessee Tomcat account, he claimed he didn't have anything to do with it, before later lying that his female friend JC Corum created the account, and he only used it a couple of times. The detectives then confronted him about sending inappropriate photographs of himself to a younger person and also receiving the same, and he denied both of these claims. But after much back and forth, the detectives told him that they already have the pictures and a record of his conversations with the younger person, and that he could be simply arrested, locked away forever, and having his dogs taken away from him if he continued lying to them. And for the fear of losing his dogs, Manglin confessed to talking inappropriately with a smaller human, but again lied that he only requested a picture of her face. At the time, the detectives hadn't actually gotten a warrant to search Manglin's phone, so they couldn't actually arrest him for any of the allegations. But as soon as they actually got a warrant, what was found on Manglin's device was much more disturbing than expected. According to court documents, Manglin had images of different younger human faces and other parts on his phone storage, and with that, the allegations against him were confirmed, leading to his immediate arrest. Once the case went to trial, Manglin's attorney would try to defend his case by saying that the detectives searched his phone without a warrant and also threatened him with his dogs to get a confession out of it. But what he didn't know was that Manglin already added to his crime while he was awaiting trial. Shortly after his arrest, Manglin would make over 60 jail calls to a number which belonged to a smaller human whom we will call Jane. The detectives were able to identify Jane by listening to the recorded telephone calls, where Manglin mentioned her first name. Jane and her parents were then called in for an interview too, where she admitted to being Manglin's girlfriend. She also confirmed that she knew he was much older and that she also lied to him about her age. She then mentioned that she sent him images of herself shortly before his arrest in May of 2018. That was already very disturbing, but Jane wasn't the only smaller human in this case. The detectives found about 3 other younger humans involved, while 2 of them being teenagers and 1 not yet even in her teenage years. Eventually, on July 28, 2023, he was found guilty of 4 counts of production of small human explicit content, and on October 16, 2024, Manglin was sentenced to life in prison. And while it seemed like the most disturbing case in the DeviantArt community had just been concluded, what follows is gut-wrenching, as it involves the lives of a lot of people.
Police say their plan was to walk into the Halifax shopping center with rifles and open fire.
It's 2006, a time when renowned author Stephanie Meyer had teenagers in a chokehold with her book Twilight and its sequel New Moon. And while some were obsessed with the books, some disliked them so much that they created a forum named Twilight Sucks to criticize and mock the writing. The forum soon developed its own subculture, becoming a space where members discussed personal issues and shared edgy humor. And although everything was lighthearted, certain members took things too far, resulting in their ban from the space. One of them was Lindsay Savannah, a half-white, half-Asian girl who was an active member of the forum under the username Blonde Guardian. Lindsay was kicked out of Twilight Sucks because she suddenly became vocal about her support for a certain Austrian dictator whose ideas and actions led to one of the deadliest periods in human history. She then joined DeviantArt instead, under the username SnoopyFem, where she expressed her extremism through art without being questioned or judged. Now at the same time, Lindsay had a Tumblr account under the name School Attacker Chick, where she posted random photos of herself and also engaged in communities that celebrate tragic events like the tragic Columbine attack. For context, the Columbine incident was a 1991 school attack in Colorado, where 2 students, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, sent 13 people out of this world and injured many more before ending themselves as well. On DeviantArt, Lindsay connected with violent arts and posted more under the Columbine hashtag, so other like-minded people could find her easily. At the same time, Lindsay was also a member of a blog site named Just Girly Things, where girls post random stuff about female experiences. And there she found a post showing an image of 2 girls who appear to be best friends, with the caption, "Not being able to live without your best friend." Lindsay thought it was a dumb thing to dream of living with a friend forever instead of dying together, so she created her own version of the image using the pictures of the Columbine attackers lying dead next to each other to the original post. She then posted it on DeviantArt using the Columbine tag. Now while the post got regular attention, it would catch the eye of one particular user, 19-year-old James Gamble. The one person would change Lindsay's life forever. James followed Lindsay immediately, and she did the same. And out of curiosity, Lindsay went through James' now deleted blog known as Shallow Existences. There, he posted a lot of things about the Columbine incident and other violent events just like Lindsay. Seeing that they had so much in common, Lindsay would send a message to James, who then replied almost immediately. And from there, the two hit it off, taking the conversation to Facebook, where they spoke all day, every day. Now they would go from talking about a random fashion item to hatching one of the most horrifying plans in recent history.
Then we can coordinate outfits and look redacted. That'd be sick. And just sort of terrify everyone. One of my favorite hobbies. Where do you usually scare people? Just in public in general. Because I was just thinking, if you had a usual hangar or something, I'd show up there too. And then people would be like, oh god, there's 2 of them. That would be perfect. And we just sort of exchange conspiratorial glances before staring at them. Hopefully send them running. What a great day to spend a day just terrorizing normal, inferior people.
And from there, things took an even darker turn, with James expressing how he would love to terrorize people on a larger scale someday. And Lindsay found this interesting and would start asking for details of James's twisted fantasy. To that, James responded,
rifle, shotgun, outfit, ammo knife. I only have 13 bullets for the rifle though, so I have to make them count. It's also a single shotgun that can only fit 1 shell at a time, but it's better than nothing. I just wish I had a partner that would take the shotgun, while I take the hunting rifle. Way less chance of getting attacked or jumped if I had a partner.
And immediately the plan started to progress, as the two agreed to severely attack a large number of people. Lindsay volunteered to work hard for the money they would need to execute the plan, while James talked about his hatred for people and life itself. Soon the two began to develop romantic feelings for each other, but unlike most lovebirds who plan to live together forever, Lindsay and James dreamed of dying together. And to make things worse, they began to believe they'd been possessed by the spirits of the Columbine attackers, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. Lindsay and James then decided to choose a location for their attack. Firstly, they agreed that it would be a place in Canada where James lived. This meant that Lindsay, who lived in Illinois in the US, would travel down there. Now they had to choose the exact place in Canada, and at first James suggested the hospital, but Lindsay rejected the idea because she didn't think it would be fun enough. She then suggested the library, which she also turned down because it would be too similar to the Columbine incident. Later, James would then suggest a mall, and this time it sounded perfect to Lindsay because there would be a lot of people. James lived in Halifax, and so for proximity, the Halifax shopping center was chosen at the location for the attack. The plan was deadly. Go into the food court bathrooms at the Halifax shopping center, change into their carefully selected outfits, get their weapons, and open fire on everyone in the food court. James planned to target middle-aged Christian women, while Lindsay was looking to attack people she considered were born of poor genetics. And once they almost exhausted all of their bullets, they planned to leave this earth together at the count of 3, just like the Columbine attackers. Now, after the plan was finalized, they decided to select a date to carry it out. Initially, they chose February 1st, 2015, because that was the earliest Lindsay could arrive in Canada, but James suggested February 14th because there would be a lot of people at the Halifax shopping center, and the attack would hold much more significance as it would be tied to Valentine's Day forever. They then posted an image on their blogs to hint what they were about to do. The post included pictures of them both wearing scary masks with a splatter of blood in the background, and a text that says,
Der Untergang. Valentine's Day is going down.
And Der Untergang is a German phrase meaning the downfall in English, and also the title of a 2004 film depicting the last days of their favorite dictator. Lindsay then wrote a manifesto on her page hinting at the mass attack. However, the post was scheduled to upload after the crime would have been committed and when she would have left the earth herself. Lindsay was supposed to arrive at James's parents' house on February 12th, 2015 and stay there for 2 days before they carried out their plan. But James' parents actually didn't allow them, so James instead planned to make his parents leave the earth on February 11th. That way he and Lindsay could have the house to themselves. However, on that day, for some reason, James simply couldn't move ahead with this plan to end his parents, so he asked his friend Randall Shepard to pick up Lindsay at the airport and take her to his house, where the two could meet to carry out their plan. Now, Randall wasn't really involved in the plan. He was just a depressed 20-year-old who told James about his plans to leave the earth, and so he requested that James attack him. But instead of doing so casually, James asked him to go with them to the mall to record them while committing the crime, and afterwards he would fulfill his request. Now, on February 12th, 2015, Lindsay snuck out of her parents' house in Illinois and went straight to take a train to the airport, where she then boarded a flight to Canada. But while she was actually still in midair, the Canadian police received a tip about the attack and acted on it immediately. And after learning that the entire planning had taken place on Facebook, they requested access to James's chat logs. And of course, what they found were the horrifying conversations he had with Lindsay, including the pictures they shared about their plans. Now, one of the pictures shows James holding a gun and a knife, while another one shows Lindsay wearing her planned outfit for the attack. And so the police immediately drove straight to James's house, surrounded the buildings, and called him on the phone to inform him that he would be taken in for question regarding alleged threats made through social media. Now, the police told James to exit the building while they waited for him, and James promised to be out in a minute. But a few seconds later, a single gunshot rang out of the building, leading the police to go in anyway. There they found James's body lying on the ground from a gunshot wound, self-inflicted. Officers then sent Lindsay's pictures to the Canada Border Services Agency at the airport, instructing them to detain anyone matching that description. And a few hours later, Lindsay would arrive at the airport, only to be flagged by Canadian customs, questioned, and eventually arrested. At the same time, Randall, who was waiting at the airport to take Lindsay home, was also arrested and taken in for interrogation. Now, while this was happening, Lindsay didn't know what had happened to James, and when the detectives asked her a question about the attack, she refused to respond, saying that only James had an answer. Now, one of the detectives actually told her that James was no longer here, and so at that moment, she realized that there was nothing else she could do other than to admit to her charges and only unveil a small part of the horrific plans she and James had cooked up. Lindsay would maintain her silence for the next few years, refusing to share details of how everything had happened, from thoughts to plan, until 2019, when she eventually granted an interview to a true crime podcast known as the Nighttime Podcast. And thanks to this interview, we were able to get a grasp of the true backstory. According to Lindsay, the plan would have been successful. James simply was careful about it, as believed he said too much about the plan to some friends. Now, a few months after recording the podcast episode, Lindsay then pleaded guilty to conspiracy to end people's lives, conspiracy to commit arson, illegal possession of weapons for dangerous purposes against the public, and making threats over social media. And on April 20th, 2018, she was given a life sentence without possibility of parole for 10 years. And ironically, Lindsay was sentenced on the same date as the Columbine attack, which happened on April 20th, 1999. And crazily enough, it was also the birthday of the dictator whom Lindsay adored so much. Now, Randall also pleaded guilty on the charge of conspiracy to end people's lives, and on July 27th, 2018, was sentenced to 10 years in prison too. However, in 2021, Randall was paroled into a halfway home where he would be prepared for reintegration into society after completing his term. Lindsay, on the other hand, tried to appeal her sentence in 2019, but was eventually denied. Now, again, in February of 2025, Lindsay appealed her sentence again, stating the punishment was too harsh and extreme for the crime she'd committed, but in the end, she was denied once again. What about live streams? Some really disturbing stuff happens there too. In October of 2022, Ramsey Khaled Ismail began his YouTube career under the moniker Johnny Somali by posting vlogs that mainly showcased his night outs at parties and clubs. After his first video titled Halloween 2022, he would then move to Bangkok, Thailand, and begin uploading content from there, hoping to make a name for himself on the platform. However, most of his videos only managed to get a few hundred views at the time, with just one club video going viral. Johnny figured that he needed to garner more traction to grow his viewership, and this pushed him toward IRL streaming, a huge trend at the time, driven by a wave of creators who were finding major success with it. But instead of presenting himself to be likable and deserving of respect, Johnny had other things in mind. His goal was to form clips and essentially attract lots of viewers by disturbing the peace in countries known known for their friendly and welcoming nature. And in May of 2023, Johnny arrived in the country for his first IRL stream, and not even a full day later, he would draw attention to himself on a subway train where he began harassing a Japanese passenger.
You know Hiroshima, Nagasaki. You know why you do this?
Confused about what was going on, the man simply sat there trying to understand why this American was suddenly shouting the names of Japanese cities. And while this was happening, another passenger stepped in. It was another fellow American who happened to be on the same train. And after watching Johnny harassing a local, he decided to confront him.
What do you mean? Where are you from? I'm from America. You're from America? Yes. So am I. You know what we do to you? What do you do? We will do again. Do what? Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
And once the American revealed he was also Korean, Johnny reacted by repeating the same nonsense towards him, then shifted to directly insulting him by bringing up the Korean War.
Korean. Then sit down, brother. Korean War, you know what happened to you? Don't touch me. Don't touch me, brother.
Fortunately, the situation didn't go any further than the brief confrontation. But among the handful of people watching the stream, someone clipped the entire interaction and posted it to Twitter. And this very clip quickly racked up millions of views. And rather than getting positive reactions, Johnny was hit with overwhelming backlash and infuriated just about everyone who watched it. And when Japanese citizens saw the post as well, they were enraged to the point where one man took it upon himself to confront Johnny in person.
No. We did. Hey, we chill.
The man eventually got off his bike and started walking towards him, which caused a visibly frightened Johnny to back away. After putting some distance between them, the man then approached again on his bike, although this time he wasn't nearly as hostile as Johnny had assumed, and simply wanted to talk about what had happened.
Somebody give me money, and they said, say it. No. So I said it on the train. Yeah. Somebody give me money. Somebody? You know, donation. So cool. Somebody on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube comment? Yeah, YouTube comment, give me money.
When he asked Johnny why he did what he did, Johnny claimed he was told to do it by a donator, which was a blatant lie, and nothing more than an attempt to escape the confrontation. And shortly after, the police also showed up and questioned him. And while Johnny didn't face any legal consequences, the next time he returned to streaming, he promised he would clean up his act moving forward. But while he was still talking, a random person then suddenly attacked him.
I hope nobody in the chat was saying weird. If I go back and whoa.
As long as Johnny remained in Japan and streamed, he was a prime target for confrontation. And only a few days later, a group of young men led by Japanese YouTuber Rengoku and Guts vowed to find Johnny and scare him out of the country. And it didn't take long before they located the Airbnb he was staying in. And likely in an attempt to get Johnny banned on Kick, Rengoku actually stripped completely naked in direct view of Johnny's camera. Fortunately for Johnny, an English and Japanese speaking translator stepped in and managed to de-escalate the situation, which led Johnny to issue a formal apology.
Gomenasai, Japan. Gomenasai. I'm sorry.
However, at the same time, Johnny was also starting to become obsessed with the attention he was receiving. Johnny had gone from being a small creator to becoming one of the most hated men in Japan, which of course also led to him being pretty famous. And whether it was the intense online backlash or the physical attacks he was facing, Johnny seemed to realize that staying in Japan was no longer feasible. And after the Airbnb incident, Johnny left Japan for a short period of time. But within a couple of weeks actually, he returned once again, this time with a fellow streamer named Gino, who seemed to only amplify Johnny's antics and made his second trip even more chaotic. One of the first notable moments on this trip was when Johnny and Gino decided to stop by a McDonald's at around 1 AM, and almost immediately after walking in, Johnny became rude and made a racist remark about the Japanese language.
Yo, this in Mulan language, what does it say? This is in Mulan language, what does it say?
And while ordering his food, he was purposefully being loud and verbally aggressive toward the woman taking his order to get a reaction off of her. But things would only escalate when a different employee brought them their food and politely asked them to not point the camera at him. And Johnny, of course, responded by aiming the camera straight at the employee, which caused him to walk away with the order and call the police instead.
Give me the food.
I'm getting you on camera, bro. Just give me the food.
Bro, you already paid for the food. Just give me the food.
Whoa!
Johnny and Gino then stepped outside for a moment, yelling and screaming, before charging back into the store and demanding their food. And because he was most likely tired of their constant harassment, the employee gave in and handed it over. But as soon as they began walking out, a man on a bike suddenly attacked Johnny again. Now that Johnny was back and causing chaos, it was no surprise that local citizens and visitors alike became far more aggressive toward him. On one random night, for example, Johnny and Gino were out harassing yet another group of citizens, when things took a much darker turn.
Hey, racist! Hey, whatever, I don't know what's going on.
All you have to say
don't
is...
grab nothing. Oh!
With two clean punches, both Johnny and Gino were knocked out, and by the time they regained consciousness and picked up their cameras, Johnny's mouth was visibly bloody from the encounter. However, even this didn't stop him from causing even more chaos all over the city. He knew Japan had strict social norms, but he also understood that most of his antics weren't serious enough to get him arrested or deported. But it was only a matter of time before he pushed it too far and found himself in handcuffs. On August 30th, 2023, Johnny and Gino arrived at an active construction site in Osaka's Chuo Ward and decided to enter without permission.
He's going into the warehouse? Nah, this is wild. I'm just a cameraman right here. I'm just a cameraman. I don't know what going on.
And before long, one of the workers confronted them.
Oh, he's mad.
Hey, oh, Fukushima.
And Johnny then started shouting Fukushima, referencing the nuclear meltdown that occurred in 2011, forcing more than 150,000 people out of their homes. And with this type of behavior, he not only went back on every apology he made earlier, but also showed that he would continue doubling down on his behavior. And after being thrown out of the facility, Johnny was able to avoid consequences for a few hours. But the police eventually tracked him down and arrested him outside of a 7-Eleven. Now Gino wasn't actually on the scene during the arrest and reacted to the news from his hotel room. He seemed convinced that he was safe from being taken into custody, and after waiting a few hours, he decided to step outside too. What he didn't realize, however, was that the police were already waiting for him, and as soon as he saw them, Gino had no choice but to speak with the officers. And a few moments later, he shut down his stream and was escorted to the station.
What do you mean they're looking for me? I'm in the hotel right now, bro. I'm literally in my hotel right now. The cops, if they want me, I'm sitting right here, bro. I have no reason to run, bro.
However, his arrest didn't actually have anything to do with the construction site trespassing. Instead, it was for an earlier incident where he blasted loud text-to-speech donations inside a restaurant.
Chinese virus. Huawei.
Now from this moment on, both Johnny and Gino were tied up with court hearings, though they were later released from custody while awaiting their trials. And while they could make any videos or stream at the time, one of them would soon come back with more twisted plans in mind. In late November of 2023, Gino made a brief return to his Kick channel to explain what had been happening during his absence. And surprisingly, he claimed that he wouldn't be streaming in Japan anymore, as he didn't want to deal with even more repercussions.
It's not fun anymore, bro. It's not safe either. I got knocked out and then I got put in jail for almost 2 months. What the is fun about that?
And while Gino claimed that he had avoided any legal consequences, Johnny wasn't that lucky, as he'd been charged for the disturbance at the restaurant and was facing up to 6 months in prison. And when he finally made his court appearance, he vowed to stop streaming and return to America, where he said he would resume his studies. And although he was found guilty, he would later be released in January of 2024 and given a 200,000 yen fine, which was a little under $1,300, and would also be deported and banned from entering Japan until 2029. But instead of staying under the radar, Johnny was committed to continuing his campaign, and with Japan off the table, he needed a new location that would offer him plenty of opportunities to create more disruptions. And he decided that place would be Israel. And only a few days after he arrived, he'd already made his presence known by provoking altercation with people passing by, which led to him getting jumped almost immediately.
What was the problem earlier? What was the problem earlier?
Although the punch barely faced Johnny, the man who actually threw it ended up in handcuffs. And as he was being arrested, Johnny approached him and started yelling slurs at him.
You monkey! Go to jail, you monkey!
Now the incident upset a few of the man's friends, who ran up to Johnny and attacked him too.
Yo, where you run up on me? Yo.
Johnny then made his way to the Western Wall, also known as the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, a site considered sacred for Jews to visit and pray. And a common practice there is to place small notes containing prayers within the cracks of the wall. Johnny, however, brought images of what he described as his favorite Jews.
Epstein, you'll always be one of us. We love you. You're our king Jew. You're one of us. It doesn't matter what you did. You're still Jewish. You're still one of us. Fire one is Harvey Weinstein. I love you so much. You're one of my favorite top Jews. I love you.
Unsurprisingly, his actions didn't go without consequence. Police quickly apprehended him at the scene, and while he didn't get thrown into a jail cell, he still ended up facing some very serious repercussions. Twitch and Kick permanently banned him, leaving Rumble as the only platform where he could continue streaming. And just when it seemed like it couldn't get any worse, Johnny would pull his most outrageous stunts yet. On April 8th, 2023, a large protest took place in Tel Aviv. But despite the sensitivity of the situation, Johnny would go there to start drawing attention to himself, and his antics would eventually prompt a female Israeli police officer to confront him. But while she showed no interest in making any arrests and eventually walked away, Johnny started to taunt her repeatedly.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! I'm from America! I'll slap that ass, I'll grab it too! I'll grab it by right here. I don't give a.
He continued harassing her and other officers at the scene until he was finally detained by a male officer.
I'm from America! I'm from America, USA!
Unfortunately, they didn't formally arrest him or take him to jail. He was just removed from the scene and let go. But just because he'd escaped punishment this time didn't mean that the police were done with him. The following day, an officer approached Johnny late at night when the streets were quiet and empty. And during that encounter, Johnny claimed that the officer had beaten him. A statement investigators would soon prove to be entirely false.
Police beat me. Huh? The police beat me tonight.
Now eventually, Johnny's time in Israel would come to an end. He obtained an emergency passport at the US Embassy and flew back to America, where he stayed mostly inactive online for a while. But as the money he'd saved from the streaming began to run out, and with rent approaching, he needed a new way to make income. And so he decided the best place to generate clips was South Korea. And so on September 27, 2024, Johnny Somali would arrive in the country to commit even more unspeakable acts. On his first day, Johnny would begin targeting anyone he could, pushing boundaries wherever possible, and he immediately stood out when he jumped onto the stage during a live music performance, leaving the crowd shocked and unsure how to react.
Oh, very nice. Wow. Amazing. Wow. Wow. Come on the stage. Down. Oh, on TV? I might have been on TV.
But he was just getting started. Shortly after the incident, he filmed himself sitting next to a comfort woman statue, which is a tribute to more than 200,000 women and girls forced into Japanese military adult work during the Second World War, and made a public statement about his behavior in Japan.
I stand with the Korean people. I love Korea, and everything that I did in Japan was for the Korean and the Chinese people.
The statement itself would come across as passive-aggressive, but what he did next was far worse. He sat beside the statue and eventually kissed it on the cheek. Treating such a monument as a prop for a passive-aggressive apology did not go over well, and even though Johnny promised to respect the Korean people during his visit, he openly belittled those who criticized him after the clip went viral.
The Koreans were getting mad about that comfort woman statue, so I'm like, we might as well make it matter. I think the main comfort woman statue is in front of the Japanese embassy, so that is where I'm going right now.
Over the next couple of days, Johnny wandered the streets recklessly, causing trouble everywhere he went, and one time he even stumbled upon a young woman standing alone on the sidewalk and decided to follow her into a store, harassing her until a man intervened.
What are you scared for? Relax, yo, why are you putting the phone up like this? Why are you scared like this? Whoa!
Now just a couple of days later after that, Johnny became heavily intoxicated inside a South Korean convenience store and spilled food and alcohol across the floor, while blasting loud text-to-speech donations and verbally attacking everyone around him.
Was right to say you should never have kissed. Your father was right. Your father was right.
And when an elderly employee confronted him and politely told him to either stop or get out of the store, Johnny simply ignored the warning and even aggressively taunted her when she left.
I don't drink. Here. No drink. No. Look here. 이거. I eat the ramen. 그리고 아줌마, okay, sure.
Now after a bit of time, Johnny would commit another atrocity. This time he sought out a different comfort woman statue to take advantage of, and after setting up his camera, he started touching and kissing it and rubbing himself with baby oil, blasting loud music and also grinding on the statue in full view of anybody nearby. And when he was confronted by bystanders, he immediately pretended he was unaware of what was happening. Throughout October, Johnny would repeat the same types of stunts that made him famous, provoking strangers, causing scenes in public, and constantly drawing attention to the police. But after he disrespected the comfort woman statue, his situation got even worse. Korean citizens began rushing to his location whenever he showed up, and even a 1 million won bounty started circulating, which led to even more people joining in. In one instance, a passerby walked up and sucker punched him while he wasn't even paying attention.
Trust me, Johnny's. Go to Johnny's stream. We're gonna have a good time.
Whoa! Great night.
Go to Johnny's stream. We're gonna have a good time.
Whoa!
But the attacks didn't stop there. A few days later, he would get jumped and chased down the street by another group of angry Korean citizens. And the next day after that, another Korean YouTuber confronted him and nearly knocked him unconscious.
What you got? What you mean? What you got? What do you got? What do you got? Oh! Yo! Please!
Being in a country full of people who wanted to physically harm him was bad enough, but it got even worse when an arrest warrant was issued for both him and his bodyguard, listing charges that included obstruction of business and violations of the Minor Crimes Act. Now meanwhile, it was also discovered that he'd created AI-generated videos of himself making out with a female Korean streamer, and in South Korea, producing, sharing, or possessing non-consensual AI-generated explicit content is considered a serious criminal offense, and legal experts even confirmed the act carried a mandatory prison sentence up to 7 years, leaving Johnny facing harassment charges that could end his streaming career forever. In response to the warrant, Johnny and his bodyguard would turn themselves in to the police a few days later on November 8th and would make a public statement on Korean television.
I just want to apologize for what I've done, and I really did not mean to hurt your guys' pride this much. You guys are good people. You guys are great people.
Now, even as he stood before the cameras, pretending to be remorseful, it was clear that Johnny didn't truly mean a word of what he said, and even his fake apology wasn't enough to save him from getting charged over the convenience store clip, and he was ordered to remain in the country while awaiting his verdict. Now, he actually tried to convince the South Korean public that he was done with his trolling and harassment, but the moment he was released from jail, he again quickly abandoned that act.
Just saying I'm getting 29 years. Y'all not gonna catch me alive. Dennis Rodman? I'm the next Dennis Rodman.
Johnny officially returned to streaming on March 7th, planning to broadcast his own trial.
I will be live streaming the trial. I will be live streaming before, during, and after.
But when the day came, he showed up late, noticeably drunk, and walked into the courthouse wearing a mega hat, which immediately caused problems. Now another YouTuber named Atozi, who attended the trial, also noticed that Johnny was carrying a massive water bottle, and once everyone realized why, it became clear he wasn't taking any of this seriously.
On top of that, he was also carrying a massive water bottle. That's not allowed in court either. He got in trouble for that, and the reason he had that water bottle was presumably because he decided to go live last night at 3 in the morning, and he drank a bunch on the stream, so he was too drunk to make it to court on time. So that water bottle was most likely to sober himself up, because he showed up to court more than an hour late.
Due to the state in which he arrived at the courthouse, the hearing ended up being postponed, and based on what people saw that day, many believed he was now facing multiple years in prison, especially as new charges continued to emerge while the case moved forward.
Then, he had a massive smile on his face until the judge started reading all of his charges. So the people who witnessed this, they're believing that he's looking at about 3 to 5 years in prison at least for all of this. And then also they announced a new case.
However, as the new trial date approached, his behavior spiraled even further. A few weeks later, he was seen screaming in the streets, almost completely unclothed and drunk. He then wandered through the city in nothing but his underwear until a police officer stopped him, arrested him, and took him to the station.
Korea #1, yes! Korea. Oh, police? Oh, what the f*** are you? Relax. No touch. Why are you touching me? Why are you touching me? I'm dragging. Why are you touching?
But because he was already in the middle of a pending trial, they let him go. Now soon after he left the station, a still intoxicated Johnny began live streaming inside a store, blasting again loud text-to-speech donations through his speakers. And one of the donations played a goofy German song, and Johnny responded by throwing an anti-Semitic salute. Now during another stream, he revealed another brand new deepfake video he created.
No one ever showed that.
His drunken rants and hollow threats were one thing, but directly committing crimes during an active court case was just a recipe for disaster, which earned him an additional charge related to explicit non-consensual content, pushing a situation from bad to catastrophic. At this point, Johnny was facing 2 obstruction of business charges, each carrying a 5-year sentence, along with 2 charges related to unlawful acts involving another person, which totaled 21 years. Altogether, he was staring down at around 31 years behind bars. But Johnny had grown reckless, and the rising danger only pushed him further. He even claimed that if he were ever infected with HIV or AIDS, he'd turn himself into a super spreader, trying to infect as many unaffected people as possible.
If I ever caught HIV, I would become a super spreader. I'll say it right now. I don't care.
And he even made things worse with threatening the judge on his case and their family during a live stream.
Causing anxiety by carrying a fish. Tell the judge you can suck my. I'll bring a fish to your mother's house.
His next court case appeared on May 16th of 2025, where he pleaded guilty to every charge except the ones tied to the deepfake videos. Yet even with one foot practically in a jail cell, Johnny still didn't stop. He tried to imitate the female streamer featured in his AI videos, hinting that she could actually face legal troubles if she kept pursuing the case.
She showed that image as well on her stream, right? So guess who went to the police station? I put charges on Bong Bong. Bong Bong getting charged too.
And as of today, he actually still streams on a site called Party, broadcasting to a tiny audience, while clips of his behavior continue to spread across YouTube. This next case, however, involves a couple who suddenly found themselves targeted for their money. It was 10:51 p.m. on March 2nd, 2025. 31-year-old American influencer Caitlin Siragusa, known online as Amaranth, had been lying in bed at home trying to fall asleep when she suddenly woke up to the sound of 2 heavy thuds coming from the floor below her. At first, she wasn't sure what it was. The noise didn't sound like her dog's, and it didn't sound like her husband Nick either. The only thing she could compare it to was someone possibly breaking into the house. And so scrambling for her phone, she called Nick, and when he picked up, she immediately asked where he was. And although he told her that he was on the property, he explained that he was in another building across the driveway. But within minutes, those thuds escalated into a sharp, violent crash, and before she could react, 3 masked men had smashed through the sliding door beneath her floor and within seconds forced their way into her bedroom. One of them raised a gun to her head. They screamed at her to get up, and as she panicked, unsure of what any of them wanted, they struck her repeatedly with a pistol, while one of the intruders demanded to know where her cryptocurrency was. Now knowing that they were after her money, Caitlin realized that this was likely connected to a post she'd made on Twitter just days earlier, where she mentioned having more than $20 million. What the intruders didn't know, however, was that she was still on the phone with Nick, who was now aware of everything happening on the other other end of the line. And as soon as he heard the screaming, the threats, and the sound of them hurting her, he rushed into the bathroom to grab his registered gun and put on a Kevlar vest he kept for emergencies. Meanwhile, Caitlin remained cornered by the three men, and because they clearly had no understanding of how crypto actually worked or how complicated the process was to transfer anything close to that amount, she began thinking of a way to turn the situation around. She started leading them through the kitchen, dragged by her hair by one of the men, while the two others followed behind, shouting at her to find the crypto immediately. She kept moving, guiding them across the driveway and toward the building where she knew that Nick was waiting. Nick, on the other hand, had been watching the situation develop the entire time, and after leaving the bathroom with the gun, he went straight into their surveillance room where every camera feed was displayed in front of him. And even though he and Caitlin weren't communicating, he still understood exactly where she was moving and what he needed to be ready for. From there, additional surveillance footage showed Caitlin entering the hallway with the three men, still close behind her. She opened the door to the stairwell and stepped inside, and the intruders followed immediately after.
It's in here. Come on. Go.
Once she reached the bottom of the stairs, Caitlin pressed herself against the wall and looked up, and that was when she saw Nick. He was standing at the top of the staircase with the gun raised, aiming directly at the men behind her. Realizing that this was the only moment he had to save them from the attackers, he shouted for Caitlin to duck, giving her only a split second to react before he fired 3 shots toward the intruders. As soon as the shots were fired, the men turned around and sprinted out of the building. Surveillance footage captured them running across the property and disappearing into the distance, with one of them yelling that he'd been hit. Nick chose not to chase them. Instead, he focused on getting Caitlin to safety. He also brought her upstairs and into their panic room before barricading the door and calling the police. He also used her Twitter account to get immediate attention, posting,
"I'm being robbed at gunpoint. This is not a prank. Help."
Within minutes, multiple officers arrived, secured both of them, and confirmed that the intruders had already fled. And the only thing taken was Caitlin's MacBook, which, considering the circumstances, was the result of both of them reacting quickly and doing what they could to control the situation. But what neither of them knew at the time was that this wouldn't be the last encounter, because later that evening, they would cross paths with one of the attackers again. Because of the injuries she suffered from being beaten, pushed around, and pistol whipped, Caitlin went to the hospital to get treatment from the bruises on her face and hands. And after she was discharged and returned home, she remembered her stolen laptop and decided to track its location. And that's when she realized that the MacBook had actually pinged at the same hospital she had just been in, almost certainly because one of the attackers needed medical attention after being shot and still had the laptop with him. And although police hadn't yet figured out how the intruders learned where Caitlin lived, the investigation eventually led detectives to an apartment complex after a resident reported that the license plates had been stolen from 2 vehicles. And while searching the area, officers found school paperwork with the name DeMarcus Morris. And not long after that, another report came in about a dark-colored Toyota matching the description of the vehicle used in the home invasion. Then on March 5th, license plate cameras picked up the same Toyota in traffic, and a trooper pulled it over in Galveston County after the driver failed to use a turn signal. The driver, identified as Brian Anthony Salazar Guerrero, was arrested for not having a valid license. And once the police searched the vehicle, they found a large blood stain on the rear passenger seat. And during questioning during the home invasion, he also confessed that his friend Dylan Nashel Campbell had coordinated the crime and that he didn't know the other 2 suspects involved. Brian admitted he'd agreed to drive in exchange for a cut of the stolen cryptocurrency, and he confirmed that he dropped off one of the suspects at the hospital after Nick shot him. And so investigators now at DeMarcus, Dylan, and Brian, each between the ages of 17 and 19, with the 4th suspect remaining unnamed because he was a minor. With all 4 finally arrested, each suspect was charged with aggravated kidnapping and aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon. But unlike the intruders in this case, this next incident wasn't driven by money, but by a level of anger that quickly spiraled out of control.
Come on, man, we're leaving, man. We're walking away, bro. Let's not take it serious. Let's go. Come on, Roger. Let's go. Let's go, Roger. Let's go.
On August 23rd, 2025, 25-year-old professional MMA fighter and kick live streamer Raja Jackson was invited by his coach, Andre Hudson, known in the ring as AJ Mana, to attend a wrestling event called Knox Wrestling, where AJ was performing. And although Raja didn't care much about wrestling, he went anyway just to support his coach. After arriving outside the venue, Andre led Raja backstage to meet the other wrestlers performing that night. And while interacting and bantering with them, Raja was suddenly approached by another wrestler named Psycho Stu, who looked visibly drunk. And what started as what seemed like a stage altercation quickly escalated. Without warning, Psycho smashed a beer can over Raja's head.
Hey, I think that's a little... Oh, you don't show it?
Now, from the footage alone, it looked like Psycho attacked Raja for no real reason. And even though some online comments suggested the can might have been just a wrestling prop that didn't actually hurt, Raja still reacted by getting right into Psycho's face. However, during the altercation, Psycho asked Raja if he was going to sell it, which in pro wrestling terminology meant if he was going to play into his wrestling storyline, where he would pretend the attack was serious and intended.
Who's that? You're good. Who's that? You don't sell it? Yeah. Dude, he's not a fucking worker, bro. Hold on. I don't play, bro. Oh, sorry. No,
No, we're good. I know you will. We're good.
But when he saw Raja had no clue about what he said, he immediately realized that Raja wasn't in the business and reached out to apologize.
Rampage. That's so weird. No, bro. Go ahead, Stu.
Raja initially refused, but after the other wrestlers explained the situation to him and Psycho approached him again to apologize and clarify that he was only trying to set up a storyline for the event, Raja finally understood what was going on and accepted the apology.
I appreciate it. I didn't know. I just thought you were.
But even though Psycho had calmed down for the moment, that wouldn't last. A few hours later, everything would take a turn for the worse. Once Raja and Andre were inside the venue, Andre kept voicing his disapproval of what Psycho had done, even though the situation was already resolved, pushing Raja to stay angry. He told Raja to give Psycho his receipt, basically telling him to jump into Psycho's match. And this pushed Raja towards wanting to fight him in the ring, and with his chat constantly getting under his skin and provoking him to jump Psycho live, he made them an offer.
50 subs, knock him out. 50 subs.
The situation, along with his frustration, kept escalating until around 10 minutes before the match, when something extremely telling took place.
Exactly. Watch. My dad can't never call me a straight up.
Raja kept bringing up his dad, Rampage Jackson, who was a well-known MMA fighter, saying he would never let his dad call him a coward by backing away from the situation. But as soon as Psycho entered the ring for his match, Raja was visibly and silently shaking with anger. Now, while the match was going on and Raja got his cue to enter, he rushed in and, to everyone's shock, viciously hurt Psycho. He slammed him on his head and, even worse, punched him more than 20 times after he was already unconscious. Another wrestler, Doug Malo, who later claimed the promotion told him to stand by in case something went wrong with Raja, jumped in as soon as he saw how brutal the situation was and pulled Raja off Psycho's unconscious body. But it didn't end there, because once Doug intervened, a scuffle broke out between them, with Raja splitting Doug's eye open with a punch before Doug fought back with multiple strikes. Other wrestlers then stepped in to help Doug restrain Raja and throw him out of the venue, leaving an audience, especially of women and young children, completely terrified by what they'd just seen. Having left the venue, Raja continued roaming around, still visibly furious and screaming. And throughout this part of the stream, his chat began to notice how often he defended himself, insisting that he wasn't a coward and that he was tired of people belittling him.
Tired of motherfuckers playing with me, bro. Real one of them bit me. Tired of everybody playing with me and think I'm always playing and call me and none of bro. At the end of the day, I'ma stand up for myself because I'm tired of everybody playing with me, bro. Real.
But just a few minutes later, another unnamed wrestler confronted him outside, and Raja immediately flew off the handle again, threatening to fight him and saying he'd do the same to this guy as he did to Psycho.
Come on, man. We're leaving, man. We're walking away, bro. Let's not take it serious. Let's go. Come on, Roger. Let's go. Let's go, Roger. Let's go. Roger, let's go. Roger, I'm telling you, let's go. You listen to me. Listen to me, Roger. You need to listen to me right now, Roger. Let's go.
I don't give a you guys trying to jump me and
let's go.
You ain't gonna do to me, bro.
And even though his cameraman managed to pull him away and defuse the situation, Raja then got a phone call from Andre, who just learned what had happened inside with Psycho. Andre told him he never wanted things to go that far and claimed that they were still trying to wake up Psycho in the venue. Raja only replied, "My bad," before hanging up.
Pissed me off though, Andre. My bad. I'll call you back later.
Meanwhile, inside the venue, Psycho was still unconscious, and once paramedics arrived, it was confirmed that Raja had not only broken multiple bones in his face, but had also knocked out most of his teeth, which caused him to choke on them before help got there. He was put on a stretcher and rushed to the hospital, where he was then placed on a breathing tube in critical condition, with no clear answer whether he was going to survive this brutal attack. This clip began spreading almost immediately, both because it happened on a live stream and due to the severity of the situation, and it eventually caught the attention of Raja's dad, Rampage Jackson, who at the time was streaming with another well-known streamer, Sneeko. And when they continued watching the footage, both of them were clearly shocked, although Rampage's first reaction was questioning whether Raja would be banned on Kick instead of showing any concern for the man his son had nearly killed.
Raja broke somebody's face. My son broke somebody's face. Is Raja in trouble? Is he gonna get banned for it?
Shortly after the incident, Raja was permanently banned and has remained so from that point forward. At first, the news would primarily be spread around the MMA community, with various prominent figures condemning the actions of Raja, which led to another response from Rampage, this time on Twitter, where he posted,
"I want to clear up the misinformation about my son Raja. I've been confirmed that the wrestler Stuart Smith, also known as Psycho Stu, is awake and stable. Raja was unexpectedly hit in the side of the head by him moments before Smith's match. Raja was told that he could get his payback in the ring. I thought it was part of the show. It was a bad judgment and a work that went wrong. Raja is an MMA fighter and not a pro wrestler, and had no business being involved in an event like this. I don't condone my son's actions at all. He suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and had no business doing anything remotely close to physical contact."
The concussion that Rampage mentioned had actually happened the day before the assault. During training, Raja's sparring partner threw an irresponsible spinning kick that wobbled him and left him with a concussion, but in his his tweet, Rampage continued by saying,
"As a father, I'm deeply concerned with the health and well-being of Mr. Smith. That being said, I'm very upset that any of this happened, but my main concern now is that Mr. Smith will make a speedy recovery. I apologize on his behalf and to Kick for the situation."
Many commenters immediately took issue with this response, pointing out that the entire incident was streamed live on Kick, so the idea that this was all some kind of misunderstanding could be disproven by simply watching the footage. People in the MMA community also made it clear that a concussion was no excuse for what many saw as attempted murder, and despite the various flaws that could be seen in the response from Rampage, he at least still showed empathy towards Psycho and clearly condemned the actions of his son. But in the weeks that followed, more information surfaced about Psycho's condition. After being rushed into intensive care immediately after the incident, he later explained he suffered a severe head injury, trauma to both jaws, a lacerated upper lip, and multiple lost teeth before being discharged on August 31st. And with those injuries confirmed, the legal process around Raja continued to move forward. Now, Raja was actually arrested on September 18th and arraigned on October 9th, where he entered a not guilty plea to 1 count of felony battery causing serious bodily injury, along with a misdemeanor battery charge. Now, as of now, his next court date is scheduled on November 24th. Unlike this incident, however, the next case began with a single allegation, one that would set off a chain of events involving multiple innocent lives.
They behind me. They gonna kill me, y'all. I'm gonna make them kill me, y'all.
On December 28, 2024, 36-year-old Antavius Brown sped through the streets of Columbia, South Carolina, with numerous police officers chasing him. He had nothing to lose anymore, as the life he'd built for himself and his family was now completely destroyed, and the events that followed would end in a tragedy involving innocent lives. But to understand how he ended up in this situation, we have to take a step back and look at the incident that caused everything to fall apart. This is Antavius, founder of GB Tequila, recording artist, and a father who adored both of his sons, whom we'll call Ethan and Josh, along with his girlfriend, Nudira Tapia. And while they were living a life that seemed full of joy and success, the first cracks in their family would begin to show just days before Christmas. On December 23rd, 2024, as they were getting ready for Christmas Eve, Antavius made a post on Facebook saying,
"I just want to say I appreciate all the love and support. Life has been a real journey, and overall I'm blessed no matter the way it goes."
And while hundreds of people reacted to his post with care and affection, they were met with something none of them expected, when just minutes later, Antavius published another message.
"When I know I'm righteous, I'll go to war with whoever and die about it. Don't play in my face or whip my name. Win, lose or draw, I'll throw it all on the line."
As this post spread through his following, Nudira's mother, Maria, came across it, and moments later, people in the comment section saw yet another message appear. This time it was Maria, responding directly to him, writing,
"Hello everyone, for those who don't know me, I'm Lada Ma Popular's mother. I don't understand how a person can be so bad. You're definitely not a man. You have no respect. I want to tell everyone, if anything happens to my daughter, they already know who was a violent and bad man. Don't believe everything he's saying. He's out of his mind."
And as more and more people watched this unsettling exchange play out, they began to wonder what was actually happening behind the scenes. And not long after, Antavius decided to go live to explain the situation.
Don't allow fake love, obligations, and expectation. Give a what you think about me. You ain't there with my shoes. Your story, my story, my story. You feel how you feel how I feel. I'm a man just like you. I put on my pants and my 2 shoes too. But one thing I ain't gonna let nobody do. Nobody, you feel me, is play with my feelings, my heart, my emotion. Anybody know me, they know I step with everything I do, you feel me, because I'm passionate about everything I do.
Shortly after the live, dozens of comments began discussing what he meant by having his feelings and how it played, until one alleged relative of his, named Drummond, made a comment saying,
"I talked to him the day he caught his girl cheating, and again 2 days after. The second time I spoke to him, he really didn't want to talk about it, because his son was coming to see him, and he didn't want to have bad vibes around his son for the holidays. Why can't you all understand? This man was truly hurt by another man being with his girl in their home where he pays bills."
And with Nudira's cheating allegations spreading across their community, she grabbed her phone and went live as well, hoping to share her side of the story.
I also wanted to come here to clarify some things, because I know some of you, if not all of you, are seeing that some crazy things happening on the social media with me and my ex-partner, right? I'm not going to get into details, but what I am going to say is, if you personally know me, then you know this is not for you. This is mainly for the people who don't personally know me and are only hearing one side of the story.
After responding to the accusations, it seemed like things were finally clearing up. But what fans didn't know, that this one allegation would become the catalyst for a horrifying tragedy. On a typical weekend on December 28th, as Nudira's friends commented on one of her posts to check on her well-being, she suddenly gave a haunting reply.
"You good, boo? No, my life and others are in danger."
And just a few hours later, Nudira was confronted by Antavius inside their home, still convinced she had cheated on him. Their argument escalated quickly, with Ethan and Josh standing by and watching everything unfold. And when Nudira couldn't take it anymore, realizing the danger she and her children were now in, she grabbed the boys and ran for the front door. But as soon as they reached the doorway, Antavius pulled out a gun from his waistband, and a single shot echoed through the house. Shockingly, Nudira felt the bullet tear into her leg, and as Ethan and Josh began panicking, Antavius walked towards them and forced the wounded Nudira into a car, while the kids watched their bleeding mother being driven away. Antavius drove her to a nearby hospital, and once they arrived, medical staff rushed to her side. While they treated her, she pleaded with the nurses, terrified for her safety, saying,
"He shot me. Please don't tell him that I told you, but he's the one who shot me. He's going to go back to the house. Please don't let him and killed the
Ontavious grew more agitated and would threaten to go back to the house and hurt the little humans and himself. After leaving the hospital, he took off without anyone knowing where he would go, prompting a quiet signal between staff members to call the police, who were already responding to reports of the shooting at the Crosshill Apartments, the same street where Nadira lived with their kids. The authorities obtained a description of Ontavious' vehicle, a 2021 Dodge sedan, which the South Carolina Highway Patrol later found parked behind a business on the 4000 block of Leesburg Road. And since this area fell under the Richland County Sheriff's Department, deputies were brought in to assist. And while the officers tried to make contact and take Ontavious into custody, he instead, in a desperate attempt to evade legal consequences, hit the gas and fled the scene. This both resulted in a pursuit involving both Columbia Police and Richland County Sheriff. And while being chased, Ontavious started a live stream.
They behind me. They gonna kill me, y'all. I'm gonna make them kill me, y'all.
As he continued repeating that this was the day he would die, he suddenly collided with a 2001 Toyota SUV, about 6 miles from where the officers first attempted to stop and 4 miles from his home. But even after the impact, he kept driving until he crashed into a 2005 Toyota sedan, driven by a 52-year-old Ryan Heyman, who'd stopped at a traffic light with a star. Once police arrived, they found Ontavious in his car with a likely self-inflicted gunshot wound. Paramedics rushed him, along with everyone else involved, to the hospital. But at 10:30 p.m., less than an hour after the pursuit began, doctors confirmed that Ontavious hadn't survived the impact. And while they gave their best efforts to save the others, Ryan and his dog suffered injuries that were far too severe, and unfortunately, neither of them made it. The condition of the sedan's driver, on the other hand, was never clearly reported, but Nadira at least would recover from her wounds, and Ethan and Josh were eventually found safe and physically unharmed. This next incident, however, began with a betrayal that would set off a series of events with devastating consequences. Gang Shouyang was a 29-year-old man from China who had a passion for traveling to as many countries in the world as he could, and in a longest journey he decided to visit a continent where he would stay a little longer, Africa. Although he never actually planned to stay there, the more he moved through different regions, the harder it became for him to leave. And by the time he reached Zambia, he felt connected to the place in a way he hadn't anywhere else. That feeling eventually pushed him to look for work so he could remain there. Now, not much is known about what his early travels looked like before this point, but it was in Zambia where he met a local girl named Margaret. Their first conversations were simple, yet they clicked right away. The two started to share their affection with each other before eventually becoming an actual couple. Now, most of their time together was spent exploring the country, trying new food, and sharing the parts of Zambia they both appreciated. As they continued traveling, Gang started filming the moments he experienced, and it didn't take long before he realized he wanted to share them with the rest of the world, which led him to start posting his clips online under the name Fatty Goes to Africa. And almost immediately, the videos gained a lot of attention. Viewers in China specifically enjoyed watching him move from place to place, meeting new people and tasting dishes most of them had never heard of. And with Margaret now joining in on nearly every trip, the two would end up documenting more of the continent, along with their audience witnessing their every journey. In the months that followed, Gang gained a staggering following of almost 5 million. And even though it was just Margaret and him traveling at first, he even eventually brought some of his fans along. And their growing team began creating content together. And with Gang as the face of the group, they started appearing on social media platforms more often. But while most of them got along, this wasn't the case for 37-year-old Feng Shengyang, otherwise known online as Ayun, who had also started spending time with them. Other members of the group said Feng would make unusually awkward content, which stood in stark contrast to the cheerful vlogs they were producing. Gang, on the other hand, had no issues with Feng and still welcomed him into the team and even inspired him to keep creating content. Yet even with Gang trying to keep him involved, tensions inside the group began to build off camera, and before long, Feng was removed from the team. To Gang's surprise though, Feng stayed in contact. He understood the situation and continued speaking with him and worked on his own content while traveling around the world alone. And for a while it seemed like there was no tension between them, despite what had happened. But a situation would soon unfold that changed both of their lives forever. In 2022, their friendship began to fall apart over an alleged robbery. Gang was preparing to return to China for a short time, and before he left, Feng said he gave him 10,000 won, roughly $1,400, to buy him a new iPhone. But when Gang came back, Feng claimed he never received the phone or the money. He took his frustrations online and criticized Gang publicly, which caused some viewers to turn against him. However, Gang denied the accusations and ignored the comments, as he didn't want to draw attention to Feng, who he once considered as someone he could trust. But much to Gang's dismay, the accusations didn't stop there. Feng also claimed that Gang and his friends had sent COVID-infected food to his home and even showed up in person to wreak havoc in his house. And unknown to them, these allegations would set in motion a chain of events that would end in tragedy. On December 4th, 2022, Gang went live from Nepal with two members of his team, Li Shuzan and Wang. They'd been staying there for a few days, and the stream was going normally until someone in the chat mentioned that Feng was in the country too. Gang didn't look surprised. He said he already knew that and told his viewers that he'd come to Nepal to find Feng and beat him up. However, Gang wasn't aware that Feng was actually watching the stream too, and he'd been moving around the same area, close enough to follow Gang without being noticed. And at around 10:30 AM near Indra Shok in Kathmandu, he finally stepped in. Feng pulled out a knife and lunged at them, stabbing Gang in the chest, the stomach, and lastly the left side of his head. Li completely caught off guard, was also stabbed multiple times in the stomach, while Wang, who was the farthest away from Feng, managed to get away. The livestream cut out with high-pitched screams, and the camera shaking across the pavement, and Gang was half sitting in the middle of the street, covered in blood and disoriented, pressing his hand against his stomach to check the wound while gesturing for a phone, signaling the people around him to call for help, as Feng stood over him yelling in Chinese. And because nobody near could understand the language and were too shocked to process what was happening, several minutes passed before anyone reached out to emergency services, and it was only when Wang returned to see what was going on that help was finally called. As soon as paramedics arrived, they immediately rushed Gang to the National Trauma Center, but unfortunately Gang wasn't able to survive these fatal injuries. Lee, on the other hand, was able to pull through, while Feng was quickly arrested by police officers and was sent straight to jail. This next case, however, involves someone whose final moments were captured live, exposing a horrifying scene to thousands of viewers.
Mexican authorities are investigating the murder of a TikTok beauty influencer.
Valerie Marquez was a 23-year-old rising Mexican influencer known for beauty and makeup content. Her popularity grew through the videos she posted online and her modeling career, which began back in 2018 when she was only 16, and this helped her solidify her image, especially among younger audiences in Western Mexico. Her success even allowed her to open her own beauty salon, Japopan, Jalisco, which only strengthened the belief that she was heading towards something bigger. Her life seemed to be moving forward, steady and promising, until the day everything came to a full stop. On May 13th, 2025, she began her morning live stream by telling her viewers that she was exhausted, and some of them noticed right away that something felt off. She didn't explain what was weighing on her though, and no one really knew what was going through her head. But as the day continued, it became clear that she wasn't ready for what waited for her that afternoon. After finishing her morning live stream, Valeria went back to her salon. She served a few clients throughout the day and then returned to streaming once more. She sat in front of the camera with a plush toy in her hands, talking casually with her viewers, and planned to wind down for the rest of the afternoon. But a few minutes later, she mentioned something that immediately stood out. She told her audience that someone had stopped by the salon earlier while she was out, claiming they had an expensive gift for her. The situation, however, just felt weird, since Valeria said that she hadn't ordered anything online, nor was she expecting a present from anyone. The driver would apparently return later that afternoon, and her friend who was with her in the salon, who we'll call Lorraine, told her to stay put and wait. Now only a couple of minutes passed before Valeria looked towards the door and saw a man walking up with a box in his hand, and when he stepped inside, the viewers heard him ask one question: "Are you Valeria?" And before she could respond, 3 gunshots echoed through the entire salon. The live stream, which had been pointed at Valeria the whole time, captured a horrifying scene as she was shot. One bullet hitting her chest, another one to the neck, and the last one to the head. Her body immediately collapsed into the chair, and the stream continued eerily for several more moments, until the camera caught a glimpse of Lorraine's face, with a chilling, unusually quiet expression as he switched the stream up. Emergency services arrived quickly, but unfortunately there was no chance of saving Valeria from her fatal injuries, and she sadly passed away. The gunman, however, was nowhere to be found, as he and his gateway driver fled the scene immediately on a motorbike waiting for him outside. The autopsy confirmed Valeria's death from the gunshot wounds, with the incident being investigated as a possible femicide, which is the killing of women or girls for reasons of gender. And while no arrests have been made as of now, the authorities stated that they were looking into more than just one suspect, and are currently checking the CCTV footage and tracking Valeria's social media accounts for clues as to who the attackers might be. This next case, however, shows how greed and deceit can escalate into violence, capturing a horrifying scene live on camera.
On the 11th of March 2025, a 22-year-old influencer by the name of Mogami was stabbed live on stream in broad daylight Japan.
A 22-year-old influencer known online as Mogami is walking alone through a quiet residential street near Takadanobaba Station in Shinjuku, Tokyo. But during what should have been an ordinary morning turned into something else, when a masked man wearing a black hat suddenly approached her and without warning began to stab her multiple times. And when officers arrived minutes later, they found Irie collapsed on the pavement, covered in blood, while the suspect stood nearby, still holding the knife. And the big question was, who was behind this brutal attack and what led to it in the first place? It was December 2021. Irie Sato, also known as Mogami, was one of the top performers on a streaming site called WhoWatch.tv. The site was often referred to by Japanese users as Fuwachi, and Irie was very active there, mainly doing chatting streams where she talked and interacted with her viewers in real time. She would also sometimes take on creative challenges, going outdoors or talking to strangers. On a random day during this time, she met a 42-year-old man named Kenji Takano, who had found her stream and liked her personality, which led him to start donating money to show support. A few months would pass, and by then he was spending more than 100,000 yen a month, equivalent to around $800 at the time. And this quickly caught Irie's attention, of course, since she wasn't even a full-time streamer yet and was still working at a restaurant. And after donating over hundreds of thousands of yen to her in the first few months of 2022, Irie decided to reach out to Kenji directly and message him online, the most popular messaging app in Japan. And once she got in touch with him, things would start to take a darker turn. A couple of months later, in September 2022, she would begin asking him to lend her money directly, not through stream donations, but to her bank account. And in one of their conversations, she said she'd forgotten her wallet at work and really needed money, promising she would pay him back the next day or the day after. She specified,
"I want the money transferred to the cash card I have at home, preferably right now."
And within a minute, Kenji responded,
"Can I just transfer it now? How much do you you need?
She told him she needed a few tens of thousands of yen, and even though she said she would pay him back, this was only the beginning of her asking for more. Not even 6 days after she said she lost her wallet, she went ahead and asked him for another 20,000 yen and wouldn't take no for an answer. And when Kenji told her he couldn't pay her with his card, she told him to transfer directly from his bank account instead. And this would keep happening almost every week, and the amounts she asked for just kept increasing, and her excuses became even stranger. In one instance, she told Kenji that her sister was pregnant and that she needed cash to help take care of the baby. Believing her, Kenji sent even more money. But a little over a month later, things would begin to spiral out of control, as Kenji would reveal how far he was willing to go for her. In one of their poorly translated conversations, Kenji told Irie he was worried about his financial situation after giving her so much money. She then asked him where he got all of it in the first place, and he replied saying
iFull and Late,
which were the two biggest loan companies in the country. However, instead of being concerned that he was taking out loans just to give her money, Irie told him to get another loan from a third company to pay off the first two. And that's when Kenji revealed something even more disturbing.
It's really tough. Soon it'll be revealed that I lied and borrowed.
He admitted he'd faked his income and work details just to get a proof. And rather than stopping him, I doubled down and said,
I looked into it, and if you're self-employed or receive money in a tax-friendly way, you can still borrow, even if you can't prove it, so it wouldn't be a lie.
Kenji tried to make her understand, explaining that he'd lied about his annual income and working hours, but she didn't care. She kept telling him to apply anyway, saying that even if he wasn't a regular employee, it wouldn't matter, and that companies often didn't confirm anything. By this point, Kenji said he'd been ignoring the credit companies, and that a lump sum bill would probably arrive soon. And to make matters worse, he actually listed his parents' address on the applications, so his entire family was involved. He said,
I'm getting scared of lying to borrow money now.
Brushing it off as something that wasn't a big deal for her, she told him that there was nothing she could do, and that she'd already done it once before. From these messages alone, it was clear that he wasn't trying to be inappropriate. He just wanted to help her. He liked her streams and wanted to support her, and when she reached out to him, he couldn't bring himself to say no, but Irie knew exactly how to use that against him. In early November of 2022, Kenji said he'd applied for another loan from Late just to send her more money, to which she reacted excitedly. But minutes later, she said something that revealed what she truly wanted from him.
I want to die if I can't borrow money.
Kenji, now worried, told her not to say that, but she kept going, saying she wanted to do it, obviously in an attempt to manipulate him into giving her more, all to feed her greed. Later that night, after Kenji had fallen asleep for a while, he texted her that he'd woken up, and she told him that she couldn't live without him, and he said he felt the same. The conversation ended with her thanking him and saying she loved him, but Kenji's fantasy would come crashing down when creditors started calling him. He had given Irie over 2.5 million yen, more than $22,000 at the time, and nearly half of it was borrowed money. Around the end of January 2023, he started asking Irie to return the money he'd lent her, not all at once, but gradually.
Tomorrow is the repayment date, so please. Sorry, can it be 2 days? Well, somehow. Please come on the 2nd.
And when February came, he messaged again.
Please deposit. What's going on? You said on the 2nd, so I moved it to the 2nd.
He would continue asking the next day, and by February 5th, his tone had changed.
You're not going to pay me back anymore?
Irie replied that she would, saying she planned to return it soon, with Kenji showing signs of doubts in her words. And 6 days would pass, and Kenji said,
I'm barely making ends meet, so unless you transfer the money, I won't be able to pay anything in advance. Please transfer the money.
A few days later, he wrote again, saying he guessed he wouldn't get his money back, and then asked if she was still waiting to refund it, but this time she didn't reply. From there, things would only get worse for Kenji. While the creditors were going after him, he saw Irie live streaming as usual, smiling and receiving donations, and even celebrated her engagement to a new fiancé. She bragged online about living with him in a high-rise apartment, clearly doing well for herself, and yet Kenji hadn't seen a single yen returned to him. But instead of giving up, he decided to take it to court. In December of 2023, after filing a lawsuit against her to get his money back, the case finally reached its conclusion, and Kenji actually won, and the court ruled that Irie had to pay back every yen he'd lent her, a total of 2.5 million, plus a 3% annual interest until full payment. On paper, justice was served. The court fully sided with him, acknowledging that he'd been living in poverty and had no stable income at the time, and for a moment, it felt like relief for Kenji, but that feeling didn't last long. Irie treated the situation lightly during her streams. She mentioned the lawsuit casually, as if it wasn't serious, and implied that dealing with people asking for their money back was a minor annoyance, rather than a real issue. She made it clear that she saw the case as something she could just handle on her own terms, without any concern for Kenji. Now Kenji continued watching her streams, hoping that maybe she'd show some kind of remorse, but what he saw only made his frustration grow even further. Irie had earned a platinum badge on WhoWatch, marking her as one of the platform's top streamers, and at that level, she was earning between 300,000 to 400,000 yen a month from donations. Yet he still hadn't seen a single yen return, despite the court rule, and it got only more unbearable for Kenji when he discovered that she had a Twitter account that was dedicated entirely to poker, with her first post showing her holding a bag full of chips worth 542,000 yen, revealing where a lot of his money might have gone. 2 whole years of constant manipulation and financial strain had worn Kenji down, and on March 7, 2025, he sent Irie one final message, blaming himself for falling in love and being deceived. He asked her one last time,
please give me my money back. I'm in the negative because of the consumer loans I borrowed to lend to you, and I can't live.
He would even stoop so low, desperately adding,
can you somehow pay me back at least 10,000 yen?
And even with all of his efforts to reach out to Irie and fix his life, he was still ultimately ignored by her, and from there, something in him snapped. 4 days later, Irie went live, streaming around the Shinjuku area. Kenji saw this and recognized the location and decided to go see her. He took Oyama Station, the closest to him, and rode for almost 2 hours down to Shinjuku. And back to the intro, she started streaming near Takadanobaba Station before moving towards Shin Okubo, and he followed her on the metro. Eventually, he figured out where she was streaming from and made his way straight to her tripod setup. And upon finally seeing her in person, he did something unspeakable. Using a knife that was 13 centimeters long, he stabbed her multiple times, each strike landing with a blank blank, empty look in his eyes. Midstream, Iris screamed for help as the attack unfolded, with concerned viewers flooding her chat and panic. Unsure of what was happening, she tried to run, trying for help, but after around 15 seconds, she collapsed to the ground, her phone still recording as everything continued. Even more terrifyingly, it didn't end here. Moments later, Kenji, wearing a mask, appeared on a live stream, eerily staring into the camera. He kept talking to her while she was already on the ground, with sirens echoing faintly in the distance, as he said,
"Are you dead yet?" and
continued kicking her. As soon as the police reached the scene, they saw Irie lying unconscious on the ground, with numerous stab wounds across her upper body and face. Kenji was standing nearby, still holding the knife, and was arrested on the spot. Irie was immediately rushed to the hospital in a critical condition, but despite every effort to save her, she was later pronounced dead. Following the incident, Kenji has been in custody ever since, while formal charges have yet to be filed. What this next case is all about, however, involves someone who was relentlessly tormented and pushed beyond their limits at the hands of those who exploited him on livestream.
But other clips show the 46-year-old being doused in water, shot with paintballs, and apparently even being strangled.
Raphael Graven, better known online as the 46-year-old French streamer Jean Pormanov, was a gamer who mainly went live on the live streaming platform Kick. Having a unique yet outgoing personality, he grew a big following over time, and from there he began to do more IRL streams where he would make content with his so-called streamer friends Owen Kenasandoti and Safin Hamad. However, as he continued to work with them, he would later realize that this was a grave mistake, one that would ultimately cost him his life. In late 2024, Raphael's viewers began to notice that something was off between him and his friends every time they would stream together. While it wasn't obvious at first, Owen and Safin were often seen targeting Raphael, whether by playfully threatening him into doing challenges or physically restraining him while doing things that would degrade him in front of thousands of people. And although some other people on stream would take it as a harmless messing around, things only got worse as the months went by. From here, he would get things thrown at him, having water bottles poured on him while he was duct taped to a chair, and would repeatedly get physically overwhelmed while being made fun of. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning of the constant beating he would go through, and just when it seemed like it couldn't get more horrible, Raphael's friends would start torturing him mentally as well. Owen and the two other unnamed people on stream would publicly shame and humiliate Raphael, telling him that he would never find any success with women, calling him a loser and making him feel lesser as a person. But even as he tried to make it clear that he didn't want to be treated this way any longer, the physical and psychological damage he would experience only intensified. He would helplessly get dragged while paint was smothered on him and have other liquids dumped on him while he was unable to move. This led to him breaking down on a later stream, saying he was being treated as garbage while his viewers watched him fall apart. And these incidents began gaining a lot of attention online, and eventually Raphael was given a chance to get out of the situation. On December 15th, 2024, a French investigative outlet called Mediapart published an expose alleging that Kick had for months permitted live broadcasts of violent mistreatment. And after seeing this, the authorities took quick notice and opened a judicial inquiry into deliberate vicious acts being streamed on the internet. Raphael was then taken into custody for questioning as part of the investigation, and Owen and Safin, who directly participated in the attacks, were also arrested in January, facing charges related to enticement to hatred, violence against vulnerable people, and dissemination of images that undermine the integrity of individuals. Raphael, however, himself denied the accusations and claimed that the content was staged and was released, and his collaborators were later freed as well, leaving the case unresolved. Now a few months would pass, and despite the recent investigation into his streaming partners, Raphael continued to stream extreme content on Kick with them. He and his so-called friend maintained that the harsh antics were consensual and only for entertainment, which resulted in no immediate legal action stopping their broadcasts. And because of this, he was still regularly seen on stream being physically harmed and humiliated. He would get punched, suffocated, pushed out of his chair, and have his airway blocked while being restrained, and even got put into a chokehold. With the physical and mental trauma he'd been constantly experiencing, their audience began noticing that he was turning pale and that his body was in far worse condition than before. And now that he was starting to realize his health was in real danger, he sent a troubling yet heartbreaking message to his mother, whom we'll name Sonia, saying,
"Hey mom, how are you? Stuck to death with this game. I'm going way too far. I feel like I'm being held hostage with their shitty concept. I'm fed up. I want to get out, but the other guy won't let me. He's holding me hostage."
What came as a deeply worrying text for Sonia, making her fully aware of her son's deteriorating state, would later become a haunting message tied to the tragedy that would happen to Raphael. On August 10th, 2025, Raphael began a planned 10-day live stream endurance marathon on Kick, which of course was co-hosted by Owen and Safi. And as the days went on, the stream turned into a scene of pure torment. Raphael was subjected to extreme sleep deprivation, physical and verbal attacks, and forced consumption of unknown toxic substances. And with his body and mind at an all-time low, viewers saw him collapse on camera, at times disoriented or in visible distress. But in the final hours of the marathon, on August 18th, as Raphael was sleeping, he became unresponsive on stream. And after Owen and Safin woke up and realized what was happening, they attempted to get him up, but it was too late. Panicking, they called emergency services. And once they arrived, Raphael, unable to withstand everything he'd been put through, was declared dead on the scene. The next day, French authorities acted quickly once Raphael's death hit the news. The prosecutor's office in Nice announced a full judicial investigation into the circumstances of his passing. An autopsy was ordered to determine the exact cause of death, and police were instructed to seize recording equipment and video footage from the house as evidence. Owen and Safin were interviewed as witnesses and claimed that the violence was part of an act, a statement that raised doubts among the investigators. And on August 20th, the case had completely exploded in the public eye, with clip compilations of their streams spreading across every social media platform, showing everything they'd done to Raphael and fueling massive outrage online. As a result, Owen and Safi and everyone who either turned a blind eye or played a part in the attacks on Raphael were exposed for everything they'd done. It turned out that besides all the beatings he'd suffered, he was also put through strangulation attempts, cigarettes exploding near or in his face, electric shocks from a dog collar, and forced sleep deprivation throughout the 10-day live stream, where he'd been jolted awake with either cold water or loud noises. And once these details were confirmed, the French government publicly condemned the incident in the strongest terms. Clara Chapas, the country's minister delegate for digital affairs, referred the case to France's media regulator ARCO and submitted a notice on Pharos, the platform used to report illegal content online. Meanwhile, Kick, the platform where everything had been streamed on, released a public statement offering condolences and promising action in response to what had happened. And although both Kick and the authorities are now acting swiftly to handle the case and hold those responsible accountable, Raphael's death has become one of the most tragic examples of cruelty ever broadcast live online. But this next case centers on a tragic death at the hands of the people he once loved.
I don't think you have empathy. I don't think you have any emotion whatsoever. And that's what scares the court. It really scares me.
Is it going? Hey everybody, just figured I'd send a quick check. For those of you who aren't aware, my little brother has passed away and it's a lot to deal with, but we're fine.
These were the devastating words from Paul Ferguson, Timothy's older brother, who went live to grieve what he said was the sudden death of a sibling. And with the news of this heartbreaking event, it didn't take long before viewers flooded the stream with messages of sympathy and support. But what none of them realized was that this would be the final time Paul ever appeared online, as the internet was about to uncover the horrifying truth about what really happened to Timothy.
911, what's your emergency?
Okay, that'll work. Yeah, and my son's not breathing.
Around 6:37 p.m. on July 6, 2022, police were called to assist with a medical emergency just outside of the city of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Paul and Timothy's mother, Shonda van der Ark, told paramedics that Timothy wasn't breathing, and just 7 minutes after first responders arrived, he was pronounced dead. The officers had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Timothy was severely malnourished, bruised, and hypothermic, with bones pushing against the skin. Despite standing at 5'8", he weighed only 69 pounds. And what makes the situation even more disturbing was that the investigators found him lying inside a small closet that reeked of urine and feces. A blue tarp lined the floor beside an Amazon box, and just outside the door was a pair of ankle shackles positioned as if waiting for him. The room itself was watched from several angles by cameras, and an alarm had been installed on the door he'd been locked behind. It was clear something was seriously wrong, but the police had no idea just how dark this case would get, and to figure out what they were dealing with, Officer Sean Stefanik pulled Shanda inside on the front porch of her home, where she appeared to be grieving her son's death, hoping she could explain what just happened.
I'm Officer Stefanik. Right now we got some people coming over to talk to you, okay? You have another son inside the house?
I do. Yeah.
Are they sleeping still right now?
One of them is, yeah. The 20-year-old's awake. He's been wearing really loose clothes the last couple of weeks.
He's really skinny.
He's really skinny, and I didn't notice till this morning because he wouldn't, I asked him if he's okay, and he would not answer me.
He has autism?
Yeah.
Like a high functioning?
Yeah.
This is where Sean started to realize that Shanna's emotions seemed suspicious, since it was unlikely that she'd been completely unaware of her son's terrible state. And while he listened to her side of the things, he paid close attention to every detail, looking for anything that might help them understand what was really going on.
You said the last time you saw him was 5:30 this morning?
Yeah.
Did he say anything?
He had fallen out of bed.
At 5:30?
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't earlier?
I mean, it's possible. I thought it was 5:30, but I wasn't super awake. I heard a thump, and I came down, and he's kind of laying on his side, kind of like, what the heck?
Timothy was pronounced dead at 6:44 p.m. that evening, just an hour after Shanda explained she'd last spoken with him. Now Sean's suspicions grew even stronger when first responders noted that Timothy's facial muscles had already begun to harden, the kind of physical change that normally takes 2 to 4 hours to appear after death, which contradicts Shauna's claims that he was still alive an hour before the police were called. And considering that this level of malnourishment would never develop overnight, Sean asked her to explain herself.
Him to eat last night because his face started looking a little thick. I'm like, okay, enough. And he wouldn't show. I'm like, let me see. Hold your shirt up. And he wouldn't hold his shirt up. He wouldn't do anything.
Did he get real skinny last time too?
Yes. The only reason I know is because my 7-year-old walked in on him accidentally when he was in the shower downstairs. And then my 7-year-old comes up and he's like, Mama, Timothy's really skinny.
Was that this time or last time?
That was last time. First week of February is when DC discovered that, and I told him he was either gonna start eating multiple times a day, or I was taking him to the hospital, and he didn't want to go to the hospital.
So he ended up eating on his own.
Yes.
So this last time, was it because your husband's wasn't home?
But he hasn't been home since January 3rd. He actually mentioned he was hungry the day.
Shonda explained that Timothy wasn't eating as a response to ongoing problems with the family. Back in January, her husband, Adam van der Ark, suffered a stroke and had to move out after running into issues accessing their home. She claimed that this incident caused Timothy to stop eating for 3 weeks, until she threatened to take him to the hospital. She also said that for the last 2 weeks, Timothy had stopped eating again, this time because his biological father had divorced his wife and moved to Florida. But while each of these events did in fact happen, investigators would soon learn that none of them had anything to do with Timothy's condition.
I tried to check in the last few days and he just wouldn't let me anywhere near him. He didn't want a kiss, a hug, nothing. And like I told him, he was stumbling a little bit last night, but he's not the most coordinated kid in the world. And he said he was okay. And then he ate.
What was the last time he ate, you think?
Last night.
The more she talked, the more she contradicted her initial claims that she wasn't aware of the situation. And halfway into her conversation with the officers, it became evident that Timothy hadn't been hiding anything from her. After this initial questioning phase ended, Sean and the other police officers handed over the case to the detectives, who obtained a search warrant and began to collect evidence throughout the house. And to everyone's shock, they discovered leg shackles tucked in a drawer, or webcams positioned around the basement, zip ties in the bathroom, and a half-empty bottle of Carolina Reaper hot sauce, and locks on the fridge, freezer, and pantry throughout the residence. Even more disturbing, when an autopsy was conducted on Timothy's body the next day, it revealed extremely sunken eyes, slightly blue-tinged skin, and clear signs of severe dehydration, and his cause of death was actually determined to be dehydration, compounded by extreme thinness from starvation and hypothermia. Upon gathering this much information, the detectives realized something extremely horrid had been happening to Timothy, and Shauna was questioned extensively at the scene and afterwards, and the following day she was arrested. 2 days later, Paul was detained at 3:57 p.m. for questioning, as authorities sought to uncover exactly what had happened.
What I do want you to know, though, is that we went through the phones, okay? Okay. And we're beginning to go through the phones, and there's a lot of evidence in the phones, and I know that you're kind of aware of communication between yourself and your mother.
Yes.
And those sort of things, and that's kind of what I want to talk to you about.
Yeah.
But, I mean, certainly those are very serious things that you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
Over the previous 24 hours, police had meticulously combed through text messages, security camera footage, crime scene photographs, and various other pieces of evidence, attempting to construct a full picture of what had occurred. A detective, who we will refer to as Nick, spoke calmly and chose his words carefully, aiming to establish trust and put Paul at ease.
To feel guilty about not telling the truth to me, okay? I want you to just focus on yourself right now. Think about what's best for you, and try to get to the truth of what really happened, brother, because he deserves that. I mean, there's clearly a lot of messages about stuff that you guys are doing with him, about what he's eating, about restricting his food.
And when confronted about how he and Shauna had been actually restricting Timothy's food, Paul dodged the question, attempting to explain his way out to avoid raising suspicion.
We stopped the food restrictions recently because we had noticed his thin. We wanted to get that back on. We didn't want any of this. We never wanted him to be injured or hurt. I loved him so much.
Yeah, I can tell that. I can certainly tell that. When you say we, you talk about your mother.
Yes, she loved him. We wanted what's best. The thing is, he was stuck in the past.
What, so you stopped the food restriction. When did that kind of happen? Like, ballpark that for me?
2 weeks, approximately. We were hoping that we could get enough where he would be safe, and then we could continue to add it back to where we wouldn't have to worry.
What were the restrictions?
We made sure that it was still something that gave him enough calories and everything. It was rice or bread, and like I said last week, he got pizza.
Even as Paul described the timing and types of food, he was trying to justify the restrictions. He insisted Timothy was still getting enough to eat, and that the restrictions were meant to be safe. Yet he never actually explained why they had been necessary in the first place. Even with everything he described, it still didn't explain why Timothy suffered so much before his death. And with the way he spoke about Timothy's deteriorating state, it became painfully clear how delusional Paul and Shauna were concerning the state of Timothy's health. Even worse, they carried on with their lives while witnessing his suffering, treating it as if it weren't a big deal.
He had been taking a bath, and I went in there to check on him at one point, and he's just kind of laying there. I'm like, bud, you okay? He didn't respond, but he was looking around, and he was breathing, I know that much.
Yeah, so at that time, but he wasn't talking at that time?
No, it started to concern me. I'm not sure if I texted Mama about it or not.
Well, you sent a picture to her.
Yeah, I probably should have said something about the ER at that point, though.
Well, certainly, you have to think about it like this, right? She's a grown adult, and if she sees that, that's not all on you, right? You made it. From what I see, you made numerous attempts to say, we need to do something different about this.
Yeah.
We can't keep doing this thing.
I know she's a good person.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is both of our faults. If we should have done something sooner. I know we both could have.
I mean, I think you have to think about this.
Feeling responsible for his role in his younger brother's misery, Paul continued to beat himself up in front of Nick to show that he regretted not trying to save Timothy. And as his guilt intensified during the conversation, Nick, who kept pressuring Paul and taking some blame away from him, was using it as a strategy to draw him out so he would talk more openly about the punishment Timothy had endured.
Time about blaming people, but it's the time to try to figure out, when could we have changed things? What could we have done differently? How did we get to the point where we were at? Because, clearly where you guys got to, you say you were in the bath. That wasn't a nice, enjoyable bath though, right? That was a punishment bath, right? That's a cold, ice cold bath.
It's basically sort of...
How many times would you estimate that you guys gave cold baths as a punishment for not behaving or whatever, for whatever reason?
I think... I don't exactly know the number, but it wasn't a lot.
Are we talking talking like 5, 10, 20, every day, every other day? Like, any idea?
5.
Whose idea was it to give him a cold bath as a punishment?
It was my mother's.
Now that he had admitted that Shauna was the one who, along with him, subjected Timothy to this agonizing punishment, it became clear just how much the freezing baths worsened Timothy's suffering while he was already severely underweight. And as more of these details came out, pushing Paul to confess even more.
You remember the first time you guys did it? Like, why? What did he do?
Not exactly.
What did he do on that day that he sent the photo that made you have to give him a cold bath?
I think it was that he not only peed, but also pooped in bed, and my mother wasn't too happy because it absolutely reeked.
When we talk about bed, I understand we've been to the house and we've been through all the messages. Where did he sleep most of the nights? In that closet?
Yes.
From there, the evidence found in their residence started to make more sense. Timothy slept in a small, cramped closet that he couldn't even stand up, where multiple cameras were placed, as well as an alarm on the door. He was punished if he defecated or urinated in the closet, but he would also be punished if he left the room to use the bathroom. So no matter what he did, he faced consequences, leaving him completely trapped in his own home, controlled by his own family.
Restriction on food, he talked about bread. For how long was he just eating just bread?
A week or 2.
What was he kind of eating before that?
We do ramen, sandwiches, and I think at some points we actually give him like a meal.
Why was it that he couldn't have meals?
The whole sneaking,
because he was sneaking food?
A lot, yeah. We over and over and over. There would literally be times where I would be sitting on the couch playing, and then I'd look up and he's there grabbing something.
And so whose idea was it for him to just eat bread? Is that your idea?
No.
Whose idea was that?
My mother's.
It turned out that not only did Paul and Shauna starve Timothy by having him eat only low-calorie and low-nutrition food for weeks, Paul would also go as far as justifying this despicable act by saying that he did that just because Timothy was allegedly grabbing food, again from his own home. And when asked about the hot sauce that was collected as one of the pieces of evidence, he went on to reveal an even more terrifying thing they did to Timothy.
Tell me about the hot sauce. I know that was used as both the punishment and it was put on the bread. Was it always on the bread?
Not always, no. But the thing is, it still hardly did anything for him. There would be times where it would do something for me because I'd accidentally rub my eye after I put it on there. It was, ow.
What dictates whether or not there's hot sauce on the bread? What decides that?
I don't know. Whenever my mother told me to put hot sauce on it, I did. It was normally a thin layer to make sure that it wouldn't be too much.
And that's pretty hot?
Very.
So how long have you guys been using the hot sauce for?
Almost a month, maybe.
The punishment of routinely feeding Timothy an extremely hot sauce only proved their depraved desire to torment him. And with the way Paul was using Shauna as a scapegoat and simply saying that he was just following her orders, it became obvious that he was just as guilty as she was. Nick was beginning to see it too, and from this point on, he began to pressure Paul even more, hoping it would finally break him and force him to confront the full weight of what he'd done.
I know that when we talked yesterday in front of your mom, she was lying about some stuff, right? I know that she's a good person. I'm not doubting that at all.
Yeah, we never wanted any of this.
But you also noticed, like I did, some of the things that she was talking about, like the truth, right? About, she said she didn't know there was a camera in the bathroom. But the fact of the matter, she asked you to put the camera in the bathroom, right? And she sent you a text message that says, make sure that the camera's in there and take the shower curtain down so I can see him. Didn't she ask you that the day before he passed away?
Yeah.
So we talked about some of that stuff. Remember how Veronica, I know this pepper's for, it's for punishment. And what did she say? She said, I didn't know anything about that, right? Why do you think she's saying those things?
She doesn't want to appear like a bad person. She doesn't want to be the bad guy in this. We never wanted any of this. We want him to be healthy. I know that for a fact. We should have been so much. I should have at least put my foot down on something.
Right. But
it's not that I'm afraid of her. I can't fear her because she's not the type to instill fear.
As soon as Nick started to expose Shonda for lying about not knowing any of this, Paul became visibly anxious, and rather than confronting reality that they were now being revealed as the ones responsible for Timothy's suffering and death, he doubled down on defending her, praising her and making excuses in a desperate attempt to keep her out of trouble.
So tell me what really happened in the morning then, because obviously what was told to us wasn't the truth. What really happened when somebody found him, or...
I woke up and I had been grabbing my shoes, and it was at that point that it basically all played out like we said. The whole morning thing was exact. He wasn't breathing in the closet. It was the closet though. We had to get him out of the closet, try and resuscitate.
When you guys pull him out of the closet, does he have clothes on at that point, or is he in diaper, or what's that state?
He had a shirt. I think we had put him in pants, or sweatpants, but I don't know, maybe some point in the night he took them off. I don't know about
when you say we, you weren't there when we went to bed, right?
No.
So how would you know if we put him in sweatpants? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So do you know if he had pants on or not?
No, honestly. But he didn't have them when we got him out. don't. He had the diaper on, at least.
So you guys pull him out. Does he have pants on or no?
No.
And when we get there, he has pants on.
Yeah, she had me put them on.
She asked you to put pants on. What was that for?
I don't know.
And so you guys, at that time, she decides that she's gonna lie to him and say that he was in the bunk bed. I don't understand.
I don't know.
From this point on, Nick grew even more convinced that Paul and Shauna were actively trying to cover up Timothy's death, because not only was Paul confusing the truths with lies, he was actively helping her construct a false narrative about what happened at the scene.
Come on, you have your belt. You are here. Put it on. I just want to make it look like you're in that bed. I have fun on it.
Realizing that any further lies were pointless, Paul finally broke, and Nick began walking him through the horrific reality of what he and his mother had actually done.
But it wouldn't take you long to be very much skin and bones if all you got to eat was bread and hot sauce, because how could you eat it? And how could you feel good about it? Was he throwing up stuff that he was eating?
Forcefully, he would force himself to get it back up.
When? Like recently, in the last couple weeks?
Yeah, he would force himself, honestly.
You ever think it's because maybe it was painful? It's hot sauce. It's not like that just goes away. Did you ever complain about pain? Stomach pain? Pain from using the bathroom?
Not that I know of, no. I do know that my mother, she's not perfect, but she's not a bad person.
Do you know, can I ask you this? Do you know of any good people who starved to death? Tell me of one that you know. Tell me of one that you know.
Paul had now fully collapsed in on himself at this point. The person he looked up to, respected, and loved was now being exposed as a monster, destined for life in prison. The most disturbing part, however, was that Paul still hadn't grasped that he might be headed toward the same fate.
And it's very obvious to you, he's got malnutrition, right? It's very obvious to you. But your mom here's not seeing that? She's a law school graduate, and she's very smart. Do you see what I'm looking at here? Yeah. She's a liar. She's lied to you about so much stuff. At some point, you need to stand up for yourself and realize she's the manipulator, she's the liar, she put you in this spot, she did this to your brother, using you. Do you not see that? That she used you to do this to your brother. Your mother used you. She's smarter than all of us, and we're supposed to believe she didn't know what was happening? No, she didn't want him around anymore because he was too much problem.
Even though Nick emphasized repeatedly that covering up Shauna's crimes and portraying them as some sort of love for Timothy wouldn't save her from justice, Paul continued to defend his mother to the very end. Now on July 12, 2022, just 5 days after his interrogation, Paul, who remained out of custody despite being charged days after Shauna's arrest, went live on Facebook to update friends and family on Timothy's past, and viewers tuned in with sympathy and support, completely unaware of the horrifying truth lurking behind the video.
I'll probably post a quick check like this. For those of you who aren't aware, my little brother has passed away, and my mother is currently in the custody of, well, I'm not sure if it's a lot to deal with, but right now we're doing good, we're fine. If I can't actually, like, Facebook you guys, like, live, because I don't have my phone, and I don't know how to access my stepfathers, I'll post a quick check to let you guys know everything's going on.
Days went by, and as the evidence mounted, Shauna ultimately faced the bulk of the consequences for Timothy's murder, as they both went to trial in December of 2023. In an effort to save himself, Paul testified against his mother, revealing more of the cruel punishments they'd inflicted on Timothy.
Where did he actually sleep most nights?
In the closet.
What did you call the closet? Was there a name you used to refer to the closet?
The small room.
What was in the small room if Timothy was in the small room?
There was a camera monitoring him, even when he slept.
Was there an alarm on the door as well?
Yes, sir.
Some type of motion sensor or alarm?
Motion, vibration, yes.
So we had that on the door and then a camera actually inside the room as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there times where you were required to watch that camera?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, were there times when your mother was watching that camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Were there any restrictions on his movement inside the closet, or was it he could move around however he wanted inside the closet?
There were restrictions.
What were the restrictions on his movement?
Hands on his head, normally.
Hands on his head, is that what you indicated?
Yes.
Was that some form of discipline for him?
Yes, on his knees and against the corner of a wall.
And when you say hands on head, I'm going to demonstrate, just putting my hands just over my head like this. Is that what he was required to do?
Yes.
He was required to be on his knees as well?
Yes, sir.
Timothy, barely able to lift his own arms, was forced to stay in the dark closet with his hands on his head for hours. Now most people's arms would give out in minutes, but even like this, they watched him closely, making sure he never slipped up.
Did you utilize some type of alarm or alarms on his body to alert you if he was moving?
A vibration detector, yes.
Was there more than one that he was required to wear at times?
At times, yes.
Where were those devices located on his body?
They were normally tied to the back loop of his belt, or the back loop of his pants, I apologize.
And was there something placed on his wrist as well?
Handcuffs, and before that, zip ties, zip cuffs.
When you say zip cuffs, are those put together with zip ties?
Yes.
And those were designed to restrict what?
Movement.
Of what part of his body?
His hands.
And during the proceedings, Paul continued continued to disclose more details about how they'd starved Timothy and the methods they used to make sure he never got a single meal.
Some text messages. Do you recall a text message you exchanged with your mother in, I believe it's around April or so, where you've alerted her to the fact that he's eaten some part of a burger?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was it? What part of the burger is it that he ate?
Just the crust.
And what was your mother's response when you told her that he had eaten the crust of that burger?
Make him throw it up.
Did you try to do that?
I tried at first, yes.
How did you try to do that?
Putting a finger into his mouth as instructed to the back of his throat to induce vomiting.
So who gave you the instruction to put your finger in the back of his throat?
Shonda.
We don't see a text message to that effect. Were you two also communicating by camera as well?
Yes.
The cameras had was it a two-way capability basically? You
Yes.
could talk to the camera or something.
You could talk and they could hear. At certain times it could be activated.
Was there ever any other time where she instructed you to make Timothy throw up?
Yes.
About how many times did she instruct you to do that?
3 or 4.
It was evident that Paul was making an extreme effort to insist he'd been instructed to do everything. He tried to shift as much blame as possible, almost to the point of penning himself as a robot, following Shauna's orders. But it ultimately failed against the mountain of evidence stacked against him, and he pleaded guilty the same day. Paul was then evaluated by multiple doctors and experts across different fields, but surprisingly, they found no intellectual issues or mental disorders. He was of sound mind, fully aware and in control of everything he did, and with that established, he was cleared for sentencing. But before delivering his punishment, the judge had the chance to finally speak his mind and tell Paul exactly what he thought of.
Is trying to shift from his mother, from him to his mother. Say that somehow, well, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have done this. Or she's the one that did this. At the trial, well, at her order, he kept saying it over and over and over again as to just keep underscoring the point. And if that had been an isolated incident, if that had been one or two of these, that had been punishment that he administered, maybe the court could accept. But we have an individual who was in a household for 6 months, intentionally himself engaging in torture of another person. Ferguson will not get the help he needs in prison. I think he's one step away from becoming a psychopath like his mother, and the court is concerned that he represents a danger to the public, that if released, he would represent a significant danger to the public. But I don't believe you that you're sorry. I don't think you have empathy. I don't think you have any emotion whatsoever. And that's what scares the court. It really scares me.
Shauna was charged with first-degree murder and first-degree child maltreatment, and on January 23rd, 2024, she was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole, plus 50 years for the child maltreatment charge. Meanwhile, her son, Paul, received a sentence on February 26th that fit the severity of his crimes as well.
If not worse, because you had a job. You could have, Mr. Johnson actually asked you, couldn't you have brought home a thing of food? You could have gone to a neighbor and said, hey, my mom's abusing him. You could have grabbed him and got him out of there. You could have done any number of things to stop this, and you chose not to. Your own brother, and this is where we're at. So based on all that, the sentence of the court, you serve 30 years to 100 years, Michigan Department of Corrections. Credit for 592 days you've already served.
Now let's talk about the gacha games community. Nothing brings more excitement to players than the rush of a loot box, but just as easily, that same thrill can become deceitful. For context, loot boxes are locked virtual containers in video games that give players random rewards when opened. The rewards can include items like weapons, skins, characters, players, or other valuable in-game content. Although loot boxes can be earned through gameplay, they can also be bought with real or in-game currencies. On January 17, 2025, the Federal Trade Commission would post a press release banning Genshin Impact game developers from selling loot boxes to younger people, in addition to a substantial $20 million fine to settle FTC charges. But before anyone could actually grasp the details, another news hit the internet about Cognosphere, Genshin Impact's publisher, agreeing to pay the $20 million fine, while also confirming that it would no longer allow younger people of certain ages to make in-game purchases without parental consent. Now, Cognosphere's response raised questions about why the company never tried to fight back, but instead immediately agreed to pay. However, a quick look at the FTC's press release would provide answers to many questions. According to Samuel Levine, the director of the FTC's Bureau of Consumer Protection,
Genshin Impact deceived and other players into spending hundreds of dollars on prizes they stood little chance of winning.
And although the allegation looked like it came out of nowhere, the tension had been silently building for 8 years. Back in 2017, a heavy global backlash erupted over an EA game, to be more specific, Star Wars Battlefront 2, for the use of loot boxes, kickstarting an investigation into these boxes throughout the entire gaming community. Then in August of 2019, the FTC held a workshop that involves academics, consumer advocates, and others to talk about the marketing of loot boxes and the impact on younger consumers. And this would result in the FTC releasing consumer advice to educate parents and users about the concept of loot boxes in a pretty lengthy article. But even with that, the problem still persisted. However, considering the origin origin of gacha games, it's not surprising that loot boxes are a vital part of the game. And if you didn't know already, gacha games originated from Japan, and its name is derived from the Japanese toy vending machines called gachapon. Taking this particular gachapon as an example, you could win any of the cards on the label if you put in 300 yen, or about $2. However, you would have to bank on your luck to get your desired card, since the reward is usually selected at random. This mechanism is very similar to loot boxes, which would explain why a lot of money is being pumped into it. Now, before September 2020, the big gacha games were only available on mobile phones, but everything changed on September 28, 2020, when Genshin Impact was launched and made available on laptops and PS4. It really was a game changer for both fans and the company, as the game has generated over $5 billion in revenue since its inception. For comparison, GTA was launched in 1997, and it has a total revenue of $10 billion, while Genshin Impact has made half of that in just 5 years. The major problem lies in Hoyoverse, intention and target audience. Back in December 2022, Hoyoverse became aware of the FTC's investigation into loot boxes, and immediately responded by adding a notice to the second to last part of its privacy policy, disclaiming that it's marketed its services to adults and adults only.
Our services are not marketed to or intended for are not permitted to use these services, and we do not knowingly collect any personal information from Though our services are not intended for as the primary audience, we may collect age information before allowing a user to proceed for certain services.
But this actually turned out to be a lie, because after the investigation, the FTC discovered that Hoyoverse did market to younger people by using characters that appealed to younger audiences and intentionally hired influencers who targeted a younger demographic to promote the game. This included, for example, It's Funny, a YouTuber who makes content for This video was paid by Hoyoverse to make this video showing how to play hide and seek on Genshin Impact. Another example would be SS Sniper Wolf, who was paid over $100,000 to record 2 short videos promoting Genshin Impact. For context, SS Sniper Wolf has tens of millions of subscribers on YouTube and is the 2-time winner of Nickelodeon's Choice Awards in their favorite gamer category. And to make things worse, the SS Sniper Wolf promotional video was intentionally edited to trick users into believing it's easy to get the loot box prizes you really wanted.
For instance, when a Genshin Impact player opens a loot box containing a 5-star prize, the game displays a golden shooting star animation. But in the SS Sniper Wolf video, the supposed 5-star win was preceded by a purple shooting star animation. This video also depicted an uninterrupted succession of 12 loot box opening animations, when the game allows no more than 10 loot boxes to be opened at a time.
And this situation would eventually lead to discussions within the gacha community, with some blaming bad parenting for younger people's addictive in-game purchases and others calling out the companies themselves. At the end of the day, the company released a statement confirming that the developer of Genshin Impact has reached a settlement agreement with the US Federal Trade Commission. But as weird as this was, it's nothing compared to what comes next.
I have to spread my wings sometime and waste all of our money on Genshin Gacha. You know this. I set those boundaries, you narcissist.
On March 19th, 2025, a Reddit user known as Creative Guard posted a story on the Am I Overreacting subreddit, detailing how her fiancé, whom we'll call Phil, blew $600 on a Genshin Impact character. Unlike most games, the thrill in Genshin Impact doesn't come from winning a match or finishing a level, but instead it's about getting the rare 5-star playable character, which are usually stronger than the others and possess unique abilities that play a significant role in the outcome of the gameplay. Players need an in-game currency called Primo Gems, which are either earned through gameplay or purchased with real-life money. In Phil's case, he'd been unlucky with getting his favorite character for so long, which changed on March 19, 2025, when he decided to try it out one more time with a credit card jointly owned by him and his fiancée. After Creative Guard found out that Phil had squandered their joint savings, she called him repeatedly, but he never responded. And shortly afterwards, Phil would send a shocking text that took the situation from bad to worse.
Stop calling me. We need to talk right now. Pick up now. You're not being fair at all. I explain my boundaries to you, but you're not respecting them. This is exactly what Redacted says is violent about you. You spent $600 on our credit card on a game. I explained it already to you. $600 for 2 virtual characters you don't need, without asking, when we were paycheck to paycheck. That card was for emergencies with the Civic.
Even though Creative Guard is obviously annoyed, Phil would remain unfazed, and to make the situation even worse, he would respond with a picture of Veronica, the rare character he just won.
You told me you wanted her too, but you aren't happy for me. Actually, I'm done. I'm a 29-year-old man. I'm allowed to make purchases without needing your permission. That is a violent dynamic. Redacted explained that very clearly to me. Yes, I said I want Veronica. I didn't say we should spend hundreds to get consolations. You're an addict. You already spent all of our Christmas money on it. You are snooping into your fiance's purchases. You should take a look at yourself.
To that, Creative Guard would only respond with a middle finger emoji, followed by another message that read,
"This is a shared card that I set up for emergencies, and you went behind my back. Why don't you tell Redacted about your gambling addiction to video game characters?"
Phil would then simply double down and threaten to call off his engagement.
Actually, Redacted told me all about your coercing, and I believe you are a narcissist personality. This is why you are continuing to try and control me and control my financial decision making. You know this is my values, and I've had Veronica as my wallpaper forever. I refuse to be verbally disrespected for being myself. I am battling anxiety, and you do not care at all. I don't want to get married to you. I'm not talking on the phone. I emailed screenshots for my appointment tomorrow. Thank you for giving me a horrible anxiety attack and ruining my night. And no, I didn't do a thing with Veronica yet because of your calls.
But while Phil's threat was meant to break Creative Guard's heart, she would fire back with a threat that would actually make any Genshin player lose their minds.
I will call Capital One and dispute the charge. Your account will get banned. Try it. You will lose me forever. I'm going to Scottsdale for the night. Stop calling me for 12 hours and we can talk then. Good night.
At this point, Creative Guard decided to let him be. But the next morning, Phil was back in her DM with both an apology and a new request.
Will you please answer my mom? Please. I apologize for my reaction. As I said, my anxiety is bad today, and I have to do better. I love you. You don't need to dispute the charges. I will get you the money soon. Redacted can spot me 600 tonight. So can you text him your Venmo? Anxiety is really bad. Please.
Creative Guard ignored the message, only to return to Reddit a couple of hours later with an update, explaining the events that followed after she refused to answer the calls of Phil's mom.
His mom left me a voicemail saying I gave him a panic attack and to give him space. I did text his drug dealing friend to try and get the $600, but he left me on red. Also, he's currently online on Discord playing Genshin Impact at his mom's house.
This was then followed by another update detailing how she called off the engagement, got back her $600, and how she has to pay the rent all by herself now. But even though Creative Guard would need all the help she could get to sort out her bills, she chose to walk away from it all. As she posted a final update, engagement is off. This next case, however, takes an even darker turn.
Do not let people, especially randos, into your world.
On August 25th, 2023, a Twitter user named Eon would make a disturbing post that rippled through the Genshin Impact community, sending waves of fear and confusion.
Don't let strangers join your world, at least for now. Travelers, be careful with the new Kave bug. According to a Reddit user, Antonio S3, there's a new bug in the CN server that's been causing some irreversible damages by permanently deleting interactive objects.
Eon went on to emphasize how the exploit affected the foundations of a player's world, such as structures, objects, and entities. He then ended the tweet by saying,
I know that might be the only one in the CN server, but for now, just be careful with anything suspicious, and please do not accept random people in your world. That's all. Take care.
Almost immediately, members of the gacha community began to clarify the situation, with one user saying,
it's not a bug, but hack codes. Basically, they rewrote the object's coding into Dendro cores, then used Kave skills to boom them. Unless you're skilled in coding, I doubt everybody is able to pull this stunt.
So far, Hoyo is still investigating this issue, and while this might seem like a minor issue, to Hoyoverse, it meant a threat to the game's integrity, and the seriousness of the situation prompted the Shanghai Police Security Bureau to launch a full investigation. But this case would actually remain unsolved for nearly 2 years. However, in May 2025, the investigation would finally end in arrests. Hoyoverse, working in cooperation with Chinese authorities, would confirm the outcome in a statement released by its legal department. The original statement, although written in Chinese, was later translated by user Wistopher123, and it reads,
recently, miHoYo has made further progress in its campaign against game cheating, in cooperation with the Shuhui District Police Bureau in Shanghai. Together, they investigated and cracked down on a case involving the illegal dissemination of a cheat plugin for Genshin Impact called Open World Erasure, which disrupted the in-game economy and severely harmed other players' experiences.
During the investigation, authorities locked up several key suspects, but the major perpetrators behind the attack actually remained at large, before they would eventually be caught as well. The investigators discovered that the cheat had been circulating primarily through QQ groups, which is a popular social messaging platform in China, similar to Discord or Telegram. The plugin targeted Genshin Impact's co-op mode, the multiplayer system where players team up to explore worlds together, and while co-op allows up to 4 players, only the host would receive the rewards. Yet any player sharing a world with a malicious user risked having vital in-game structures and materials deleted, characters destroyed, or even crashes that caused permanent damage. And before the arrest could actually happen, the hack had already affected over 20,000 players, leaving the community in a state of heightened paranoia about inviting strangers into co-op sessions. But as bad as this sounds, it was only the beginning. Further investigations would reveal the full scope of the operation. The perpetrators not only created the cheat, but also actively taught others to adapt and improve it. And by the time the scheme was exposed, membership in these plugin groups had expanded to over 360 individuals. In May of 2025, police then raided several cities including Shanghai, Nanning, and Guangzhou, arresting 3 major suspects, 2 identified as the plugin creators and 1 known as JJX, who was the admin of the QQ group distributing the cheats. The aftermath of this case would eventually force miHoYo to consider the safety of its game environment entirely. According to the statement released after the smoke cleared,
in recent years, miHoYo has continuously updated its anti-cheat safety strategy. In the second half of 2024, miHoYo cooperated with police to uncover multiple criminal groups producing cheats of Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail, arresting 32 suspects, detaining 25, and shutting down 27 e-commerce shops. Going forward, miHoYo will continue to strengthen inspections and crack down severely on infringing behavior. Players are encouraged to actively report violations and join in protecting a healthy and orderly gaming ecosystem.
This case ended with more and more arrests. This was a terrible experience for Genshin Impact players, but it wasn't the first time the community would face huge problems with hackers,
as 3 cheat makers from Shanghai have been sentenced to jail time.
In October of 2020, a group of hackers would take things to a whole new level, crossing a line that not only threatened the stability of the game, but also forced Hoyoverse to take unprecedented legal action. According to reports, a certain group had begun developing a powerful cheat software as early as 2020, capable of granting players infinite primo gems, Genshin's most valuable in-game currency, and between October 2020 and May of 2021, they sold nearly 40,000 activation keys, profiting close to $300,000. And for several months, these criminals were never caught. But by mid-2021, Chinese authorities actually managed to crack down on this operation, arresting 3 individuals identified as Zhou, Sun, and Yao. Investigators would later find out that Zhou was a ringleader, who, according to reports, negotiated with Sun to get data from Genshin Impact from Yao in order to mass-produce the cheats. Eventually, the 3 of them would plead guilty and be sentenced according to the gravity of their actions. Zhou, the group's leader, received jail time of 4 years, along with a 50,000 Chinese yuan fine. The second group member was sentenced to 3 years and 10 months in jail, with another 50,000 Chinese yuan fine, while the third group member was given 1 year and 6 months with a 10,000 Chinese yuan fine. For reference, 50,000 Chinese yuan is currently about $7,000. A happy ending for Hoyoverse, unlike the next case where a hacker did something horrible and got away with it.
Only one day after its release, Infinity Nikki was hacked with a bold statement. Yourself or just better try Genshin Impact private server.
It was December 5th, 2024. The gacha community was buzzing with excitement and anticipation for the launch of Infinity Nikki, a new gacha game developed by Infold Games. Unlike most gacha games where players spend money to pull for characters or weapons, Infinity Nikki offers something very different. Here, players pull for fashion outfits that grant Nikki, the main character, unique powers and abilities, which it then uses to explore its beautifully crafted open world. But while players hurried to the official site to download the game, the excitement quickly turned into horror, because the moment they entered the site, they were met with a disturbing message plastered across the homepage.
Take yourself out of this world, or just try Genshin Impact private server.
Beneath the message was a QR code, which reportedly directed users to a Genshin Impact Discord server, and within minutes, the chaos spread into the official website for Love and Deep Space, another game developed by Infold Games. For nearly an hour, both sites were taken down after their front pages got hijacked by an unknown hacker, and then, just as quickly as it begun, the sites were restored, and the message was gone, but the damage was still there. The QR code led to speculations that this was some kind of provocation from an outsider trying to stir conflict between fans of Genshin Impact and Infinity Nikki, but soon afterwards, community members tracked the attack to a Discord username known as Keitaro_GG, although this person was never punished. Following the incident, an Infinity Nikki representative spoke to the press, describing the team's reaction as a mix of frustration and relief, explaining that while the hack was unsettling, no long-term harm was actually done.
Obviously a bit of a bummer, but they're more focused on launching and making sure Nikki's birthday goes well than worrying about some bad actors ruining their big day.
Despite everything, the event went ahead as planned. However, the hack launch left behind a dark mark on what should have been a pure celebration. If the hacker was caught, he would have been in serious trouble, just like the game developers in this next case.
And have levied against them the highest fine in their history, the highest fine they've ever given a company, which was $9 million.
On June 16, 2025, the Korean Fair Trade Commission, KFTC, suddenly announced new penalties on Krafton, the company behind PUBG Battlegrounds, the creators of Starseed, as Nia Trigger, punishing them for the lack of transparency surrounding their in-game purchases, which allowed them to take advantage of their audience. Both studios were ordered to pay 2.5 million won, which is only around $1,850 each, and to submit preventative action plans within 30 days. At first glance, the penalties seemed almost insignificant for companies of their size, but what the investigation actually uncovered painted a far darker picture of how these developers had been operating behind the scenes. This all began in March of 2023, when the South Korean government decided to revise the Game Industry Promotion Act, a law designed to bring transparency to probability-based items, or what most gamers would call gacha games. Under this law, developers are required to clearly disclose the actual odds of obtaining specific in-game rewards. But according to complaints filed by many users, certain game developers haven't been as transparent as the law requires. By March 2024, investigators found that Krafton had been misrepresenting the chances of receiving rare items. According to reports, one of the cases involved a collaboration event with the K-pop group NewJeans, in which Krafton promised players a guaranteed chance at owning a special cosmetic item, staying locked at just 9% no matter how many times the player actually rolled. Even more disturbing was the fact that some items that Krafton claimed had drop rates between 0.14% and 0.75% were later found to have no chances of appearing at all. But Krafton wasn't alone. Investigators discovered that Come To Us also had been falsely advertising the odds of its own rewards. The company claimed that the 3 items sold in one bundle each had a 24% chance of improving player stats, but in reality reality, only one of those items ever did. Following the KFTC ruling, both companies were forced to make things right, with Krafton having to refund over 1.1 billion won, which is about $870,000, to more than 380,000 players, in addition to 9.8 million won, both in in-game currency as compensation for the affected players. On the other hand, Come2Us distributed over 200,000 won worth of in-game currency to each of its 1.55 million users, regardless of whether they made purchases tied to the incident or not. But in the end, both of the fines and refunds, when stacked together, were mere drops in the ocean compared to the billions these companies hold in net worth. So both Krafton and Come2Us really walked away with a slap on the wrist, while this next company faced an issue much more disturbing.
What happened in Japan recently with Square Enix in their headquarters and this dude emailing them saying he's gonna kill them all?
In August of 2019, Square Enix, the well-known company behind Final Fantasy, began receiving a series of disturbing mail from an anonymous individual, and while most of them were pretty vague, one particular email stood out as it contained a very disturbing threat.
Will I kill if you keep running away?
As a result of this email, and to ensure the safety of their staff and fans, Square Enix immediately cancelled 2 upcoming events. But even after that, the messages wouldn't stop coming. Only this time it wasn't another threat, it was an apology.
I was dissatisfied with price increases of items used in games. I wanted the company to understand the feelings of the users and realize that there's a sense of crisis within the company.
This message brought some relief to Square Enix and a sort of disclosure to the case. But that soon changed, because before the week was over, authorities had traced the emails to 25-year-old Japanese care worker named Yuto Kanda. And according to the police, Yuto had spent a large amount of money on one of Square Enix's gacha-style games. And when he reached out to customer support for help, he didn't get the answers he actually wanted. And so frustrated and angry, he decided to take it a step further by sending those threatening emails. Now Yuto would actually be arrested for those. But his story was far from unique, because just 2 months before his arrest, another 40-year-old man, Kenichi Hiratsuka, had been taken into custody for almost the exact same thing. Kenichi had reportedly lost 17,000 yen, or about $160, on a gacha game and demanded a refund. But when he didn't get it, he sent a message to Square Enix threatening to repeat Kyoto animation. For context, this was a direct reference to one of Japan's most horrific tragedies that occurred on July 18, 2019, when 40-year-old Shinji Aoba set fire to the offices at Kyoto Animation, claiming that the studio had plagiarized his novel. The attack took the lives of over 30 people and left many others seriously injured. Eventually, Shinji was arrested and given the capital punishment, so he was sentenced to death. And this would explain why neither Kenichi nor Yuto's threat was taken lightly by authorities. Fortunately, none of them acted on their threats, but not every story ends that way, because the next case would take things a little too far.
A thing that happened. It was like a full-on assassination attempt.
It all begins on April 22nd, 2021, when MiHoYo celebrated the 3rd anniversary of Honkai Impact 3rd, one of their earlier titles. To mark the occasion, they released a special anniversary event featuring new bunny girl costumes and an animated music video titled Brilliant Light. In the video, the game's main heroines, known as Valkyries, performed a dance wearing kinda revealing outfits. To many global players, it was just harmless fun, but to others, particularly in China, it was seen as deeply disrespectful. One user would later post a tweet addressing the outrage, saying,
"At the 3rd anniversary of GLB server, the Valkyries put on their exposed clothes and dance. Chinese players believe that such a plot is essentially an OOC, out of character, and a disrespect for Valkyries."
He would then go into detail highlighting one character in particular.
By the way, Fuhua, like Zhongli, is a symbol of China's 5,000 years civilization, and when Chinese players see Fuhua dancing on the stage in exposed clothes, they will be very sad, because they think it will be disrespectful for China. It's lamentable, isn't it?
And after hours of receiving non-stop backlash, MiHoYo would respond with an apology and promise to remove every content related to the bunny girls. However, this decision would also end up creating even more division within the community. While some players supported the removal, others accused the company of caving into the outrage. Comments would start flooding in immediately, with one player tweeting,
"Thanks for the crystals, MiHoYo, but seriously, what? The content is the best. I love bunny girls. It's beautiful, and I can't just understand how someone can possibly find this offensive. That's why we can't have nice things, because of some people."
Another fan would also express their displeasure, saying,
"Out of character, they're pixels. MiHoYo, stop letting your players bully you. This is just like the Genshin drama last time."
But on April 24th, 2021, things escalated to a new level. That day was supposed to be just another day of work for most employees at MiHoYo, still the developers of Genshin Impact. But before the day would end, their usual routine would be disrupted by an armed intruder. According to reports, an unidentified man, who we'll refer to as Lin, quietly entered MiHoYo's headquarters, armed with a knife with the intention of taking out the company's founders. Now luckily, before he could actually harm anyone, the security officers at the building managed to subdue him, after which the police then arrived to take him into custody. Now the authorities immediately launched an investigation to determine the motive behind the attack, and what they uncovered was extremely unsettling. Apparently, the reason Lin was so upset was because MiHoYo made that recent change to the game. Some believe he was furious about the bunny girl content itself, while others think he was enraged over its removal, viewing it as a betrayal of the players. Another user also speculated that Lin was just another Chinese player who may have been triggered by the fact that the Brilliant Bright video wasn't broadcast in mainland China at all, due to its revealing nature. But as unsettling as this story was, the next case was so chaotic that the internet itself needed a break.
I'm quitting. I lost absolutely everything. My marriage, my career, my livelihood, my will to live.
On June 8th, 2024, Asian guy stream better known as Atsu, who's a Genshin Impact YouTuber, would post a tweet saying,
I'm quitting. I lost absolutely everything. My marriage, my career, my livelihood, my will to live. Keeping these secrets to protect others has felt so lonely. I don't want to live like this anymore. This document is for my closure. I want to move on.
And attached to the tweet was a 34-page long document where Atsu would go into great detail about how his life took a tragic turn behind the scenes. And within minutes, this tweet exploded across social media, gaining millions of impressions and thousands of retweets, with countless creators rallying behind him. But while many of Atsu's fans and friends seemed to understand what he was going through, most people didn't really know how deep the story actually went. And it all started with the launch of Genshin Impact itself back in September of 2020. The game was brand new and booming with attention, and to keep that momentum going, countless creators began producing content about the game. Reviews, guides, and gameplay streams meant to boost its reach. But as Genshin Impact's popularity grew, so did the tension in its newly established community. And soon, small conflicts would start bubbling beneath the surface. One of the earliest dramas would involve Tectone and Enviosity, who were both prominent figures in the Genshin community, after Tectone mocked free-to-play players, claiming that all they ever did in the game was pick mints.
No, Envy's not free to play, okay? That dude plays this game every day for like 14 hours. At that point, you're not free to play. Don't believe me that Enviosity is the one true mint picker. Well, why don't we go look at his YouTube channel? Mint, mint, mint.
For context, in Genshin Impact, people can collect a variety of items scattered across the world, but mints are basically everywhere, very common and nearly useless. So when Tectone compared free-to-play players to mint pickers, it came off as a demeaning joke, aimed at those who either couldn't or didn't want to spend money on the game. And this started a minor feud that would eventually fizzle out after some back and forth, bringing a temporary calm to the gacha community. But that peace and quiet wouldn't last too long. As content slowed and creators ran out of excitement, boredom began to set in within the community, with some creators even claiming that the Genshin scene was dying altogether. And then MiHoYo made a move that would reignite the community and ironically sparked one of the most chaotic controversies in gacha history. On January 5th, 2022, MiHoYo introduced two new Genshin Impact characters, Yoonjin and Shenhe, both of which were visually stunning. And Yoonjin would come with a twist, a very rare ability to sing not just any song, but a traditional Chinese opera. This feature instantly divided the community, because while many praised the cultural depth of Yoonjin's performance, one streamer's reaction would draw a lot of attention for all the wrong reasons.
It sounds like she's calling an ambulance when chat's ears are already bleeding.
This clip soon spread like wildfire, with many accusing Tectone of being disrespectful and racist towards Chinese culture. And his name also traveled far into Chinese media, where Yoonjin's performance was seen as a symbol of national pride. On January 7th, 2022, Atsu began posting a series of subtweets that referenced someone negatively, without mentioning names.
There's a lot of creators that come across as genuine nice people on stream/video, but are actually like parasites behind the scenes. If you don't bend to their will, they'll make a big deal out of it publicly, or drag your name through the mud, behind your back to other creators.
Shortly after that, he would follow up with another tweet saying,
there are many creators in the Genshin circle and wider connected circles I'd like to befriend or get to know better, but they're already in so deep with many people who are awful people off stream, and it makes me skeptical if they're just naive or also awful behind the scenes.
Because Atsu was one of the community's most respected creators, these tweets set off a firestorm, as everyone tried to figure out who he was actually referring to. Goose Egg, another Genshin Impact streamer who was also Tectone's roommate, would later respond to Atsu, asking him to clarify who he was talking about, before dropping a video titled, "These types of people are ruining Genshin Impact." In the first 3 minutes of the video, Goose would accuse Atsu of being immature for subtweeting, before shifting the focus to the fact that both he and Tectone had been unfairly labeled as racist for disliking Yoonjin's opera. And right after this video was published, Tectone also clapped back almost immediately, going live to leak private DMs between him and Atsu, escalating the drama even further. In response, Atsu released a video titled Goose Egg and Tectone Drama, accusing Goose of hypocrisy, showing several examples of subtweets Tectone had also done in the past, and revealing that he and Tectone had previously made a private agreement not to talk about each other publicly, an agreement that Tectone had now broken.
I said if Tectone wants to show the DMs, he can. Goose did not relay that information to Tectone. Tectone came back and asked, is Atsu going to threaten to leak DMs? Because I have them as well, and Goose is like, yes.
Atsu also denied Tectone's claims that he was spreading false rumors about him, but also admitted that much of the conversation had taken place over private calls, which means he had little to no proof to support his claims. Atsu then read through several of their leaked DMs, line by line, analyzing every exchange between them, including mentions of other creators.
Yo Techie, are you gonna talk about the gaslighting topic on stream today? I'm getting several people demanding I address it via Discord/Twitter/IG DMs, and it's not something I can just ignore, but it's something I wanted to ask you about first. Yes, I'm going to briefly touch on it in today's stream. Did you want the full context of the clip before you address it, or are you going to reference me on stream again? If you have the full context, it would be good. Here's the full context. Are you attempting to lecture me? To a degree, yeah, so did other content creators. Do you know what other content creators did? Say, hey man, don't get why you get all this hate. Hope you're alright. Stay strong. Yeah, that's called being a yes man. As I said, I don't think you're 100% in the right. Would you like to know the content creators you just called yes man?
At this time, Atsu didn't reveal the names of these content creators because he claimed he was trying to protect them. On the contrary though, Tecton would blatantly name every person involved during his stream. Unfortunately, the VOD is no longer available. However, the creators in question were later identified as Tuanto, Dish, and X-Slice, who are all Atsu's very close friends. In an unexpected turn of events, Tecton would also release a response video titled No More Drama, admitting to the many allegations and apologizing for mocking free-to-play players and laughing at Yunjin's opera. He then ended it with an open offer, saying he was willing to apologize to anyone who felt they deserved one. In the comment section, Tuanto, Dish, and X-Slice would praise his willingness to apologize. And for a while, it seemed like the community could finally move on, but it didn't take long for chaos to erupt again. About a year later, in January of 2024, Genshin Impact announced this yearly update, introducing new fascinating features. Many of the Genshin creators were excited about what was coming, and they would even post reaction videos expressing their thoughts on the update. However, one tweet would soon emerge that derailed the conversation into a new direction. This tweet was made by another Genshin streamer named Zyox, who posted two contrasting clips side by side with the caption, "The duality of man." The first showed Doro44 reacting positively to the update, while the second one showed Tecton frustrated and negative, proving that the community was still divided. Not surprisingly, most fans would end up taking Doro's side and putting Tecton's on blast for his constant criticism. And in response to Tecton's reaction, Genshin Impact creator Fobmaster stepped into the chaos, calling out Tecton for putting people's livelihoods at risk. Initially, it seemed like another small disagreement, until Atsu joined in again by quoting a completely irrelevant tweet that read,
"Having a guy you don't like obsessed with you. Top 10 most horrible experiences in life."
And what came next was a long post directed at Tecton.
I said this already on stream, but to reiterate here, I thought it was unfair how Tecton and Doro amongst others got absolutely blasted by Twitter following Zionic's tweet. It was unprovoked, and I think it's bad if we act like people can't have their opinions, whether overly positive or overly negative, especially when they're not enforcing it on you. Having said that, the way Tecton has reacted to this by diverging the conversation, name dropping, throwing shots and spreading misinformation about content creators, including myself, and parts of the community he's bitter towards, just comes across as extremely insecure. I think it's clear to most that he's just milking content and viewership while parading himself to be some sort of noble advocate for change. This is the narrative he wants, and naturally his fans are going to eat it up. There's really not much you can do about it. It would be amazing if he could take his own attitude of assuming the worst of others and apply it to himself, because from the looks of it, he loathes this game and community, and he always looks miserable when referencing Genshin. So why do we find him repeatedly inserting himself in Genshin related things?
Atsu then decided to bring up his initial fallout with Tecton, saying,
"Many of you know he and I had a very public falling out because he didn't like what I had to say to him about walking towards self-destruction by repeatedly getting involved with drama and surrounding himself with yes men. For him, he thought this comment about self-destruction was about clout. I remember him dragging about getting into OTK as a rebuttal to my statement, but it was more so about his emotional and mental well-being, because every drama would just make him and others so miserable."
While this lengthy post sounded like a declaration of war, the last part would actually change the whole topic.
P.S. If you're reading this Tecton and your source for some of these claims you're making happens to be a guide maker that bears a personal grudge against me, please be aware. Maybe it's not who I think it is, but I'm certain you know who I'm referring to. My Discord DMs are still open if you ever wish for a private discussion.
While everyone wondered who this mystery guy was, 2 days later, Braxophone, a well-known guide maker, would reveal himself with a tweet saying,
"About Atsu, please tell me what I did, or move on."
And attached to the tweet was a now deleted 13-page Google Doc where Braxophone accused Atsu of spreading rumors and inciting hatred against him. He also mentioned Atsu didn't speak to him about the issue, but instead chose to post it on Twitter. The document detailed Braxophone and Atsu's first meeting at Anime New York in 2021, a friendly encounter that would later spiral into silence and avoidance. According to Brax, when he met Atsu, they took a friendly picture together, but by the next year something changed. Atsu began avoiding him. Even at that, Brax would later talk to Atsu, warning him about a certain voice actor who he'd heard was behaving inappropriate towards women. And later, during another anime expo party, Atsu allegedly avoided him again, and when it came to a group photo, Brax joined in, but once he left, Atsu reportedly called everyone back to take another picture without him. When Brax posted the original picture online, he was flooded with angry DMs, asking him to delete it because one of the creators actually didn't want her identity revealed. Confused by all of that, Brax then finally reached out to Atsu directly in a text, and the exchange that followed was rather unsettling.
"I wanted to ask you though, is there something I did, but I've really sort of felt like you might be avoiding interacting with? And if that's the case, I just want to know if there's something I did that you didn't like. Again, I don't really think everyone needs to be friends. I would like to at least not be on bad terms with people though. Hey Brax, I don't consider to be on bad terms with you, but I do keep you at arm's length simply because I don't really know you that well, and I found it a bit uncomfortable how eager you came across in trying to befriend me. It almost felt forceful post New York and even post LA. Certain tweets and actions I saw over time continue to reaffirm to me that it was probably indeed in my best interest to keep you at arm's length. Well, I would like to elaborate more. I can't say in good good faith that I trust you to respect certain degrees of privacy or to keep things truly confidential. I don't think you're a bad person, but I also don't think I can really vibe with you on a friend level. Thanks for the honesty.
Brax would also discover that he'd been blacklisted from Hoyoverse events, while everyone else in his circle received invites. And when he tried to clear the air again, Atsu had already blocked him everywhere. He then concluded his document with one final message.
I would have never said a word about it again if Atsu hadn't brought it up again. I genuinely can't believe he thinks I'm that evil, scheming to destroy the Genshin community and its creators via TikTok. Absolute insanity. You've already destroyed my mental health and relationships with plenty of people. I haven't talked about this with anyone in months. Leave me.
Dish, one of Atsu's closest friends, would then come forward saying,
I cannot speak to all the claims in this talk, and I'm processing it all, but I will tell you I was very confused by Atsu's distrust for you, and said so in the car after the Anime Expo party, where we all met, and unfortunately this is where my investment stopped. I heard passing comments about you here and there, but never bothered to ask questions or make up my own mind about the issue. I need to apologize to you, and take accountability for not paying more mind to the growing divide between Atsu and our friend circle, and you.
And this tweet alone turned the tide of the whole situation. For the first time since the drama started, people began to see Atsu not as a victim, but as the one behind all of the chaos. And Atsu would soon fire back with a lengthy post of his own, claiming Brax had always been obsessed with him, and that his warnings about the predatory voice actor were what originally made him distrustful. He would also accuse Brax of intentionally posting a video that revealed a private creator's identity, claiming that Brax didn't post it by mistake. He backed this accusation up with a screenshot of Brax's apology to the creator, where he said,
It's down, I'm so sorry. The good news is I don't think a lot of my audience aligns with you and Toronto, so things are probably safe. But yeah, I didn't know. Sorry. I hope everything is still under control.
But Atsu wasn't convinced by that, as he would then reference a tweet longer from Brax, where he said,
I'm not going to drop any names in relation to this, because I don't want to implicate them or share their stories before they're ready to come out themselves. And one of the parties, a specific creator that he may or may not want to protect, caused a lot of trouble for both Atsu and some of the girls at the party. Everyone is being told to shut up about it and not talk about all that happened. Maybe that's what Atsu meant when he said I couldn't keep things confidential, that I didn't keep secrets about harassment, peer pressure, and more.
And this would convince Atsu that Brax had been manipulating Tectone against him. Now a few months later, Atsu would release yet another document to clear his name. In it, he claimed he'd reached out both to Goose Egg and Braxophone to reconcile, and that he even showed Goose the section that talked about him before posting. Soon afterwards, Brax released what he called his final statement, confirming that he and Atsu finally squashed their beef. And once again, it seemed like everyone was able to move on, except for Atsu, who came up with another post, saying,
a lot of stuff has been taken out of context, not by Brax, but by Twitter and other creators in the name of content, which is just making things more difficult for both myself and Brax. Some things aren't even attributable to me in his document, but I can understand why he originally thought they were. I appreciate that he deleted the original tweet, now that many things have become clearer to the both of us. I know people are still gonna send me abuse, call me a manipulator, or say I manipulated Brax/Goose, but I've already lost friends over this drama and don't wish to burn any more bridges. I'm sad that many people who I thought were friends or I was on good terms with have judged my character without hearing my side in full, but it is what it is. Thank you to those who have waited extremely patiently for my side and stuck by me. To the friends that checked in on me, thank you. You don't understand how much that meant to me during such a public execution. My initial response wasn't enough. It was emotionally charged and also didn't have any receipts, and I owe everyone an apology for that.
The post ended with a shout out to his wife, thanking her for being his rock through it all. But Atsu still wasn't done. In June of 2024, he would post his infamous retirement tweet along with another long document. Inside the document, Atsu revealed that he attempted to leave this earth twice, that his wife had been unfaithful, leading to his divorce, and that his closest friends, the very people he'd protected, had betrayed him. Online, the post was quickly reduced to a cruel summary.
TLDR, Neko P cheated, Braxophone lied, Tectone is a horrible person. Bro, never trust these Genshin creators, man. They're all bad.
The next day, Goose Egg lashed out, saying,
we ended this casually and respectfully. I never brought your name up ever again on my stream, unless it was in good light, and said I hope you recover and do well, and that I genuinely am glad we could squash all our beef. Now I'm getting called two-faced, and we're double backing on all what we apparently handled together, and you thought I seriously matured. If you're going to spread misinformation on the internet again, after everything you did to me in the past, and completely destroyed my streaming, mental, and career to this day, and I still can't feel right streaming after all that happened to me, please leave me alone.
Then Braxophone followed up with a statement saying,
please stop lying about me. All this goes against what we spoke about on 101. I feel gaslit and betrayed. I'm sorry what happened to you, but I am not to blame.
Both Atsu and Brax would engage in more back and forth, but at this stage, the community had reached its breaking point. People simply begged them to make the fight private and end it once and for all. And finally, Atsu agreed with a tweet saying,
you're right, it's time to lock off. I've said my piece, and it's time to move on to healthier environments. Bridges have been burned, and it is what it is. I am deeply saddened and indeed in an emotional state. I'm sorry it dragged on for so long.
And while this was an insanely intense drama, what comes next is nothing short of harrowing.
When people saw who the English voice was, Chris Neosi.
On June 18, 2024, Honkai Star Rail dropped a bombshell that would send the whole gacha community into a frenzy, introducing brand new characters packed with exciting features and abilities. But of all the characters released on this day, the one known as Mose would be the start of one of the most disturbing cases ever seen in the community. While Mose stood out for its unique design, the fans also focused on it being a 4-star character instead of a 5-star. This is because Mose's role and kit looks too good for a 4-star, and this wave of excitement would continue to rise until a user dropped a comment that would turn the hype train into a different direction.
Please Google Chris Neosi. I'm shocked that he was given the role considering everything.
Right on the reveal post is the name Chris Niosi, and a quick Google search paints him as an American A-list voice actor, known for various works that earned him a cult following among younger audiences. But scroll just a little further and the tone shifts. A Tumblr post appears titled,
"It's time that I apologize for all the people I've hurt."
An apology post written by Chris. However, the story doesn't start there. On July 14th, 2019, a post appears on Tumblr titled,
"Chris Kerpover Niosi is an emotionally violent, terrible person."
And as disturbing as this title sounds, the content of the post is even darker.
Chris Niosi is violent, and people need to know the truth about him. My name is Amy, and I am hopefully his last ex-girlfriend. I dated him from September 2017 to April 2019, and it was a miserable experience to say the least. I try to be an open-minded person with an even more open heart, but that was a waste of effort, because this man is a piece of bad thing, and it is entirely his choice to be one.
Amy would then list the horrible things Chris did to her while they were dating, which includes blowing up at the smallest things, not taking responsibility for his bad behaviors, and absolute disrespect for Amy's bodily autonomy. Although we're not going to do a deep dive into the post, there are certain things in Amy's post worth mentioning, including the part where she says,
"I asked him to set boundaries with his ex, and he battled me so much that I asked him to cut contact completely. He fought tooth and nail to keep talking to her despite how much this bad deed was damaging, and he even called me the unreasonable one. She contacted him one day out of the blue, and he came to my office to take me out to lunch, only to keep me hostage in front of my office building that I must give him the blessing to respond to her. He refused to take no as an answer and was shouting at me. I felt forced to say yes, even though I truly did not want to, or else he would continue making a scene in front of my workplace."
One other point that would be relevant to the story is the 9th point on the post that reads,
"First of all, Chris Niosi was planning to intimately take advantage of me. When I was very intoxicated on my birthday last year, he even tried to tell a friend that he implied permission from me when confronted about it, which is absolutely not true. That only gave me confirmation he knew exactly what he was doing. Thankfully, I was aware enough at the time to tell him to back off, but it disturbs me to this day. He saw me being drunk on my birthday as an opportunity."
According to the lengthy post, after Amy broke up with Chris, he kept contacting her and would become even more toxic before eventually asking her to be his friends with benefits. And with these types of accusations, it wouldn't take long for the post to go viral. And one of the parts that got a lot of attention was where Amy implied that a lot of people have made similar accusations about Chris. And just a few scrolls downwards, a similar post from August 2016 would appear, titled "Publicly Acknowledging Your Wrongdoings," the Corbover 2016 edition, written by a user named Kalen Crow. Kalen Crow started his post with background information of how he met Chris back in 2004 and how he's been a horrible person since then. However, midway into the post, he says,
"If I chime in, I hope it makes a lick of difference, but there's a reason that the saying 'don't meet your heroes' exists. What you see of Chris Niosi online is the tip of the iceberg that he wants you to see. You're only privy to the 1% that Niosi has full control of. You will never meet someone more self-absorbed and selfish as Chris Niosi."
In this extensive expose, Kalen Crow detailed how he witnessed Chris being violent to so many people and how he would hurt everyone around him. And in a shocking revelation, he then mentioned how he'd actually called Chris out in 2014. But 2 years later, Chris was still keeping his head high and he never responded to the allegations. Now at the time, it wasn't clear if Chris saw the call-out post from 2014 and 2016. But Amy's post in 2019 gained so much unexpected traction that Chris decided to come forward, giving his side of the story.
"My name is Christopher Niosi, also known as Kerbover. I'm 30 years old, and for about half of my lifetime, I've horribly mistreated and abused friends, colleagues, and even my significant others. It is time that I addressed each and every one of these people and responded to their feelings with individual apologies for what I've done to hurt them. This contains a master post containing all of the appropriate posts in one location, so that the people they've been written for, along with anyone else who wishes to read them, can easily access the information."
His post made it clear that he was indeed called out in 2014, as he claims it made him want to leave the year. But according to him, Amy's post made things even worse, pushing him deeper into depression. Admittedly, Chris didn't respond the first time he got exposed, but now he believes writing an apology is a sign that he was getting better. In his response, Chris added links to apologies he made for the individuals he'd hurt and labels them with their names and relationships to him in the past, including former girlfriends, former employees, former colleagues, former friends, and former fans. He would then end the apology with a personal note to his victims, saying,
"To all of those whom these are meant for, I hope you will see them and read them. I have no expectation of what each of your individual feelings will be, but know that I tried to be as thorough as I possibly could, to take responsibility for all the things I know for certain I'd done to hurt each of you. I went through as much of your words for as many accounts I could find, and refreshed myself on, as well as recounting my own memories, to address as many problems relating to each of you personally as I could. I understand that in addition to probably not accepting these apologies, or forgiving me for any of my actions, that these might not be good enough in terms of how much I covered, the general detail of everything, my level of sincerity, and much more. I will not make excuses for if they are not to your satisfaction."
Now Chris would actually end up deleting all of his apology posts, but thanks to the Wayback Machine, everyone invested still got a chance to read each of them. However, for the sake of context, we'll only take a look at the apology post Chris wrote to Amy.
"Amy, I failed you. No amount of apology I could ever give will ever make up for that. You were justified to leave me, and you were actually equally justified to cut ties with me. I was a terrible partner and I made you feel awful. Thus, the absolute least I can do is to take full responsibility for my actions and respond to your feelings openly. I failed in treating you with real respect. You should not have to put up with my childish temper, day in and day out, and it's even worse that it made you fearful. It was never my intention to manipulate you, but that's no excuse. It was my fault you were ever made to feel this way. I should have taken more responsibility for my toxic behavior and changed. You did not at any point ever deserve to be treated that way, because none of it was your fault."
He then also addressed the birthday party incident, saying,
"Regarding what happened on your birthday, I never once believed I I had any form of implied permission to do anything like that to you. Somehow this wasn't communicated properly, and I deeply apologize for that. I swear to you, I never thought that. I never had any intention of doing such a thing. Even that aside, well, I know I've done a lot of horrible things, especially to you. I also know that I did not and would never, ever in my life try to intimately take advantage of anyone. But the fact that the takeaway from what I hoped was going to be a really special day for you is something as heinous as that, I have no words. I'm so sorry that I somehow gave you the impression that I had such intentions, and I'm sorry that I made you feel that way.
On the surface, it sounded like Chris owned up to his actions, but after Amy read his post, she responded with,
I read your post. I read it at least 5 times in fact, and I'm not impressed. This is an apology for being a bad boyfriend, not a violent boyfriend. Did you even notice that the words violent or violence don't even come up in your post? Of course you did. You're trying to pass this off as you being subpar at relationships, and not the fact that you were emotionally violent to me. You're dismissing the one thing people are concerned about. Claiming that what happened on my birthday was miscommunication is a weak excuse. Very, very weak. If you really want to go there, I will remind you that on June 11th, 2018, after Sony's E3 conference, I was drunk and you wanted to have intimacy. We attempted, and I decided that drunk intimacy wasn't for me, and said that I didn't wish to try that again. That was the rule we established. Drunk intimacy is off the table. And yet on my birthday, later that year, you saw how intoxicated I was, and thought you could try it anyway. Miscommunication? No, I don't think so. Not to mention you completely glossed over the part about how you kept me hostage in your car in front of my office building. Out of everything, that was honestly the most horrifying thing you did to me. You forced me to do something I didn't want to do. I was too afraid to leave the car and go back to work because I thought you would follow me out and scream at me the whole way for all my co-workers to see. You took advantage of me in a place that I had but no choice to give you what you wanted. Do you understand how wrong that is? Why didn't you talk about this in your apology?
On the same day, Chris tried to redeem himself by responding with another post.
Even in my wanting to set things right, I failed you yet again. I'm sorry. I will be more explicit. You're right. This is not merely about being a bad partner. Regardless of my intentions, my reasoning, my explanations, it does not change the fact that I was emotionally violent to you and left lasting damage on you. It haunts me that I did this to you. I deeply apologize for not illustrating what I meant about your point regarding what I did during your birthday. Once again, I broke a boundary that you clearly set, and I should have been aware of beyond a shadow of a doubt. I am mortified that I not only forgot the details of what happened, but that I ignorantly chose not to remember an important rule you'd asked of me and made you incredibly uncomfortable and continued to destroy our trust. I'm disgusted with myself over this particular point more than anything else, and I know that my apology I've presented so far has not been good enough. But if you believe nothing else, please believe me when I say, for all of the boundaries I disrespected, ignored, and stomped on, I had no intentions of ever forcing myself onto you, with or without any sort of implied permission.
He then continued saying how he felt bad about how he unintentionally manipulated Amy, while bringing up the fact again that he's been thinking about leaving this earth and seeing a therapist, to which Amy would then reply,
okay, I accept your apology, but I don't forgive you. That well is dried up, as you know. This is what you should have said from the start. Regardless, thank you for saying it. I still don't agree with you on every point you made, that your wrongful actions were unintentional. My mind won't be changed on that, but I'm not going to drill into it anymore. I've said what I needed to say, and I hope this will spark the change you desperately need. Treat other people right, you owe that to your fans, your friends, and yourself. Do better and be better. Godspeed.
And although Amy accepted Chris' apology, the internet didn't seem to move on for a year, forcing Chris to make a post on Twitter in November of 2020 talking about his healing process, and also trying to clear up things he believed were misunderstood.
I need to finally set the record straight about some very serious issues. I allowed the internet to distort the truth, which not only resulted in personal suffering, but created suffering for others related to the situation by extension. The narrative has been shifted into a slew of false accusations, and I feel this needs to be corrected. So I'm going to be as explicit as possible here. I've never forced myself on anyone. I've never beaten anyone. I've never stolen money or jobs from someone else. For all the mistakes I've made, I am not a criminal, period. Because of these falsehoods that have been mixed with the facts for well over an entire year, I've endured continual harassment, ridicule, death threats, and even more demanding, I leave this earth. It hasn't stopped. I'm continuing to do everything I can to make things right. So I ask that all of you who see this, please allow me and everyone else to collectively move on with our lives.
After this post, some voice actors including Zeno, who voices Zethos, showed their support with tweets attesting to the fact that Chris had indeed been working on himself. And with that, the dust settled for a while. Until 2024, when the tweet mentioned earlier surfaced on the internet again. While Chris was facing backlash in 2024, Griffin Puatu, who's the voice actor for Sunday, another character in Honkai Star Rail, would tweet in support of Chris saying,
I wanted to make a post regarding the Chris Nyosi situation. The reason why? Many of us had front row seats to everything that happened, and know that Chris has apologized, changed, and grown. We are happy he's working again, and gets to pursue a living for himself in an industry that he loves dearly. My hope in voicing support for Chris is to broaden the discussion and provide another side to the story. Right now, Twitter/X is drowning in negativity, with death threats and calls for his firing running rampant. This type of toxic discourse is why I left the platform back in 2023. I no longer post there. I keep an account to respond to casting calls and auditions for my job, but I refuse to add fuel to the heaping trash fire that it is. I know posting this puts me at risk of the same sort of vitriol that Chris is facing right now. I would rather stand up for my colleague than remain silent.
Now this post actually only worsened Chris' situation, attracting even more negative attention across different social medias. And so on July 22nd, 2024, Chris eventually tendered his resignation from his role. But while it seemed like the most disturbing case in the gacha community has just been concluded, what comes next is even more brutal.
A Genshin Impact English voice actor accused of misconduct.
On February 7th, 2023, a Twitter user known as Fredcore would post a series of tweets accompanied by a Google Doc detailing some disturbing allegations against Elliot Gindi, the English voice actor behind the Genshin Impact character named Tainari. This post would send shockwaves throughout the Genshin Impact community, but before anyone could actually dismiss the allegations as another internet troll, Fredcore would follow up with a tweet that silenced much of that doubt.
By the way, I'm not just some rando. I was one of Elliot's main Twitch and Discord moderators. That's how I got all of this information.
For context, Elliot Gindi is an American English voiceover artist known for iconic roles, like Billy and Team Yell in Pokemon Journeys, the series. But again, his major breakthrough would come from voicing Tainari on Genshin Impact. And ironically, while the role pushed him to an even bigger audience, it would be responsible for his downfall as well. Within hours after Fredcore's post went up, the community would erupt in complete chaos. But then Google would suddenly remove the document for violating the terms of service. However, Fredcore wasn't done. Shortly after confirming that the document had been taken offline, a new link would surface, this time containing a series of shocking private conversations between Elliot Gindi and multiple individuals. And what those messages revealed would change everything. The first case in Elliot's expose centers on an individual known as Toki, a younger person who identifies as an ace at the time they met Elliot, which is somebody who experiences little or no attraction to others. Toki had joined Elliot's server as an ordinary fan, but that quickly changed after Elliot learned about Toki's struggles with mental health. Soon their interactions would go from professional to personal, and then disturbingly intimate. Elliot would move their conversations to WhatsApp, where he asked Toki to record himself getting intimate with a girl. Now Toki would decline that, but despite this very weird request, their friendship would somehow keep growing stronger, with Toki opening up to Elliot about the time he was taken advantage of while he was much younger. But instead of sympathizing with Toki, Elliot would try to exploit him as well.
He told me he had his eye on me from the first day and was just waiting until I was closer to 18. He would even ask me things like if I had fantasies of being exploited, or if I would let him have his way with me in my sleep, all while knowing that I'd been a victim of that just a year prior.
And all of this was happening while Toki wasn't an adult yet. And even though he told Elliot about his age and the fact that he wasn't interested in any form of intimacy, Elliot still consistently manipulated him into believing he was crazy, using his PPD diagnosis against him. Over time, Toki would grow uncomfortable and slowly drift away from Elliot, but shortly afterwards, Toki would then fall into a mental health spiral, giving Elliot the opportunity to infiltrate his life once again. But it wouldn't take long before Toki would find out that he wasn't the only victim, and it was this realization that motivated him to open up to one of Elliot's moderators. Unfortunately, Elliot successfully manipulated Toki into deleting his messages, so by the time it would come out to expose Elliot, there wasn't enough evidence to back up his claim. But the next story about him was different. It came with so much evidence that even Elliot fans were forced to agree that he was guilty. This victim was a young fan named Kazuya, who claimed to have been obsessed with both the character Tainari and the voice actor behind the character.
I was following the English voice actor for a while, but I didn't exactly reach out to him. I would watch his streams, etc. One day I wanted to share my Tainari art with him and send him on the Instagram DMs. We talked normally for a while, and then he turned the vanish mode on to ask me for my explicit pictures. It went for a while, and he kept asking for more and more stuff. Videos, voices, and very disgusting requests. He would also ask me to do it with my girlfriends and share the footage with him. I did whatever he asked because I was heavily associating him with the character I was so obsessed with, and made me feel like I was getting closer to him.
In the screenshot Kazuya shared, Elliot wrote,
"Good girl. I don't mind if you get with girls as long as they're cute and hot and share. I want to be enough for you though. You are, baby. I'm just saying, I don't mind you getting girls. It's hot."
The next screenshot shows Elliot discussing his meetings with Kazuya, saying,
"I'm going to be really intimate with you when we meet. Hope you come to the US soon. If you come to the US, get yourself tested first, so I don't have to use protection."
In another screenshot, Kazuya would notice that Elliot had saved some of the messages she sent to him, but when Kazuya asked why, Elliot just apologized, promising it would never happen again. And this seemed to be the end of Kazuya's story, but the next victim came with a truckload of more screenshots that were even more disturbing. And it's the conversation between Elliot and another younger person named Faru, who also went by Doe or Basil. In the first screenshot, Elliot can be seen telling Faru he couldn't wait to get his hands on her, before asking her to do stuff to herself until she was done. Faru refused, citing her age, and Elliot started apologizing profusely, but it wouldn't take long for him to resume the same kind of explicit conversation, despite now being aware that Faru was only at the time. And from there, things would only get worse.
"When's your birthday?" "On June 9th, haha, 6-9. Yours?" "January 29th. "Oh, no wonder you're so pretty." "Oh my god, thank you. What if I gave you a 6-9 birthday gift on your 6-9 birthday? Cake made from substance included."
The conversation took an even darker turn after Faru confided in Elliot about someone who was being inappropriate with her. At first, Elliot would show sympathy, saying,
"I'm worried about you. You should report him. There are anonymous resources online. I think I'll check. Where exactly did he touch you? That's vile. How did it feel?"
But the next minute, his concern twisted into something horrifying as he began using the same trauma as an opportunity to exploit Faru.
"Let me come and do stuff to you. You're into that, right? Since you let your mom's friend do stuff to you."
Shocked and horrified, Faru would reply saying,
"Elliot, no, that's not okay. We can call again and watch stuff if you want. I'll make more fan art."
But the cycle didn't stop there. Elliot would end up repeating the same pattern with other victims too, manipulating, gaslighting, and preying on them. One of them was Vani, formerly known as Maya, another fan who also texted Elliot when he was very young. The two would pretty much talk to each other every day until Maya got busy with her studies, and that was when all hell broke loose.
"Hello, hi, how's it going? Could have been better. Oh, how come? We just don't talk as much anymore. It's making me sad. Oh well, you know, we do have very different different time zones and have school to attend to, but I promise to try to talk to you more. What kind of excuse is that? Excuse me? I mean, I'm important to you, aren't I? So you should make time for me no matter what. But I told you I can't talk much because of school? I don't care about your schoolwork. If I'm actually important to you and you're a real fan, you would make time for me, even if it means to skip one of your classes. Got it? Well, if I'm not that important to you, then I guess I should just game end myself. What? No, please don't. Elliot, I'm sorry, okay? I promise to talk to you more. Just please, don't do that.
After that incident, their relationship took a turn for the worse, especially after Elliot sent Maya an explicit image of himself and demanded one in return.
I need some comfort, but Elliot, prove it. How? Show me an explicit picture of yourself. What? No.
Maya would stop responding to Elliot's messages altogether, and just as he had always done in the past, he threatened to leave this earth and would even send a picture of himself attacking himself. And that was the final nail in the coffin for Maya, as she would cut him off completely. After Maya tried to expose him in a now deleted tweet, Elliot tracked Maya down on Discord and threatened her using the personal information he'd gathered. And as more and more people came forward, Elliot would try to shut them up by threatening to hurt them. But when his tactics didn't work, he decided to release a tweet longer, apologizing for his actions.
I'm deeply sorry for those I hurt. It was never my intention to hurt anyone. I tried to keep it above board. I thought everything was consensual and safe. I tried to tell myself I could make it ethical with clear communication and boundaries. I was so wrong and I realized this, which is why I try to come clean to everyone I know. Log off and get therapy. What is true? All of the screenshots of the chat logs. Yes, all of the cringy explicit talk. Yes, I did threaten to leave this earth if it got out. I didn't think through the severity of that. I'm sorry. What is not true? That I knowingly did anything with anyone not of age. That I did not respect someone's pronoun changes. I was not waiting for someone younger to become older. I flatly rejected them.
Then on February 16th, 2023, the moment everyone was waiting for finally arrived. HoYoverse released an official statement addressing the situation.
Dear travelers, after communications with the voice recording agency, we hereby confirm that Elliot Gindi, the English voice actor for Tainari, will no longer be voicing the character in subsequent versions due to a breach of contract.
This statement brought a wave of relief across the community, and for the first time in weeks, the comment section was filled with messages of gratitude and support. And last but not least, I'm going to talk about horror movies and their real-life counterpart. In 2017, the blockbuster movie Veronica was produced and released. It follows a teenage girl in Madrid who accidentally summons a demonic presence after performing a seance with a Ouija board during a solar eclipse. Soon, terrifying supernatural events take over her home and threaten her younger siblings as the entity grows stronger. The film has become infamous as the scariest movie on Netflix, with reports claiming that only about 1 out of 100 viewers managed to finish it, and even viewers took to social media to complain that it had left them quaking and sleepless. But as horrifying as the movie was, it still wasn't as disturbing as the real story. In real life, the entire incident takes us to a small home in Spain, in a small neighborhood called Vallecas, where the actual Veronica character lived. Her name was Estefania Gutierrez Lazaro. Estefania lived with her mother, father, and younger brothers and sisters. She was an ordinary person who got wrapped up in an event that completely altered the course of her life. And it all began when she and her friends started messing around with a Ouija board. In the film, Veronica tries to speak to her dead father. They went into the basement of their school with their Ouija board, while the nuns and the rest of the students watched the eclipse on the roof. But in real life, Estefania and her friends were trying to contact the dead boyfriend of one of her friends. He'd passed away in a motorcycle accident. At first, nothing happened. They were giggling and whispering like normal teenagers. But suddenly, one of the strictest nuns in the school barged into the basement, catching them in the middle of the seance. She got angry and shouted at them for summoning spirits in school before grabbing the board and breaking it in half. And this turned out to be a very huge mistake, because the next moment, a small cloud of white smoke would emerge from the broken board, moving straight toward Estefania's face. It was as if it entered her nose and mouth. And from then on, Estefania's life was never the same. Days after the seance, Estefania started having strange episodes, seizures, and panic attacks. And sometimes she would stare at nothing for long minutes, and other times she shook like she was freezing. She would also scream without knowing why. Her mother took her to a lot of doctors. They couldn't explain the seizures, and they couldn't explain these sudden panic attacks. And overall, they just couldn't explain her strange behavior. Estefania told her mother that dark shadows with no faces stood around her bed at night, whispering, and that these shadows came every night and got worse over time. In the movie, Veronica also sees similar dark shapes, but multiple times throughout the day, unlike Estefania, who experienced it mostly at night. Now, her mother tried to comfort her, but nothing helped. Estefania became weaker as the months passed, and she could no longer attend school. Instead, she would sleep during the day and wake up screaming at night. Now, whenever she was able to catch some sleep, Estefania would feel someone touch her feet while she slept, and sometimes she would even hear voices calling her name. Other times she growled or cried out of nowhere, and they tried everything they could, doctors, therapists, and even visits to the church, but nobody actually had answers. And then on August 14th, 1991, after months of fear and confusion, Estefania suddenly collapsed. Her body shook violently, and her mother rushed her to the hospital, and her seizure turned into a coma, but the doctors couldn't actually save her. She died the next day. She was only 18 years old. And the most shocking part of the story was that the doctors couldn't even explain the cause of death. There was no serious sickness, no injury, and no medical reason that made sense. Her death was listed as sudden and unexplained. Her family believed the darkness would leave her after she died. They thought that the shadows followed her and not them, but actually the opposite happened. After her death, the strange activity inside the house became worse than ever. Now in the movie, Veronica's story ends quickly after her final moment, but in real life, the nightmare continued continued long after the girl was gone. At home, the situation grew even more frightening. Her brothers and sisters said that they heard knocking on the walls at night. Doors opened themselves and lights went off for no reason. And her parents claimed that they sometimes even heard someone walking in the hallway even when everyone was asleep. Now her siblings claimed that they saw a tall, shadowy figure standing at the end of the hallway at night. Her mother also said that she heard someone whispering "Mama" in Estefania's old room, but when she got there it was simply empty. And even her father revealed that somebody pushed him while he slept, even though no one else again was in the room. One day even a picture of Estefania that hung on the wall suddenly caught on fire from the inside, and only the image burned. The glass covering the picture didn't break, and the wall behind it stayed untouched. And of course her family couldn't explain how this could have happened. They said it felt like the house was angry. In 1992 things became even worse. One night Estefania's mother woke up and felt something heavy pressing down on her. She said it felt like invisible hands were grabbing her feet and arms, and she struggled until the feeling finally stopped. And this frightening moment made the family call the police for help. Now the police arrived at 2:40 a.m. and they found the entire family crying and shaking outside the building, too scared to actually step back inside. So the officers went in themselves, and what they saw became one of the most famous police reports in Spain's history. The officers claimed they saw a wooden closet shaking by itself, as well as a heavy table moving across the room without no one touching it. The doors of the cupboards were opening and closing, and an unidentified slimy object dripped from the bedside table. One officer said he felt someone tap him on his shoulder. When he turned around, nobody was actually there. They also heard loud knocks coming from inside the walls, even though the apartment was empty and quiet. The police had no explanation for any of this, but they wrote everything down in their official report. And this was one of the biggest reasons that this case became so famous, because the police themselves said strange things had happened. After the police visit, the family could no longer stay in the apartment. The fear was too overwhelming. The children couldn't sleep, and their parents were exhausted. And so they quickly packed their things and moved away, leaving some belongings behind because they were too scared to take them. In their minds, the darkness belonged to that house, not to them. But what comes next is even more shocking, because it didn't come from an unknown entity, but an enemy disguised as a friend.
By the time school started, the rumors were all out. Where's Elise?
It's September 18, 2009. Hollywood director Karen Kusama and writer Diablo Cody have just released their highly anticipated movie, Jennifer's Body. The comedy horror film follows the story of two best friends, Jennifer and Needy, who find themselves in the most horrific situation imaginable. One night, a band attempted to sacrifice Jennifer to become famous, but the ritual went horribly wrong, and so Jennifer became possessed by a demon and would start eating boys in order to survive. But while Diablo Cody has never outright confirmed that the film was based on real events, there's a deeply unsettling case that bears an eerily close resemblance to the movie's plot. It's the night of July 2nd, 1995. In the quiet coastal town of Arroyo Grande, California, a young girl named Elise Marie Powler steps out of her house after receiving a phone call from a friend. She tells her parents that she'll be only gone for a few minutes, but Elise never comes home. Hours later, the streets grow silent, but somewhere near her neighborhood, 3 teenage boys are committing one of the most shocking and senseless killings in California history. In the months before that night, Elise became friends with 3 boys who lived nearby: Jacob Delaschmut, Joseph Fiorella, and Royce Cassie. At first, they just seemed like normal teenagers who were into music. Now Elise knew that they drank and smoked, and she didn't mind. But as time went on, she learned more about the things they were truly obsessed with, which was heavy metal music. What she wasn't aware of, however, was their obsession with dark symbols, Satanism, and the occult. The boys wanted to start their own band, which they called Hatred, and they were heavily influenced by the American metal band Slayer, especially songs like Altar of Sacrifice, which included lyrics such as "a ritual with a pure sacrifice" and "Satan's slaughter, ceremonial killing." Slayer formed in 1981 and was known for using dark themes in their music and style, and the boys wanted to be just like them. But no matter how hard they tried, their band never actually became popular. They were known only in their neighborhood, and nothing significant came from their music. And that's when Joseph came up with a disturbing idea. He told the others that if they wanted money, fame, and real success, they needed to make a sacrifice to the devil. And Joseph claimed that their sacrifice had to be a young person who had never been intimate with anyone. At first, Jacob and Royce thought the idea was too extreme and too strange to take seriously. But over time, Joseph actually managed to convince them, and slowly, all 3 boys agreed to the plan. Elise became their chosen target because she was young, accessible, and fit the criteria Joseph had described. And so on the night of July 22nd, when she received the call from one of the boys, they told her that they just wanted to hang out and maybe smoke and talk for a while. And a short time later, she met them at a eucalyptus grove in the Poma Mesa. They sat together, talked, and smoked, and everything seemed normal, and there was nothing to make her think that she was in danger. But as the minutes passed, something shifted. The boys grew unusually quiet, and then, without warning, they carried out the plan they'd secretly discussed for months. Jacob grabbed a belt and wrapped it around Elise's neck. Joseph followed, using a hunting knife to stab her. And after that, Jacob and Royce also used their knives, attacking her again and again. And even after all of this, Elise was still fighting to survive. She hadn't passed away yet, but Royce then stepped forward and pressed down hard on the back of her neck. And when the boys were certain that Elise had stopped breathing, Jacob then tried to remove her underwear because they talked about harming her further, but Royce actually stopped them. In the end, they dug a shallow hole, placed Elise's body inside, and covered it and left. Now when Elise didn't come home, her parents immediately filed a missing person report, and within days, her disappearance gained local attention. Her family distributed flyers and searched tirelessly for her daughter, and for 8 long months, Elise was in those woods while her parents held onto the hope that she might still be alive. Meanwhile, the boys stayed silent. They visited the burial site several times, sometimes even out of curiosity, other times simply for the thrill of it. But everything changed on March 14th, 1996. Royce Casey walked into the police station and confessed to everything. He said he'd found God and needed to clear his conscience, and then led the officers to Elise's burial site. And after nearly a year of searching, Elise's family finally had answers, though not the outcome they prayed for. Following Royce's confession, all three boys were arrested, and during questioning, they each gave similar accounts of what had happened that night. They were initially charged as juveniles, but due to the brutality of the crime, they were moved to adult court, and all three were then charged with second-degree murder and ultimately pleaded guilty. At sentencing, Royce Casey received 25 years to life in prison. Jacob Delashmuth received 26 years to life, and Joseph Fiorella also received 26 years. But the story didn't end there. In November 1996, Elise's parents filed a lawsuit against the band's slate. They believed the band's violent lyrics had influenced the boys and contributed to their daughter's death, and they argued that some songs even sounded like instructions on how to torture or kill someone. But when the actual case went to court, the judge ruled that there was no legal basis to hold Slater responsible, and the lawsuit was actually dismissed. The Pollard family then tried again, claiming the lyrics were
harmful to small humans.
But that case was also thrown out. The court ruled once again that the band couldn't be blamed for Elise's death. Now in 2025, the case actually resurfaced in the public eye, because on July 1st, 2025, Jacob Delashmuth, now 47 years old, was released on parole, and about a month later, Royce Casey was also released. But the third accomplice, Joseph Fiorella, now 45, remains incarcerated. What comes next, however, was a brutal case of a murder that took even the religious leaders to court.
She never did receive complete deliverance from the demonic oppression, and then she eventually died.
In 2005, the movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose was released. Many people thought it was just another scary movie full of demons and dramatic scenes, but it was more than that. The movie was inspired by a real young girl from Germany whose life, suffering, and death became one of the most famous and saddest exorcism cases in modern history. Her name was Anneliese Michel, and to understand what happened to her, we have to go back to the very beginning. Anneliese Michel was born on September 21st, 1952, in a small German town called Liebling, in the region of Bavaria. Her family was deeply Catholic. They prayed every day, went to church often, and believed strongly in sin, heaven, and hell. Her mother, Anna, was very strict. She expected her children to behave, to pray, and to follow religious rules very carefully. And even though the home was very strict, Anneliese was known as a sweet, quiet girl. She was smart, worked hard in school, and wanted to become a teacher. She loved learning and always tried to do what she believed was right. Nothing seemed unusual about her childhood, and her future looked even bright, and her teachers believed that she would do very well in life. But everything changed when she turned 16. One morning, while she was sitting in class, her body suddenly stiffened. She fell to the ground, shaking uncontrollably, unable to speak or breathe normally. Her classmates were terrified, and teachers rushed in to help her. Her eyes rolled back and foam came from her mouth. No one actually knew what was happening, and so she was taken into the hospital. And after several tests, the doctors told her family that Anneliese had temporal lobe epilepsy. Now, temporal lobe epilepsy is a condition where the brain has sudden bursts of abnormal activity, and these bursts can cause seizures, strange visions, and intense emotional changes. People with this condition can sometimes hear things that aren't there or feel as if unseen forces are around them. Some even report feeling a presence or experiencing intense fear for no particular reason. Now, doctors prescribed her a medicine called Dilantin, which was supposed to control the seizures. And after a few weeks, she also began taking paraziazine, a medication used to treat schizophrenia, agitation, and delusional behavior. They told her that she would be okay if she just stayed on her meds. And for a while, things seemed to be better. But soon, new problems began. Not long after her first seizure, Anneliese started hearing noises at night. She said that she heard knocking on the walls, scratching under her bed, and whispering voices that she couldn't understand. She also felt something heavy pressing against her chest in the dark. She could hardly sleep anymore, and instead, she stayed awake most nights, praying the rosary over and over again until the sun came up. These events frightened her, but what frightened her even more was how she began reacting to religious objects. One day when Anneliese tried to walk into a church, her body froze. She felt sick, almost like she wanted to throw up. She said the crucifix on the wall made her feel burning pain, and holy water stung her skin like acid. This made no sense to her or to her family, because Anneliese had always loved going to church. She'd always felt safe there, and now she could hardly step inside. Her mother grew worried, but she also believed that when strange things happen around holy objects, it might mean something spiritual is going on. But still, the family took Anneliese back to the doctors. They believed her reactions were signs of depression and psychosis mixed with epilepsy, and so the doctors increased her medicine, changed her treatments, and tried different approaches. But nothing helped. Her symptoms only grew stronger. At night, she saw twisted faces laughing at her, and she said they looked like evil, like demons. And sometimes during the day, she smelled terrible odors that no one else could smell, like burned ashes or rotten soil. Her prayers became longer and more desperate, and she began kneeling over and over again on the floor until her skin bruised and her knees swelled. Her parents didn't know what to do anymore. problem. And so they turn to the Catholic Church for help, asking for an exorcism. But the church actually doesn't give permission for exorcisms easily, as the priest must be completely sure that the person is truly possessed, and they had to have ruled out all of the mental illnesses first. And so the church actually told the family to continue medical treatment, and so they did. For 5 long years, Annalise stayed on the medicine. She saw doctor after doctor, but her suffering only grew worse. She became quieter, thinner, and more afraid. She told people that voices followed her everywhere, and that something inside her wanted to control her actions. And she begged for help, saying that she no longer knew what was real and what was not. And at last, in 1974, a priest named Father Ernst Alt visited her. He'd heard about her strange behavior and wanted to see if anything spiritual could be involved. And when he met her, he later wrote a letter to the bishop saying Annalise didn't look like an epileptic. He believed she needed an exorcism. And so the next year, Annalise wrote a letter to Father Ernst Alt in 1975, saying,
I am nothing. Everything about me is vanity. What should I do? I have to improve. You pray for me.
She also once told him,
I want to suffer for other people, but this is so cruel.
Now the bishop, Joseph Stangl, still needed more proof. And so another priest, Father Rodwig, also visited and wrote a long report arguing that Annalise showed signs of real possession. Now at first, the bishop only allowed a small prayer ritual, not a full exorcism. But in September 1975, after reading more reports and hearing more from Father Alt, Bishop Joseph finally gave permission for a major exorcism, but he ordered it to be kept secret. Now the main exorcist was Father Arnold Renz, assisted by Father Alt, and the exorcism began on September 24th, 1975. On that day, Annalise began increasingly speaking about
dying to atone for the wayward youth of the day and the apostate priests of the modern church.
And this was the start of a 10-month struggle that would end in tragedy. Each session lasted up to 4 hours. The priest prayed, asked questions, sprinkled holy water, and read ancient Latin prayers from the Ritual Romano, and they recorded each session, which amounted to 67, and also gathered more than 40 hours of audio over time. Now during these months, Annalise's behavior became even more extreme. The priest said she spoke in deep growling noises that didn't sound like her own, and they claimed that several demons inside her gave their names. Among the names she shouted were Lucifer, Cain, Judas, Nero, Hitler, and a priest named Fleischmann, who'd lived hundreds of years earlier. And this is her normal voice.
Ja, ich will auch für die anderen leiden, damit die nicht mehr kommen und so. Aber dass das dann so schlimm ist und so grausam und so furchtbar.
Her family said she ate insects, screamed for hours, and tore apart rosaries. And she could barely sleep or eat. Her health worsened quickly. Even her weight dropped below 70 pounds, and her face grew hollow. Sometimes she couldn't even walk without help. Now Annalise's family stopped bringing her to medical appointments, since they believed that she needed spiritual help instead of medicine. And Annalise herself begged for the exorcisms to continue, saying she wanted to suffer for others, and that this was her mission. But by June 1976, she was extremely weak. Her legs couldn't even hold their own up, and she refused food. Still, she continued praying, whispering to God between long moments of pain and confusion. On July 1st, 1976, after almost a year of exorcisms, Annalise Michel died in her home. She was only 23. Her autopsy showed that she died from starvation and dehydration, and she weighed about 66 pounds. The doctor said she could have been saved if she just received medical care even 1 week before her death. Now, her passing shocked Germany, but the strangest parts of the case would soon surface after the state began an investigation. In 1976, the government charged her parents and both priests with negligent homicide, meaning they were blamed for causing her death by failing to get medical help. And the trial began in 1978 and became national news. The courtroom was packed every day, and the people argued about whether Annalise had been mentally ill or truly possessed. Doctors testified that she wasn't possessed at all. They said everything she experienced could be explained by epilepsy, psychosis, and the stress of a strict religious upbringing. But the defense argued that her family and the priest believed that they were helping. They said that they'd followed her wishes and also played the tapes from the exorcisms, letting the courtroom hear the growls, cries, and strange voices. Now in the end, the court found Annalise's parents and both priests guilty of negligent homicide. However, the judge said that the parents had suffered enough, so none of them actually went to jail. The priest, however, received suspended prison sentences and several years of probation. Now, even after the trial ended, her story continued to spread around the world, inspiring books, documentaries, and movies. The most famous was the 2005 movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose, which told a fictionalized version of the events. Now, after the trial, the Annalise family asked the authorities for permission to dig out her body. They felt she'd been buried too quickly and in a cheap coffin. And so nearly 2 years later, on February 25th, 1976, 1978, her remains were taken from the original grave and placed in the outer cemetery, Klingenberg. On June 6, 2013, a fire engulfed the house where the Michel family had lived. And although the local police determined that it was a case of arson, some people in the neighborhood claimed that the home had long carried a dark, uneasy energy connected to Annaliese's suffering. No suspect was ever publicly identified, and the true motive behind the blaze remains unknown. Annaliese's father, Joseph Michel, died in 1999, and in a 2006 interview, her mother, Anna Michel, stated that she did not regret her actions, saying,
"I know we did the right thing because I saw the sign of Christ on her hands."
This next case, however, takes us into a house where something evil was lurking in every room. It was so disturbing that the home's address was eventually changed.
30 years ago, a truly horrifying crime was committed here, when 6 members of the DeFeo family were shot dead in a single night.
The Amityville Horror is a 1979 American supernatural horror movie directed by Stuart Rosenberg, starring James Brolin, Margaret Kidder, and Rod Steiger. The movie follows a young couple, George and Kathy Lutz, who purchased a home unaware that it had been the site of a gruesome mass murder just a year earlier. And after moving in, they began experiencing terrifying supernatural events that eventually drove them out after just 28 days. On Ocean Avenue in Amityville, New York, stood a beautiful Dutch colonial home with 5 bedrooms, a boathouse, a pool, and a huge yard. It was occupied by the Defoe family: Ronald, Louise, his wife, and their 5 children. Ronald Jr., known as Butch, Dawn, Allison, Mark, and John Matthew. Wealthy, respected, and Italian-American Catholics who attended church every Sunday. But inside the house, things were far from perfect. Ronald Sr. was controlling and extremely strict, and his temper could turn dinner time into chaos within seconds. And at the center of the family's problems was Butch, the oldest son. He was just like his father, angry, reckless, and spiraling out of control. He often lashed out at his father, and even at his friends. And concerned, the family took him to a psychiatrist, but Butch refused to admit anything was wrong, and eventually the visits dropped. Trying to calm him, his family even gave him money and gifts, which included a $14,000 speedboat. But the more they rewarded him, the worse his behavior became. By the age of 17, Butch was using substances, and his violent behavior would get so bad that it got him expelled from school. But despite everything, his parents continued to reward him. At 18, Butch started working at his grandfather's car dealership, where very little was expected of him, and his father still gave him a weekly allowance, regardless of how much work he did. But instead of acting responsibly, Butch of course spent his money on alcohol and other substances. In 1974, angry about what he felt was a low salary, Butch decided to steal money from the dealership. After his father trusted him with a deposit of over $20,000 in October of that year, Butch and a friend would stage a fake robbery, take the money, and split it between themselves. At first, the plan worked, until the police came to the dealership to talk to him, and instead of answering their questions calmly, Butch suddenly got very angry, and so the police started to think that he wasn't telling the truth. So they asked him to come to the station to look at the pictures of possible suspects, but he refused to comply, and this made his father suspicious. And when he confronted Butch about not cooperating with the officers, Butch threatened to kill him, and it wasn't an empty threat. At 3:15 a.m. on November 13, 1974, Butch picked up a .35 caliber Marlin rifle, walked from room to room, and brutally ended the lives of his entire family as they slept, starting with his father, then his mother, and finally his 4 siblings, one by one. The next day, Butch went to work as if nothing had happened. He even called home, pretending to be confused why his father hadn't shown up, and he left work around noon, spent time with his friends, and tried to build an alibi by telling them he couldn't reach anyone at home. At 6 p.m., Butch then walked into a local bar and shouted,
"You gotta help me. I think my mother and father were shot."
And when police arrived at the home, they found 6 bodies still lying in bed, all face down, all shot. According to officers, none of them showed signs of struggle. And when detectives asked Butch who could have done it, he blamed a mafia hitman named Louis Fellini, saying they had a past conflict at the dealership. He said he'd been watching TV late at night, left for work early, and assumed his family was alive when he left. And so police placed him in protective custody while they searched for other suspects. At first, the investigators actually believed him, but as they questioned him further, inconsistencies began to pile up. And the very next day, Butch finally confessed. He explained that after killing his family, he took a bath, changed clothes, and went to work, and later returned to the bar to stage the discovery of his killed family. He even took the police to the place where he discarded his blood-stained clothing, the rifle, and the cartridges. During the trial, Butch's defense attorney argued that he'd been possessed by an evil entity, that the house itself had forced him to commit the crime. But of course, the jury didn't actually believe it. And by the end of the trial, he was found guilty of 6 counts of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. But just because Butch was behind bars didn't mean the story was over, because only a year later, in 1975, George Lutz, his wife Kathy Lutz, and their 3 children moved into the same house. But it didn't take long for them to realize that whatever had driven Butch to kill his family was still there. When the Lutz family moved in, many of the Defoe's belongings were still inside, the furniture and even the crucifixes hanging on the walls. It felt like a dream house until the house began to wake up. It started small, cold spots, windows that refused to stay closed, strange smells like old perfume mixed with decay. But then came the sounds. At night, doors slammed by themselves, and Kathy woke up to footsteps in the hallway, but no one was ever there. And every night at exactly 3:15 a.m., the time the Defoe's were killed, George George woke up drenched in sweat, feeling as though someone was staring at him. And George, who was normally calm and reserved, began to change. He grew irritable, paranoid, and became obsessed with chopping wood to keep the house warm, even when it wasn't cold. Now one night he heard the sound of a band playing downstairs, but when he went to check the living room, no one was there, although the rug had been rolled up and the furniture moved, as if someone had cleared space for dancing. As for Kathy, she started having nightmares about the family that lost their lives. The dreams were so vivid that she felt like she was witnessing them firsthand, and sometimes she even woke up with deep scratches across her body. And the children also said they'd made a new friend, a little girl named Jody, whom no one else could see. Now as the days passed, the house grew more violent. One night, Kathy was said to have levitated off the bed, while the crucifix on the wall flipped upside down. And so terrified, but with nowhere else to go, the Lutz family invited a priest named Father Ralph Pecoraro to bless the home. But during the blessing, he heard a deep voice hiss, "Get out!" And horrified, he left. And after that, things got even worse. Flies appeared in the middle of winter, black stains oozed from keyholes, and George claimed he once walked into the living room and saw the outline of a pig's face with glowing red eyes staring at him through a window. And with everything happening, the Lutz family lasted only 28 days in the house. And so on January 14, 1976, they fled in the middle of the night, leaving everything behind. And when the Lutz haunting became public, it spread instantly. Paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren, famous for their works on hauntings, arrived to investigate, and Lorraine felt a presence of pure evil the moment she entered the house. Apparently a demonic force that was so powerful she became physically ill, and they would later conduct a psychic investigation but couldn't actually figure out anything. A year later, the Lutz family told their story to writer Jay Anson, who turned it into the best-selling book The Amityville Horror, and Hollywood then adapted the book into the legendary movie. Since the 1970s, the Amityville house has changed owners multiple times. Some repainted the famous quarter moon windows to make it less recognizable, and others changed the address from 112 to 108 Ocean Avenue, trying to erase the legend altogether. As for Butch, he passed away in prison in 2021, and until his final days, he insisted that something dark had taken over him that night. However, what comes next is a real-life nightmare of a woman that haunted her victims in broad daylight.
Next thing she knows, a gun pointed at her, and there's a man looking at her through the window.
The movie Wolf Creek is a brutal Australian horror film about three backpackers who run into a sadistic killer, Mick Taylor, played by the actor John Jarrett. After their cars break down in the remote outback near Wolf Creek National Park, their trip turns into a horrifying fight for survival as they try to escape his isolated camp and the horrors he puts them through. But the story didn't just come from one real event, it was inspired by two different true crime cases in Australia. In the early 1990s, many young people from different countries visited Australia. They carried large backpacks and moved from place to place exploring the forests and deserts. They were called backpackers, and at the time, Australia was seen as a friendly, peaceful place. Many people thought nothing bad could happen there. But around 1990 to 1993, terrible things began to occur to travelers in New South Wales, near a place called Belanglo State Forest, as people would start to go missing there. One by one, backpackers started disappearing. Some were from Germany, others from the United Kingdom, and even native Australians traveling inside their own country. And the police were simply confused. These missing travelers came from different places, but what connected them all was simple, and they all passed close to Belanglo Forest. On September 19th, 1992, a couple of runners training for a race went into the forest, and while running, they saw something strange sticking out of the ground. It was a bone. The next day, police discovered a second body about 30 meters away. Dental records identified them as Clark and Walters, who possibly hiked around the forest. It turns out Walters had been stabbed 15 times and had 4 wounds to her chest, 1 to her neck and 9 to her back, which would have caused paralysis. As for Clark, he had been shot 10 times in the head. No other bodies were found around the area again. However, on October 5th, 1993, a man collecting firewood found bones deep in another remote part of the forest. And when the police got there, they located 2 more bodies, later identified as Gibson and Everest. Gibson's remains were in a fetal position and showed 8 stab wounds, 1 cut through his spine, paralyzing him, and others punctured his heart and lungs. Everest had been violently beaten. Her skull had 2 fractures, her jaw was broken, and knife marks were found on her forehead. She'd been stabbed once in the back too. And that's not all. On November 1st, 1993, police sweeping the forest found another skeleton belonging to Schmidl, who had been stabbed at least 8 times, including wounds that severed her spine and pierced her heart and lungs. Clothing at the scene didn't match hers though, but belonged to another missing backpacker, Hapschi. And on November 4th, 1993, the police found the bodies of the German couple Hapschmied and Neugebauer in shallow graves about 50 meters apart. They went missing on December 26, 1991, while hitchhiking from Sydney to Melbourne. Hapschmied had been decapitated and her skull was never recovered. Neugebauer had been shot 6 times in the head, and evidence from several remains suggested that some victims had been tortured or had not lost their lives immediately. And so as a result of all of this, on October 14, 1993, the New South Wales Police created Task Force Air with 120 detectives and analysts. And on November 4th, the NSW government increased the reward to find the perpetrator to $500,000. Using link analysis technology, investigators reduced their suspect list from 230 names to 32. Some believe the attacks might involve multiple criminals since most victims were in pairs, killed in different ways and buried separately. But on November 13th, the police received a call from Paul Onions, a 24-year-old from the UK. He explained that on January 25th, 1990, while backpacking in Australia, he accepted a ride from a man calling himself Bill near Mittagong, which is less than a kilometer from Belanglo. He pulled out a revolver and rope to rob him, but Paul ran and Bill fired at him, but he managed to escape and flagged down Joanne Berry, who was driving by. She then gave him a ride and helped Paul report it to the police. Now on April 13th, 1994, detectives found the original police note from that day and Joanne's testimony, along with information from a co-worker of somebody named Ivan Mila, confirmed the details of Paul's assault. Police investigated families who lived near the forest, and one name just kept appearing again and again. They were a large family that lived close to the Belanglo forest, and they knew the forest, the back roads, and the hidden areas very well. Now this man, Ivan Milad, seemed especially suspicious because he had guns, knives, and a past record of violence. So the police decided to search his house. They found a lot of weapons, including 2 types of .22 caliber rifles, a pistol, and a large knife. They also found things that belonged to some of his victims, and even more of these victims' belongings were found in his mother's and brother's home. Now Ivan Milad's siblings later said that he'd shown antisocial and violent behavior from a young age. They recalled him attacking animals with machetes, which led to him being sent to a residential school at age 13. By 17, he was already in juvenile detention for theft, and at 19, he was caught breaking into a shop. And so in 1964, Ivan received an 18-month sentence for breaking and entering. And only a month after his release, he was arrested again for driving a stolen car and was given 2 years of hard labor. In September of 1967, at age 22, he was then sentenced to 2 to 3 more years in prison for theft. On April 7, 1971, Ivan then abducted 2 18-year-old female hitchhikers near Liverpool railway station while armed with a knife. He took advantage of one of the girls, but both managed to escape when they stopped at a cafe at a petrol station. Ivan was then arrested later that day and charged with taking advantage of people and armed robbery. And while awaiting trial, he committed several other robberies with some of his brothers and then faked his death by leaving his shoes at the Gap, a well-known location. Authorities believed he fled to Queensland and Victoria and then flew to New Zealand and lived there for 2 years. However, investigators suspected that he may have secretly returned to Australia under a fake passport, and this was actually the case. And so Ivan was rearrested in 1974 after his mother was hospitalized with a heart attack. But the robbery and kidnapping charges were actually dismissed with the help of Ivan's family lawyer, John Marston. In 1975, he then began working as a truck driver, a job he continued on and off about 20 years. But despite that, he still continued with his crimes, because in 1977, he attempted to take advantage and kill 2 female hitchhikers traveling from Liverpool to Canberra, but there were never any charges filed. Now back to the 1990s, the police surveillance at Ivan's home discovered that he'd recently sold his silver Nissan Patrol shortly after the bodies of Clark and Walters were found, and they also confirmed that Ivan hadn't been at work on the days of the attacks, and his acquaintances described his intense fascination with weapons. And so when the police linked the Bangalore State Forest killing to British backpacker Paul Onion's earlier escape from an armed attacker, Paul actually returned to Australia and identified Ivan as the man who called himself Bill and tried to shoot him. Ivan then appeared in court on May 23rd but didn't enter a plea, and on May 31st he was formally charged with 7 counts of murder. On June 28th, he fired John Marston, their family lawyer, and requested government-funded legal aid. Meanwhile, his brother Richard and Walter faced charges involving drugs, weapons, and stolen property found in their homes. Now Ivan's trial opened on March 26, 1996 at the Supreme Court of New South Wales, with prosecutor Mark Tedeschi handling the case. And despite the extensive evidence, he remained confident he would be found not guilty. In phone recordings made for the ABC's Australian Story program in 2004, he stated his grounds, saying,
"My basic defense in my trial was that it wasn't me. I don't know who did it. It was up to them to prove my guilt, not for me to prove my innocence."
And his defense team argued that all the evidence was circumstantial and attempted to shift suspicion onto other Milad family members, particularly his brother Richard. A total of 145 witnesses took the stand, including relatives who attempted to provide alibis. Ivan himself testified on June 18. On July 27, 1996, after 18 weeks of testimony, the jury then found Ivan Milad guilty of all 7 murders. He received 7 life sentences with no chance of parole. He was also convicted of attempted murder, false imprisonment, and robbery of Paul Onions, receiving 6 years for each charge. In the movie, Ivan Milad's crimes showed the idea of a friendly driver turning into a dangerous hunter who chose lonely places where people couldn't escape, and this became a big part of the character Mick Taylor and Wolf Creek. But this is actually only half of the inspiration of the movie. In July of 2001, a young British couple named Peter Falconio and Joanne Lees were traveling across Australia. They were excited to explore the long desert roads, but they didn't know someone was actually following them. They drove through the Northern Territory, where the land is flat and empty for hours. There are long roads with no houses, no towns, and sometimes even no phone service. And then a strange driver would appear. Late at night, a white van came behind them and flashed its headlights. Peter thought the driver wanted to warn them about something, so they stopped the van on the side of the desert road. A tall man came up to the window. He looked normal. Nothing felt strange. And so Peter stepped outside to talk to him, but Joanne stayed in the car. Then she heard a loud bang, and she never saw Peter alive again. The attacker then came for Joanne. He tied her up and tried to drag her away, but she fought with everything she had, so she managed to break free and ran into the desert. She hid behind bushes for hours. The desert was freezing. There were snakes, insects, and wild animals. But Joanne still stayed hidden until she heard the attacker's car drive away. And when she felt like the man was gone, she ran into the road and waved her arms until a road train driver stopped for her at 12:35 a.m. He and his co-driver picked her up and took her back to Barrow Creek. The Lee Springs police were then called at around 1:30 a.m. after Joanne escaped. The police arrived at around 4:20 a.m. to collect evidence and listen to what Joanne and the two drivers saw. And then at 7 a.m. the police, along with Vince Miller, who was one of the drivers, and Joanne went back to the area and started searching for Peter, the Toyota van, and the man who attacked them. And when the police returned to the place where the attack happened, they only found a pool of blood on the side of the highway. And they also discovered the couple's combi van hidden about 80 meters away in the thick bushes. And search teams looked through the area but found almost nothing besides Joanne's footprints. Peter was nowhere to be found. Now, a few days later, 4 Aboriginal trackers came from a nearby community to help, but even they couldn't find any signs of Peter or the attacker, and this was unusual and made some of the searchers uneasy. Now, the media quickly turned Joanne's story into a dramatic tale of survival against all odds, and so a reward of $250,000 was offered for anyone who could help find Peter. Now, in February of 2002, 6 months after Peter disappeared, Superintendent Colleen Gwynne took over the case, but the police then released CCTV footage from a gas station near Alice Springs with a man who seemed very suspicious, and they hoped that the man in the video would come forward to clear his name. But when no one did, investigators turned their attention to the registered owners of the 1991 to 1999 Toyota Land Cruiser models seen in the footage. Based on the CCTV footage, police met with Bradley John Murdoch in Broome on November 1st, 2002. Though Joanne's descriptions didn't immediately link him to the case, he was still a suspect. But it wasn't until May 17th, 2002, when Bradley's brother was actually arrested, that the investigation gained traction. Criminal evidence from his brother, along with new DNA analysis, began to tie him to the crime. During the investigation, police discovered traces of Bradley's DNA on Joanne's t-shirt, a pair of homemade handcuffs, and the vehicle's gear stick. The t-shirt DNA was found to be 150 quadrillion times more likely to belong to Bradley than anyone else. Now, meanwhile, Bradley actually disappeared for quite some time when he noticed how hot the situation was getting. But despite that, on August 22nd, 2002, he was arrested in South Australia on actually an unrelated kidnapping and taking advantage of people charges. Now, eventually, a preliminary hearing was held in April of 2005, and the trial began on October 17th at the Supreme Court in Darwin. Now, Bradley actually pleaded not guilty of killing Peter and of attacking and trying to kidnap Joanne Lees. His defense argued that the DNA could have been transferred accidentally at a fast food restaurant in Alice Springs or planted by an unknown party, and Bradley had indeed stopped at the restaurant to buy chicken for himself and his dog. So this was the explanation he presented during the committal hearing. But Joanne testified that the attacker tied her wrist, put his tag over her head, and forced her into his pickup truck. She described being wedged between the seats and then into the rear of the vehicle before she managed to escape into the dark and hide under bushes. And so on December 13th, 2005, the jury returned a unanimous guilty verdict, sentencing Bradley to life in prison with a non-parole period of 28 years. He was also convicted of taking advantage-related charges against Joanne, and only after the sentencing did it appear that Bradley had actually previously faced and been acquitted of aggravated SA years earlier. Colleen, the lead investigator on the case, stated,
"There was never any doubt for me that Bradley Murdoch was guilty of this crime. The challenge was to make sure we got a conviction."
Now, over the years, media speculation occasionally suggested that Bradley might reveal the location of Peter's remains in exchange for better prison conditions. Bradley, however, consistently denied involvement beyond any of his original convictions. Now, in 2019, he was actually diagnosed with terminal throat cancer and received chemotherapy. And on July 24th, 2025, he was released into palliative care with limited excursions. But he passed away there on July 15th, 2025, at age 67. But unlike these offenders, this next case didn't hunt strangers in the wild, but the victim was a small human who just wanted shelter over her head.
She now had to live in the filthy basement with the family's dog. From here on out, the abuse somehow got even worse.
In 2007, filmmakers William M. Miller and Andrew Van Den Houten produced a Hollywood blockbuster movie titled The Good Girl, based on a novel written by the famous author Jack Ketchum. The movie follows the story of two sisters, Meg and Susan, who moved in with their aunt Ruth after losing their parents in an accident. At first, their aunt seems like a strict but capable guardian, but as the days went by, her behavior became increasingly unstable and cruel. And what many viewers didn't realize is that the story is inspired by a real case that is far more disturbing than anything shown in the movie. It's October 26, 1965, Indianapolis, Indiana. A call was made from the local police department from a family home on 3850 East New York Street. Moments later, a couple of officers arrived on the scene, ready to save whoever was in distress. But what they didn't know was that they were about to witness a horror that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Lying motionless on a thin, blood-stained mattress in the basement was a girl Bruce, burned and starved nearly beyond recognition. Her name was Sylvia Likens. In the movie, she was known as Meg, and what happened to her over the previous 3 months remains one of the most unsettling cases of human torture and killing in American history. The story begins in July 1965, with Sylvia and and her younger sister Jenny, 2 among the 5 children born to struggling traveling carnival workers, Lester and Betty Likens. And because of the nature of their jobs, Lester and Betty were often on the road. But that summer, the setup wasn't suitable for young people, so they needed someone to watch them while they were gone for a few months. And that was when a woman named Gertrude Benesevsky came into their lives. Gertrude was 37, frail and struggling, twice divorced and living with her 7 children: Paula, Stephanie, John, Marie, Shirley, James, and the youngest, Dennis, in a small, worn-down house. Gertrude's daughters, Paula and Stephanie, had previously met Jenny and Sylvia in church and school, and so they became good friends. And during one of their playtimes at Gertrude's house, Sylvia and Jenny told Paula and Stephanie their parents' plan on getting them a place to stay for the summer. And Gertrude, who overheard the discussion, suggested that she was up for the task. She agreed to take care of Sylvia and Jenny for $20 a week, which is about $200 in today's money. And Sylvia's father thought it was a safe, temporary agreement. He dropped the girls off and went on the road, believing his daughters would be safe. But what he didn't know was that he was leaving his daughters in the hands of a monster. At first, everything seemed fine. Sylvia and Jenny helped around the house and played with Gertrude's children. But soon, the weekly payments from their fathers would start arriving late. And that's when everything began to change. Gertrude's friendly attitude instantly turned to rage. She started yelling at the girls, calling them names and accusing them of lying about the payments. And then came the beatings. One night, she forced Sylvia to bend over as she and Jenny got whipped with a belt on their bare back 15 times until their skin split open. And soon, this became more than just punishment. Gertrude started to take pleasure in the torture. And before long, she encouraged her own children, Paula, Stephanie, Johnny, Marie, Shirley, and James, to join in the mistreatment. But the worst part, the neighborhood kids also began coming over to watch, with some even taking part too. Among those who enjoyed mistreating Sylvia was Coy Hubbard, Stephanie's boyfriend, who often used Sylvia as his punching bag. Now, over time, Gertrude would focus her attention solely on Sylvia, and sources claim it was because she exuded confidence and was overprotective of her little sister Jenny, who had polio and had to wear leg braces. And whenever they were whipped, Sylvia often begged to take some of Jenny's strokes. Another source claimed that Gertrude was just redirecting the anger meant for her daughter Paula, who'd recently gotten pregnant after getting into a fling with a middle-aged man. By late July, Gertrude had started spreading rumors about Sylvia, accusing her of being promiscuous and saying that she was pregnant. But none of this, of course, was actually true. Regardless, Gertrude would use these lies to justify every act of violence that followed. In the movie, Meg looked pale and dehydrated, but in reality, Sylvia appeared even worse. She became a shadow of herself. She was denied food, forced to eat leftovers, or spoiled meals. And when she was caught sharing a meal with Jenny, Gertrude delivered a humiliating punishment. She even asked her son, John, to force feed her feces out of a diaper of her younger son, Dennis. And if that wasn't inhumane enough, in one instance, Gertrude made Sylvia strip and inserted a Pepsi bottle into certain areas, while neighborhood kids watched and laughed. And over time, the maltreatment would get even worse. And by September, Sylvia was no longer allowed to sleep upstairs. She was locked in a cold, dark, and dirty basement. And soon, Gertrude would stop even referring to her by her name. Instead, she was just called the girl. Now, Sylvia was thrown downstairs and burned with cigarettes, among other very inhumane punishments. And gradually, Sylvia's once bright smile faded. Unfortunately, Jenny couldn't defend her sister, because every time she spoke up, Gertrude made the punishment even worse. And so all Jenny could do was offer comfort. And as the physical abuse wasn't enough, the psychological torture Sylvia endured was just as brutal. On some days, Gertrude would make Sylvia confess imaginary sins in front of everyone just for fun. However, one of the most inhumane acts in this entire story would be the time Gertrude and a young person named Richard Hobbs, and when they were done, Gertrude laughed and said,
"Now she'll remember what she is."
Now, a few days after this horrific experience, Richard and Gertrude's son, Shirley, used an anchor bell to burn the number 3 into her skin, and these scars would remain. At one point, Gertrude even openly taunted Sylvia about the words that had been engraved into her stomach. She told her,
"Sylvia, what are you going to do now? You can't get married now. What are you going to do?"
And Sylvia, while still in tears, responded quietly,
"I guess there's nothing I can do."
And the following day, Gertrude woke Sylvia up and forced her to write a letter while she told her what to write word for word. The letter was intended to mislead Sylvia's parents. It said that Sylvia had voluntarily run away from her temporary home, and it also falsely claimed that Sylvia had accompanied a group of local boys and engaged in intimate activity with them, and that these boys were responsible for the extreme injuries on her body. Gertrude's aim of the letter was to divert suspicion and blame from her to these unknown boys. And after the letter was completed, Gertrude discussed a plan with her son John to have him and Sylvia's sister, Jenny, blindfold Sylvia and transferred her to a wooded area known locally as Jimmy's Forest. And the intent was to leave her there to die, while the letter would serve as the explanation for her disappearance. Sylvia actually attempted to escape from the basement after overhearing the conversation between Gertrude and John, and despite her severe injuries and overall physical weakness, she attempted to reach the front door. However, she only managed a short distance before Gertrude caught her and prevented her escape. Following the failed attempt, Gertrude gave Sylvia crackers to eat, but due to the extreme dehydration and malnutrition, Sylvia was unable to swallow, and so Gertrude responded by forcing the crackers into Sylvia's mouth and then striking her repeatedly with a curtain rod. The force of the blows bent several sections of the rod at sharp angles, and Coy Hubbard then took the rod from Gertrude and continued beating Sylvia until she lost consciousness. And once Sylvia was no longer responsive, Gertrude dragged her back into the basement. Later that night, after regaining consciousness, Sylvia tried to get the attention of neighbors by screaming for help. She also struck the basement walls with a spade in an attempt to make noise, but despite her efforts, no one heard her. By the morning of October 26th, Sylvia's condition had significantly deteriorated. She was unable to speak clearly, and her ability to move her limbs was severely impaired. Now Gertrude brought her upstairs into the kitchen and popped her against the wall and attempted to feed her a donut and a glass of milk. But Sylvia couldn't even lift the glass to her mouth, and so in frustration, Gertrude threw her to the floor and sent her back to the basement. Shortly afterwards, one of her daughters, Paula, went down to the basement, and she instructed Sylvia to recite the alphabet, but Sylvia was only able to get through the first 4 letters. She was also unable to lift herself off the ground, and so Paula became angry and verbally threatened her, saying that if Sylvia did not stand up, she would perform a long jump onto her. That afternoon, Gertrude returned to the basement with several of the children, and Sylvia made weak attempts to raise her hands and identify the people around her by saying,
"You're Ricky and you're Gertie."
And Gertrude just immediately told her to be quiet, responding sharply,
"Shut up, you know who I am."
Gertrude then instructed John to spray Sylvia with a garden hose in an attempt to clean her, but the cold water just caused Sylvia to panic, and she made another attempt to crawl toward the stairs, but before she could reach them, she collapsed. Gertrude walked over and stand on Sylvia's head, and then stood over her for several moments before walking away. Now at approximately 5:30 p.m., Richard Hobbs arrived at the home, and he went directly to the basement, but the floor and stairs were so wet from the house that he actually slipped and fell as he reached the bottom. And when he stood up, he found Stephanie, one of the daughters, crying and holding Sylvia's severely injured body. Realizing how poor Sylvia's condition was, Stephanie and Richard attempted to help. They carried Sylvia upstairs, gave her a warm and soapy bath, and dressed her in clean clothes. They then placed her on a mattress in one of the bedrooms, and during this time, Sylvia actually managed to speak, which would be her final words, expressing that she wished her father was present, asking Stephanie to take her home. And moments later, Stephanie noticed that Sylvia was no longer breathing. She attempted mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but despite this, Gertrude insisted that Sylvia was faking it. She picked up a book and struck Sylvia's body, repeatedly shouting, "Faker, faker." But Sylvia Likens had died. She succumbed to her injuries. And when there was truly no response, Gertrude actually began to panic. And then she asked Richard to go to a nearby payphone and contact the police. At approximately 6:30 p.m., police arrived at their residence, and Gertrude led officers into one of her bedrooms, where they found Sylvia's body lying. Immediately, she handed officers the letter she had forced Sylvia to write earlier, claiming it explained the circumstances leading to her death. But Jenny actually took up the courage and whispered to one of the officers, "You get me out of here and I'll tell you everything." Jenny's full account immediately alerted officers to the truth of the prolonged abuse and torture Sylvia had endured. And within hours, police arrested Gertrude, Paula, Stephanie, and John on suspicion of murder. Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs were also later arrested the same day. Now Sylvia's remains were transported to the morgue, where investigators conducted an autopsy, and that was when the full extent of her suffering was revealed. Her body was covered in over 150 wounds, including burns, bruises, and cuts. Her fingernails were broken backwards from trying to escape, and the words written on her stomach were still visible. Her lips were swollen, and even other parts were almost swollen shut, and she weighed only 50 pounds. The official cause of Sylvia's death is subdural hematoma, which results from a severe blow delivered to the right side of her head, and the injury would have caused bleeding between the brain and skull, leading to rapid neurological decline. And when the news of Sylvia's death reached her parents, who were hundreds of miles away still working the traveling carnival route, they couldn't believe their ears, because they'd actually visited the girls twice and didn't notice anything strange. They were relaxed and trusted Gertrude to care for their daughters, and also sent $20 every week without fail. For 3 months, they believed everything was fine. They had no reason to doubt her, but trusting Gertrude turned out to be one of their biggest mistakes. Witnesses including Jenny testified for hours. She recounted everything that happened, and even the night her sister whispered to her ear, "Jenny, I know you don't want me to die, but I'm going to die. I can tell it." Gertrude showed no remorse. She blamed the children, claiming they acted on their own, but the jury of course didn't believe her. And so on May 19, 1966, Gertrude was found guilty of first-degree murder and a sentence of life imprisonment. Paula was guilty of second-degree murder. Richard Hobbs, Coy Hubbard, and John were each found guilty of manslaughter. And on May 25th, Gertrude and Paula were formally sentenced to life imprisonment. The same day, Richard Hobbs and Coy Hubbard and John received sentences ranging from 2 to 21 years. We served at the Indiana Reformatory. In the courtroom, Gertrude and her children became emotional as they bid themselves goodbye, while Richard Hobbs and Coy Hubbard showed no emotions. Sylvia Likens' funeral was held on the afternoon of October 29 at the Russell and Hitch Funeral Home. The service was led by Reverend Lewis Gibson and attended by more than 100 people. But in a shocking twist, Gertrude was actually paroled in 1985 after serving just 20 years. And when she came out, she changed her name to Nadine Van Fossa and lived quietly until her death on June 16, 1990. Unlike this case, the next one doesn't involve a human predator. The evil actually came from within the walls of a house, and it would not let go.
The Perrons also claimed to have encountered demonic forces at the farmhouse, who would pull on the girl's hair and limbs during the night. Banging doors and disembodied cries were also a regular occurrence.
When The Conjuring, a supernatural horror movie, premiered in 2013, many people were shocked by how real and unsettling it felt. Most viewers assumed it was a fictional ghost story, but the movie was actually based on a real family and a real investigation conducted by Ed and Lorraine Warren. In 1971, Roger and Carolyn Perron bought an old farmhouse in Harrisville, Rhode Island. The house had 14 rooms, creaky floors, long hallways, and a dark attic. And they moved in with their 5 daughters, Andrea, Nancy, Christine, Cindy, and April. And at first, they didn't seem anything supernatural. They unpacked their box, cleaned dusty shelves, and tried to fix the old heaters. But after just a few days, small, strange things began to happen. Carolyn noticed her broom constantly moved from place to place. Sometimes it disappeared completely, and other times it stood in a different spot than where she left it. She would clean the kitchen floor only to return minutes later and find small piles of dirt mysteriously appearing in the center of the room, and no one in the family had done it. And later that night, the floorboards creaked loudly, even when everyone was asleep. Doors opened on their own, and footsteps echoed down empty hallways. And things only got worse. One morning, Carolyn walked into the kitchen and froze. Every food jar was open and scattered across the floor, despite no one in the house touching them. And soon the children began reporting strange things too. Christine and Andrea said they sometimes saw an old woman standing in the corners of rooms, and she appeared only for a second before disappearing. Shadows slid along the walls, and chairs moved as if someone had pushed them, and cold spots suddenly formed around Carolyn, even when the heat was on. And at night, whispering voices called her name, and sometimes she woke up to find her bedroom chair tipped over by itself. Now, despite everything, the family tried to rationalize it. They told themselves that old houses make noises, or that the wind, the settling wood, or the pipes were responsible. But deep down, all of them knew that something else was happening. Even their pets sensed it. The dogs growled at empty corners, and the cats refused to enter certain rooms. The house didn't actually feel like a home anymore. It felt like something was watching them. As the months passed, the activity grew stronger. Christine would see a woman hanging from the attic rafters, and Andrea saw a man with a white face and black eyes watching her from the corner of her room. And one night, the girls screamed so loudly that Roger and Carolyn ran upstairs, and they claimed that something had pulled them out of bed. And the house also seemed to have certain places that felt especially dangerous, like the attic, the basement, and Carolyn's bedroom. Roger, for example, hated going into the basement, because the moment he walked down the stairs, he felt a cold, rotten smell, like spoiled meat. It was as though someone was standing right behind him, so he only went down when the heater broke, something that happened way too often, unfortunately. And by 1972, the haunting was no longer just sounds and shadows, it became physical. Carolyn would wake up with long scratches on her body, deep enough to bleed, and she didn't know how they got there. And she also started sleepwalking. Some nights she woke up in the kitchen staring at the wall, unable to remember walking there. And in her bedroom, she saw a shadow press against the door, which vanished when she turned on the light. And sometimes when she lay in bed, she felt a heavy, invisible weight pressing down on her chest. Then came the night she woke up and felt the entire bed sinking downward, as if something invisible was sitting on top of it. She screamed for Roger, but when he arrived, nothing was actually there. On another night, Christine and Andrea kept crying because they were covered in bruises they couldn't explain, and sometimes a so-called spirit would drag them across the floor or pull them down the stairs. And eventually Nancy, the youngest, would even refuse to sleep in her bed at all, just out of fear. Now the parents tried everything possible to silence the force that was tormenting their family. They spoke to their neighbors, and as devoted Catholics, they called a local priest to bless their house and spray over each room, hoping that faith would drive away the spirits. They did stuff like sprinkle holy water and recite prayers at night, but nothing actually changed. Nothing worked. Trying to understand what was happening, Karen looked into the history of the house, and that was when it all started to make sense. The property had been in one family for 8 generations, and many of the people who lived there died in mysterious or tragic ways. Some of the children had drowned in a nearby creek, and one person had even been murdered, and a few were said to have left this earth on themselves in the attics. Among all the spirits the parents believed lived on the property in the mid-80s was Bathsheba Sherman. She was considered the most dangerous entity present in the house.
Whoever the spirit was, she saw herself as the true mistress of the house, and she didn't like that my mother was taking that role,
said Andrea Parent, the oldest daughter. Bathsheba was rumored to practice dark magic, and some people believed she was involved in the death of a neighbor's child, although she was never put on trial. She was later buried in a small Baptist cemetery in downtown Harrisville, and the Parent family believed it was Bathsheba's spirit that tormented them throughout their time in the house. Then one evening, there was a knock on the door. Paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren had heard rumors of ghosts, demons, and strange events at the Parent home, so they arrived uninvited. Roger Parent wasn't happy about their arrival. He didn't trust paranormal investigators and feared that they might make things worse. Andrea also said many times in interviews,
"My father never called the Warrants. They showed up at our door."
During the visit, Lorraine Warren held a seance to try to speak with the spirits, and during the session, Carolyn began speaking in strange unknown languages and even lifted off of chairs. Roger was terrified and kicked the Warrens out because he feared for his wife. And after the Warrens' visit, the activity didn't calm down. It grew worse. Carolyn apparently was once lifted off the ground and pinned against the wall by an invisible force. Doors slammed so violently that the house shook, and family members became trapped in rooms that were locked by themselves. And also strange symbols appeared on the walls. And one night, Carolyn saw a dark shape crawl out of the fireplace. It moved towards her in a strange way, slowly and twisted, before disappearing into thin air. Now for years, the Parent family actually stayed in the house because they couldn't afford to move. They were trapped. So instead they adapted. They learned which rooms were dangerous. They learned to avoid the basement, and they learned that the nights were the worst. They even learned which spirits were harmless. Andrea, for example, later said,
"Not all of the spirits were malevolent. Most were just curious about us. But there was one. She despised my mother."
By 1979, however, the family couldn't take it anymore. The children were exhausted and Carolyn's health was declining. And Roger was overwhelmed and constantly worried. And so they finally made the decision to leave quickly. They packed only the essentials, leaving behind furniture, clothes, and toys, and almost everything they owned. In June of 1980, they were finally able to move out for good. But even after leaving, they felt permanently changed. The family believed something from the house had followed them.
"The house never wanted us to leave in peace,"
Andrea later said.
It stayed with us.
Today, the parent haunting is one of the most famous paranormal cases in the world, and Andrea even wrote a book about it called The House of Darkness, House of Light, claiming that it contains the most comprehensive account of everything that had happened in the house. Now, after the movie came out, people found out about the real story, and a lot of them had their speculations. Some believed that the house was actually haunted, and some think that the family was under stress, while others believed that the Warrens actually exaggerated things. However, next is a case that shows how some horrors aren't supernatural, and they're simply born from a twisted mind.
In March 2001, he killed a man and ate him, along with a glass of fine red wine.
In 2006, German music video director Martin Weiss released a haunting thriller called Grimlove. The movie follows Katie, a young American criminal psychology student who travels to Germany to research her thesis on a notorious killer named Oliver Hartwin, a man infamous for dismembering and consuming his victims. In the movie, Oliver had spent years online searching for someone who would willingly let him kill and consume them, and eventually he came across a man named Simon Grombeck who agreed to participate in his deadly fantasy. But as Katie dug deeper into the case, she became deeply obsessed with Oliver, even mimicking aspects of his lifestyle in an attempt to understand his motives. Through a series of flashbacks, she uncovers the full story behind Oliver and Simon, and the dark path that led both of them to their tragic fate. But while the movie was incredibly unsettling, the actual real-life story behind it was even worse. It all began with a man named Armin Meiss, who lived in a quiet town in Germany called Rothenburg. Armin's father Gustav had left the family when Armin was still a child, leaving him to grow up with his mother Waltraud and two older brothers. Armin's mother was extremely strict and controlling. She followed him everywhere, told him what to do, how to act, and even who he was allowed to talk to. She would often humiliate him in public by revealing his private secrets and calling him the pet name Minchen. Because of this, Armin grew up lonely and struggled to make friends. In 1980, after his older brothers moved out, he and his mother relocated to the quiet hamlet of Wüstefeld, part of Rothenburg an der Fulda. Their property included a sprawling 44-room mansion and a set of pony stables. And the area had only about 30 residents, which meant even more isolation for Armin. Now, after he entered puberty, his mother prohibited him from having a girlfriend, and during this time he created an imaginary friend in his mind named Frankie. Armin began showing signs of severe psychological issues, experiencing intimate fantasies about Frankie, specifically desired to become one with Frankie by consuming his body. His fascination with the idea of consuming humans initially came from an experience during a childhood summer vacation in rural Wüstefeld, where he witnessed farm animals like cattle or hogs and deer being killed and butchered for the first time. As an adult, Armin then developed a deep interest in extreme violence and cannibalistic fantasies. He kept recordings of television documentaries about the Vietnam War and read accounts of notorious killers such as Fritz Haarmann and Jeffrey Dahmer. Privately, Armin also filmed amateur videos in which he pretended to perform disturbing and graphic acts, the details of which were never fully released to the public. In these recordings, he covered himself in ketchup, for example, to imitate blood, and hung upside down like a butchered carcass. He would also eat stuff like minced meat shaped to resemble human flesh. For decades, Armin kept these fantasies to himself, until early 1998 when he discovered secret online chat rooms like Nullo and the Cannibal Cafe on the dark web, where people with extreme fantasies could openly express themselves. To hide his true identity, Armin used the alias Frankie and the username Antrafagus. He claimed to be a butcher and used the identity to describe his fantasies and communicate with potential volunteers. But unlike most users in this community, Armin did not see these fantasies as fiction. He wanted to carry them out in real life. And in early 2000, Armin became extremely active on the internet. He wrote more than 60 advertisements on Nullo, a site dedicated to extreme and unusual fantasies. In these English-written ads, he said he was looking for a well-built young man between 18 and 30 who was willing to be killed and then eaten. He also posted the same ads on the site Cannibal Cafe. At the same time, Armin searched for people who claimed they wanted to be killed and eaten, and he eventually met two men and had long conversations with them. The first one was a 20-year-old Austrian who used the name Luke. Eventually, he told Armin that his own family planned to kill him during their holiday celebration in January of 2001, so he no longer needed Armin's help. Now, the second man used the name Matteo from Italy. Matteo initially agreed to an extremely dangerous plan involving pain and heat, but he later changed his mind when he learned that cannibalism was part of the fantasy. Now, because Matteo seemed serious at first, he asked Armin to prepare a special room. Armin then converted part of his attic into what he called a slaughter room. He added a metal bed frame, a folding table, two small nightstands, and equipment Matteo had asked about. He also decorated the room with mannequins and other items, and placed mattresses and boards around the walls to dampen the sound. He took pictures of the room and sent them to Matteo, but he of course never visited. By now, most people backed out once they realized Armin was actually serious. They wanted fantasy, but again, Armin wanted actual reality. And in June of 2000, Armin then met a man named Jörg Buß, who used the username Meatboy. They shared their interests on Yahoo Messenger and would eventually become close friends. Later that year, they met in person. and after 2 normal meetups in Kassel, they decided to try 2 staged slaughter sessions. And so on the 12th of November of 2000, Armin and Jörg had their first trial in a hotel in Kassel. Armin covered Jörg in olive oil, drew circles on his body, and discussed which parts of his body he would cut into. But of course it was staged, so they never actually went through with it. Now the second session took place on November 19, 2000 at Armin's house. This time when Jörg saw the actual slaughter room, he became frightened and told Armin that he was leaving, and he, unfortunately for Armin, never returned. And although Armin was disappointed that his plans fell through, he believed it was only a matter of time before he found someone who was right for it. And so in early 2001, Armin posted a new advertisement on the Cannibal Cafe, stating,
"I'm looking for a well-built 18 to 30-year-old to be killed and then eaten."
And this time on February 5th, 2001, a 43-year-old computer engineer from Berlin named Bernd Jürgen Brandes used the alias Cater99, and he responded to the ad. And Armin didn't even need to pursue it. Bernd wanted this. On March 9, 2001, Armin and Bernd finally met to carry out their plan. Bernd took a train to Rothenburg and went straight to Armin's estate, where Armin lived alone following the death of his mother the previous year. The two men spent hours talking together, embracing and preparing for what they both described as a consensual plan. Armin even set up video equipment to document the event and gathered tools and instructions he downloaded that detailed how to process a human body. Bernd consumed a large amount of alcohol and over-the-counter medication in an attempt to dull the pain and slow his awareness. Now several times Bernd hesitated and even briefly tried to cancel the plan, telling Armin he believed he was too gentle to harm him. But after briefly going out and buying a return ticket, Bernd changed his mind again, insisting the plan continues. On their way back, Armin bought a 20-pack Vivinox sleeping pills and a bottle of cough syrup, and Bernd consumed roughly half of each. Now at the house, instead of falling into the attendant deep sleep, Bernd became actually disoriented and started hallucinating from the drug combination, and so he drank schnapps to calm himself. At around 6:30 p.m, Armin made his first attempt with Bernd, but the blade he actually used was too dull, so he took a sharper one and removed Bernd's private stuff. Bernd screamed in pain, and after Armin was done, he bandaged the wound, and the two then attempted to eat stuff together. Now Bernd actually couldn't because it was too tough and chewy. Armin then tried it with salt and pepper, wine and garlic, but the meat actually became burned and became inedible. Now meanwhile, Bernd actually grew increasingly weak from blood loss, alcohol and medication, and Armin actually cared for him for hours, running him a warm bath and checking on him repeatedly, and helping him when he drifted in and out of consciousness. Now eventually Bernd actually became collapsed and became unresponsive, and believing that Bernd was dying or already dead, Armin proceeded with the rest of the plan they'd agreed upon. And after a long period of hesitation and reflection, Armin ended Bernd's life completely and completed the dismemberment that followed. And the entire incident was actually recorded on a 4-hour-long videotape that has never been released. Now over the next several months, Armin stored portions of Bernd's remains in his freezer under pizza boxes and ate them over time, while burying the bones under his house. Now Bernd's family didn't actually immediately notice his absence, but his partner Renee J filed a missing person report on March 12, 2001, but the police actually had no leads to go on. Now between 2001 and 2002, Armin went back into those online forums constantly. He met with a couple different men between 30 and 40 who contacted him because of his online posts. Sometimes they came to him and sometimes he traveled to different cities to meet them, and at least 4 of the men actually said that they were willing to be killed, but all except one changed their minds when they realized that Armin was serious. His username was Andreas from Regensburg, and he let Armin tie him up and pretend to prepare. When the moment came, he said he didn't want to actually die, and so they stopped and spent the evening eating pizza and drinking beer. Next was Alexander, a 26-year-old from Essen. He wanted to be killed immediately by decapitation, but Armin refused because Alexander actually seemed unsure and didn't fit the body type he preferred. Then Thomas, a 37-year-old man with a leather and boot fantasy. He allowed himself to be placed in a cage and hung upside down, but stated clearly that he didn't want to be actually killed. Now in June of 2001, Armin then met Jörg again, and they resumed their fantasy sessions. Jörg even sent photos of his co-workers and suggested bringing them to Armin to be eaten, but he refused and said he only wanted willing volunteers. They met several more times, and during one meeting in November of 2001, they repeated stuff they'd done earlier. Jörg was shaved and tied up in the attic room, but every time Armin asked if Jörg truly wanted to die, Jörg said no, and eventually they stopped because Jörg's ankles hurt and the room became too cold. However, they continued meeting on and off for about a year. Now there were a couple of other people too, but most of the time Armin simply invited the men for intimate activities or roleplay that didn't involve any attempt to actually kill them, and he met with people like this about twice a month. Now on July 9th, 2002, a 23-year-old university student from Innsbruck, Austria, searched the internet for horrors and nervous thrills, and while browsing he came across one of Armin's new online advertisements. And curious, the student sent Armin an email asking a simple question, and Armin of course replied yes. The student was shocked and disgusted, and he wrote back to Armin expressing how wrong and disturbing it was. Now months passed, but the student still couldn't forget the message, and so on October 27th, 2002, he finally reported Armin's email address to the police, believing a serious crime had been committed. Now police in Wiesbaden began investigating, and it took them almost 2 months to figure out who Frankie really was. And of course they eventually traced the username back to Armin. Now on December 10th, 2002, police arrived at Armin's house, and what they found was deeply disturbing. frozen body parts, a computer filled with chat messages, and the video he filmed, of course, written plans, and tools he used the night of the crime. Now, Armin didn't resist or attempt to hide anything. He simply allowed himself to be arrested. And the next day, December 11th, the police also searched his yard and found some of Burns' bones, his hands, feet, and head. Armin even showed them where he buried certain parts and handed them over Burns' wristwatch. Now, during the search, the police found a huge amount of computer and video material. In total, officers collected 1,742 floppy disks, 228 video cassettes, 221 hard drives, 16 computers, 95 CD-ROMs, and 23 magnetic tapes. And even though it was a massive collection, only 21 videotapes were found to be important to the case. Now, the same evening, 2 officers from the Hesse State Police Department began reviewing, and they stopped after locating the main tape and documented enough details to confirm the crime. And on December 13th, the police returned with sniffer dogs to search the property again. They wanted to make sure that there were no other hidden remains. Now, during the interrogations, Armin would reveal to the investigators that he ate about 20 kilograms or 44 pounds of Burns' remains over 10 months. And prosecutors claimed that he did it for intimate pleasure. However, Armin told the investigators that,
"My friend enjoyed losing his life, death. I only waited horrified for the end after doing the deed. It took so terribly long with every bite. My memory of him grew stronger."
Now, Armin's trial would go on to become one of the most famous in German history, and Armin said Bernd asked for everything, so it was consensual. And the tapes actually proved that to be true, but the law actually doesn't allow someone to give permission for their own killing. Now, his defense lawyers argued that at worst, he's guilty of killing on demand, which would be punishable by up to 5 years in prison. However, in 2004, Armin was found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to 8 years and 6 months in prison instead. And while many argued that the sentence was too short, there was another trial. In 2006, the court changed the sentence, and Armin was actually found guilty of murder and disturbing the peace of death, and was given life in prison. This second decision was made because the court felt like that Armin acted to satisfy his own desires, not only Bernd's wishes, and he remains in prison to this day. However, what comes next is even more unsettling, because it begins with his son's love for his mother, and ends in horror no one expected.
There's something about Geen that appeals to the morbid curiosity within all of us. It's so macabre, so bizarre, so deviant that we can't look away.
In 1974, a film hit theaters that changed the movie industry forever. It was raw, filthy, and terrifyingly real. In the movie, a group of friends road trip to an old family home in rural Texas and accidentally stumble upon a house owned by a savage, cannibalistic family. One by one, they are brutally attacked by Leatherface, a huge man wearing a mask made of human skin. The movie was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but the story behind the Texas Chainsaw Massacre wasn't purely fiction. It was inspired by a real man who was quiet, seemingly ordinary, and polite with people in his community, and living a low profile. His name was Edward Theodore Geen, though most people called him just Ed. He lived in an isolated old farmhouse in Plainfield, Wisconsin, surrounded by empty fields and dead corn stalks. He grew up with his older brother Henry, his father George, and his mother Augusta, who ruled the household with an iron fist. Augusta was also religious and completely obsessed with the idea of sin. She often told her sons that women were evil, that the world was corrupt, and that only through obedience to her could they remain pure. Now, Henry challenged their mother's twisted teachings, but Ed, he worshipped her. To him, his mother wasn't just family, she was God. Ed listened to every word. He didn't go out, didn't have a girlfriend, and he simply worked on the farm, read his Bible, and stayed on his mother's side. Eventually, Henry found love in the hands of a divorced mother of 2 and planned to move in with her, but he feared his mother and Ed's reaction. Then, in 1944, tragedy struck. Henry and Ed were burning brushes on their land when the fire spread uncontrollably. Now, the neighbors rushed in to help, but the small volunteer crew couldn't contain it, and by the time the fire department arrived, much of the brushes had burned. Now, Ed had been helping all along, working with firefighters and his neighbors, and once the fire was out, he realized he hadn't seen Henry for hours, and so concerned neighbors helped search. But soon, Henry's body was found face down, with visible signs of bruises on the head, but no burns. The cause of death was officially ruled asphyxiation, meaning he died from inhaling smoke, but no autopsy was actually performed, and the town's sheriff never investigated further. Now, with their father having passed away from heart failure in 1940, it was now Ed and his mother left in the house. But tragically, a year later, Augusta suffered a stroke and passed away too, and with that, something inside Ed snapped. Without his mother to control him, Ed's mind began to unravel. The farmhouse fell into decay. Piles of trash, old newspaper, and jars were filled with strange liquids, scattered everywhere. The only parts of the house that remained tidy were the sitting room and his mother's bedroom, which was preserved like a shrine. Ed lived alone for decades, and he only did odd jobs like babysitting for neighbors and sometimes visiting the local tavern. But then, strange disappearances began in Plainfield. The first time was in 1954, when a tavern owner, Mary Hogan, vanished. Her regular customers arrived one morning to find that she never opened the bar, and no one had seen her since the previous evening. Only a pool of blood was found behind the bar, but there wasn't any leads. 3 years later, something similar happened. On the opening day of deer hunting season, November 16, 1957, Bernice Warden, a 58-year-old widow, worked alone in the Warden hardware store. Now Ed drove into town that morning carrying antifreeze, and later he inquired about buying a rifle. Now the village of Plainfield felt strangely empty. Almost every man in town except Ed was out in the woods hunting, which left the streets quiet and still. Bernice's son, Frank, had gone hunting like everyone else. Now at around 9:30 a.m., the Warden hardware pickup truck left town unnoticed. Nobody saw a struggle or a sound, and the strange shaped object at the back went unseen. Not long after the truck left the store, Ed walked calmly to his own car and drove away. Ed was familiar with the Hill grocery store at the edge of Plainfield. He often bought small groceries there and spent evenings watching TV with the family because he had no electricity at home. And that night he stayed for dinner. They had pork chops and afterwards played a small game with one of the younger Hill children. Then suddenly Jim Roman, the Hill's son-in-law, burst into the house. He had heard something terrible. Something had happened at the Warden store and the police were gathering. Everyone was shocked. Everyone except Ed, who simply looked up and said calmly,
"Boy, someone sure must have been bloodthirsty. Is that right?"
Back at the Warden store, Frank Warden returns from hunting at around 5 p.m. As he approached the shop, it was unusually dark and the door was locked. Something felt wrong immediately. He crossed the filling station opposite to the store and asked if anyone had seen his mother. Panic gripped him as he unlocked the store and stepped inside. The moment he walked in, his breath almost ceased. There was a pool of blood on the floor near the counter, a long, dark trail of blood that slowly, steadily toward the back door. Frank followed it, and when he reached the back, he noticed something else that made his stomach drop. The hardware truck was gone. Really panicking now, Frank rushed outside and straight to the phone. He called the sheriff, and trouble was the only word he could actually say. And both the sheriff and the deputy Annie Fritz arrived as fast as they could. And when they got there, Frank showed them the trail leading back to where the truck should be parked. Now at 6:15 p.m., more police officers came, and when the officers searched the store and yard, Frank was asked if he suspected anyone, and he answered immediately, saying,
"Ed Gein."
And upon asking why, Frank recalled that Ed had asked his mother to go roller skating, and he had come in the day before to ask about antifreeze. He also asked Frank whether he would be out hunting or not that day. And when he checked the sales slip, there was a slip that had Ed's name on it. It was an invoice for the antifreeze. And the officers remembered the case of Mary Hogan, the tavern owner who disappeared years earlier. Her tavern looked almost the same. A pool of blood, drag marks, and a truck missing. And so one of the deputies actually said,
"We always suspected Ed for Mary Hogan. We never had proof. But this is the same thing."
Now the police then drove to Ed Gein's farm, but it was dark already. There was no light anywhere, and so they approached the back door, but Ed wasn't home. So instead they drove back to the Hill grocery store, and there the police actually spotted Ed sitting calmly in his car with one of the Hill boys. Now one of the officers walked up to him and said,
"Eddie, I'd like to talk to you."
Ed didn't resist. He didn't question, and he just got out of the car and followed him like a quiet, obedient child. In the control car, the officer then began asking him about the state, and Ed told a story, and the police then asked him to repeat it after he told the story. But something changed in the second telling. Small details shifted, and so the officer said,
"Eddie, your stories don't match."
And Ed looked straight ahead and murmured,
"Somebody framed me." "Well, Mrs. Warden." "What about Mrs. Warden?" "Well, she's dead, isn't she?" "Dead? How do you know she's dead?" "I heard it." "Where did you hear it?" "I heard them talking about it."
And that was the moment the officer knew that they had their man. He placed Ed under arrest. Now while Ed was being driven to jail, the rest of the police decided to go back to the farmhouse and take a more careful look. They pushed the door open to a small outbuilding known as the summer kitchen, and the smell hit him immediately. A horrible mixture of cold air, old wood, and something far worse. There, hanging from a wooden beam, was a body hanging like an animal in a slaughterhouse. At first they thought it might be a deer, but the closer they looked, the more their stomachs twisted. It wasn't a deer. It was Bernice Warden. She had been dressed out, just like a hunter would show off their killings. And even seasoned officers who'd seen accidents and death for years were shaken. Her body was carefully lowered and placed in a plastic bag, but Bernice Warden was actually just the beginning. Not long after, they conducted a more thorough search through the house, and it was filled with debris, old bones, stacks of newspapers, clothing thrown everywhere, random objects, tools, and garbage. It almost looked like a maze of rot and shadows. But worst of all, mixed among the junk were also human remains. They found a shoebox filled with female organs. They also found chairs with seats made of stretched human skin, lampshades made from skin, a knife handle carved from bone, and whole human bones and fragments, leggings made from human leg skin, masks crafted from skin of female heads, and other very disturbing stuff. And they also found Mary Hogan, the tavern owner who'd vanished 3 years earlier, in a plastic bag. And as horrifying as the house was, one room stood out, the door to Ed Gein's mother's bedroom that had been nailed shut for years, ever since her death. And when the officers pried it open, they found something completely different. A perfectly clean bed, neatly folded clothes, and furniture that was untouched. There was no dust and no chaos. It was the only normal place in the entire house. Now during the investigation, Ed admitted to killing Mrs. Warden and 51-year-old Mary Hogan, but he claimed that he had no memory of the details surrounding her death. And according to him, most of the items found in his house didn't come from people he killed. Instead, they came from graveyards. Following his mother's death, Ed began visiting cemeteries at night, and he would dig up their bodies and bring them home, and then use her skin to build a new woman, for example. He also crafted a woman's suit he could wear so he would become his mother. He believed he could bring his mother back by rebuilding her piece by piece, using parts from other women and wearing them. Now he denied ever having intimate contact with the bodies, explaining that they smelled too bad, and he described entering a dazed-like state. Now, investigators had to see for themselves by inspecting the graves he identified, and they found evidence exactly as he described, including empty caskets, partial remains, and tools left behind. Now, because of how gruesome the suit and other items Ed was making were, the real photographs weren't publicly released except these two. Every other picture circulating throughout the internet are mere counterfeits. Now, during the investigation, one of the sheriffs reportedly attacked Ed by banging his head and face against a brick wall, and because of this, Ed's initial confession was ruled inadmissible. The sheriff was actually so traumatized by the horrors he witnessed and the stress of testifying about the assault that he died of heart failure in 1968 at the age of 43 before Ed's trial. Now, after his arrest, Ed was actually diagnosed with schizophrenia and severe psychosis, and the court would actually determine that he was unfit for trial, so he was sent to Central State Hospital for criminally insane. And so Ed Gein spent the rest of his life in mental institutions and died quietly from cancer in 1984 at the age of 77. He would later be buried side by side with the rest of his family. Now, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre wasn't a direct retelling of Ed Gein's crimes, but still the real life story is very much as disturbing as the horror movie. Now, this last one is probably the most disturbing out of all of them.
I know a couple of times to make sure somebody was dead, I would scratch the eyeball with the knife.
In 2010, filmmaker John Molofsky created a horror movie called Freeway Killer. It starred actor Scott Anthony Leet, who played the role of William Bonin, a fugitive on the run from the police. The man, who was a Vietnam veteran living in Southern California, had recently been paroled as an offender, and by day he's a seemingly ordinary truck driver. But by night, he prowls the freeways in his van with his young devoted accomplice, Vernon Butts, played by Dusty Sorg. They offer rides, drugs, or money to males, and then handcuff, take advantage of, torture, and kill them, dumping the bodies beside the highways. The movie alternates between the increasingly sadistic killing inside the van, William's manipulative home life with his mother and friends, and the police investigators. And the true story happened in Southern California too, between 1979 and 1980. And quite a lot of people remember this time as one of the most frightening periods in California history. Especially younger people kept disappearing mysteriously, only for their bodies to be found on the side of the freeway days later. And the man behind all this was of course called William George Bonin. He was born on January 8, 1947, in Connecticut, USA. His childhood was very difficult and painful. His parents drank too much and didn't take care of him and his brothers, and sometimes they even left the children alone for days. Now, eventually William and his brothers were sent to foster homes, but even there William faced maltreatment. When he was young himself, the older boys bullied him and often took advantage of him. These experiences damaged him and filled him with anger and confusion, and so when he got older he joined the US Air Force and fought in the Vietnam War. And during this time he learned the terrible habits of violence after seeing suffering and death. And when he came back home, he was no longer the same guy. He changed. He was unstable, angry, and dangerous, but no one truly knew how bad he would become. Before starting the freeway killings, William was already hurting people in different ways. In 1969, he was arrested for kidnapping and SAing younger boys, and he went to prison for it. But the doctors there actually recommended him to go to a hospital instead. They said he had serious psychological problems, so he was placed in a treatment center. But after a few years, William was actually released. The doctors believed that he had improved, but they were wrong. William quickly started hurting younger people again, and in 1975 he was arrested once more for taking advantage of younger people, and again he spent time locked away. But by 1978 he was free again, and soon after he got out this time, the killings began. Between 1979 and 1980, at least 21 young men were killed, most of them between the ages of and 19, and people believe the number may have been even higher because some victims were never actually identified. William had a routine. He drove around in his brown Ford van looking for young people walking alone, hitchhiking, or waiting at bus stops. He always acted friendly, and some boys then got inside thinking he was giving them a ride home, but of course they never actually made it there. Once inside, William used ropes, wires, or even his own hands to attack them, and so the victims were found with their hands tied or with marks showing that they fought very hard to survive. After killing them, he then threw the bodies on the side of different freeways, and this is how he became known as the Freeway Killer. And one strange and frightening part of this case is that William didn't always work alone. He had several partners who helped him find victims, grab them, or hurt them. These partners were Vernon Butts, who was a factory worker who loved horror, magic, and dark fantasies. This made him join William in several of his attacks. The second person was Gregory Miley, a young man who helped William grab victims and found intense pleasure in the extreme violent acts. And the last of his accomplices was James Monroe, a teenager who looked up to William and followed him. Now, as more of the bodies were found, the people of California grew terrified. All of the victims were young people who simply wanted to get home and hang out with friends or walk to school, and so parents all over California quickly warned their children not to hitchhike, and newspapers printed story after story about boys found near freeways like Interstate 5, Route 101, the Ventura Freeway, and the Harbor Freeway. Now, each time he actually killed someone, his method looked the same, and this was the clue that made the police know that a serial killer was actually out there, but they didn't yet know who it was. Detectives worked non-stop. They studied every crime scene, and they looked at the knots used to tie the victims. They compared injuries and slowly began to see patterns, and the police also studied reports of suspicious vans seen near the victims. victims. And then came the ultimate break. A young man told authorities he'd once escaped a man in a van who tried to tie him up, and he of course gave a description of him and the van, and the man he described was William Bonin. The detectives then placed William under surveillance. They wanted to see what he actually did, and so they followed him secretly for days. And then on June 11th, 1980, the police saw something suspicious. William stopped his van near a young boy, and the detectives watched as the boy walked up to the van, and they also watched William open the door, and the boy got inside, and that was it. And from that point on, the police moved in fast, and when the police opened the van, they saw horrifying killing tools like ropes, knives, wire, handcuffs, binding materials, and bloodstains. And these were the equipment William used in many of his crimes. The boy inside the van was fortunately still alive, but the police believed he wouldn't have stayed alive much longer if they hadn't stopped William right there and then, and so he was arrested on the spot. Now after his arrest, William actually first denied everything, but soon he began to talk. He gave long interviews and confessed to a lot of his crimes. He even bragged about what he'd actually done. He showed no guilt, and he didn't seem to care about the victims or their families, and he also told the police about his partners. William went to trial in 1981 and later in 1983 for more killings. The courtroom was emotional, with parents crying as they heard what happened to their children, and so William was found guilty of kidnapping, taking advantage of people, torturing, and killing them. He was sentenced to death. He was sent to San Quentin State Prison, the correctional facility known for its death row inmates, and he stayed on death row for a couple of years. And even while in prison, he showed no true remorse. He even sometimes wrote letters to people, including supporters who were strangely interested in him. He also saw drawings and crafts from prison. But finally, on February 23rd, 1996, William Bonin was killed by lethal injection. He was the first person in California to be killed by that method. He was 49 years old. Before he died, he gave a final statement.
That I feel the death penalty is not an answer to the problems at hand. That I feel it sends the wrong message to the youth of the country. Young people act as they see other people acting, instead of as people tell them to act. And I would suggest that when a person has a thought of doing anything serious against the law, that before they did, that they should go to a quiet place and think about it seriously.
He didn't apologize to the victims, and instead he just complained about the death penalty and said that he wanted the violence in society to end.